In the state of Bian, on the evening of the 18th day of the 12th lunar month, the sky was dark and low rain pouring like a waterfall. The city of Yunzhou, the capital of Bian, was experiencing a rare winter downpour. This was not a good thing, at least for the common people. And for Zhang Yuan, who was taking shelter in a dilapidated temple outside Yunzhou, it was even worse. Rain pelted the broken tiles, each drop echoing like a sob. The temple was thick with cobwebs, the statues worn and broken, with only a pile of fire burning. Perhaps because of the damp cold, the fire was not strong, flickering weakly, as if it might go out at any moment. But even so, the state of the fire was better than that of Zhang Yuan, who sat against the wall. At this moment, Zhang Yuan's body was covered with cracks like a porcelain about to shatter, with blood oozing from every fissure. "Oh, my brother-in-law, look at yourself. How did you get so injured? If my sister finds out, she'll be heartbroken." Suddenly, a young man in splendid clothes walked into the temple, smiling. The young man carried no rain gear, yet not a single drop of rain touched him. His name was Li Jiahua, a cultivator at the great perfection of Foundation Establishment, and the son of the current head of the Li clan, a noble family in the state of Bian. "Li Jiahua, have you come to kill me?" Zhang Yuan's gaze was calm. Li Jiahua changed his tone, mocking. Zhang Yuan, look at yourself in the mirror. You, a stinking outsider from beyond, are you worthy of my personal action?" Zhang Yuan said nothing more. This realm is called Qingshao Ranshan Realm, a vast and proper cultivation world. Beyond Qingshao Ranshan Realm, countless small heavens and small worlds of varying sizes cling to it. Given such numbers, it is not surprising that people from small worlds occasionally ascend or fall and end up in Qingshao Ranshan Realm. The natives of Qingshao Ranshan Realm, though they do not openly attack these outsiders, basically hold the attitude that stinking outsiders come to beg in Qingshao Ranshan Realm. And Zhang Yuan was one such outsider who had fallen from a certain 21st century small world beyond the heavens. However, Zhang Yuan was very fortunate. He not only possessed a golden finger, but also had the superior talent of an immortal spiritual root. Moreover, his landing point was the Li clan of Bian State, a cultivation noble family. Upon being detected as having an immortal spiritual root, he was immediately betrothed to the Li clan's daughter, with the marriage to be completed once he reached Foundation Establishment. Compared to other outsiders who had nothing and might die at any moment, this was indeed a perfect start. But even so, Zhang Yuan never let his guard down. As the saying goes, be prepared for danger in times of peace, and danger was especially close at hand. The moment Zhang Yuan set foot in Qingshao Ranshan Realm, he awakened a talent. Heavenly insight based on the current state. Deduce 3 predetermined futures. 1. You gladly accept the betrothal. After you reach Foundation Establishment, the Li clan uses their immortal methods to trade your immortal spiritual root and cultivation. Ultimately, you die from falling realms. 2. You refuse the Li clan, saying you do not want to be controlled. You are immediately killed by Li clan cultivators. 3. You pretend to accept the betrothal, but never cultivate seriously. The Li clan loses patience and decides to take only your immortal spiritual root. In the end, after the trade, you are severely injured and near death in a temple outside the city. Without a doubt, Zhang Yuan chose the third future, the one where he would be severely injured. During this time, Zhang Yuan also tried to change the course of the future through action, but no matter how hard he tried, the 3 futures never changed at all. Seeing Zhang Yuan silent, Li Jiahua lost interest. He looked him up and down, finally fixing his gaze on a pouch at Zhang Yuan's waist. A Qingquan pouch. This pouch was only the lowest grade, the size of a cabinet, the kind he wouldn't even take for free. What he was really interested in was the contents the Li clan had used to trade for the immortal spiritual root. An immortal spiritual root is precious and hard to come by. The things in the pouch should be enough for him to squander for a few months. Li Jiahua snatched the Qingquan pouch and said with a smile, "Brother-in-law, I'll take this little thing off your hands. Take care of yourself, don't catch a cold." With that, Li Jiahua kicked over the fire without any hesitation. With his Foundation Establishment latest eyesight, he could naturally see that Zhang Yuan was already at death's door with no strength left to rekindle the fire. He really didn't want to personally kill Zhang Yuan. It would dirty his hands and bring no benefit, but he was very willing to kick over the fire and let Zhang Yuan freeze to death in this temple. The fire went out, and the temple was plunged into darkness. Zhang Yuan shivered involuntarily. It was obvious that without the fire on this winter rain night in the 12th month, he would not survive until morning. Zhang Yuan's gaze remained calm, without anger or pleading, just staring ahead. Heavenly Insight 1. Your fire is kicked over by Li Jiahua. You close your eyes, gradually consumed by the cold. Eventually, when you open your eyes again, you are saved by a passing master. 2. You choose to curse Li Jiahua. The beautiful language of the 21st century enrages Li Jiahua, who uses a spell to call rain and pour it over your head. You fall unconscious. In the end, you are saved by a passing master. 3. A flash of inspiration strikes you. You speak up and delay Li Jihua's departure. In the end, as soon as Li Jihua leaves, the master arrives before you. You answer the master's questions, and he decides to heal you and grant you one request. Seeing these 3 predetermined futures, Zhang Yuan spoke to Li Jihua, who was about to step out of the temple. Li Jihua, if you don't kill me now, you will die. Zhang Yuan's voice was weak, but his tone was extremely certain, causing Li Jihua, who was about to leave the temple, to stop. Li Jihua turned around, bent over with laughter, tears streaming down his face. If I don't kill you, then I will die. He had thought Zhang Yuan would curse at him or beg for mercy, but he never expected him to say this. Let alone the fact that he was at the great perfection of foundation establishment, and only a golden core cultivator could kill him. Even if a golden core cultivator was present, they would absolutely not dare to act after learning his identity. The Li clan of Bian State was a top-tier cultivation family, standing at the pinnacle of Qingxiao Ranxun realm. Apart from a few major sects, they feared no other power. So who could kill him, and who would dare? Good. Zhang Yuan, you die well. You've made me laugh before your death. Your life is worth it. Li Jihua clapped and cheered without any anger, then stepped out of the temple, breaking through the wind and rain toward the city. Only golden core cultivators can fly with the wind. As a foundation establishment cultivator, he still had to walk before forming his golden core. The temple was full of holes letting the wind through. Without a heat source, Zhang Yuan could only curl up as much as possible to preserve his body temperature. Suddenly, a moment after Li Jihua left, the world fell silent. The cold wind dissipated instantly. The kicked-over fire returned to its place on its own, and flames burst forth, illuminating the surroundings. Zhang Yuan's spirit lifted. He knew a master had arrived. A Taoist in a tattered gray robe, facing backward, floated slowly into the temple. Zhang Yuan frowned. Floating in backward. What kind of quirk did this master have? Indeed, a master entering the scene in such a unique way. After a moment of thought, Zhang Yuan decided to speak first. Please, master, turn around. Indeed, a master entering the scene in such a unique way. After a moment of thought, Zhang Yuan decided to speak first. Please, master, turn around. Indeed, a master entering the scene in such a unique way. After a moment of thought, Zhang Yuan decided to speak first. Please, master, turn around. Although the expert before him made a rather peculiar entrance, being able to walk on air without touching the ground meant he was at least a great cultivator at the Golden Core realm. Under Zhang Yuan's gaze, the expert slowly turned around. The first thing that came into view was a youthful face, beautiful enough to make fish sink and geese fall, yet slightly different from ordinary young girls were her eyes. Ordinary young girls' eyes might be lively or gentle or tender as water, but in these eyes there was only an unparalleled confidence. And the expert was not literally tall. If not for floating in midair, the girl would likely be a head shorter than Zhang Yuan. As for her figure, the wide Daoist robe revealed little. But none of that mattered. What mattered was that this person must be an old immortal who had returned to youth. Zhang Yuan quickly concluded. Young friend seems to have encountered some trouble, the expert said with slightly lowered brows. Please, expert, save me. Zhang Yuan seized the opportunity to cry for help. Saving you is easy, but we are neither kin nor acquaintance. Why should I save you? The expert asked with a smile. Zhang Yuan thought briefly and then prepared to make an empty promise. But before Zhang Yuan could speak, first the expert said, like this, answer me one question, and after you answer, I will not only save you, but also grant you one request. Please speak, expert, said Zhang Yuan. The expert pondered for a moment and asked, do you know how many major realms there are in the immortal path? Zhang Yuan was taken aback. It wasn't that he didn't know. The question was too simple. Even ordinary people in the marketplace could answer a thing or two. At most, the details might be off. Qi refining foundation, establishment, golden core, nascent soul. Zhang Yuan replied without hesitation. Wrong. The great Tao is boundless. The immortal path is vast. How can a few realms sum up the entire immortal way? Young friend's answer is too superficial. The expert gently shook his head. Zhang Yuan's heart sank, thinking it was indeed not that simple, and said, I beg the expert to condescend to instruct me. Listen well. No matter what lineage of cultivator, we cultivators have only 3 realms. The first is the ant realm, the second is the Tao friend realm, the third is the senior realm. The expert explained slowly. Zhang Yuan suddenly understood. So this was a steady style expert. Your insight is unique, I admire it, but I believe there should be one more realm. Zhang Yuan thought briefly and said smoothly, one more realm. Tell me about it. The expert was clearly interested. This realm transcends the 3 called the young friend realm, specifically referring to cultivators of low realm, but with backing. Zhang Yuan explained. Young friend has considerable spiritual wisdom. How about entering under my tutelage? Saying this, the expert narrowed his eyes fixedly at Zhang Yuan. Disciple Zhang Yuan pays respects to Master. May I ask Master's Daoist title? Hearing this, how could Zhang Yuan refuse? He immediately tried to prop up his broken body to perform the apprenticeship vow. With your current condition, the apprenticeship ceremony is excused for now. The expert waved a hand, then straightened his face and said, I am Xiao Yuan, cultivating the innate true law of self-salvation, great art, mastering 4 divine abilities. Having not yet attained the harmony of human and heaven, I have no Daoist title. You answered a question, I owe you a request. Have you decided? If not, no matter, you can think slowly later. Xiao Yuan smiled warmly, his confident eyes revealing a hint of triumph, having the expert's dignified aura. I've decided. I want to kill a man. Zhang Yuan said immediately. He had said Li Jiahua would die. It wasn't just talk. He had always been one to repay grudges. Easy, it's that man from the temple, just now, right? Xiao Yuanjun nodded and said, correct, but this man is from the Biendong Li family, and moreover, he is at the great perfection of foundation establishment. His strength is not weak. Zhang Yuan gave a warning. The Li family resided to the east of Bian State, hence called the Biendong Li family. No need for more words, just a heretical foundation establishment cultivator. Xiao Yuanjun waved his hand, signaling no need to say more. The next moment, Xiao Yuanjun lightly flicked his sleeve, and a gust of foul wind appeared, flying towards the direction Li Jiahua had left. The ruined temple was a full 40 or 50 li from Yunzhou City. Li Jiahua, with his strength at the great perfection of foundation establishment, reached outside the state capital in less than a quarter of an hour, only 2 or 3 li from the city wall. Just right, father cut my monthly allowance and forced me to break through to Golden Core. Ha, old man, who cares about breaking through Golden Core with these resources I can squander for months? Li Jiahua weighed the spatial pouch in his hand. As the son of the Biendong Li family head, he was known throughout Yunzhou City as a profligate skilled in all forms of pleasure. But if he broke through to Golden Core, he would have to work for the family, and then he couldn't be a profligate anymore. It could be said that the resources Zhang Yuan had given him solved his urgent problem. Li Jiahua was in a great mood, humming a tune popular at Ningguan Tower in Yunzhou City, walking unhurriedly toward the city gate. Suddenly, a whistling sound came from behind. Li Jiahua turned to look. He saw a foul wind racing toward him, and wherever it passed, weeds withered, old trees decayed, all life was instantly extinguished. This is a divine ability. Someone wants to kill me. Li Jiahua's eyes widened in horror, and he moved his feet quickly, heading toward Yunzhou City. But no matter how fast Li Jiahua ran, the foul wind followed closely, getting closer and closer. Finally, the foul wind touched the corner of Li Jiahua's robe. The next moment, the foul wind seemed to come alive like a bone-attaching worm, gradually climbing all over Li Jiahua's body. In an instant, Li Jiahua's flesh peeled away, pus and blood flowed, and in no time only a skeleton remained, along with a relatively intact head, which was wrapped in the foul wind and carried back. In the ruined temple, thump! Li Jiahua's head fell to the ground, rolled twice, and his unblinking eyes stared straight at Zhang Yuan. Zhang Yuan's face remained unchanged, but in his heart, he was shocked by Xiao Yuanjun's methods. Li Jiahua was indeed a profligate, and his realm was piled up by the Li family through resources, but still he was a cultivator at the great perfection of foundation establishment. Was he just blown to death by a gust of wind? From Xiao Yuanjun flicking his sleeve to Li Jiahua's head returning to the temple, it wasn't even 5 seconds, was it? Truly an old immortal. What realm was Xiao Yuanjun? Golden Core or nascent soul, or even higher? Master's divine ability is vast. May I ask what realm Master currently is in? Zhang Yuan asked tentatively. Qi refining 10th layer. Xiao Yuanjun answered calmly. Zhang Yuan, who could kill a foundation establishment great perfection at Qi refining 10th layer? Did they think he had never cultivated before? After all, before his spiritual root was taken, he himself had a cultivation of Qi refining 4th layer. This Qi refining is not that Qi refining. I practiced the devouring Sha and swallowing Gang path 10 cycle Qi refining while that man was a heretical foundation establishment. The two paths cannot be compared. Devouring Sha and swallowing Gang path. Heretical. Zhang Yuan was confused. He had been with the Li family for 5 or 6 months and had never heard such terms. But Xiao Yuanjun had no reason to lie to him, and his actual strength was undeniable. From this, it seemed the Li family had hidden many things from him. Damn Biendong Li family. The Qingxiao Ranshan realm is vast and boundless, thus the paths of cultivation are numerous, but only 2 can be considered mainstream. One is the external path of Qi refinement, which you are familiar with, relying on absorbing the spiritual energy of heaven and earth to break through. The other is the path of refining baleful and pure Qi, which seizes and refines the baleful and pure Qi of the world to shatter one's own limitations. Xiao Yuanjun slowly spoke, dispelling his doubts. Zhang Yuan nodded thoughtfully. Xiao Yuanjun at the 10th level of qi refinement on the path of refining baleful and pure qi could slay Li Jiahua, a foundation establishment, grand completion cultivator of the external path. It seemed that among the two paths, cultivators on the path of refining baleful and pure qi were stronger. By this reasoning, did Xiao Yuanjun possess the strength of an external path golden core? Zhang Yuan was slightly startled. As far as he knew, the current patriarch of the Li clan of Biandong was merely at the late golden core stage. Both paths use qi refinement foundation establishment and golden core to divide realms, but you must know the path of refining baleful and pure qi is the true orthodox way of the Qingxiao Ranqian realm, holding higher status and greater strength. Xiao Yuanjun said. Is it because of the divine abilities? Zhang Yuan asked. Xiao Yuanjun had said she possessed 4 innate divine abilities, yet the external path of qi refinement had no concept of innate divine abilities. Correct. The presence or absence of divine abilities is one of the differences between cultivators of the two paths. Xiao Yuanjun had an expression of "you are teachable," and then a foul wind materialized swirling in her palm. This wind is called the 5 seizures body-wasting qi. First, it seizes the physical form. Second, the 5 viscera. Third, the mind and spirit. Fourth, the 7 ethereal souls. Fifth, the 3 corporeal souls. Unless one is a foundation establishment celestial of the baleful and pure qi path, anyone struck by this wind will have their spirit extinguished and form dissolved within 3 breaths. This thing was not to be touched at all. Zhang Yuan instinctively wanted to move further away, but his body could not move. For an external path cultivator to have their spiritual root seized was no different from a mortal having their heart ripped out. It could be said that Zhang Yuan being alive and speaking was nothing short of a miracle. But miracles could not last forever. Zhang Yuan would eventually die as his life force ebbed away. However, since Xiao Yuanjun said she could save Zhang Yuan, it was not an empty promise. Xiao Yuanjun crushed the foul wind, then opened her hand again, and a completely different clear qi swirled. The second divine ability. This is the 9 preservations harmonious qi. It can cure 100 ailments, revive the dead, and even for someone like you on the verge of death, it can prolong life for a short while. Go! Xiao Yuanjun clapped. As the 9 preservations harmonious qi entered his body, Zhang Yuan felt his mind clear, all pain inside and out vanished, and his shattered body rapidly healed. Zhang Yuan slowly stood up, feeling full of vitality. If not for the bloodstain still on his clothes, he would have had the illusion of never being injured. Truly divine means. Thank you, Master, for saving my life. Zhang Yuan rose and bowed. Xiao Yuanjun shook her head slightly. It's not that simple. This divine ability of mine can keep you alive for a month, but after that month you will still die. To live, there is only one path. Follow me and cultivate the path of refining baleful and pure qi. Once you step into the first layer of qi refinement, you will be healed without further treatment. Disciple requests the master to transmit the Dharma. With his life at stake, Zhang Yuan hurriedly said. Xiao Yuanjun said, the path of refining baleful and pure qi can be cultivated by anyone. Unlike the external path, it does not require a spiritual root as a foundation. However, it demands extremely high karmic fortune and destiny. Those with deep fortune can reach qi refinement perfection and assault foundation establishment in a short time. But if one's fortune is shallow, even with the method in hand, they will never step into the first layer of qi refinement in their entire life. Zhang Yuan was disheartened. Given his experiences over the past few months, he hardly seemed to have deep fortune. Could he only eke out a month's existence and then die? Rest assured, the celestial baleful and pure qi you need to step into qi refinement I have already considered before coming. We only need to retrieve it. Xiao Yuanjun suddenly said. May I ask, Master, where is this celestial baleful and pure qi? Zhang Yuan's eyes lit up. Xiao Yuanjun pointed to the head on the ground and said, it is within the Li clan of Biandong. The exact location is unknown for now, but we will know once we go. By the way, you said this man was from the Li clan of Biandong. What was his status? She did not know much about the Li clan of Biandong. If this man on the ground had some status within the Li clan, a soul search would simplify this trip. Of course, his status could not be too high. A disfavored junior from a side branch would be ideal. This man is the son of Li Hoqing, Zhang Yuan said. Li Hoqing? Why does that sound so familiar? Xiao Yuanjun mused. Li Hoqing is the current patriarch of the Li clan of Biandong. Zhang Yuan reminded her. All right, so it's the Li clan patriarch. No wonder it sounded familiar. So this thing on the ground is the son of the Li clan patriarch. I recall the Li clan patriarch only has one son. Damn, this is bad. Xiao Yuanjun was greatly alarmed, momentarily forgetting to maintain her levitation, and fell from midair. Not good. I killed too quickly. If not for wanting to show off her strength in front of Zhang Yuan, she would have asked about his identity before deciding to kill. It was all this man's fault for being too low in cultivation. As the only son of the Li clan patriarch, he wasn't even an external path golden core, leading her to mistakenly believe his status was low. From what I know that Li Hoqing is merely an external path golden core, Zhang Yuan said. Xiao Yuanjun sighed. Li Hoqing is nothing. The main problem is the Li clan of Biendong as a whole. As a cultivation clan dominating the eastern part of Bian state, the Li clan of Biendong, besides the external path inheritance, also possessed an indispensable baleful and pure chi path inheritance. The patriarch was merely a mediocrity who had no affinity for the baleful and pure chi path. The waters of the Li clan of Biendong ran deep. There were at least 5 baleful and pure chi path foundation establishment celestials. Not to mention that the Li clan of Biendong also had a baleful and pure chi path golden core above the foundation establishment celestial level guarding them. The mere knowledge of such an existence could bring mortal danger. Zhang Yuan listened to Xiao Yuanjin's explanation, his eye twitching as he quickly checked his talent. Heavenly Vision 1. Your master killed the only son of the Li clan of Biendong's patriarch. The Li clan of Biendong, enraged, sent foundation establishment celestials to hunt you. You chose to remain still and await fate, ultimately being slapped to death in a ruined temple. 2. You chose to flee, trying to leave the Li clan's area of activity before they could react, ultimately being slapped to death in a remote mountain forest by a foundation establishment celestial. 3. You chose to face the foundation establishment celestial heathen, fighting with all your might, ultimately being glared to death by the foundation establishment celestial. Seeing the 3 future paths before him, Zhang Yuan's expression changed drastically. 3 certain deaths, not a single chance of survival. This time he was truly going to die. Damn, he should not have killed Li Jiahua so soon. After all, he was usually magnanimous. Letting Li Jiahua live a little longer would not have been a problem. Xiao Yuanjun steadied herself after landing, was silent for a moment, then reached out and patted Zhang Yuan's shoulder. Don't panic. Killed is killed. Your master has a way to survive. Zhang Yuan sighed, not explaining much. He had already tried. The futures deduced by heavenly vision were locked. No matter what actions he took, he could not change the predetermined outcome. Yet the moment Xiao Yuanjun finished speaking, Zhang Yuan was astonished to find that the future deduced by heavenly vision had changed. Although only the 3rd future had altered according to the deduction of heavenly vision, a glimmer of hope had appeared. Although only the 3rd future had altered according to the deduction of heavenly vision, a glimmer of hope had appeared. Heaven sees 3. Your master defied expectations and chose not to flee, instead using his divine abilities to infiltrate the Li family, allowing you both to evade the search of the foundation establishment celestial. The inevitable death had changed. Zhang Yuan had tried countless methods to alter the future before, yet none had succeeded. But with just a casual remark, Xiao Yuanjun had managed to shift the predetermined fate. How had he done it? What was the principle behind it? Zhang Yuan abruptly looked up at Xiao Yuanjun, astonishment filling his eyes. Seeing his gaze, Xiao Yuanjun assumed he wished to know the plan and began to speak slowly. The foundation establishment celestial is unfathomably profound. Even with my tenfold refinement of chi, which could be considered half a step into the foundation establishment realm, I am no match for such a being. Not only am I outmatched, but even evading their sight is fraught with difficulty. At this, Xiao Yuanjun smiled confidently. Thus, instead of fleeing, we should embrace the darkness beneath the lamp. Enter Yunzhou City directly and infiltrate the Li family. This way we are certain to elude their foundation establishment celestial. It was not a sophisticated scheme, merely the simplest form of hiding in plain sight. Having killed the sole son of the Li family patriarch, who would imagine the culprit not only stayed, but infiltrated the clan itself. Of course, saying it was one thing, executing it carried great risk. Once detected, they would be walking straight into a trap. This plan was far from safe, and most would hesitate. But Zhang Yuan, who knew a fragment of the future, nodded immediately. Master's strategy is brilliant, Zhang Yuan said earnestly. Xiao Yuanjun smiled mysteriously and nodded with satisfaction. Zhang Yuan's decisiveness pleased her. With luck, this disciple would survive the ordeal, and the celestial realm was within sight. Yunzhou City, the Li family ancestral hall. Second uncle, why summon us so late? A young man with a roguish air entered the hall, munching on an apple. The hall was not crowded. Including the newcomer, there were 5 people of varying ages. Jian has arrived. Your cousin was killed outside the city. The middle-aged man at the center said, his face haggard. This man was the current Li family patriarch Li Hoqing. The youth called Jian paused, glancing inside the hall. He saw that Li Jiahua's soul tablet had indeed shattered. Li Jiahua was dead and outside Yunzhou City. Second uncle, my condolences. Do you know who killed him? I will avenge him. Li Jian put away the apple and spoke solemnly. The exact culprit is unknown, but it must be a perfected being of the Sha and Gang path who wields divine abilities. Otherwise my son would have had no time to react. Do not act rashly, Jian. Li Hoqing said. When one reaches the pinnacle of humanity, they can touch the heavens. Thus foundation establishment cultivators of the Sha and Gang path are honored as celestials, while Qi refining cultivators are called perfected beings. That is somewhat troublesome, but second uncle, I have now unleashed all three of my innate divine abilities. I will surely avenge Jiahua, Li Jian said. Li Hoqing nodded slightly, but did not agree. Instead he said, Jian, your talent is exceptional, but you are a rare golden core seed of our Biandongli clan. You must not act recklessly. Moreover, the murderer dared to provoke our Li family. He must be struck down with thunderous force to deter all petty villains. Your third uncle has decided to personally handle this. Li Jian looked at one of the figures in the hall, a young man with a stern face and furrowed brows. Third uncle Li Hojin, though only a year younger than second uncle, appeared as youthful as Jian himself. He was one of the only two foundation establishment celestials in their lineage. His Dao name was Jinjue. Envy stirred in Li Jian's heart. Not for any other reason, but because a foundation establishment celestial was free from the worries of lifespan. Third uncle's unchanging appearance was proof. As for himself, though he was at the 9th layer of Qi refining, he still had to pass 3 trials to achieve foundation establishment, a chasm as vast as the heavens. Li Jian sighed, inwardly warning himself not to aim too high, then said, It is said that the dead cannot be revived. But the little ancestor is still in the clan's second uncle. Why not visit Sun Moon Cliff? Perhaps. That, Jian speaks sense. Once your third uncle kills the culprit, I will go to Sun Moon Cliff to pay respects to the little ancestor. Li Hoqing nodded. Third brother, there is no time to lose. Li Hojin nodded coldly, took a step, and vanished instantly from the Li family ancestral hall. Master, can we truly evade the foundation establishment celestial's gaze like this? Rest assured, my divine ability obscures the heavens' secrets, erases karma, and conceals our form. Even if a foundation establishment celestial looks our way, we have at least 5 breaths to react. Just stay hidden. Xiao Yuanjun smiled. Her third innate divine ability, past and present severed, leaving only the lingering, was immensely profound and effective even against foundation establishment celestials. Midnight beyond the walls of Yunzhou City. Zhang Yuan crouched beneath Xiao Yuanjun's voluminous Daoist robe, his lips twitching. I understand the logic, but must we hide like this? Though Xiao Yuanjun wore thick clothing beneath the robe, it still felt somewhat odd. Great achievers are not bound by trivialities. Enough, no more talking. The Li family's foundation establishment celestial has arrived. Xiao Yuanjun chuckled, then turned serious, looking up at the sky. With his life at stake, Zhang Yuan could not afford to be careless. He fell silent, and peering through a gap created by the wind lifting the robe, looked up curiously. A glimmer of heavenly light appeared in the dark sky, growing larger and tearing through the night. It formed into a stern-faced man in a deep blue robe, standing above Yunzhou City. As the man appeared, everything outside the city fell silent. The torrential winter rain froze midair, and the grass and trees, stirred by the cold wind, stood still. In that moment, all sounds ceased, and heaven and earth were silent. Li Hujin's gaze was calm. He first glanced at the place where Li Jiahua had died, then swept his eyes toward the direction of the ruined temple. This gaze from a foundation establishment celestial was like a blazing sun, seemingly capable of unraveling all karma in the night, leaving nothing concealed. At that very moment, Zhang Yuan looked at the sky and felt dizzy. His consciousness grew chaotic and blurred. An invisible pressure weighed on his chest and internal organs, as if the figure in the sky was something mortals dared not behold. Without Xiao Yuanjun's protection, he would have perished on the spot from a single glance. Was this the foundation establishment celestial of the Sha and Gang path? Just by appearing and casting a look, he could influence heaven and earth. No wonder he was called a celestial. This man is Li Hojin, one of the Biandong Li celestials with the Dao named Jinjue. Don't look anymore, or you'll die. Let's enter the city quickly. Xiao Yuanjun was in good condition, unlike the disheveled Zhang Yuan. Fortunately, the celestial Jinjue did not look in their direction. Otherwise, given the level of cultivation he had just displayed, even past and present severed, leaving only the lingering, would have sustained them for only a single breath before discovery. Fortunately, the celestial Jinjue did not look in their direction. Otherwise, given the level of cultivation he had just displayed, even past and present severed, leaving only the lingering, would have sustained them for only a single breath before discovery. His gaze drifted into the distance. Zhang Yuan knew there was no time to waste, so he led Xiao Yuanjun to the Li family's mansion in Yunzhou City. The Li residence. As the stronghold of the Biandong Li clan, the mansion was naturally grand in scale, even surpassing the prince's mansion at the heart of Yinzhou City. Master, how shall we enter? Zhang Yuan asked. The Li residence was heavily guarded, its gates tightly shut, making infiltration no easy task. We walk in. Xiao Yuanjun replied calmly. She then grasped Zhang Yuan's shoulder and with a leisurely step passed straight through the courtyard wall, bringing him along. They entered the Li residence without a hitch. Though he had witnessed Xiao Yuanjun's abilities many times, Zhang Yuan still found it incredible. Such means, yet she was merely at the qi refining stage of the nether ether path. Once inside, the two no longer moved with such caution, but instead strolled boldly through the Li mansion. Well, to be precise, Xiao Yuanjun strode boldly, and Zhang Yuan had no choice but to follow. Master, the Li residence is heavily guarded with patrols in the outer courtyard. Isn't it a bit imprudent to be so conspicuous? Zhang Yuan offered a timely reminder. Having survived within the Li residence for 5 or 6 months, he had a fair understanding of its inner workings. The inner courtyard where the Li clan members lived had no guards, but the outer courtyard was thick with them, patrolling even in the dead of night. These patrolling guards were at least at the peak of the outer path qi refining stage, with most being at the outer path foundation establishment stage. No need. Your master has used a divine ability. As of now, we are without cause and effect, without form or substance. Even if seen, we will be mistaken for a mere breeze. Xiao Yuanjun said calmly. This divine ability of hers could only be seen through by a foundation establishment celestial being. Even a fellow qi refining cultivator of the nether ether path would be utterly unable to detect them. Zhang Yuan, do you know what the heavenly nether and earthly ether are? Xiao Yuanjun asked. Since he would likely follow her in cultivating the path of subduing nether and swallowing ether, it was a good time to teach him the basics. I do not. Zhang Yuan shook his head. The heavenly nether and earthly ether are the creations of innate spiritual grace and the karma of all things, totaling 108 in number. The heavenly nether representing fortune accounts for 36 paths, while the earthly ether representing calamity accounts for 72 paths. A qi refining cultivator's task is to seek out and subdue these 108 nether and ether, refining them for their own use. Every 3 nether or ether can be condensed into 1 corresponding divine ability. Finally, with 3 abilities at the ready, one may attempt to prove the Tao and achieve foundation establishment, becoming a celestial being. By the way, the 108 nether and ether are fixed in number, but the divine abilities condensed from them are not. They will take different forms based on the nether and ether refined and the cultivator's own talent and will. Xiao Yuanjun spoke eloquently. Zhang Yuan spotted a discrepancy: 3 divine abilities. But master, why do you have 4? Earlier she had mentioned possessing 4 innate divine abilities, which contradicted what she was saying now. Xiao Yuanjun replied with an air of nonchalance. An ordinary cultivator who refines 9 nether and ether will indeed have only 3 innate divine abilities. However, I possess a heaven-defying talent. I created my own golden core method, breaking the limit of 9. After refining a 10th nether or ether, I condensed a 4th divine ability. Though she spoke lightly, this was a groundbreaking achievement. 4 innate divine abilities made her far stronger than a 9-layer qi refining cultivator. She was merely modest, calling herself a 10-cycle qi refiner. Calling her a half-step foundation establishment cultivator would not have been an exaggeration. Without this half-step foundation establishment strength, any ordinary 9-layer qi refiner would have long been discovered and killed by a foundation establishment celestial being. Zhang Yuan, though not fully grasping the depth of her power, asked, Master, what heavenly nether or earthly ether are we seeking this time? According to my divination, there is an earthly ether within the Li residence suitable for you. This ether is called the ether of stolen life. Though it is a baleful earthly ether, it can resolve your physical problems. Xiao Yuanjun extended her left hand and began calculating on her fingers. Heavenly nether and earthly ether were extremely rare, but the Biandong Li clan, ruling over a vast territory, surely had more than 1 ether within their main mansion. However, there were 108 nether and ether in total, and they could not be matched and refined arbitrarily. Otherwise, even if refined, the resulting divine ability would be weak. This was why ordinary rogue cultivators of the nether ether path were always slightly inferior in strength to those from established clans. Ether of stolen life. Just the name sounds perfect for me, Zhang Yuan mused silently. With 3 nether and ether condensing into 1 divine ability, the involvement of the ether of stolen life would surely make its primary effect one of survival. As for combat prowess, that could be considered later. After all, in the pursuit of immortality, the most important thing is to live steadily. Xiao Yuanjun continued her causal calculations, weaving through the compound until she finally arrived at a secluded side courtyard within the inner grounds. If they had soul-searched Li Jiahua, they would not have had to expend so much effort calculating the karma of the ether of stolen life. However, soul-searching him would inevitably have incurred karmic entanglement. Then the Li clan's foundation establishment celestial being would have traced them directly. The ether of stolen life is inside. You lived in the Li residence for a time. Do you recognize this side courtyard? Xiao Yuanjun stopped and asked. Zhang Yuan looked at the quiet little courtyard and shook his head slightly. He had been married to a woman from a Li clan branch, and the treatment he received over these 5 months was quite generous. He ate and lived with the Li clan members in the inner courtyard. But this side courtyard was completely unfamiliar to him. He didn't even know if anyone lived there. Very well, let's go in and see. Xiao Yuanjun pushed open the courtyard gate. They walked inside. The yard had moss-covered green wall stone paths leading to the eaves and simple furnishings. Yet from the details one could vaguely discern that the resident of this side courtyard was a woman. It's not in the yard, so it must be inside the house. Zhang Yuan surveyed the courtyard, his gaze finally settling on the building. He exchanged a look with Xiao Yuanjun. They walked slowly toward the house. This place was within the Li clan's inner courtyard. The owner of this side courtyard might well be an ascetic foundation establishment celestial being. Better to be cautious. Stand still. Let me take a peek first. Xiao Yuanjun signaled Zhang Yuan to stop, then stepped forward and poked her head through the tightly shut door. The door offered no resistance, and Xiao Yuanjun's head passed through it. The room inside was even more sparsely furnished than the yard, with only the essential furniture and hardly any other objects save for the most eye-catching ether of stolen life. There on the table a peach lay quietly on a plate. The peach was like jade, its surface shimmering with iridescent light, resembling a celestial peach. This was the manifestation of the ether of stolen life. There it is. Xiao Yuanjun rejoiced and waved her hand at the jade peach, intending to retrieve it from a distance. Daoist friend, what are you doing? Xiao Yuanjun's wrist was seized, and a clear, cold voice inquired. Her smile froze. Just as she tried to look up, a fiercely biting cold current surged toward her. Bang! The door was blasted open. Xiao Yuanjun reacted swiftly, forming a hand seal and waving her sleeve, conjuring a foul wind that collided with the cold current. The impact of the two divine abilities created a vacuum in the falling rain of the courtyard, causing it to momentarily cease. What's happening? Zhang Yuan clutched his head as he scrambled to his feet. Unprepared, he had been sent flying by the shockwave. This world was too dangerous. Once this ordeal was over, he would find a remote, isolated mountain forest to live in. Zhang Yuan steadied himself and looked ahead. The door was wide open, and a young girl stood at the entrance clad in snow-white garments. Her figure was graceful, and her demeanor was rather cold and aloof. Chi refining stage. This person is problematic. Xiao Yuanjun narrowed his eyes and warned. His divine ability had never failed before. None but foundation establishment celestials could see through it. Yet this person had clearly detected him. I can see that. Zhang Yuan's gaze turned solemn. The girl was flawless in every way. At first glance, she was unmistakably a noble lady from the Li clan of Biendong. But her face, it was far from ordinary. Not that she was hideously ugly, quite the opposite. Judging by the half of her face visible, she appeared rather delicate. The problem lay with the other half, more precisely her left eye. The girl's left eye was crystalline and translucent, reflecting a cold gleam. A cluster of crystals had grown from it, dozens of transparent formations extending from her pupil, distinct and clear, covering the upper left side of her face, some even hovering beside her eye. May I ask your name, fellow cultivator? What business brings you here in the dead of night? The girl said calmly. Before asking another's name, shouldn't you introduce yourself first? Xiao Yuanjun retorted with a chuckle. The girl was silent for a moment. Li Zhongshuang. Li Zhongshuang. He had never heard of such a person in the Li clan of Biendong. Xiao Yuanjun pondered. She was unfamiliar with the Li clan's external path cultivators, but she had an encyclopedic knowledge of their Gangsha path practitioners. Before coming, she had done extensive homework from celestials in foundation establishment to perfected ones in chi refining. She could name nearly all of them. Zhang Yuan, during your stay with the Li clan, have you seen this person? Xiao Yuanjun asked. Zhang Yuan shook his head. He hadn't even heard of such a person in the Li residence. She must be an obscure branch member of the Li clan. I am Xiao Yuanjun, and this is my foremost disciple Zhang Yuan. Xiao Yuanjun introduced both of them together. Zhang Yuan turned to Xiao Yuanjun and whispered, Master, we're here as thieves. Is it wise to reveal our real names? Why not use aliases? Right, I forgot. Oh well, it doesn't matter now. Xiao Yuanjun chuckled sheepishly and waved her hand. To be honest, fellow cultivator, my foremost disciple has an affinity with the life-stealing earthly fiend. If you could bear to part with it, my disciple will surely repay you handsomely in the future. Li Zhongshuang's expression remained calm as she said flatly, "Fine. Fine." Xiao Yuanjun was slightly taken aback. Even if the Li clan of Biandong was wealthy, they couldn't be so wasteful. An earthly fiend was invaluable. How could she give it away so easily? "Then I thank you, fellow cultivator." Xiao Yuanjun smiled immediately and waved her hand toward the jade peach inside the room. The jade peach drifted over slowly. Yet as it passed Li Zhongshuang, the jade peach suddenly halted midair. A cold current laced with ice crystals held it back, stopping it completely. Li Zhongshuang stepped forward, shielding the jade peach. "What is the meaning of this? Do you intend to withhold it?" Xiao Yuanjun asked, narrowing her eyes as her divine ability readied itself. "Come and take it yourself, fellow cultivator," Li Zhongshuang replied. "Oh, I see. I misjudged you." Xiao Yuanjun suddenly understood. Before she finished speaking, Xiao Yuanjun's figure dissipated like mist. Past and present severed in departure. This divine ability of hers was not limited to petty theft, it was equally effective in combat. Zhang Yuan and Li Zhongshuang were startled, clearly not expecting Xiao Yuanjun to vanish so suddenly. "Thank you for the gift, fellow cultivator." When her voice came again, Xiao Yuanjun was already behind Li Zhongshuang, grabbing the jade peach. Li Zhongshuang's brow furrowed slightly as she spun around and unleashed a cold current. Fivefold body-wrecking chi. The divine abilities clashed, sending waves of energy surging. Xiao Yuanjun smirked and swiftly retreated to Zhang Yuan's side. "What are you waiting for? We've got the goods. Time to run," she urged, grabbing Zhang Yuan by the collar and soaring into the air. By the time Li Zhongshuang dealt with the fivefold body-wrecking chi, their figures had vanished into the rainy night. With the life-stealing earthly fiend taken, Li Zhongshuang's expression remained unchanged, neither anger nor resentment. Gazing in the direction Zhang Yuan and the others had fled, Li Zhongshuang pulled a gilded wooden box from her sleeve. The box was exquisite, emitting a faint, calming fragrance that soothed the mind, clearly priceless, worth a fortune. Yet even this precious box was merely a vessel for something else. The true treasure lay within. Li Zhongshuang opened the box to reveal a radiant spiritual root, the most supreme immortal root in the external path. But now it was no longer an external immortal root. The young ancestor had reforged it into a supreme heavenly gang. Though reforged, the karmic ties of this supreme heavenly gang remained. And just moments ago it had mysteriously latched onto Zhang Yuan. Who are these two? One had profound cultivation at the chi refining stage, while the other, though lacking cultivation, was karmically linked to the supreme heavenly gang in her hand. Li Zhongshuang frowned in thought, suspicious of Zhang Yuan and Xiao Yuanjun's identities. A knock came. Zhongshuang intruders broke into the estate. "Are you hurt?" Li Hocheng rushed into the courtyard with a group of guards, concern in his voice. "Clan leader, I'm fine," Li Zhongshuang said, shaking her head. Good, that's a relief." Li Hocheng sighed deeply, then said, "Zhongshuang, there's no outsider here. You don't have to call me father." "All right," Li Zhongshuang nodded. "Zhongshuang, did those thieves come here?" Li Hocheng noticed the damaged courtyard and asked. Li Zhongshuang nodded, pausing for a second. "They took the life-stealing earthly fiend." Li Hocheng's face paled. "The earthly fiend is lost. What about the heavenly gang I prepared for you?" "It's safe in my hands." Li Zhongshuang showed the wooden box. Good. An earthly fiend is nothing, as long as you're unharmed, Zhongshuang." Li Hocheng relaxed, wiping cold sweat from his brow. Losing just one earthly fiend was an acceptable loss. If the hard-won supreme heavenly gang had been stolen, he would face impeachment and risk losing his position as clan leader. "Zhongshuang, did you see which way the thieves went?" Li Hocheng asked again. The Li clan was vast and wealthy. They could afford to lose one earthly fiend, but recovering it would be ideal. Li Zhongshuang's eyes flickered. After a moment's hesitation, she said, "I didn't see. One of the two was far stronger than me." "Never mind. Rest well, Zhongshuang. He'll have your uncle find another earthly fiend for you to refine your divine ability." Li Hocheng finished speaking and left the side courtyard. One man's joy is another's sorrow. At this moment, Zhang Yuan was in high spirits, his usual gloom dispelled. Even as Xiao Yuanjun dragged him through the woods outside the city to escape, rain plastering his face, he felt the world was bright and clear. There was no other reason. The life-stealing earthly fiend was in hand, and stepping into the chi refining stage of the fiend-swallowing path was imminent. Not only would it solve his physical problems, but the path to immortality was now within sight. Heading south, Xiao Yuanjun raced for thousands of li, and only after confirming there were no pursuers behind did he stop before a great mountain. Casually carving a large cave into the mountain, he entered, sealed the entrance from within, cast an illusion spell with hand seals, and used his divine powers to obscure the heaven's secrets and erase all karmic traces. Only after completing all this did Xiao Yuanjun feel at ease. Zhang Yuan also breathed a sigh of relief, silently giving Xiao Yuanjun's actions a mental thumbs up. Seeing Xiao Yuanjun's earlier risky actions, he had even doubted his own judgment, wondering if Xiao Yuanjun was not a steady cultivator, but a reckless one. Xiao Yuanjun's skillful aftermath management was clearly the mark of a steady cultivator. Steady, everything was steady. With the life-stealing balefulness in hand, and a steady-flowing venerable master, his path of cultivation would surely be smooth and unobstructed. While Zhang Yuan was lost in reverie, Xiao Yuanjun had already lit a fire inside the cave. The stone walls were thick and the flames flickered. He took out the jade peach. Under the glow of the fire, the already luminous jade peach took on an even more mystical quality, inevitably drawing Zhang Yuan's gaze. So this is the life-stealing balefulness. Why is it a peach? Zhang Yuan asked. Having heard Xiao Yuanjun speak of the heavenly stems and earthly branches, he had assumed they were all formless and intangible, never expecting his first encounter with an earthly branch to be in the shape of a peach. The heavenly stems and earthly branches are creations of heaven and earth, their forms often ever-changing. No one knows their state until they are acquired, Xiao Yuanjun explained, toying with the jade peach in his hand. So how is this life-stealing balefulness used? Just eat it, Zhang Yuan immediately asked. More than this, he was concerned about when he could formally begin cultivation. You're impatient again. Such a heavenly stem or earthly branch, if swallowed by an ordinary person, would surely cause their body to explode. Sai, when will you learn to be as steady as your master? Then you can be considered a qualified disciple. Xiao Yuanjun shook his head and admonished. Zhang Yuan nodded in agreement, reflecting inwardly. He had indeed been anxious, but with only half a life left, it was impossible not to be. Here, catch. Xiao Yuanjun tossed a book from his sleeve. Zhang Yuan caught it and looked closely. The title was written in an ancient pictographic script. Although Zhang Yuan couldn't recognize all the characters, he deduced the title was the Qi refining chapter of the innate true rhythm self-salvation great art. If his memory served, this seemed to be the very technique Xiao Yuanjun cultivated. This is a method created by your master, directly pointing to the golden core path. It is divided into two parts: Qi refining and foundation establishment. First, try to refine it yourself according to what is written in the book. As Xiao Yuanjun spoke, he tossed the jade peach to Zhang Yuan. Zhang Yuan eagerly opened the book. Xiao Yuanjun also looked on with anticipation. After all, she had created the entire technique herself, and this was her first time teaching it to another. However, upon opening the first page, Zhang Yuan's brow immediately furrowed, and he remained motionless. What's wrong? Is the technique unsuitable? Or is there a part you can't understand? Xiao Yuanjun asked upon seeing this. The method she had created was unique and of high quality, very suitable for her own cultivation. But what suited her might not suit Zhang Yuan. If it truly didn't work, she would find another technique for him. Zhang Yuan shook his head slightly and said solemnly, I can't read it. Which part can't you read? Xiao Yuanjun pressed. She had written it in a very simple and understandable way. Even with the poorest comprehension, one shouldn't be unable to get past the first page. All of it, Zhang Yuan said with slight embarrassment. In his 5 or 6 months with the Li family of Biandong, no one had taught him the script of this world. Guessing the title from the pictographic form was the extent of his ability. Oh, I forgot you're illiterate, Xiao Yuanjun laughed heartily. She remembered now Zhang Yuan had come from beyond the heavens. In just a few short months, he certainly wouldn't know the script of the azure sky dying dust realm. Zhang Yuan twitched the corner of his mouth. In the 21st century, he was an intellectual. Calling him illiterate was going too far. That's easy to fix, I'll read it out loud for you. Xiao Yuanjun took the book and began to read slowly. It is often said that the human body is a small heaven and earth, and heaven and earth are a large human body. Your master's method does not seek to save others, only to save oneself. Thus, with the human body, one achieves self-perfection and breaks free from the constraints of heaven and earth. The human body. As he listened to Xiao Yuanjun impart the methods of the Qi refining chapter, Zhang Yuan was utterly captivated. When Xiao Yuanjun stopped teaching, Zhang Yuan's eyes flashed with understanding. Confidently, he said, I've got it. Got it. So fast. Xiao Yuanjun was astonished. A method pointing directly to the golden core realm, even if only the Qi refining chapter, to learn it in one go. Could Zhang Yuan be a genius of the balefulness and stem path? Taking on this disciple had turned out to be finding a hidden treasure. Zhang Yuan nodded, then grabbed the jade peach, closed his eyes, slightly sensing the vibrant life force within it. Following Xiao Yuanjun's teachings, he activated the refining method of the innate true rhythm self-salvation great art. He really does know it, Xiao Yuanjun marveled. Zhang Yuan had been abandoned by the Li family, and she took him as her disciple. Could this be considered profiting from the Li family's loss? In time, if Zhang Yuan achieved foundation establishment and attained the heavenly man realm, she wondered if the Li family would regret their decision. Time flew like an arrow. As time passed, the once luminous jade peach gradually dimmed, while Zhang Yuan's complexion became ruddy and his body steadily recovered and grew stronger. With a crisp crack, the jade peach shattered, all its luster dissipating. The path of devouring balefulness and swallowing stems, the first layer of qi refining, was finally achieved. Zhang Yuan slowly opened his eyes, vitality flowing in his gaze. His mind was now filled with insights into the innate imagery of the life-stealing balefulness. Life-stealing balefulness, one of the earthly balefulness, its innate essence, is to conceal one's true name, steal life force from heaven and earth to prolong existence. Used properly, it could even grant immortality in the qi refining stage. As for why it is an eternal life, it is because each earthly balefulness carries danger. This is one of the fixed laws of the azure sky dying dust realm. Refining the life-stealing balefulness indeed grants longevity, but it harbors a hidden calamity. The stolen life must face heavenly punishment, bringing a life-and-death tribulation every 3 years. Survive it, and one enjoys 3 more years of life. Fail, and one's soul is obliterated with no chance of reincarnation. Most importantly, the tribulation's difficulty increases with each survival. Passing it once doesn't guarantee passing it again. Eventually one is bound to die. Thus, although Zhang Yuan had resolved his dying body, if he couldn't overcome the tribulation 3 years hence, he would still die, and die even more thoroughly. I must resolve the flaw of the life-stealing balefulness, Zhang Yuan thought to himself, then looked up to find Xiao Yuanjun staring at him. The first layer of qi refining. Congratulations, Xiao Yuanjun said. Thank you, master, for imparting the technique. Zhang Yuan stood up, cupped his hands, and bowed. Saving his life and teaching him the immortal method, Xiao Yuanjun was worthy of his bow. You can bow when you've reached foundation establishment. Xiao Yuanjun waved dismissively and asked, have you noticed the problem? Knowing she referred to the tribulation of the life-stealing balefulness, Zhang Yuan nodded. Please enlighten me, master. Though earthly fiends can be harnessed by cultivators, each bears its own flaw, be it the stealth fiend or others. Xiao Yuanjun pondered for a moment before speaking. You saw that woman from the Li clan tonight, didn't you? In my judgment, she is afflicted by the crystallization fiend. As long as the problem is resolved, she can return to normal. How do we resolve it? Zhang Yuan asked. Refine any one of the heavenly celestials, or find an earthly fiend that can complement or suppress it. 2 methods, one dissolves, the other counters. Xiao Yuanjun said. Dissolution and counteraction. Which is better? Zhang Yuan inquired. Naturally, dissolving with a heavenly celestial is superior. But heavenly celestials are rare, ordinary cultivators lack such fortune. Xiao Yuanjun paused, sizing up Zhang Yuan, then continued, and neither do you. Among the 36 heavenly celestials, each is exceedingly rare. Once one emerges, all major powers of the azure sky dust realm would surely vie for it. Even some shameless aristocratic families would dispatch foundation establishment masters to seize a heavenly celestial for their juniors. Zhang Yuan's hope of obtaining one was infinitesimally slim. Zhang Yuan was not disheartened, however, and promptly asked, so I just need to find another suitable earthly fiend to refine. Xiao Yuanjun nodded. You have already refined 1 layer. Though your cultivation is not profound after refining the stealth fiend, you can now resonate with heaven and earth, sensing the location of an earthly fiend that matches you. Zhang Yuan fell into thought, attempting to mobilize the imagery of the stealth fiend within him. The next moment, his perspective underwent a dramatic transformation. He felt as if he were adrift in a starry void surrounded by pitch-black darkness. Countless points of light flickered above and around him, swirling endlessly, brilliant as a river of stars. A truly magnificent sight. These are the heavenly celestials, earthly fiends, and the qi refining cultivators of the azure sky dust realm. Zhang Yuan realized with sudden clarity and began to observe closely. The light points of the heavenly celestials and earthly fiends were roughly similar, neither too bright nor too dim, remarkably stable. The other scattered points of varying brightness likely emanated from qi refining cultivators. The higher one's realm and deeper one's cultivation, the brighter the light they radiated. I need to find an earthly fiend suitable for me. As Zhang Yuan thought this, a sudden epiphany struck him. A light point emitted by an earthly fiend flickered faintly, instantly locking onto his awareness. In that moment, information about this earthly fiend and its approximate location surfaced in his mind. Golden Chariot Fiend, southwest direction, Bian Kingdom's capital. Committing this earthly fiend's coordinates to memory, Zhang Yuan did not pause, but continued his search within this river of stars. Gathering 3 heavenly celestials, or earthly fiends allows one to condense their first innate divine ability. Seizing this chance, he would find them all. Yet no matter how hard Zhang Yuan tried to sense it, he could not perceive a third earthly fiend. Must I refine the golden chariot fiend first? Zhang Yuan mused. Just as he was about to withdraw, an exceedingly brilliant light appeared before his eyes. A light point. No, it could no longer be called a mere point, it was a sun. What level of chi refining cultivator was this? Zhang Yuan was stunned. The brightest light point he had seen before was no larger than a fist. Can't find the third earthly fiend. Since you can't find it outside, why not look within? Xiao Yuanjun's voice reached him. Hearing this voice, Zhang Yuan instantly understood that this star-like light point represented Xiao Yuanjun. Was the 10th layer of chi refining truly this terrifying? Zhang Yuan marveled briefly, then heeding Xiao Yuanjun's reminder, quickly steadied his mind. Look within. Zhang Yuan lowered his gaze in confusion. To his astonishment, within his body, besides the stealth fiend, there was also a wild, earthly fiend. Upon sensing it, Zhang Yuan learned its information. This fiend was called the vermilion bird fiend. The vermilion bird is an auspicious bird of matrimony. Legend says that the union of a perfectly matched couple would summon the vermilion bird to bestow blessings. But if that bond is broken, the auspicious vermilion bird transforms into the vermilion bird fiend. Such was the imagery of the vermilion bird fiend. And Zhang Yuan's entire experience with the Li clan of Biandong perfectly mirrored this imagery, so its appearance within him was hardly surprising. Found it, haven't you? Withdraw the imagery and come out, Xiao Yuanjun said again. The sun gradually dimmed and vanished into the river of stars. Zhang Yuan also withdrew the imagery of the stealth fiend, and the scene of the cave appeared before his eyes. That space. No, it was a perspective, a viewpoint for observing the very essence of heaven and earth. What is the second earthly fiend? Xiao Yuanjun asked. With 3 heavenly celestials, or earthly fiends, Zhang Yuan now possessed 2, the stealth fiend, and the currently unusable vermilion bird fiend. What the second earthly fiend was would roughly determine the power of Zhang Yuan's first innate divine ability. Golden chariot fiend, Zhang Yuan said. Golden chariot fiend. Xiao Yuanjun's expression became somewhat peculiar. As its name implies, the golden chariot fiend symbolizes a golden carriage, the vehicle of the high and mighty. Its imagery signifies one in a lowly position who receives help from those above, yet is simultaneously controlled by them, losing their freedom. To put it bluntly, this was an earthly fiend for those who live off others. If one cares not for their freedom, it is likely the earthly fiend with the least drawback. The stealth fiend, vermilion bird fiend, and now the golden chariot fiend. Condensing a divine ability from these 3 earthly fiends would likely yield most unexpected results. Where is the golden chariot fiend located? Xiao Yuanjun asked. Southwest in the Bian Kingdom's capital, Zhang Yuan replied. The Bian Kingdom's capital, humph. That's a good place. Even if the Biandong Li clan has long arms, they can't rule supreme in a kingdom's capital. Xiao Yuanjun pondered briefly, then smiled. It's settled. Rest tonight, and we set out at dawn. Zhang Yuan nodded in agreement. Although the Li clan had withheld much information from him, he still knew common knowledge such as this. The Azure Sky Dust Realm was vast beyond measure, currently divided among 13 kingdoms, with numerous aristocratic clans standing like forests. Among these clans, the 5 most powerful and prestigious were known as the 5 Clans and 7 Hopes, bearing a striking resemblance to the 5 Clans and 7 Hopes of the Sui and Tang dynasties. As for the aristocratic clans beneath the 5 Clans and 7 Hopes, they were classified into grades A, B, C, and D. Of course, as a realm of immortal cultivation, the Azure Sky Dust Realm was also home to sects and schools, but Zhang Yuan had only heard of them and knew little else. The Biandong Li clan was counted among the 5 Clans and 7 Hopes. However, within the Bian Kingdom, there was another such clan, the Bianqichu clan. One in the east, the other in the west, they held the entire Bian Kingdom in their grasp. Consequently, checked by the Bianqichu clan, the Biandong Li clan's control over the kingdom's capital, located relatively westward, was comparatively weaker. All in all, heading to the Bian Kingdom's capital was relatively safe, one would not be suddenly crushed by the tangible hand of a foundation establishment master from the Biandong Li clan. The next morning dawned bright and clear. Li Hoqing ventured alone to the outskirts of Yunzhou City. Though called the outskirts, the mountain ranges behind Yunzhou City were entirely under the Li family's control, belonging solely to the Li of Biandong. A cultivator at the outer Dao Golden Core stage could ride the wind. Yet Li Hoqing did not soar through the air. Instead, he walked step by step toward the highest peak among the mountains, the Sun Moon Mountain. Arriving at the mountain's base, Li Hoqing looked up, his heart brimming with anxiety and trepidation as the current patriarch of the Li of Biandong. The Sun Moon Mountain pierced the clouds with its majestic peaks remaining verdant even in the harsh winter months. It was a sight of divine beauty. Villages near the mountains whispered tales of immortals dwelling there, though none had ever seen them. Li Hoqing knew the tales of immortals on Sun Moon Mountain were mere rumors. The true resident was the ancestral restorer of the Li of Biendong. He was also the only golden core true Lord the Li of Biendong had seen in generations. Whether Li Hoqing could retain his position as patriarch was merely a matter of one word from this true lord. The 59th generation descendant of the Li family comes to confess his sins. Li Hoqing took a deep breath and bowed his head. 1 breath, 2 breaths, 3 breaths. Just as Li Hoqing's tension peaked, a thunderous, majestic voice echoed from the mountaintop. Granted. Li Hoqing breathed a slight sigh of relief. When he raised his head again, the surroundings had transformed. He stood on Sun Moon Cliff at the peak of Sun Moon Mountain. A young woman in loose robes sat by a stone table on the cliff brewing tea. Greetings, little ancestor, Li Hoqing said, cupping his hands respectfully. This seemingly youthful woman was none other than the illustrious ancestral restorer of the Li of Biendong, the oblivion-shattering, annihilation true lord, Li Huishi. Though she was the ancestral restorer, all Li family members were required to address her as little ancestor, never great ancestor. The reason was that this little ancestor had a Dao age of nearly 499 years younger than some foundation establishment elders within the Li family. Moreover, her generation was even junior to some. Calling her great ancestor was thus inappropriate. But the crucial point was the little ancestor's own unwillingness. Otherwise, no one in the Li family would object or dare to, for in the cultivation world realm was paramount. You come to confess your sins. What sins have you committed? Li Huishi asked calmly. In reply, little ancestor, last night bandits killed my son outside the city, annihilated his soul, then infiltrated the mansion, stole the life-stealing earthly fiend, and fled. The earthly fiend is precious. This loss is my fault as patriarch. Li Hoqing spoke truthfully, not daring to utter a single lie. Useless thing. Li Huishi said, her voice calm, but laden with pressure. Please punish me, little ancestor, Li Hoqing said, immediately kneeling on one knee. The life-stealing, earthly fiend. I recall it was with Zhong Shuang, wasn't it? Is Zhong Shuang injured? Li Huishi asked. My daughter is unharmed. The supreme celestial epic remains with her. The thieves did not take it. Li Hoqing quickly replied. Li Huishi took a sip of tea. Any clues about the thieves' identities? The strongest among these thieves was only at the chi refining stage, yet they could obscure the celestial mechanisms and erase karmic traces. Our clan's heavenly being divined, without result. I suspect it might be another. Li Hoqing trailed off. In recent generations, the Li of Biendong had suffered a dearth of talent. Apart from the little ancestor attaining the golden core 500 years ago, no other golden core true lord had emerged. Now that the clan had finally nurtured a few golden core seeds, he suspected the mastermind behind this incident was another aristocratic clan, likely one of the 5 surnames and 7 clans. Otherwise, without support from a major power, no chi refining cultivator, however strong, could evade the gaze of a foundation establishment, heavenly being. Li Huishi lightly tapped the stone table with her slender fingers. After a long pause, Li Huishi said, it was not another clan's doing. As long as I live, no clan would dare to strike against the Li family. Li Hoqing was puzzled. If not another clan, who would dare to offend the Li of Biendong? Could it truly be 2 reckless rogue cultivators? Truth be told, Li Hoqing was not alone in this doubt. Even Li Huishi found it perplexing. She brushed her hand over the half-empty teacup. The tea's surface shifted, revealing 2 figures traveling on the road within the cup. The figures were unmistakably Zhang Yuan and Xiao Yuanjun. This person. Li Huishi narrowed her eyes, skipping over Xiao Yuanjun to scrutinize Zhang Yuan. He has a karmic bond with the supreme celestial epic. So he was the provider of the celestial spirit root, used to refine it. Come to think of it, this person shares a karmic link with me. With a single glance, Li Huishi perceived all the causes and effects. The value of what was traded for the celestial spirit root was already unequal, and with Li Jihua's theft, Li Hoqing's lineage suffered the backlash of the outsider's fortune. It was their own doing. Little ancestor, I wish to send men to capture these 2 villains. We must recover the life-stealing earthly fiend, Li Hoqing pleaded. Li Huishi glanced in the direction Zhang Yuan was heading. The capital of Bian State. You need not concern yourself with this matter, Li Huishi said indifferently. Yes, Li Hoqing nodded. Since the little ancestor said to leave it be, it seemed all was well, and he need not worry. Punish yourself by forfeiting half a year's salary. Tomorrow summon Li Hojin and Li Zhongshuang to accompany me to the capital. You may leave now, Li Huishi instructed. Li Hoqing acknowledged, knowing his position as patriarch was secure and the heavy stone in his heart was lifted. Yet there was one more matter he had not mentioned. Little ancestor Jiahua perished at the hands of the villains. I humbly beg you to revive him so that father and son may be reunited, Li Hoqing said hesitantly in a low voice. Li Jihua's soul tablet had shattered, indicating his soul was utterly annihilated. Without a soul, resurrection seemed impossible. That was true for ordinary people. For the ancestral restorer of the Li of Biandong, the oblivion-shattering annihilation, true, Lord, it was merely a flick of the fingers. Li Jihua's death was a karmic necessity. If he lived, Li Zhongshuang would die. Are you certain you wish to revive Li Jihua? Li Huishi did not refuse outright, but asked. Reviving Li Jihua was simple, merely reversing the flow of time to retrieve him. Yet it came at a cost, as karma would inevitably follow. This, my son, was a wastrel unworthy of your effort, little ancestor, and certainly not comparable to Zhongshuang, Li Hoqing said decisively. Li Zhongshuang was favored by the little ancestor. The life of a good-for-nothing like Li Jihua could not match hers. Let him be dead. Little ancestor, there are urgent clan matters. I take my leave. Li Hoqing departed. Li Huishi lifted her gaze to the southwest. Meanwhile, after a day's journey, Zhang Yuan and his companion finally arrived outside the capital of Bian State. Master, are you sure there are no pursuers behind us? How many times must I say it? There really are no pursuers, Zhang Yuan. Your paranoia needs treatment. But, Zhang Yuan frowned deeply. At some point, a foreboding feeling had taken hold of him. Yet there were no Li family pursuers behind. Could it be that his paranoia was truly too severe? As the heart of the nation, the capital of Bian Kingdom was immense in scale, with the Vermilion Bird Avenue, over 100 paces wide, stretching from north to south. Zhang Yuan and Xiao Yuanjuan, being unregistered residents of Bian, lacked travel permits and had to use their mystical abilities once more to sneak into the capital. This capital of Bian is quite impressive, far more bustling than those of other kingdoms, Xiao Yuanjun remarked, glancing around. Nations, too, had their distinctions of prosperity and strength. Within the 13 kingdoms of Azure Sky, Bian was undoubtedly a leading power. Zhang Yuan, however, felt little awe. The capital's splendor, while notable, did not strike him as extraordinary. Master, have you visited the other 12 kingdoms? Zhang Yuan asked curiously. I was born in Wen Kingdom, and since embarking on my path of cultivation, I have traversed Jinglingya and Bian in search of the heavenly fiends and earthly evils, Xiao Yuanjun nodded. The heavenly fiends and earthly evils were scattered unevenly. For any cultivator on the fiend-evil path, the Qi refining stage invariably involved arduous journeys across multiple lands. Even disciples of noble clans were no exception, for some of these fiends and evils were so unique that they required personal capture by the cultivator with no substitute possible. Zhang Yuan noted the names Xiao Yuanjun mentioned, then prepared to attend to their true purpose. The capital was prosperous indeed, but they had not come for leisure. Xiao Yuanjun, understanding this, withdrew his wandering gaze and said, First, try to pinpoint the exact location of the golden carriage evil. Zhang Yuan nodded, attuning himself to heaven and earth, attempting to lock onto the golden carriage evil. Yet after some effort, the evil remained still, its precise location within the capital undetectable. Frowning, Zhang Yuan reported this to Xiao Yuanjun. Cannot sense it. Then the time is not yet ripe. The golden carriage evil has not emerged. Very well, we shall lodge in the city for a while, Xiao Yuanjun said without surprise. The heavenly fiends and earthly evils were not perpetually active. Many remained in seclusion, and only upon their manifestation could cultivators on the fiend-evil path hope to capture them. But since Zhang Yuan could sense it, the golden carriage evil was soon to appear, and the wait would not be long. Resigned, Zhang Yuan nodded, preparing to find a modest inn to stay. Have you heard? The emperor is seeking a consort for his beloved third princess, open to anyone with a bone age under 20 years. Bone age 20. Damn. M13. Why couldn't this have been announced 19 years earlier? Scram. 19 years earlier, the third princess wasn't even born. Besides, the consort selection is at the third princess residence in the inner city. Can a peasant like you even enter the inner city? Zhang Yuan's ears perked up at the passers-by's chatter. The golden carriage evil was tied to those in high positions, and what could be more exalted than a royal family? The third princess seeking a consort. How intriguing. Let's go take a look, Zhang Yuan said. Before Zhang Yuan could speak, Xiao Yuanjun decisively declared. The capital was divided into the outer city, inner city, and the central imperial city. The consort selection naturally took place in the inner city. Using their old trick to slip into the inner city, Zhang Yuan and Xiao Yuanjun arrived at the third princess residence for the selection. Despite being a consort search, it was merely a registration office in practice. Zhang Yuan observed. Contrary to expectations of a lively grand event, the place was desolate, with even passers-by giving it a wide berth. Why is there not a single person here for a royal princess consort selection? Zhang Yuan wondered, suspicion creeping in. Something's amiss. Perhaps we should gather some intelligence. Who knows? Let's just go check it out, Xiao Yuanjun said, nonchalantly tugging Zhang Yuan forward. As a cultivator at the 10th layer of qi refining, Xiao Yuanjun possessed immense arm strength, and Zhang Yuan was pulled along before he could react. Dragged into the residence, they found a wooden table at the entrance with an old steward dozing beside it. Sir, is it true that the third princess is seeking a consort today? Xiao Yuanjun asked. Startled, the old steward felt a flicker of annoyance, but upon hearing the query about the consort, his face lit up with joy. Indeed. Would you two like to register? Hold on. Zhang Yuan interjected as the steward raised his brush to write. Having just survived a life-or-death ordeal, he had no desire to become a consort wary of potential pitfalls and the risk of losing more body parts. The steward paused, sighed, and turned his gaze to Xiao Yuanjun, his intent clear. What about you? Xiao Yuanjun's eye twitched. Perhaps you should check the gender first. The steward chuckled heartily. Oh, that hardly matters. What is the young ladd's name? They'll write it down for you. Xiao Yuanjun's brow furrowed instantly, and without hesitation, he grabbed Zhang Yuan and fled. I knew something was off from the start. Let's go, Zhang Yuan. Watching their retreating figures and recalling Xiao Yuanjun's parting words, a shrewd glint flashed in the old steward's eyes. Have finally got someone. The steward picked up his brush and swiftly wrote 2 large characters at the top of the register. Zhang Yuan. Stopping at a corner in the inner city, Xiao Yuanjun said, "See how fast I ran this time." A consort selection that didn't even discriminate by gender. Clearly a huge red flag. With such trouble and no benefit, only a fool would stay. Noticing Zhang Yuan's silence, Xiao Yuanjun turned back in confusion to find his face dark. Heaven's insight. 1. Your true name known to the old steward, betrothed to the third princess of Bien's royal family. Upon your arrival, royal experts deduce an unresolved marriage contract with a woman surnamed Li. Enraged, the emperor orders your execution for deceit. 2. Betrothed to the third princess, you receive the marriage contract, but fail to appear, ultimately slain by a royal foundation establishment cultivator. 3. You uncover the truth behind the consort selection, resolve all issues, and become the royal consort of Bien Kingdom. Zhang Yuan, what's wrong? Xiao Yuanjun waved a hand before his eyes puzzled. Zhang Yuan's eyelid twitched. 2 futures led to death, 1 to being a consort. Xiao Yuanjun truly was a master at throwing his disciple into trouble. Master, there's bad news. I sense that I've been betrothed to the third princess, Zhang Yuan said gravely. No sooner had he spoken than a marriage contract glowing with red light and interwoven with karma materialized in his hands. A marriage contract presented to the 9 heavens. The celestial cultivator Zhang Yuan and Dongfang Caibai, third princess of the Bian royal family in the azure sky, Daoist Realm, share mutual affection, seeking harmony in marriage and life. By the decree of heaven and the bond of earth, the universe bears witness, eternal love lasting 10,000 years. Should the vow be broken, both body and soul shall perish. Huh? Xiao Yuanjun was stunned. They hadn't even stepped through the gates of the third princess residence, yet Zhang Yuan was already betrothed to her. He understood. It must be the Crimson Luan evil within Zhang Yuan acting up again. It was definitely not his fault. Don't worry, master will sever this ill-fated bond for you. Xiao Yuanjun formed a sword gesture with her fingers, slashing through the air as a blade of light struck directly at the marriage contract. This sword gesture was not only empowered by the 5-fold body-wrecking qi and severing past and present, but also bore the half-step transcendent human status of her 10th turn qi refinement in the Gangsha Dao. Severing this marriage bond with it should pose no problem. The sword light was exceedingly sharp, as if it could cleave through all things, yet the moment it touched the marriage contract, it was shattered into fragments by the crimson glow surrounding it. This object is indestructible and cannot leave the body. Xiao Yuanjun was greatly alarmed. This thought was not her own, but a rule inherent to the marriage contract itself. Simply put, the marriage contract had been endowed with the rules of indestructibility and inseparability. Unless erased by a being of equal status, the contract's rules, like the myriad laws of heaven and earth, could not be rewritten. This was absolutely not a means achievable at the qi refinement stage, nor even by a foundation establishment transcendent human. Then the cultivator who bestowed these rules upon the contract. Could it be a golden core true lord? Impossible. In all her years of seeking the Tao and stirring up trouble, she had never provoked a golden core true lord, at most being hunted by various foundation establishment transcendent humans. How could Zhang Yuan, a mere first-turn qi refinement, possibly have a golden core true lord make a move against him? Xiao Yuanjun found it hard to believe, but the facts lay before her, leaving her no choice but to accept. It seemed Zhang Yuan was the true master of causing chaos. Xiao Yuanjun's expression turned grave, her brows furrowed tightly. Zhang Yuan, the bond between master and disciple has run its course. How about we go our separate ways? Zhang Yuan. Master is joking. It's just a piece of paper, a marriage contract. There are still ways to deal with it. As they say, the one who ties the knot must untie it. Let's first inquire about this third princess of Bian State and see what her situation is. Xiao Yuanjun laughed heartily. A golden core true lord was indeed not someone to provoke, but Zhang Yuan surely wasn't the target. At worst, he was a pawn accidentally swept into the game. The true protagonist of this matter must be this third princess of Bian State, Dongfang Kaibai. She refused to believe that Zhang Yuan could truly catch the eye of a golden core true lord. Inner city Qinggan Tea House. Since they needed to gather information, a bustling place like a tea house or tavern was the obvious choice. Qinggan Tea House, the finest in the Bian State capital, was a favored spot for aristocratic youths to engage in lofty discussions and refined debates. Thus, news overheard at Qinggan Tea House was generally reliable, with little deviation from the truth. Entering the main hall, the air was filled with the fragrance of tea and the buzz of voices. Zhang Yuan and his companion found a corner to sit and ordered the cheapest pot of tea. There was no helping it. Xiao Yuanjin's Dao robe was patched and mended, clearly lacking funds, and Zhang Yuan had even less, possessing nothing but the clothes on his back. Ordering the cheapest tea at the capital's finest tea house was already the limit of Xiao Yuanjin's means. As Zhang Yuan sat down, he felt a peculiar sense of curiosity. Xiao Yuanjun, with her 10th turn Qi refinement rivaling an external Dao golden core. How could a cultivator of such cultivation lack even common worldly wealth? Although the Qingshao stained dust realm was a cultivation world, cultivators were still a minority compared to the billions of mortals in a single state, let alone the even rarer Gangsha Dao practitioners. Puzzled, Zhang Yuan took a sip of tea and remarked in surprise, "The tea is quite good. Despite being the cheapest, its flavor was unexpectedly pleasant." Enjoying tea. Once master attains transcendent human, ill-treat you to the finest brew. Xiao Yuanjun waved her hand grandly, casting a pine-thesky promise. Zhang Yuan let out a wry chuckle. As the two conversed, they also kept an ear out for any mention of the third princess in the hall. Unfortunately, after sitting for hours until the teapot ran dry, they gleaned no useful information. At most, a passing mention with no further details. How strange. With such a major event as the princess choosing a consort, not only is no one signing up, but no one even talks about it. Xiao Yuanjun wondered aloud. Zhang Yuan shook his head, his brows knit tightly. The more this was the case, the more it proved the matter ran deep. Just then, a simply dressed young man approached their corner. "No tea ordered." Xiao Yuanjun waved her hand, motioning for the young man to leave. The young man looked stunned, paused for a second, and glanced around, finding no tea house attendants nearby. In an instant, the young man about to speak flushed bright red. You. Xiao Yuanjun looked puzzled. "Zhang Yuan, what's wrong with him?" Zhang Yuan said in a low voice. "Could it be there's a rule to leave after finishing tea, and this attendant is here to usher us out?" "Oh, I see. Well, we're unlikely to gather any news anyway. Let's go." Xiao Yuanjun nodded in realization. "I am not a tea house attendant. How dare you insult me so? Aren't you afraid of retribution?" The young man snapped, his anger flaring. Being mistaken for such a lowly servant was an unbearable affront. Zhang Yuan looked up and scrutinized the young man. Not a tea house attendant after all. It wasn't entirely their fault. His attire was so simple that without a careful look he could easily be mistaken for one. "My apologies for the oversight. Please forgive me." Zhang Yuan cupped his hands in a gesture of apology. The young man snorted coldly, refusing to accept the apology. "I am Li Jiejian of the Biendongli clan. My elder invites you both upstairs for a talk. This way, please." Zhang Yuan and Xiao Yuanjun feigned composure, exchanging a glance and communicating silently. "Didn't you say there were no pursuers behind us?" "I have no idea. So what now? Do we run?" After a 2-second silence. "Don't panic. Logically, our whereabouts haven't been exposed. Let's see what's going on first," Xiao Yuanjun transmitted via divine sense. Hearing the transmission, Zhang Yuan nodded slightly and regained his calm. Xiao Yuanjun's divine abilities were quite reliable. The Li clan couldn't have acted this fast. "Brother, what cultivation level does your elder have to dare invite my master personally?" Zhang Yuan questioned. Xiao Yuanjun clasped her hands behind her back, maintaining her dignified bearing. "My 5th uncle is an 8th turn Qi refinement in the Gangsha Dao," Li Jiejin said coldly. 8th turn Qi refinement. Zhang Yuan and Xiao Yuanjun breathed a sigh of relief. "My master is at the peak of 9th turn Qi refinement," Zhang Yuan declared loudly. 9th turn Qi refinement. Li Jiejin was taken aback and quickly cupped his hands respectfully toward Xiao Yuanjun. "Greetings, senior." Truly from a noble clan, their etiquette was impeccable. "Since a fellow Daoist from the Biendongli clan invites me, I shall go and see. Lead the way." Xiao Yuanjun flicked her Dao robe and said, "Senior, please." Li Jijian led the two up to a private room on the second floor. Inside, the sound of zither music filled the air as a middle-aged man played the tones crisp and melodious, quite pleasing to the ear. When Zhang Yuan and his companion entered, the man ceased his playing. "Jijian, you may leave now." Li Jijian withdrew. Li Hoxian of the Biandong Li clan greets fellow Daoist. "May I ask if your first trial was the beggar trial?" Li Hoxian rose and cupped his hands in inquiry. Though sharing the same generation name Ho, he was not of the same lineage as Li Hoqing and Li Hojin, but from another branch. Xiao Yuanjun was slightly surprised and nodded. "Indeed. That's good then." Li Hoxuan's eyes lit up, and he humbly lowered his own status. "I have an impertinent request. I hope you fellow Daoist could share your experience in passing the trial. I will surely repay you handsomely." "That's good then." Li Hoxuan's eyes lit up, and he humbly lowered his own status. "I have an impertinent request. I hope you fellow Daoist could share your experience in passing the trial. I will surely repay you handsomely." "That's good then." Li Hoxuan's eyes lit up, and he humbly lowered his own status. "I have an impertinent request. I hope you fellow Daoist could share your experience in passing the trial. I will surely repay you handsomely." "That's good then." Li Hoxuan's eyes lit up, and he humbly lowered his own status. "I have an impertinent request. I hope you fellow Daoist could share your experience in passing the trial. I will surely repay you handsomely." Upon hearing Li Hoxuan's question, Xiao Yuanjun fell into contemplation. A qi refining cultivator, in order to attain unity with heaven and man, must pass through 3 celestial barriers. These 3 barriers were known to the practitioners of the Gangsha sect as the 3 trials. Successfully crossing them would lead to the foundation, establishment, realm, and unity with heaven and man. Failure would result in the dispersion of one's Gangsha and the annihilation of both body and spirit. The 3 trials varied for each 9-turn cultivator, yet there was a certain pattern that could serve as a reference. Her first trial was the beggar trial. As the name implied, regardless of a cultivator's status or the power of their origin, those afflicted by this trial would be reduced to helpless beggars. How did one overcome the beggar trial? It seemed she had been wandering endlessly, unable to save a single coin, until she drifted to the state of Bian and took on Zhang Yuan as a disciple. Only then did things improve, allowing her to save a few pieces of silver. The trial was over, but as for experience, she truly had none. After all, she had always used her divine abilities to obscure the heavenly mechanisms and erase karmic ties, ensuring good fortune passed her by and misfortune kept its distance. Seeing Xiao Yuanjun lost and thought, Li Hoxian did not hurry to press her. He had already reached the 8th turn of qi refining and had prepared his 9th set of heavenly gang and earthly sha energies. He only needed to refine them to condense his 3rd divine ability and break through to the 9th turn. However, once one entered the 9th turn, the 3 celestial barriers would arrive at any time. To be safe, he had specially requested a foundation establishment cultivator from his clan to deduce his first barrier, the beggar trial. Thus, he deliberately stalled at the 8th turn, seeking advice from fellow cultivators and seniors who had overcome the beggar trial, hoping to successfully pass the first barrier in one go. After a moment's thought, Xiao Yuanjun decided to pass the question to Zhang Yuan, saying, "Zhang Yuan, you explain it." She truly had no answer and thought Zhang Yuan could just muddle through something. Li Hoxian turned his gaze to Zhang Yuan. Zhang Yuan. The name sounded familiar, as if he had heard it somewhere. Never mind, it was probably a coincidence, not important. Zhang Yuan was bewildered, blinking. What beggar trial? He had no idea. Just tell him how to survive as a beggar, Xiao Yuanjun transmitted to him. How to survive as a beggar. There were actually people who didn't know how to be a beggar. Oh, he was from the Li clan of Biandong, one of the 5 clans and 7 noble houses. No wonder he didn't know how to be a beggar. Zhang Yuan steadied his mind. He might not be able to answer other questions, but when it came to being a beggar, how to be a good beggar, he truly had a set of principles. After deliberating for a moment, Zhang Yuan slowly spoke, tracing back to the origins. What humans seek in life is nothing more than food, drink, warmth, and shelter. In these changing times, the world calls beggars lowly, but in truth, beggars are those who return to simplicity and pursue the natural state of being. Li Hoxian frowned, pondering silently. Return to simplicity, pursue the natural. Oh, so that was it. No wonder some inheritances required cultivators to undergo asceticism and not cling to the mortal world. Xiao Yuanjun was astonished. This kid Zhang Yuan sure had a way with words, making being hungry and homeless sound so noble. If she hadn't really been a beggar herself, she might have actually believed his nonsense. Young friend, what should one do specifically? Li Hoxian asked hastily. For cultivators who have achieved in needy, food and drink are no problem, but warmth and shelter. Even for a 9-turn cultivator, it is a great challenge. Why do you say that? Li Hoxian asked eagerly. Warmth and shelter are of two kinds: the warmth and shelter of natural disasters, and the warmth and shelter of human sentiment. Natural disasters are unpredictable and take lives. Human sentiment is fickle. Zhang Yuan spoke eloquently, finally, concluding thus: to be a good beggar, one must first observe the heavenly mechanisms to avoid being harmed by natural disasters, and second, discern human sentiment to avoid being stabbed in the back. Li Houxian listened from beginning to end, nodding inwardly, finding Zhang Yuan's words profoundly reasonable. Observing heavenly mechanisms and discerning human sentiment. Were these not exactly the abilities of a foundation establishment cultivator? There was great wisdom in being a beggar. Your insights are profound, and I am deeply impressed, Li Houxian said to Xiao Yuanjun with sincerity. In his view, a mere first-turn-chi refining cultivator like Zhang Yuan could not possibly possess such profound knowledge. It must have all been taught by Xiao Yuanjun. Haha, it's nothing. Xiao Yuanjun chuckled. Judging by his expression, Zhang Yuan had probably fooled this Li Houxian completely. Seeing that the moment was ripe, Xiao Yuanjun casually asked, I have traveled here from the state of Ye. I heard that the third princess of the state of Bian is recently seeking a consort. Do you know the date of the grand wedding? My second trial is related to auspiciousness, so I thought I would go and partake in the joy. Li Houxian shook his head and warned him, afraid you will be disappointed. The day of the third princess' wedding will be the day of her death. It would be best for you not to go. Death? A princess of a nation could die on her wedding day? Xiao Yuanjun asked in confusion. It was uncertain whether the Bian royal family had a golden core true lord, but they certainly had a foundation establishment cultivator. Who would dare to attack the current third princess in the capital? In fact, there were two families with both the capability and the audacity. The Li clan of Biandong and the Chu clan of Bianxi. What deep-seated hatred did these two families hold against the royal family that they would kill the current third princess? Did they not fear the resentment of the emperor of Bian? Xiao Yuanjun frowned in bewilderment. It is exactly as you suspect. Li Houxian nodded in confirmation, then explained the reason. It is a long story. Decades ago, the emperor took a new empress, which should have been a joyous occasion. However, no one expected that the original empress had been replaced. A great demon in human form became the empress and gave birth to the third princess. Zhang Yuan's expression shifted slightly. The empress of Bian was a demon, and the third princess was a half-demon. Well. Last time it was at least a human. This time, it wasn't even human anymore. The emperor's time is running out. The demon empress is using the third princess as a medium to steal the nation's destiny. For the next 1,000 years, Bian will surely see a succession of incompetent rulers, and the kingdom is on the brink of collapse. Thus our clan discussed with the Chu clan, each sending one person to join forces and eliminate the demon empress, the third princess, and the consort, said Li Houxian. I see, but why must the consort be killed? Xiao Yuanjun asked in confusion. Killing the demon empress and the third princess should have been enough, but why kill the consort as well? Originally, it wasn't necessary. But some foolish lad actually made a marriage pact with the third princess. If we don't kill him and the wedding succeeds, it could allow the demon empress to step into the golden core true lord realm. At this point, Li Houxian couldn't help but frown. The two families had planned everything perfectly to kill the demon empress and the third princess on the wedding day in front of the emperor of Bian. But now an unforeseen variable had appeared, and the demon empress might use it as a move to break the situation. Zhang Yuan. Xiao Yuanjun cleared her throat and asked, what if we find the consort beforehand and have him annul the engagement with the third princess? No. The karmic ties are already set. The marriage between the consort and the third princess is fated. To annul it, we would have to kill the demon empress. But the demon empress must be slain on the wedding day, neither earlier nor later. Li Houxian shook his head, then changed his tone. It's not entirely impossible. If a true lord were to intervene, they could erase the karmic fate and save his life. But as you know, a true lord would never act for such a trivial matter. True lords almost always remained in seclusion unless matters concerned themselves or their own factions. For this campaign against the demon empress, their Biandong Li clan had only sent a foundation establishment cultivator of considerable Dao attainment. His cousin, the foundation establishment cultivator Li Houjin. After bidding farewell to Li Houxuan, Zhang Yuan and his companion walked out of the Qingdan tea house. With the two great houses joining forces, the empress and the third princess are surely doomed. But then where lies the key to breaking this deadlock? Zhang Yuan pondered the three predetermined futures revealed by heaven's insight. The first future was that upon arrival the royal family would discover his betrothal to the Li clan and execute him on the spot. Now thinking back, this first death future seemed somewhat suspicious. On a day of great celebration, even if they found he was already betrothed, they shouldn't have killed him outright. At worst, they would have thrown him in prison. To slay him so decisively, they must have deemed him a Li clan spy and killed him for safety's sake. The second death future was his execution by the royal family's foundation establishment Celestial for failing to attend the wedding. Based on the intelligence Li Houxian had provided, he deduced, if the variable that was the consort appeared at the wedding, he could be used by the Demon Empress. But if he was absent, the variable would not only be useless, but also become disadvantageous. Zhang Yuan deduced the causes of the two death futures, and the third consort future became clear. As long as he could dissolve his betrothal to the Li girl and then appear at the wedding, he would smoothly achieve the consort future and survive. Thinking this, Zhang Yuan couldn't help but feel troubled. Showing up on the wedding day was easy enough, but dissolving the betrothal to the Li girl was beyond his ability. Moreover, the marriage contract was still inside the Li estate in Yunzhou City. He had only come seeking the Golden Chariot Malice. How had he ended up caught in the power struggle between the Bian Kingdom's Empress, the Bian East Li clan, and the Bian West Chu clan? Master, what do you think? Zhang Yuan asked with a sigh. He couldn't think of any good solution. Xiao Yuanjun frowned slightly and said, Li Houxian was wrong about one thing. The Demon Empress of Bian is no mere foundation establishment celestial. She is most likely a Golden Core true lord. Even if she isn't, she absolutely possesses the means to wield the power of a Golden Core true lord. This could be seen from Zhang Yuan's marriage contract with the third princess. Now both the Bian East Li clan and the Bian West Chu clan believed the Demon Empress was a foundation establishment celestial and would surely send their own foundation establishment celestials to encircle her. If the two houses failed to realize the problem, they would suffer heavy losses this time. Master, your meaning is? Zhang Yuan raised an eyebrow. The Bian royal family had a golden core, while the Li and Chu clans did not. Since he had to choose a side, clinging to the Bian kingdom's Demon Empress thigh was the best strategy. Let's go. We're going to the third princess residence. Xiao Yuanjun smiled confidently. She already had a way to break the deadlock. At the third princess residence, the table and roster for registration at the gate were gone, but the old steward was still there standing before the mansion as if waiting for someone. Zhang Yuan and Xiao Yuanjun returned. The old steward's eyes lit up at the sight of them. Consort, you've come. Please enter quickly. The mistress has been waiting in the tea room for some time. Just as he thought. Ever since the marriage contract appeared, everything had been the scheme of the Bian Kingdom's demon. Empress, lead the way, Zhang Yuan said calmly without arrogance or humility. The more critical the situation, the more he needed to remain calm and never show weakness. He was useful to the Bian Empress, and since he was useful, that proved he had the leverage to negotiate with her. He just didn't know whether the mistress the old steward referred to was the Bian Empress herself or the third princess named Dongfang Kaibai. The residence was desolate. Along the way, aside from the old steward leading them, there were no servants or maids in sight. The tea room was nestled in a bamboo grove where shadows danced and the fragrance of tea wafted. Xiao Yuanjun suddenly stopped. What's wrong? Zhang Yuan asked in a low voice. A celestial, she said just 2 words. Zhang Yuan's pupils contracted. There was a foundation establishment celestial in the tea room. He had seen the Li clan's foundation establishment celestial and knew that such a being was far beyond a qi refining cultivator. Once they entered the tea room, their lives would hang by a thread. No, they didn't even need to enter the tea room. At this close distance, escape was impossible. Zhang Yuan's mind tensed, and he instinctively looked at the old steward leading them. The old steward smiled, faintly clasped his hands, and his form dissolved into an old bamboo stalk. Zhang Yuan was stunned. How had a living, breathing person just turned into a bamboo? This person was manifested by a foundation establishment celestial. Xiao Yuanjun explained, then turned her gaze toward the tea room. Displaying their cultivation like this was meant to intimidate them. Let's go, Zhang Yuan. Well, go meet this foundation establishment celestial. Xiao Yuanjun was not flustered. She had faced a foundation establishment celestial before, and besides, she still had one hidden card up her sleeve. They stepped into the tea room. A young woman in a blue-white robe sat there. Her beauty was extraordinary. Delicate features, rosy lips, a shapely figure, and a pure ethereal aura, yet with a captivating charm in her every glance. This woman was none other than the Bian Kingdom's third princess, Dongfang Kaibai, a foundation establishment celestial at just 19 years old. Dongfang Kaibai stared at Zhang Yuan with a teasing smile and said, "So the consort has arrived. I trust you enjoyed your tea at the Qinggan tea house." "Greetings, third princess," Zhang Yuan said with a slight bow, his voice low. "Consort, since we are already betrothed, why be so formal? Just call me Kaibai." Dongfang Kaibai's eyes were seductive as she spoke. That's right. They were about to be wed, so why call her third princess? He could even call her wife. Kai. Zhang Yuan began instinctively. No, he had never wanted to be a consort. How could he have such a thought? This woman was trouble. Big trouble. Zhang Yuan stopped mid-sentence, cold sweat beading on his forehead, a chill running down his spine. The woman before him was no ordinary girl, but a genuine Foundation establishment celestial. Li Hojin was terrifying and unapproachable for mortals. Though looking at Dongfang Kaibai felt harmless, she could subtly influence his mind. Equally terrifying. Dongfang Kaibai narrowed her eyes. Though she had used no divine abilities or celestial powers, merely relying on her natural influence and a few casual words. Zhang Yuan's ability to snap out of it as a first-turn Qi refining cultivator surprised her. No, it wasn't Zhang Yuan who woke up on his own. Someone was helping him. Dongfang Kaibai shifted her gaze to the unremarkable Xiao Yuanjun beside him. So it was a Qi refining divine ability at work. Xiao Yuanjun, clad in a loose Daoist robe, stood with arms crossed, meeting Dongfang Kaibai's gaze without flinching. No cause, no effect. Unable to deduce her origins. Was it a treasure that concealed the heaven's secrets? Consort, who is this? Dongfang Kaibai withdrew her gaze and asked softly. My master, Zhang Yuan said succinctly. Ah, the consort's master. I apologize for not welcoming you properly. Please take the seat of honor. Dongfang Kaibai smiled, showing none of the arrogance of a Foundation establishment celestial. Xiao Yuanjun shook her head and said calmly, Senior, please be direct. What do you need us to do? An impatient one, I see. Dongfang Kaibai let out a soft laugh. Very well, I won't beat around the bush. On the day of the wedding, the consort need only appear in person. As for the rest, there's nothing for you to do. With that, Dongfang Kaibai's eyes shimmered with autumn waters. Consort, you will come, won't you? And what's in it for me? Zhang Yuan remained unmoved, his face expressionless. Isn't being the consort reward enough? Dongfang Kaibai blinked. Heh. Zhang Yuan sneered, watching her perform in silence. Trying to get something for nothing. Not a chance. Two Qi refining cultivators dared to demand benefits from a Foundation establishment heavenly being. It must be said that both Zhang Yuan and his master were incredibly audacious, utterly unafraid of being struck dead by a mere glare from the heavenly being. Zhang Yuan's reasoning was simple. Though he advocated for cautious cultivation, caution did not mean refraining from competition or foregoing resources. A cultivator who did not contend would have no resources. How then could they break through to higher realms? Without a high realm, wouldn't death come even faster? Before arriving, he had already discussed with Xiao Yuanjun that as a crucial pawn of the Bian Kingdom's empress, as long as his demands were not excessive, asking for some benefits was acceptable. Dongfang Kaibai's gaze returned to normal as she said coolly, What do you want? After all, she was a Foundation establishment heavenly being. If Zhang Yuan dared to make exorbitant demands, she would not hesitate to teach him a lesson. I need one earthly fiend, Zhang Yuan stated. One earthly fiend was not an excessive request. It showed restraint. Dongfang Kaibai asked with a smile, the golden chariot fiend. Zhang Yuan frowned inwardly and shot a glance at Xiao Yuanjun beside him. His second heavenly gang and earthly fiend was the golden chariot fiend. This matter should have been known only to the two of them. How could Dongfang Kaibai, even as a Foundation establishment heavenly being, be so thoroughly informed? Xiao Yuanjun shook her head. Indeed, the golden chariot fiend, Zhang Yuan nodded. Good. Dongfang Kaibai waved her hand, and a red cloth strip, as if cut from a wedding gown, appeared in her grasp. The red cloth was made of the finest material of excellent quality, adorned with golden threads fluttering in the wind with a subtle fragrance. Zhang Yuan caught the strip and raised an eyebrow slightly. For some reason, upon seeing the red cloth, he felt an inexplicable sense of constraint. The golden chariot fiend granted aid from those in high positions, but came at the cost of freedom. This red cloth was clearly its manifested symbol. His initial purpose in coming to the Bian Kingdom's capital was to find the golden chariot fiend and break through to the third layer of Qi refining. Unexpectedly, before he had even begun his search, he obtained it from Dongfang Kaibai within half a day of arriving. If one called it smooth, it was indeed smooth. If one called it unfavorable, he had stumbled into the true lord's chess game, caught between the Li clan of Bian East, the Chu clan of Bian West, and the Bian royal family. Zhang Yuan frowned. Everything seemed to happen naturally, yet certain details felt meticulously orchestrated, as if an invisible hand were gently pushing him forward from behind. Dongfang Kaibai blinked and asked with a smile, What's wrong? Is the consort dissatisfied with this golden chariot fiend? Zhang Yuan's instincts were correct. The empress had used the royal treasure, the golden chariot fiend, as bait to lure Qi refining cultivators in need of it into the city, turning them into her pawns. All of this was indeed meticulously designed. Satisfied, Zhang Yuan exhaled, temporarily pushing aside his thoughts. After conversing with the third princess and obtaining the golden chariot fiend, there was another matter he had to address, or else he would still face death. But third princess, before coming to the capital, I was betrothed to a daughter of the Li clan of Bian East. Though the marriage was never completed, the betrothal did exist. Dongfang Kaibai was slightly taken aback. Zhang Yuan's words were somewhat unexpected. Betrothed to a daughter of the Li clan of Bian East. How could this be? The Li clan of Bian East was a colossal entity ranked among the 5 clans and 7 noble houses, wielding significant influence even across the entire Qingxiao Daoist Realm. What right did Zhang Yuan, a first-turn Qi refining cultivator, have to be betrothed to a Li daughter? After a moment of contemplation, Dongfang Kaibai furrowed her brow and asked, "What is the name of the Li daughter you are betrothed to? Which branch does she hail from?" "I do not know." Zhang Yuan shook his head. He only knew he was betrothed to a Li daughter, but the Li clan refused to show him the marriage contract, so he had no idea who it was. The Li clan of Bian East has been passed down for thousands of years, with an immensely complex internal lineage. As long as the Li daughter you are betrothed to is not from the main branch or several other major secondary branches, it should not be a problem. This matter is of no consequence. On the day of the wedding, I will have the Empress sever this fate for you. Rest assured, said Dongfang Kaibai. With Zhang Yuan lacking both cultivation and background, the Li daughter betrothed to him was at most from a collateral branch or perhaps merely a distant relative of the Li clan. That is good then. Zhang Yuan sighed in relief, his spirits lifting. Everything was within his control. Following this progress, he would surely secure the future of the third consort and preserve his life. If the third princess has no other matters, we shall take our leave. So saying, Zhang Yuan prepared to depart with Xiao Yuanjun. But just as they were about to step out of the tea room, Dongfang Kaibai's voice came from behind. Consort, wait. Zhang Yuan turned his head. Does the third princess have further instructions? Dongfang Kaibai spoke softly. Consort, you have just arrived and likely have no lodging. My residence is quite spacious. Why not stay here? I can look after you and keep any petty villains from harming you. Dongfang Kaibai's words seemed like a suggestion, but Zhang Yuan knew he had to stay today and would not be allowed to leave the residence until the wedding day. The golden chariot fiend was indeed not obtained for free. Looking after you was another way of saying, I can also keep an eye on you lest you take the benefits and run. In the eastern guest room, Dongfang Kaibai was right. The third princess residence was indeed vast. The guest room alone was nearly 100 square meters, and including the courtyard it covered 200 to 300 square meters. Excellent, excellent. This saves your master a bit of silver, Xiao Yuanjun laughed heartily. After ordering a pot of tea at the Qinggan tea house, she was already penniless. She had originally planned to take Zhang Yuan to sleep on the streets, but who would have thought that just as drowsiness struck, Dongfang Kaibai would offer a pillow. What a kind soul. Zhang Yuan rubbed his temples as he watched Xiao Yuanjun's cheerful demeanor. Still laughing. Soon your disciple will be married and imprisoned by the third princess in her residence, never to see the light of day again. A master taken on by the roadside was indeed somewhat unreliable. Never mind that. First refine the golden chariot fiend and the crimson bird fiend, then try to see if he could rewrite the future. Since Xiao Yuanjun had rewritten the future with a single sentence last time, there was no reason it couldn't be done again. He truly did not want to become a consort. Meanwhile, shortly after Dongfang Kaibai saw off Zhang Yuan and the others, an indistinct figure appeared before the tea table. The figure was hazy like a mist or illusion, but it could be discerned as a woman. Empress. Dongfang Kaibai rose and bowed. No need for formalities. Is the variable secured? The woman's voice came. Reporting to the Empress, the variable is locked within the residence, said Dongfang Kaibai. The woman's tone was cold, revealing neither joy nor anger. She then said, Li Hojin and Chu Miaofu have arrived in the capital. Both families intend to slay the variable tonight. Make your preparations. Li Hojin Dao, named True Jade, a member of the Li clan of Bian East, had attained heavenly being status 160 years ago and was now at the mid-foundation establishment stage. Chu Miaofu Dao, named Mysterious Existence, a member of the Chu clan of Bian West, had attained heavenly being status 30 years ago at the early foundation establishment stage. Neither was an ordinary figure. Dongfang Kaibai's expression turned serious as she nodded. Rest assured, Empress, I will protect the variable. At sunset, Zhang Yuan sat cross-legged in the room, clutching a red cloth strip, his eyes flickering with thought. Refining the golden chariot baleful aura, and then the red phoenix baleful aura within his body would allow him to condense his first innate divine ability. He wondered what marvelous effects this ability would bring. No time to waste. Zhang Yuan tightened his grip on the red cloth strip, activated the innate true law of self-salvation great art, and began to refine the essence of the golden chariot baleful aura contained within it. Before long, the golden chariot baleful aura was successfully refined without any mishap, and he smoothly broke through to the second layer of qi refining. Zhang Yuan let out a breath. The flaw of stealth life baleful aura was the 3-year life and death tribulation, while the golden chariot baleful aura's essence of receiving aid from those in high positions could precisely resolve that flaw. The two complemented each other perfectly. With the lifespan issue resolved possessing these two heavenly and earthly baleful auras, if I were to hide in a deep mountain and old forest, I could live out my days in stealth until the end of time barring any accidents. Zhang Yuan fell to daze. Immortality was so easily attained in the Qingxiao dust-contaminated realm, he had achieved it at merely the second layer of qi refining and without even deliberately pursuing it. After a moment of elation, Zhang Yuan composed himself, warning against arrogance. With two heavenly and earthly baleful auras, he was immortal in terms of lifespan, yet he still faced the risk of being killed in battle. For a cultivator, lifespan was crucial, but equally important was having the corresponding combat power. Without combat strength, even endless years would be useless when facing a powerful enemy. Not to mention the distant future, even the current situation posed a great risk of death. The urgent task was not to bask in complacency, but to quickly condense his first innate divine ability and then find a way to break the deadlock. Zhang Yuan calmed his mind and began to refine the red phoenix baleful aura. Unlike the stealth life baleful aura and golden chariot baleful aura, the red phoenix baleful aura was formless and intangible, hidden within his body with no tangible manifestation. Although the red phoenix baleful aura was formless, it was not difficult to refine. On the contrary, its refinement was extremely easy. With a slight sense, its inherent essence would flow into his body on its own, becoming the essence for his third layer of qi refining. Third turn qi refining. Most cultivators of the baleful aura Dao referred to their cultivation levels in terms of turns solely to distinguish themselves from external Dao cultivators. Whether called layers or turns of qi refining, Zhang Yuan had been indifferent to it before. Now, however, he felt that the baleful aura Dao's cultivation should indeed be called turns. Having refined 3 heavenly and earthly baleful auras, he felt reborn. Standing between heaven and earth, he sensed an invisible support, as if his status in the world had been elevated. This is the status of third turn qi refining. Zhang Yuan had a revelation. Baleful auras were natural creations of heaven and earth. After refining them, a cultivator's status would naturally transcend the mortal realm. The higher the status, the greater one's influence in the world. So from the baleful aura Daoist qi refining to foundation establishment, it is actually a process of elevating one's status to that of a celestial being. But the celestial realm of foundation establishment was still far from him. The most critical matter now was his first innate divine ability. As if guided by a divine instinct, Zhang Yuan extended his hand, and a delicate golden chariot appeared in his palm. The chariot was exceptionally luxurious, engraved with phoenix inscriptions that seemed lifelike, as if ready to emerge. Golden chariot phoenix carriage. This was his first innate divine ability, possessing 2 functions. The first function drew upon the essences of stealth life, baleful aura, and golden chariot baleful aura. When used in battle, it would heal his injuries. The second function drew upon the essences of golden chariot baleful aura and red phoenix baleful aura. It could drive the golden chariot through the sky, teleporting 1,000 miles in a single thought. Aside from escape, it could also be used offensively. Any cultivator struck by it would have their fate thrown into chaos, abandoned by heaven, earth, and humanity. Beyond these 2 uses, golden chariot phoenix carriage had a third function. In the face of overwhelming crisis, one could surrender their freedom and rely on being supported by others to survive. Zhang Yuan paid no heed to the last function. Rely on others. That would never happen. With golden chariot phoenix carriage, my chances of survival and escape have increased. Zhang Yuan was in high spirits. Putting everything else aside, he was already extremely satisfied with the ability to teleport 1,000 miles in an instant. Moreover, during the teleportation, his heavenly fate was concealed, similar to the effect of severance of past and present, except that it could not be maintained at all times, only activated when the divine ability was used. With my cultivation having skyrocketed and my first innate divine ability in hand, I wonder if the future has changed. Zhang Yuan mused. Previously, as a mortal and an external Dao Qi refining cultivator, his power was too weak to alter the future. But now, as a third-turn baleful aura Dao cultivator with elevated status, he might have a chance. With this thought, Zhang Yuan eagerly checked the heavenly sight panel. The 3 futures showed no change. He was deeply disappointed. No change. Could it be that my cultivation and status are still insufficient? Zhang Yuan sighed, speculating. Just then his eyes caught a few small characters beside heavenly sight. New talent available for selection. Zhang Yuan froze for a second, then was overjoyed. A new talent. He had thought heavenly sight was the entirety of his golden finger, but talents could actually increase. The innate heavenly sight from his transmigration could already see the future. This new talent must be no less impressive, right? Zhang Yuan tried to click and 3 options appeared before him. Heavenly and earthly nobility, though you are a being from beyond the heavens carrying otherworldly fortune, you are favored by the Qingshao dust-contaminated realm. In this realm your luck increases by 30% and heavenly and earthly baleful auras will naturally gravitate toward you. Fallen genius, you originally possessed a celestial spirit root of the external Tao of Qi refining, but were harmed by the Li clan of Biandong, reducing you to mediocrity. Yet a fallen genius still has a sliver of hope. Each time you consume a turn of Qi refining cultivation, you can regenerate a celestial spirit root. Observer, in your eyes a label will appear above each person's head, including, but not limited to, their identity, cultivation, personality, and talent. 3 brand new talents. Zhang Yuan glanced over them, his eyes lighting up. Heavenly and earthly nobility needed no explanation. A 30% increase in luck and the affinity of baleful auras made it the top choice for a Qi refining cultivator. Fallen genius. Although cultivators of the external Tao of Qi refining were not as formidable as those of the baleful aura Tao, Zhang Yuan knew that at a certain level, they too could wield great power. Moreover, unlike the baleful aura Tao, which required seeking out heavenly and earthly baleful auras, the external Tao of Qi refining only needed to refine the spiritual energy of heaven and earth for cultivation. The higher the quality of the spirit root, the faster the cultivation. And a celestial spirit root could allow one to reach the external Tao Golden Core realm within 3 months, greatly enhancing one's methods and combat power. Both talents were excellent and would greatly aid him. At any other time, he might have chosen one of them. But now, I choose the talent Observer. Without a moment's hesitation, Zhang Yuan selected the 3rd talent. In the long run, both the heaven-born noble and the fallen prodigy could yield considerable gains. However, if they couldn't even pass the trial of Bian Kingdom's capital, any talk of the future was meaningless. They would have long lost their lives. With the talent of observing people, which could identify labels on others, coupled with heavenly insight to foresee the future, his autonomy in this game would grow exponentially. As Zhang Yuan made his decision, 2 of the 3 talents were gone, leaving only observing people fixed after heavenly insight as his 2nd talent. The door creaked open. Xiao Yuan, munching on pastries of unknown origin, exclaimed joyfully, "3rd turn already. Quite fast progress. Your master is very pleased." Zhang Yuan looked up and noticed several ethereal labels floating above Xiao Yuanjin's head: peerless Qi refiner, in history unrivaled comprehension, and target of major noble family's pursuit. The labels varied in color. The first 2 were golden, while the last was blood red. Zhang Yuan was puzzled. Peerless Qi refiner in history and unrivaled comprehension were understandable. Xiao Yuanjun had single-handedly devised a method to reach the golden core stage, so his comprehension and talent needed no elaboration. As the only Tintern Qi refiner, he possessed one more innate divine ability than ordinary Qi refining cultivators, elevating his status to half-step foundation establishment, worthy of the label Peerless Qi refiner in history. But what did target of major noble family's pursuit mean? Did Xiao Yuanjun have many enemies? What is your first innate divine ability? Xiao Yuanjun asked. Zhang Yuan did not conceal anything and revealed all the effects of his first innate divine ability to Xiao Yuanjun. It doesn't sound very powerful, but that's to be expected since the 3 earthly Xiao Yu refined were inherently supportive. It's sufficient. Xiao Yuanjun pondered for a moment and said, "Sufficient for what?" Zhang Yuan asked in confusion. He had refined 2 earthly Xia and condensed his innate divine ability. It was nearly midnight. Why had Xiao Yuanjun come at this hour? Surely he wasn't planning to flee under the watchful eyes of the Foundation Establishment Celestial. A small matter. Xiao Yuanjun waved his hand. Someone will come to kill you soon. Likely the Li clan of Bian East and the Chu clan of Bian West. And you call that a small matter? Are the enemies not high in cultivation? Zhang Yuan frowned. Quite high. Both the Li and Chu clans have likely sent a Foundation Establishment Celestial. Xiao Yuanjun mused. Then why aren't we running? Zhang Yuan was alarmed. One Foundation Establishment Celestial would be deadly enough, 2 would be catastrophic. Who said you have to fight the Foundation Establishment Celestials? The 2 family Celestials will be held off by Dongfang Kai Bai. We only need to deal with some minor minions. Xiao Yuanjun said calmly. If she had to face a Foundation Establishment Celestial, she would have fled long ago, not lingered here chatting with Zhang Yuan. I see. Zhang Yuan sighed in relief. When the 2 families' Foundation Establishment Celestials ventured out, they would surely be accompanied by younger clan members. Their targets were likely these juniors. With the peerless Qi refiner in history by his side, the problem wasn't too great. He had just broken through to the 3rd turn Qi refining and had his first innate divine ability, but lacked a test subject. This was a perfect opportunity to gauge his combat prowess. As Zhang Yuan and Xiao Yuanjun conversed, two figures appeared above the third princess residence, a man and a woman, both Foundation Establishment Celestials. Li Hojin of Bian Eastli Clan and Chu Miaofu of Bian West Chu Clan. Third princess, we heard a thief has infiltrated your residence. We have come to apprehend him for you. Chu Miaofu spoke first. Chu Miaofu, clad in robes, stood midair like a gentle and dignified lady from a painting. Li Hojin stood beside her, silent and aloof. Get lost. A cold voice echoed from within the residence. Chu Miaofu's expression stiffened. She hadn't expected Dongfang Kai Bai to be so rude. At least a few polite words would have been proper given their status. Few refuse a toast only to be forced to drink a forfeit. Fellow Daoist Jinjua, let's make our move. Meanwhile, at the gate of the third princess residence, over a dozen young disciples from the Li and Chu clans had gathered, all with cultivation bases. Most were at the external Dao Foundation establishment stage. At the forefront stood 2 men and 2 women. Li Jian and Li Jiejian of Bian Eastli Clan, and Chu Ruifeng and Chu Xian of Bian West Chu Clan. These 4 held higher status than the others, not only due to their clan positions, but also because they were cultivators of the refining Sha and swallowing gang path. Among the 4, Li Jian was a 9-turn Qi refiner, and Li Jiejian a 5-turn. On the Chu side, Chu Ruifeng and Chu Xian were both 8-turn Qi refiners. Though slightly weaker at the top, the Chu clan's overall strength slightly surpassed the Li clans, not counting Li Zhongshuang at the rear. Li Jian gazed at the plaque of the third princess residence, excitement surging within him. The matter of the demoness should have been unrelated to him, but his third uncle Li Hojin had deduced through causal inference that the first of his 3 trials was the trial of a powerful enemy, and it would manifest at the third princess residence. Thus he had left Yunzhou City to come here. All he needed was to defeat the powerful enemy within the residence to pass the first trial toward becoming a celestial. Enter the residence. Li Jian commanded decisively. Zhang Yuan looked up at the sky. The heavens above the third princess residence were eerily calm. No divine abilities clashed, no terrifying sounds echoed, only an unsettling stillness. Li Hojin had made his move. The battle in the sky was likely fierce. Stop staring. Guests have arrived. Xiao Yuanjun stood with his back to Zhang Yuan, hands clasped behind him in the courtyard, exuding the demeanor of a master. To be honest, if one didn't know Xiao Yuanjun, a glance would make him seem like the real deal. Zhang Yuan mused inwardly, turning his gaze to the uninvited guests entering the courtyard. Why you? You're still alive. A stunned voice rang out. Li Jian stared at Zhang Yuan in disbelief. What? Not happy to see your brother-in-law? Zhang Yuan sneered in reply. Indeed, they knew each other, and quite well. After all, his spiritual root had been traded away by Li Jian's own hand. It could be said that Li Jian, if not the mastermind, was one of the main perpetrators behind Zhang Yuan's near-death experience. You. Li Jian fumed, yet was filled with questions. He knew Zhang Yuan's situation better than anyone. How had he managed to survive under those circumstances? And even if he had, how had he traveled thousands of miles to stand before him in the capital of Bian Kingdom? Cousin, do you know him? Li Jiejian asked in confusion. Their branch managed the capital and was relatively behind on news from Yunzhou City. They knew little about Zhang Yuan, only that someone had married into the Li clan months ago. I don't know him, Li Jian said decisively. A mere outer realm cultivator worthy of being his brother-in-law. Besides, he was the oldest in their generation. Who could possibly be matched with Zhang Yuan? The so-called Li clan woman betrothed to Zhang Yuan was nothing but a fabrication. Since he had encountered him, now he would first kill the third princess consort and then dispose of Zhang Yuan. Zhang Yuan, come die. Li Jian snorted coldly and struck out with a palm from afar. A palm imprint the size of a man materialized. In an instant, the courtyard was filled with ghostly qi, and faces of various demons and monsters coalesced and dispersed within the palm imprint, a truly horrifying sight. The Netherworld Soul-Sealing Seal. This divine ability, composed of the 5 ghosts balefulness, the startling soul balefulness, and the mind maze balefulness, possessed the power to annihilate a cultivator's primordial spirit and soul. Its might was considered superior among Qi refinement stage practitioners, and it was Li Jian's signature divine art. He discerned that Zhang Yuan had reached the 3rd turn of Qi refinement. Thus he struck with a killing move from the very start, granting Zhang Yuan no chance to survive. Though he knew not what fortuitous encounter had allowed Zhang Yuan to step into the 3rd turn of Qi refinement in the path of Gongsha, so what? Before the Biandong Li clan, even a 3rd turn Qi refinement cultivator was merely an ant that could be crushed at will. Li Jian sneered as if he could already see the scene of Zhang Yuan being struck dead. Yet at that moment a gust of wind suddenly rolled up and the hand seal surging forward instantly dissipated like a flame gently extinguished. Impossible. Li Jian was greatly shocked. How could his signature divine art scatter so easily? Had Zhang Yuan done this? 5 plunders body-wasting qi. Xiao Yuanjun's voice rang out. The foul wind that had extinguished the hand seal grew larger, forming a small tornado within the courtyard, which instantly surged toward Li Jian. Be careful, brotherly. Chu Ruifeng, a scion of the Chu clan who had come along, reacted in time and warned him. Li Jian hastily retreated 2 steps, while casting a divine art to protect his body. Even so, when the foul wind touched him, his flesh began to rot to a certain degree, revealing the white bones beneath. Who goes there? Li Jian's gaze turned grave as he swept his eyes across the courtyard. Only then did he notice Xiao Yuanjun, who had been standing in the center all along. The place she stood was so conspicuous. How had he failed to notice her until now? What was her cultivation level? Could she be a foundation establishment heavenly being? No, impossible. Aside from the third princess herself, there could not be another foundation establishment heavenly being in her residence. Xiao Yuanjun slowly turned around and said calmly, Zhang Yuan, step back. Leave these 3 to your master. Zhang Yuan nodded, decisively positioning Xiao Yuanjun in front of him, while simultaneously looking at the dozen or so people who had entered the courtyard, activating observing people to inspect their tags. Zhang Yuan first looked at Li Jian. Li Clan Scion, minor luck, average talent, astonished, calamity of bloodshed. Among the 5 tags, Li Clan Scion was purple, minor luck was blue, average talent was cyan, astonished was gray, and the last one, calamity of bloodshed, was the most peculiar. Black. Gold tags are the rarest, followed by purple, blue, cyan, gray, and the special red and black. And black is likely the worst tag. Zhang Yuan made his judgment based on the tag colors. Like heavenly insight, observing people came with no instructions. He had to figure out its use on his own. With a cursory glance, the tags of the 3 people beside Li Jian were all similar, with the best being 2 purple ones. The external cultivators from the 2 families were even more ordinary, most having only 1 blue tag, with the rest being cyan or gray. They were far inferior to Xiao Yuanjun. He wondered what tags he himself bore, and if he could see them in a mirror. As Zhang Yuan pondered, a glint of golden light flashed in his eyes. Oh, there was a hidden talent. Zhang Yuan followed the trace and found the person standing among the Li clan's ranks, clad in a black cloak that concealed most of their body, making it impossible to discern their face or gender. True Lord's Dharma transmission. True Lords bearing Li clan patriarch's illegitimate daughter. 3 tags, 2 gold and 1 blue. Zhang Yuan was somewhat astonished. Remarkable. Xiao Yuanjun only had 2 gold tags, yet this person was almost on par with her. Sensing Zhang Yuan's gaze, Li Zhongshuang, who was at the back of the group, furrowed her brow. He's looking at me. Why? Has he discovered me? Li Zhongshuang lowered her head slightly, pulling the brim of her hat even lower. After last night, she had made inquiries in the Li mansion and learned that Zhang Yuan was a son-in-law of the Li clan. Li Hoqing, the clan patriarch, and her father had personally arranged a marriage contract with a woman of the Li clan. Zhang Yuan claims to be Li Jian's brother-in-law, meaning the Li woman betrothed to him is from Li Jian's branch, the patriarch's branch. But the patriarch's branch doesn't seem to have a suitable unmarried woman. No, there is indeed no suitable one in the clan register. But there is one woman not yet entered into the register who is still unmarried. Could it be? Li Zhongshuang lowered her head in thought, naturally coming to think of herself. An illegitimate daughter could not be entered into the Li clan register, especially one born before the first son. Additionally, Tai Heavenly Gang had a karmic connection with Zhang Yuan. From this deduction, the Tai Heavenly Gang she had refined was actually Zhang Yuan's immortal spirit root. Li Zhongshuang was very intelligent. After discovering a clue, she continuously filled in details, quickly piecing together the truth. I am indebted to him. Li Zhongshuang thought to herself. Although she had covered for Zhang Yuan and his master when Li Hoqing questioned her last night, compared to Zhang Yuan, who had nearly lost his life, she still felt she owed him. After all, it was she, not anyone else, who was betrothed to Zhang Yuan. Zhang Yuan was clearly unaware of Li Zhongshuang's thoughts. After a brief surprise at the tags above her head, he averted his gaze. Protect yourself. Xiao Yuanjun left behind these words as 2 currents of energy swirled around her, lifting her into the air. 5 plunders body-wasting qi and 9 defenses mutual harmony qi. Li Jian, Chu Ruifeng, and Chu Xin were enveloped by the 2 divine arts, instantly rendered unable to move, confined to a small area. Let's join forces and kill this person first. Li Jian's eyes flickered as he spoke. He now knew that this person was the one corresponding to the formidable enemy pass. As long as he could slay her, he would pass this trial. It could only be said that this heavenly trial truly lived up to its name of a formidable enemy. The opponent's strength was somewhat beyond imagination. If it weren't for the two 8th turn Qi refinement cultivators from the Chu clan beside him, they might not have been able to win. He was a 9th turn Qi refinement cultivator plus 2 8th turn ones. No matter how strong the formidable enemy was, there had to be a limit, right? Chu Ruifeng and Chu Shi nodded, not even glancing at Zhang Yuan as they activated their divine arts and charged toward Xiao Yuanjun. The battlefield was divided. On one side were Li Jian and his two companions, on the other were the external Qi refinement cultivators from the remaining two families. Oh, and Li Jian, a 5th turn Qi refinement cultivator. Seeing that the battle of those above the 8th turn was moving farther away, Li Jian finally had a chance to speak. "Brother, what is going on with you?" Li Jian was utterly bewildered. They had only met in broad daylight, so how had Zhang Yuan and his master ended up at the 3rd princess residence tonight? He remembered that 5th uncle had clearly warned them. Coming to the 3rd princess residence at this hour and helping her deal with their two families, wasn't that courting death? After all, whether it was his Biendongli clan or the Bian Shichu clan, their stance was absolutely clear this time. They were determined to uproot the forces of the demon queen and eliminate her completely. "To be honest, brotherly Zhang here is the new consort the 3rd princess has taken," Zhang Yuan said with a helpless, bitter smile. Li Jian. "To be honest, brotherly Zhang here is the new consort the 3rd princess has taken," Zhang Yuan said with a helpless, bitter smile. Li Jian. "To be honest, brotherly Zhang here is the new consort the 3rd princess has taken," Zhang Yuan said with a helpless, bitter smile. Li Jian. "In that case, I apologize, brother Zhang." Li Jian paused for a second, cupped his hands in apology, and prepared to strike. Slaying the anomalous consort preemptively was the clan's decision. As a member of the Li family, his growth to this point was entirely due to the clan's support, so he could not act on impulse under these circumstances. Besides, he had only met Zhang Yuan once, far from enough to warrant reckless emotion. "Then allow me to apologize instead." Zhang Yuan let out a faint laugh, and as Li Jian offered his apology, a golden chariot materialized in his palm. He hurled it forth, and the chariot, no larger than a palm at first, grew to the size of an ordinary carriage, charging violently toward Li Jian. Although both the 5th turn Qi refinement and the 3rd turn Qi refinement possessed only one divine ability, the 5th turn granted 2 additional celestial and terrestrial imageries beyond the 3rd turn, creating a gap between them. Even if the difference were merely 2 minor realms, Zhang Yuan would still exert his full strength when challenging a 1st or 2nd turn cultivator. This was the essence of a prudent combat style. Li Jian did not expect Zhang Yuan to strike, so suddenly caught off guard, he was struck squarely by the chariot spiraling around its phoenix carriage. Arg! Li Jian let out a muffled groan and was sent flying backward. A junior Li clansman, a cultivator of external arts, quickly caught him. Li Jian scrambled to his feet, disheveled and racked with excruciating pain. Despicable and shameless. Li Jian spat, his eyes blazing with fury. Zhang Yuan chuckled softly and said coolly, "In war, deception is paramount." Although scions of noble families had the clan's resources to rely on, they were notably lacking in combat experience. Apologizing to an enemy before battle was a prime example. Fine words, deception in war. Humph. Behold my divine ability. Li Jian roared indignantly, earthbinding plow. "Brotherly, why not take a look behind you?" Seeing Li Jian unleash his ability, Zhang Yuan stood motionless and offered a kindly reminder. Li Jian turned his head at the sound, but there was nothing behind him. When he looked back, a glimpse caught the chariot that had struck him earlier charging in from the right. Deceived again. Fuming with rage, Li Jian had no choice but to redirect the ability aimed at Zhang Yuan to counteract the onrushing chariot. Li Jian crossed his hands like blades, his body resembling a pair of shears, and snipped at the ground before him. Instantly, a wall of unyielding stone rose from the earth. Combining the Earth Net Fiend, Stagnation Fiend, and Mud Plow Fiend, Earthbinding Plow excelled at defense and containment. Against Golden Chariot with Phoenix Carriage, this ability was a natural nemesis. The chariot struck the stone wall. Yet neither the wall crumbled nor the chariot shattered as expected. At the moment of impact, the chariot dissipated into mist. And with the chariot, the Zhang Yuan who had been confronting Li Jian also vanished. What? Li Jian whirled around only to realize that Zhang Yuan had recalled the chariot and fled while he was dealing with it. A streak of golden light sped across the sky above the 3rd princess residence. Inside the chariot, Zhang Yuan sat cross-legged, conducting a post-battle analysis. Though only a few exchanges had passed, every encounter with an opponent yielded experience, and one must not underestimate even a foolish foe. Li Jian was at the 5th turn Qi refinement stage with the innate ability Earthbinding Plow. Judging by the imageries it emitted, this ability likely had the power to trap an enemy. If his chariot or his body were ensnared and Xiao Yuanjun did not come to his rescue, escaping alone would be difficult. Thus, upon discerning the effects of earthbinding plow, Zhang Yuan decisively recalled the chariot and departed. After all, neither of their abilities possessed lethal force, and continuing the fight would hardly yield a decisive outcome. In the art of Qi refinement, combat information disparity is crucial. Knowing the opponent's ability in advance allows one to devise a countermeasure or even avoid battle altogether if necessary. Zhang Yuan summarized, then opened the window to look outside. Golden chariot with phoenix carriage could cover 1,000 miles in a single thought. He intended to flee the third princess residence or even the capital outright. Yet after several breaths, he had not even left the residence. Clearly something was amiss. Was the residence sealed by the Li or Chu clan's foundation establishment cultivators, or was it the work of Dongfang Kaibai? Zhang Yuan pondered, surveying the entire residence from above. The sky remained calm, revealing little of the battle's progress. However, Xiao Yuanjin's situation was perfectly clear. Your cultivation is so profound, why waste your service on a doomed man? Come to the Chu clan as a guest elder. A monthly stipend of 10 taels of gold, what say you? Chu Xin panted heavily. Li Jian and Chu Ruifeng were equally drained, cold sweat beading on their brows. They had exchanged several rounds with Xiao Yuanjuan, yet despite unleashing all their abilities, they could not subdue him. Though he and Li Jian were both at the 9th turn Qi refinement, why was his strength so vastly superior? Xiao Yuanjun commanded 2 energies hovering midair, his form flickering in and out of sight, appearing from all directions, forcing Li Jian and the others to stand back to back just to keep up with his movements. Had this one acts only to avenge my disciple. What talk of service? Xiao Yuanjun said calmly. Avenge? Chu Xin and Chu Ruifeng exchanged puzzled glances. They had never met Zhang Yuan before. How could there be any grievance? If anything, it seemed Li Jian was the only one acquainted with his disciple. Chu Xin and Chu Ruifeng exchanged a look, immediately retracted their cultivation, and cupped their hands to Xiao Yuanjun. Senior, we are not acquainted with this man. Forgive our earlier rudeness. We shall take our leave. With that, they flew out of the residence. You, Li Jian, gnashed his teeth in fury. The reputation of the Bianchi Chu clan for treachery was well earned. Li Jian seethed inwardly, but dared not show it, forcing a smile instead. Senior, I bear no deep grudge against your disciple. It was all instigated by my second uncle. Spare me your prattle, Dai. Xiao Yuanjun was clearly in no mood for idle talk, his sleeves waving gently. The 5-fold body-destroying Qi surged forth. Damn it! Li Jian cursed under his breath, unleashing his ability. Dragon Serpent, Sky-Sealing Art. This ability could seal all celestial energies, so the opponent's techniques should have been powerless against it. Yet in reality, Dragon Serpent Sky-Sealing Art was easily broken, as if it had no effect on 5-fold body-destroying Qi. The vile wind swept over Li Jian, who had already suffered several blows. Now his flesh and blood dissolved, and even the bones beneath were pitted and gnawed as if by worms. That was only the surface, and Li Jian could feel his internal organs dissolving, his mind, and even his soul wavering with the wind. 5-fold body-destroying Qi, the destruction of flesh, the destruction of organs, the destruction of mind, the destruction of 7 souls, the destruction of 3 spirits. Those struck by this wind would perish within 5 times. Li Jian's robust 9th turn Qi refinement body slowly dissolved, his consciousness fading. The 3 spirits and 7 souls hidden within his mortal frame were exposed, then extinguished by the foul wind. Li Jian's soul was scattered, leaving no chance of revival, just like Li Jiahua. Xiao Yuanjun withdrew the swirling miasmic wind, then gazed at Chu Ruifeng and Chu Xin as they fled. After a moment of contemplation, she decided to let them go. Among the 5 surnames and 7 great clans of Bian State, only 2 families were involved. Provoking the Bian Eastli clan was enough. There was no need to court trouble with the Bian West Chu clan. Where is Zhang Yuan? Xiao Yuanjun extended her fingers, making a brief calculation. Looking up, she saw Zhang Yuan watching her from a golden carriage. Moments later, the carriage came to a steady halt before her. Xiao Yuanjun studied the golden carriage, recognizing it as a manifestation of the divine ability Golden Chariot of the Phoenix. Master, I tried, but the 3rd princess residence is sealed off. There's no escape. Zhang Yuan lifted the carriage curtain and spoke. I understand. Let us remain here peacefully. There is no need to rush and escape. Xiao Yuanjun nodded, showing no surprise. Whether it was Dongfang Caibai, the Bian Eastli clan, or the Bian West Chu clan, none wished for Zhang Yuan to flee. They wanted him kept under their watchful eyes. At present, the 3rd princess residence was sealed off by at least 3 foundation establishment transcendents simultaneously. It would be strange indeed if Zhang Yuan could escape. Still, Zhang Yuan's divine ability was impressive. Initially, she thought 1,000 li in a thought was similar to shortening the earth, but it turned out to be a power of flight. Flight was utterly unattainable for external path chi refiners, and even among the Gangsha path's perfected chi refiners, a considerable number could not soar. Unless, like her, one had developed their divine abilities to the extreme, using two abilities to lift their form and achieve flight. Zhang Yuan nodded, his gaze shifting to the place where Li Jian had died, a flicker of emotion in his eyes. You had a grudge against that man. This master forgot to leave him breathing for you. In the future, if you bear a grudge against anyone, remember to tell me, and he'll leave them alive for you, Xiao Yuanjun suddenly said. There's no need for that. Zhang Yuan waved his hand in refusal. Since he could easily subtract one from his list of mortal enemies, he didn't want to invite trouble. Who knew if Li Jian, upon seeing him, might suddenly erupt and try to drag him into death. As a third-turn chi refiner, he couldn't withstand the deathbed counterattack of a ninth-turn chi refiner. The chance of a mishap was considerable. In the sky, Dongfang Kaibai trod on the void facing Li Hojin and Chu Miaofu directly ahead and said with a smile, Fellow Daoists, it seems most of your people are dead. How about we call a temporary truce? None of the three bore any injuries, as if they had merely been chatting in the sky. Dongfang Kaibai, don't be too pleased. On your wedding day you will surely die. Chu Miaofu said with a frown. It had to be said Dongfang Kaibai had greatly surprised them. They had assumed that Dongfang Caibai, a foundation establishment transcendent at only 19, would have inferior cultivation to them and could be defeated in a few exchanges. But the actual battle proved otherwise. Though she wasn't overwhelming them as a rising star, they couldn't subdue her quickly either, which was genuinely embarrassing. No wonder the clan was plotting against Dongfang Kaibai and the Demon Queen. With Dongfang Kaibai's talent, she had the potential to attain the Golden Core True Lord realm. Coupled with the Demon Queen, who was on the verge of becoming a true lord, two Golden Core True Lords seated in power would free the Bian state royal family from the constraints of the aristocratic clans. Li Hujin's gaze was calm, his brows slightly lowered. As the Li clan's foundation establishment transcendent, he had known the moment Li Jian died. Yet he was unconcerned. Death proved Li Jian was worthless. The clan had helped him seek out heavenly fiends, and earthly Sha cultivated him to the 9th turn of chi refining, and yet he couldn't even defeat a chi refiner from the 3rd princess residence. Such a waste. It was better he died early than squander more clan resources. As for the gap in the clan's younger generation caused by Li Jian's death, once he himself attained the Golden Core, all of the Bian Eastli clan's problems would be resolved even without a younger generation. The 3rd princess residence gradually returned to calm. The members of the Li and Chu clans who had entered departed. Zhang Yuan and Xiao Yuanjun went back to their guest room. Though the battlefield was elsewhere, the guest room's courtyard was in shambles. Fortunately, the interior of the room was mostly intact and still habitable. It's over. Xiao Yuanjun's eyes flickered as she noticed a streak of light plummeting from the sky. Dongfang Kaibai landed in the courtyard, first glancing at Zhang Yuan to ensure he was unharmed, then turning to Xiao Yuanjun. Xiao Yuanjun, is that your real name? Dongfang Kaibai asked directly. A transcendent recognizes me, Xiao Yuanjun replied with a smile, not denying it. It would be strange if I didn't recognize you. Dongfang Kaibai shook her head. She had observed Xiao Yuanjun's performance from the sky. Li Jian, Chu Ruifeng, and Chu Xin. Together they wielded 7 divine abilities. Yet they were completely suppressed by Zhang Yuan's master, who even killed Li Jian on the spot. Such combat prowess was excessively formidable. Even she, during her 9th turn chi refining period, had not possessed such overwhelming strength. With power like that, even as a mere chi refiner, she should never have been obscure. Thus, Dongfang Caibai, based on the divine abilities she had displayed, ultimately pinpointed her name and origin. A great bandit of the chi refining realm who roamed the 4 states of Lingjing 1 and Ya. Every notable immortal clan in those 4 states had suffered at her hands, losing at least one earthly Sha. The Deng clan of Wenshui and the Chui clan of Yagua had each lost a heavenly fiend. Relying solely on her chi refining cultivation to enter and leave immortal clans, as if they were unguarded, the name Xiao Yuanjun was quite famous within the 4 states. These immortal clans had reached their limit and were about to ask their clan's foundation establishment transcendence to jointly deduce her karma, determined to find Xiao Yuanjun. But some time ago she seemed to have vanished from the face of the earth, leaving no trace despite their exhaustive searches. Xiao Yuanjun said modestly, "Senior flatters me. They are but empty reputations. Those were all past achievements, nothing worth boasting about." Still, she could tell Zhang Yuan about them later to elevate her image as a master in his eyes. Empty reputations? I think not. If I handed you over to any of the 4 states clans, I would receive at least 1 heavenly fiend as a reward. Dongfang Kaibai said with a smile, her eyes fixed on Xiao Yuanjun as if appraising a rare treasure. A heavenly fiend is precious to a perfected qi refiner, but it seems of little use to a foundation establishment transcendent, doesn't it? Well, Senior could try. Xiao Yuanjun blinked, her eyes shimmering with confidence. It's indeed of little use to me, but I could use it for my consort. Dongfang Kaibai said with a radiant smile. Xiao Yuanjun glanced at Zhang Yuan beside her, and 2 currents of air began to swirl slowly around her. She found this woman before her somewhat unfathomable. Though she used her divine abilities to conceal heavenly secrets and karma, it was more for hiding her tracks. She had never deliberately hidden her name or title. Was Dongfang Kaibai mentioning this to needle her, or did she have some other purpose? Dongfang Kaibai smiled enchantingly. Xiao Yuanjun's face remained calm, but her heart was on alert. Zhang Yuan watched the two, sensing a subtle tension in the atmosphere, so he directed his gaze above Dongfang Kaibai's head. For those on the Gangsha path of qi refining and the external path of qi refining and foundation establishment, observing people could reveal tags. He wondered if a foundation establishment transcendent of higher status would also display tags. Zhang Yuan gazed intently at Dongfang Kaibai's crown. Unlike the tags he could see at a glance before, this time, he stared for quite a while before the labels above her head gradually emerged. There are indeed labels. Zhang Yuan felt a flicker of joy. Being able to see the labels of a foundation establishment celestial allowed him to glean much useful information. Su Chen Celestial Qingxiu White Fox, daughter of the true Lord, born with a rebellious bone, mourning daughter. 5 labels except for the last 2, which were gray. The other 3 were all golden, exceedingly dazzling. Su Chen Celestial. Su Chen was Dongfang Kaibai's Daoist title. Qingxiu White Fox. So Dongfang Kaibai was a fox spirit. As for daughter of the true Lord, the Empress of Bian Kingdom was indeed a golden core true Lord. A correct gamble. Based on current intelligence, with a golden core true Lord in command, the combat power would overwhelmingly crush the Li clan of Eastern Bian and the Chu clan of Western Bian. Zhang Yuan felt a slight joy, then looked at the last 2 labels, pausing slightly with a subtle expression. Born with a rebellious bone and mourning daughter, what was Dongfang Kaibai plotting? Could it be that Dongfang Kaibai and the Empress of Bian Kingdom were not of one mind? Consort, what are you looking at? Just as Zhang Yuan was pondering, Dongfang Kaibai had somehow come to his side, asking with a smile. Just now she had suddenly felt a sensation of being spied upon. She initially thought it was her mother's gaze, but turning around, she found the sense of surveillance came from Zhang Yuan. This puzzled her greatly. A mere third-turn qi refining cultivator. How could he make her feel watched? What could a third-turn qi refiner possibly see of her? Zhang Yuan's alarm bells rang, shock overwhelming his heart. She sensed it. She knew I was looking at her. Had his talent been exposed? The moonlight is beautiful tonight, don't you think, third princess? Zhang Yuan blinked, playing dumb. Dongfang Kaibai looked up. The moon was but a sliver, hardly beautiful. Indeed, it is beautiful. Consort, rest early. This princess will take her leave. Dongfang Kaibai did not expose Zhang Yuan, but nodded in agreement. Celestial intuition. The sense of being watched from Zhang Yuan just now was unmistakable. Yet the oddity was that Zhang Yuan could not possibly have the ability to observe her. So, someone was using Zhang Yuan's eyes to watch her. Zhang Yuan was a pawn brought in by her mother, the only variable in the entire capital. Thus the identity of the one using his eyes to spy was quite clear. Dongfang Kaibai vanished from the spot. Zhang Yuan slowly exhaled, the stone hanging over his heart finally settling, and he felt somewhat at ease. It seemed Dongfang Kaibai had not discovered his talent. Perhaps it was some kind of foundation establishment celestial's intuition, merely sensing that he was looking at her. But this was terrifying enough. If a foundation establishment celestial could detect his gaze, what about a stronger golden core true lord? Could they directly perceive all his various talents? Zhang Yuan pondered, finding it highly likely. Though he did not know how strong a golden core true lord of the Gangsha path was, he could glean some insight from the foundation establishment celestial's performance and Xiao Yuanjun's attitude toward true lords. The might of a golden core true lord was probably beyond imagination. Yet strong as they were, he had no need to face one now, so there was no particular cause for worry. Moreover, even if he did come face to face with a golden core true lord, as long as he refrained from looking and simply didn't use observing people, there would be no issue. Having confirmed his own safety, Zhang Yuan then turned to Xiao Yuanjun and said in a low voice, "Master, I have a discovery regarding the third princess. I'm not sure if I should speak of it." Xiao Yuanjun raised an eyebrow upon hearing this, then said, "Come, follow me inside." The two entered the room. Xiao Yuanjun looked around and cast a divine ability called Severing the Past and Future on both herself and Zhang Yuan, isolating all heavenly fate and causality to ensure Dongfang Kaibai could not eavesdrop on their conversation. Zhang Yuan's mysterious demeanor told her this was a major matter, one that could not be heard by Dongfang Kaibai. "All right, go ahead," Xiao Yuanjun said, clapping her hands. She was curious. What discovery could Zhang Yuan have that required such isolation of fate and causality? "I found that the Empress of Bian Kingdom and the third princess are at odds. The princess likely harbors rebellious intentions," Zhang Yuan said in a low voice. "What?" Xiao Yuanjun was stunned, wondering if she had misheard. Not to mention why the Empress and Dongfang Kaibai were at odds, but even if they were, how could Zhang Yuan possibly know? Had the Empress told him or Dongfang Kaibai? "Ahem, to be honest, master, I made this discovery thanks to the golden carriage. I happened to glimpse a strand of causality. Dongfang Kaibai has recently developed a rebellious bone," Zhang Yuan fabricated. "His talent was his greatest secret, and he did not intend to tell anyone." "I see. That is indeed important news." Xiao Yuanjun readily believed his words, speaking seriously. With Dongfang Kaibai and the Empress at odds, this clue allowed them to infer the prince's intentions. "I suspect Dongfang Kaibai plans to rebel on the wedding day." Zhang Yuan dropped a bombshell. "That's possible, but what would drive Dongfang Kaibai to rebel?" Xiao Yuanjun nodded. It was almost certain that the Empress was a golden core true lord. Even if Dongfang Kaibai had a rebellious bone, how could she dare to revolt against a true lord? A foundation establishment celestial was powerful, but to a golden core true lord they were merely a slightly larger ant easily crushed. How could she dare? Unless there was another golden core true lord backing Dongfang Kaibai's rebellion. The Li clan or the Chu clan. Both are possible. Xiao Yuanjin's mind raced, and the more she thought, the more her head ached. She had thought it would be a one-sided crushing of the Li and Chu Foundation establishment celestials by the Empress. But with Zhang Yuan's news, everything changed. The Li or Chu clan likely had a golden core true lord in the capital as well. This was a game between true lords. Zhang Yuan's thoughts were similar, and he too felt a headache coming on. A game between true lords. If the Empress won, they might not only survive, but also reap some benefits. But if the Empress lost, standing with her would mean certain death. As far as I know, the Li clan of Eastern Bian has only one golden core true lord who must guard the clan. The Chu clan of Western Bian, however, has 3 true lords. It should be a Chu clan true lord in the capital, Xiao Yuanjun speculated. Though both were among the 5 clans and 7 hopes, there were disparities among them. The Li clan of Eastern Bian not only lacked a strong younger generation, but also had only one golden core true lord. In contrast, the Chu clan of Western Bian boasted outstanding young talents in both the Gangsha and external paths, along with 3 golden core true lords. Just from the numbers alone, the gap was vast. Tomorrow we'll sound out the situation. Better yet, find a chance to contact the Chu clan of Western Bian, Zhang Yuan said, frowning. In a game between true lords, being on the board required alliances to have any chance of survival. Wasn't rebellion something everyone could do? The next morning dawned. The citizens of the capital began their daily labors as usual. At this moment, within the third princess estate, Zhang Yuan and Xiao Yuanjun walked together towards the Bamboo Grove's tea room, seeking an audience with Dongfang Kaibai to converse with her. "Have you come so early, my future consort? Could it be that you missed me?" Dongfang Kaibai asked, her eyes brimming with laughter as she teased him. Zhang Yuan remained impassive. As long as she did not employ her divine abilities to influence him, he had become largely immune to her words. "Third princess, may I ask when we shall be wed?" Zhang Yuan inquired directly. His primary purpose for this morning's visit was to extract information to gather as much intelligence as possible. "Tomorrow," Dongfang Kaibai replied with a smile. "So soon?" Zhang Yuan furrowed his brow in contemplation. He had originally planned to attempt contacting the Chu clan before the grand wedding. If successful, he could have played both sides, the Bian Kingdom's Empress and the Chu clan's golden core cultivator, to his advantage. Yet as things stood, it seemed time was insufficient. After a moment's deliberation, Zhang Yuan said, "Third princess, I wish to leave the estate today, but I will remain within the capital." Though little time remained, he still had to depart the third princess estate today. The reason was simple. After condensing his first divine ability, he had sensed a 4th heavenly gang, an earthly fiend within the capital that suited him, and it was destined to manifest today. Very well," Dongfang Kaibai said with a slight nod. Her easy agreement startled Zhang Yuan. He had not expected her to consent so readily, as if it were a matter of trivial importance. A smile played at the corners of Dongfang Kaibai's lips. "It's for the 4th earthly fiend, isn't it? Go ahead, my future consort. Strive for it as you will. Before tomorrow, no celestial being shall lay a hand on you." Li Hojin and Chu Miaofu had not come merely to eliminate Zhang Yuan this variable. If nothing unexpected occurred, they had also been dispatched by their true lords to assess her cultivation and determine her worth. To plot with a tiger, one needed not only boldness, but also capability. If her own cultivation proved insufficient to hold back Li Hojin and Chu Miaofu, then even if she harbored intentions of defection, the Golden Core true lords of the Li and Chu clans would have no regard for her. By successfully stopping Li Hojin and Chu Miaofu, she had effectively sealed the deal with the Li and Chu clans. On the day of the wedding, she would turn against them, but before that she was not to be disturbed. Zhang Yuan exchanged a glance with Xiao Yuanjun, uncertain of Dongfang Kaibai's meaning. They could only offer their thanks and withdraw from the tea room. The path out was unobstructed. Zhang Yuan and Xiao Yuanjun smoothly departed the third princess estate. I must admit I misjudged you, boy. Your luck is truly remarkable. 3 days to reach the third turn of qi refining. Even with my guidance, it's extraordinary. And as soon as you reach the third turn, an earthly fiend conveniently presents itself. One could call you deeply blessed by fortune, Xiao Yuanjun remarked in astonishment. In her view, Zhang Yuan seemed to be someone of ordinary fortune, but with an exceptionally rapid cultivation speed, with heavenly gang and earthly fiends appearing every few days. What ordinary rogue cultivators couldn't achieve in 3 years, or even 3 decades. The third turn of qi refining, Zhang Yuan accomplished in just 3 days. Zhang Yuan chuckled lightly. Perhaps his luck was genuine, but being deeply blessed by fortune was debatable. When he had chosen his second talent earlier, he recalled that the description of heavenly noble lineage mentioned he possessed celestial fortune favored by the azure sky, tainted dust realm. He suspected his rapid cultivation was due to this rather than the deep fortune Xiao Yuanjun spoke of. There was a distinction between profound luck and deep fortune. His future was fraught with peril, teetering on the brink of death at every turn. Where was the fortune in that? What is the fourth earthly fiend? Xiao Yuanjun asked. The first, fourth, and seventh turns. These 3 minor realms of qi refining were the most critical for heavenly gang and earthly fiends. They would influence the subsequent ratio of heavenly gang and earthly fiends, as well as the effects of the condensed divine abilities. For instance, Zhang Yuan's first earthly fiend, Theft of Life Fiend, had forced him to choose Golden Canopy Fiend and Red Phoenix Fiend to resolve the fatal flaw. As a result, his first divine ability was not particularly strong and lacked offensive power. Iron Chain Fiend, Zhang Yuan said. Iron Chain Fiend. Xiao Yuanjun's eyes sparkled with delight. Zhang Yuan raised an eyebrow, puzzled by her joy. The Iron Chain Fiend was also lacking in power. At best, it could serve as a foundation for a trapping divine ability like Earthbinding Plow. What is special about the Iron Chain Fiend? Zhang Yuan asked. Xiao Yuanjun nodded cheerfully and then explained, the Iron Chain Fiend alone is useless. But if you can find a Chain Link Fiend to pair with it, the resulting divine ability will be of great use. What kind of great use? Zhang Yuan asked curiously. Iron chains linked together. Could they bind people in one place? You'll know when the time comes. For now, let's find the Iron Chain Fiend. As for the second Chain Link Fiend, I'll think of a way for you, Xiao Yuanjun said with a smile. Seeing that Xiao Yuanjun would not elaborate, Zhang Yuan could only nod. He then led the way towards the location where the Iron Chain Fiend was manifesting. As luck would have it, the Iron Chain Fiend was situated right at the edge of the capital, mere tens of paces from the city wall. If the Iron Chain Fiend had been outside the capital, Zhang Yuan would not have been able to leave the city to seek it, or Dongfang Kaibai would surely have stopped him. The outer city. When Zhang Yuan and his companion arrived, the area was already teeming with people. A quick glance revealed that aside from ordinary folk drawn by curiosity, most were qi refining adepts of the Heavenly Fiend Path. Though cultivators of the Heavenly Fiend Path were rare, there were still many in the vast capital of nearly 10 million residents. Oh, there are familiar faces here. Zhang Yuan looked into the crowd and spotted Li Jiejian, Chu Ruifeng, and Chu Xin walking together, clearly all there for the Iron Chain Fiend. Strangely enough, among the 3, Chu Ruifeng and Chu Xin were at the 8th turn of qi refining, while Li Jiejian was only at the 5th turn. Yet any discerning observer could see that Li Jiejian was the leader. How strange. How has Li Jiejian become so popular among the aristocratic youths? Zhang Yuan wondered. Li Jiejian, who would blush when mistaken for a waiter and stammer out several U's in a row. Where did he get the emotional intelligence for this? Zhang Yuan looked down. You're about to bump into someone, Xiao Yuanjun's voice came. Zhang Yuan looked down and indeed saw a person in front of him. A girl whose height only reached his chest, hard to notice without lowering his head. With a kind expression, Zhang Yuan asked, Little girl, it's going to be very dangerous here soon. Where are your parents? Let me take you back. With so many qi refining adepts of the Heavenly Fiend Path vying for the Iron Chain Fiend, It would be a blessing if this place wasn't razed to the ground. To say nothing of the fact that Zhang Yuan's fivefold devastating qi alone could leave the vicinity barren and devoid of life for years. The girl ahead turned around. She wore a wide white robe, her features handsome, and her eyes were especially striking, lively as sun and moon in her gaze, incredibly beautiful. Are you blind? Can't you see I'm an adult? Get lost. The white-robed girl's words were shocking as she cursed openly. Zhang Yuan stood stunned, frozen in place. How could such a pretty girl have such poor manners? The white-robed girl gave a light snort and turned to leave. But suddenly she stopped, turned back, and squinted at Zhang Yuan's face, scrutinizing him carefully. You are Zhang Yuan. The girl in the white robe surveyed him from head to toe and called out Zhang Yuan's name. Zhang Yuan was astonished. You know me? The girl in the white robe's eyes moved slightly. He doesn't know me. Oh, he definitely doesn't know me. Of course I know you, the son-in-law of the third princess of the Bian Kingdom, who in the entire capital does not know you. The girl in the white robe said with a cold smile. Zhang Yuan suddenly realized. As the only fool in the capital, having become the son-in-law of the third princess of the Bian Kingdom, it was no wonder his name had spread widely among the prominent families in the inner city. His fame was far-reaching, and nothing else mattered. Immediately after, the girl in the white robe continued, not only that, but I also know that the son-in-law has a marriage contract with the daughter of the Li family from Biandong. Zhang Yuan furrowed his brow and stepped back 2 paces, shielding Xiao Yuanjun behind him. Who are you? Zhang Yuan questioned. Aside from himself, the only ones who knew about his marriage contract with the daughter of the Li family from Biandong were the disciples of the Li family from Yunzhou City. The girl in the white robe before him was from the Biandong Li family. Li Huishi. The girl smiled and introduced herself. Li Huishi. How come I have never heard of this name in the Li residence? Could it be that you are like Li Zhongshuang, an illegitimate daughter? Zhang Yuan contemplated secretly, his gaze inadvertently drifting up to Li Huix's head to check her label. A brilliant light shone forth, revealing a 7-colored label before his eyes. Daoist Realm's young monarch. A colorful label. Zhang Yuan was shocked. It was the first time he had seen a colorful label. It should be noted that Xiao Yuanjin's the first in alchemy through the ages was just a golden label, which could not compare to the rarity of a colorful label. It seemed that Li Huishi was not an illegitimate daughter, but a true prodigy hidden away by the Biandong Li family. But speaking of which, what did Daoist Realm's young monarch mean? Did it represent potential or comprehension? Zhang Yuan fell into contemplation. Li Huishi only had this one label, and he could not infer the meaning of Daoist Realm's young monarch from other labels. Li Huishi asked with a smile, May I ask when you plan to marry into my Li family? Don't tell me you want my Li family's daughter to be left behind, the third princess. I have never met that Li family girl, and the marriage contract was forcibly arranged. How can this marriage contract count? Zhang Yuan replied. The marriage certificate serves as proof. How can it not count? Li Huishi countered. What I say does not count means it does not count. You are just a little brat. Do not meddle in adult matters, Zhang Yuan declared firmly. In the hierarchy of power, adults were clearly a level above children. This little girl was clearly ignorant of the world, unaware of how badly the Biandong Li family had harmed him, and he was too lazy to argue with her. Who do you think you are? Just because you say it doesn't count, it doesn't. If I say it counts, then it counts, Li Huishi said. Zhang Yuan tugged at the corner of his mouth. He had to admit Li Huishi had really poor manners, belonging to the worst kind of young master he had ever encountered. Fine, you are right in everything you say, Zhang Yuan chuckled dismissively. He was here for the Iron Chain Demon, not to argue with Li Huishi about the validity of the marriage contract. Li Huishi clearly did not buy it, but since Zhang Yuan had said she was right, she could not find any retort at that moment, and could only hold back her anger after thinking hard. Are you also here for the Iron Chain Demon? I can tell you that the Iron Chain Demon has already been reserved by my Biandong Li family. You won't be able to get it. Li Huishi said. Zhang Yuan raised an eyebrow and replied, reserved. Does your Biandong Li family have such great influence? In my opinion, it would be better off with the Bian Shichu family. Upon hearing Zhang Yuan belittle the Biandong Li family, Li Huishi merely smiled lightly, pointing towards Li Jiejian, who stood out among the prominent families in the distance. Do you know why the young masters and young ladies of the capital's prominent families all revolve around my Biandong Li family now? Li Huishi asked. Zhang Yuan shook his head. He had previously wondered about this matter, whether in terms of influence or family strength the Bian Shichu family seemed stronger, yet it was the Biandong Li family that was at the center of attention. The reason is simple. It is because my Li family's true monarch has come to the capital of the Bian Kingdom, Li Huishi explained. The true monarch of the Biandong Li family has come to the capital. This Li Huishi was small in stature, but seemed to know quite a bit. Zhang Yuan's eyes brightened, and he immediately asked, doesn't the Bian Shichu family have a true monarch in the capital? To my knowledge, the Bian Shichu family has 3 true monarchs. Of course, the Chu family also has true monarchs coming, but as for your question, I can only say that there are differences among true monarchs, Li Huishi stated. There were indeed differences among true monarchs. This little girl spoke quite confidently. Zhang Yuan felt delighted by the information he had acquired and sincerely praised her, saying, "You know so much." Both the Bian Li family and the Bian Shichu family have true monarchs in the capital. With this, the chances of the Bian Kingdom's empress winning will greatly diminish. No need for you to say that, Li Huishi crossed her arms. In that case, do you know where the golden core true monarch of the Bian Shichu family is? It truly seems that heaven does not close off all paths for people. I had initially thought of taking a gamble hoping that the empress of the Bian Kingdom would win, but unexpectedly, as soon as I came out, I encountered Li Huishi, who was willing to share information. Fate is truly wondrous, or could it be said that he is truly blessed? I know they are inside the Chu residence in the inner city. Why are you looking for the Chu family's true monarch? If there is something, it would be better to find my Li family's true monarch. Li Huishi, seemingly innocent, asked whatever came to mind. It's nothing much, just asking. Zhang Yuan casually brushed it off. Why would he go look for the Li family's true monarch? If he knew where the Li family's true monarch was, he would definitely keep his distance. Zhang Yuan stopped chatting. My teacher has already calculated the cause and effect of the Iron Chain Demon and will take action to help you retrieve it. At this moment, Xiao Yuanjuan, who had been silent by the side and calculating the cause and effect, interrupted their conversation. Li Huishi glanced at Xiao Yuanjun and asked, "Is this person your master?" Zhang Yuan replied, "Indeed, my esteemed teacher." Li Huishi nodded, saying, Quite young seems promising. Having refined Qi for 18 years to perfection, he might break Dongfang Kaibai's record and become the youngest foundation establishment expert in Bian Kingdom's history. In recent years, aside from the Bian-Dong-Li family, whether among the prominent families or the wandering cultivators, there have been many outstanding talents and prodigies emerging. Zhang Yuan did not refute and nodded in agreement. Xiao Yuanjun had 2 golden labels, one of which was the first in alchemy through the ages. If this doesn't prove him to be a foundation establishment expert, then who in the world could? The ground trembled violently, as if a subterranean dragon were turning over, causing surrounding structures to sway precariously. At that moment, a figure flashed into the air above the crowd. Li Hojin, the true Jasper Celestial of the Li clan of Eastern Bian. This place shall be still as placid water. With indifferent eyes, he pointed a finger at the quaking ground. In the next instant, the violently shaking earth was imbued with a mighty force, and indeed, as Li Hojin had spoken, it became still as placid water. He did not employ any divine abilities or techniques on the ground. Merely by commanding heaven and earth through his celestial status, he was able to suppress the dragon's upheaval. Such was the might of a celestial. A celestial? It's the true Jasper Celestial of the Li clan. This humble cultivator pays respects to the true Jasper Celestial. We all greet the celestial. As Li Hojin appeared and acted, he was soon recognized by the surrounding Qi refining cultivators. Regardless of their status or any enmity with the Li clan of Eastern Bian, they all bowed in salute. Zhang Yuan, mingling in the crowd, murmured, "Wasn't it said that no foundation establishment celestial would act today? Could the Li clan of Eastern Bian be breaking their word? Who knows what's going on? Let's watch and see." Xiao Yuanjun shook her head, her 3 divine abilities poised and ready. Even with the foundation establishment celestial present, she was determined to seize the iron chain baleful aura for Zhang Yuan. Our Li clan of Eastern Bian differs from the Chu clan of Western Bian. We have always been known for our integrity. If we say we will not attack you, we will not. Li Huishi answered Zhang Yuan's question. The reason Li Hojin appeared here was simple. The emergence of the iron chain baleful aura caused such a tremendous stir that without restriction, it could overturn half of the Bian Kingdom's capital. I doubt it, Zhang Yuan sneered. If they were truly known for integrity, how could his immortal spirit root have been dug out? Li Huishi ignored him. At that moment, as the earthquake was suppressed by Li Hojin, the thing underground finally burst forth. An earth dragon over 100 meters long. Its scales bathed in sunlight, yet the overall color was not dazzling. Instead, it displayed a rusted pitch-black hue. A dragon. Zhang Yuan exclaimed in surprise. It's not a true dragon. This is the manifestation of the iron chain baleful aura, Xiao Yuanjun corrected. According to my calculations, before the founding of the Bian Kingdom, there was a well of trapped dragons here. Although the true dragon has long since escaped, the chains that bound it remain underground. As time passed, the chains absorbed the dragon's qi, and blessed by heaven and earth, eventually formed this iron chain baleful aura. Xiao Yuanjun recounted the origin of the earth dragon. Under normal circumstances, the capital of the Bien Kingdom, being a convergence of national destiny, would suppress any earthly baleful aura. But now with the Demon Empress bringing calamity to the state, the national destiny was in turmoil, allowing the Iron Chain baleful aura to emerge. I see. So how is this Iron Chain baleful aura refined? Zhang Yuan asked thoughtfully. Whether it was the baleful aura of stolen life, the baleful aura of golden chariot, or the baleful aura of crimson bird hidden within his body, they were all gentle and calm, easily refined by circulating the cultivation technique once obtained. However, the Iron Chain baleful aura before them clearly did not seem so easily subdued. The Earth Dragon, formed from the Iron Chain baleful aura, emerged from the ground. With a sweep of its tail, it sent a large number of surrounding cultivators flying before they could even use their divine abilities. The image of the dragon's tail was astonishing. Any cultivator struck by it seemed connected, suffering injuries identical to the most severely wounded. Those with higher cultivation could still get up, but cultivators at the third revolution of Qi refining or below were all severely injured, forced to withdraw in regret. With that single strike, 2/3 of the Gangsha Dao Qi refining cultivators who had come were eliminated. The remaining cultivators were either fortunate enough to be on the periphery, like Zhang Yuan's group, or were above the 6th revolution with mastery of 2 divine abilities. Whether it is Heavenly Gang or Earthly Sha, cultivators must subdue them by their own means, otherwise they cannot be refined. Cases like yours, where Heavenly Gang and Earthly Sha are delivered to your doorstep, are extremely rare. Xiao Yuanjun explained. Cultivators of the Gangsha Dao seek out and subdue Heavenly Gang and Earthly Sha to break their own limitations and attain celestial status. The key lies in the 2 words seek and subdue. Seek means to search for, subdue means to conquer. Finding Heavenly Gang and Earthly Sha is manageable, but subduing them depends on the skill of the Gangsha Dao Qi refining cultivator. This was the true difficulty of cultivation for Gangsha Dao Qi refining cultivators, specifically for rogue cultivators. Aristocratic scions could request their clan celestial to subdue the Gangsha for them. Zhang Yuan nodded slightly, observing the rampaging Earth Dragon and the surrounding Qi refining cultivators. He whispered, "There are too many people here. Let's wait for them to subdue the dragon, then we can swoop in and reap the benefits. Why bother with such trouble? The opportunity is right before us. Why wait any longer? Strike!" A divine light flashed in Xiao Yuanjin's eyes. Before Zhang Yuan could finish, she soared into the air, unleashing 3 divine abilities, simultaneously crushing down upon the Earth Dragon and the surrounding cultivators. The 5 plunder body-wrecking Qi, the 9 preservation, harmonizing Qi, and the severance of past and present. Xiao Yuanjin's figure flickered. With each appearance, she felled a large group. Finally, she reached the Earth Dragon's head, extended her hand, and struck down fiercely. With that single palm strike, the Earth Dragon, over 100 meters long, crashed to the ground. Xiao Yuanjun followed the dragon's spine to the vertebrae dug in her fingers and forcibly pulled out the dragon's sinew. The Earth Dragon's sinew was not sinew at all, but a 100-meter-long chain. Xiao Yuanjun flipped her delicate hand, and the 100-meter chain shrank into a 2-meter iron chain, which she grasped firmly. "Here is the Iron Chain baleful aura. Anyone daring enough, come and take it." Xiao Yuanjun raised the chain above her head, addressing the stunned Qi refining cultivators with triumphant spirit. A perfected Qi refining cultivator. Who was this? The crowd hesitated, and for a moment no one dared to move. Xiao Yuanjun had acted too swiftly. From her first move to subduing the Earth Dragon, it had taken only 3 breaths. While others were still deliberating strategies, Xiao Yuanjun had already seized the Iron Chain baleful aura. Such a disparity in strength was evident to anyone with sense. No one wished to be the first to act. Sigh. Xiao Yuanjun is this ferocious? Zhang Yuan marveled, forgetting to address her as master. Indeed, she is exceptionally strong at the Qi refining level. Hey, which sect does your master hail from? Li Huishi nodded and asked casually. I don't know. Zhang Yuan shook his head. It wasn't that he wouldn't tell Li Huishi, as Xiao Yuanjun had simply never mentioned it. Besides, what sect had only 2 members? Xiao Yuanjun's decisive action silenced the surrounding Qi refining cultivators, and it seemed the Iron Chain baleful aura was within reach. High above, Li Hojin lowered his gaze, casting a glance downward. This earthly baleful aura belongs to my Li clan. Li Hojin's words carried the authority of heaven. The iron chain immediately flew from Xiao Yuanjun's hand, soaring upward toward Li Hojin. Huh. Xiao Yuanjun was stunned. Once she realized what had happened, she was filled with fury. Damn the Li clan of Eastern Bien. Truly a bunch of untrustworthy people. Born of the Li clan of Eastern Bien. Return my Iron Chain baleful aura. Xiao Yuanjun ground her teeth, cursing as she unleashed two streams of qi to grab hold of the chain, attempting to pull it back down. With the status of the 10th revolution qi refinement, half a step into foundation establishment celestial being, two divine abilities strained against each other, the speed of the iron chain, Sha, flying toward Li Hojin, slightly slowed. The crowd stared in stunned silence at Xiao Yuanjun's feet, wrestling with a celestial being. This was no longer a matter of audacity, it was sheer recklessness. Even if you were the strongest in the Qi refinement stage, capable of overpowering all other Qi refinement perfected beings present, you were still but an ant before a foundation establishment celestial being. Xiao Yuanjun furrowed her brows, gazing at the lofty Li Hojin and the Iron Chain Sha receding into the distance, fury rising in her heart. Iron Chain Sha was not only Zhang Yuan's fourth celestial earthly fiend, but also crucial to her Dao path and her ability to successfully attain celestial being. Li Hojin's intervention was not merely a theft of an earthly fiend. It was an act of obstructing her Dao. Li Hojin still hovered high above the clouds, as if utterly oblivious to Xiao Yuanjun's actions. In the eyes of Xiao Yuanjun and the other Qi refinement perfected beings, she was wrestling with a celestial being, but to Li Hojin, it was merely a passing breeze. Wrestling only occurred when strength was equal. Xiao Yuanjun's eyes flickered as she glanced at Zhang Yuan. Zhang Yuan understood her intent. Xiao Yuanjun was likely about to reveal her trump card. Xiao Yuanjun took a deep breath and ceased all her divine abilities. An unwise move after all. Is she about to give up? Giving up is the wise choice. The celestial being not striking her down is already a great mercy. If she persists, death may be imminent. Perfected being and celestial being. A single word's difference, yet worlds apart. The crowd shook their heads and sighed, lamenting the chasm between Qi refinement perfected beings and foundation establishment celestial beings, their reverence for Li Hojin in the sky deepening. Yet just as everyone believed Xiao Yuanjun would relent, she gradually rose into the air. It was not divine power lifting her form, but her own status enabling her to traverse the void. Her status was ascending, climbing from the 10th revolution Qi refinement toward the status of a foundation establishment celestial being. Though slow, the rise was tangible, halting only a hair's breadth away from the celestial threshold. Li Hojin spun around abruptly, staring at Xiao Yuanjun, who now stood level with him. Ripples of shock stirred in his eyes. He could clearly sense that this person's status was now nearly on par with his own. Not a celestial being, yet wielding the power of one. How was this possible? Such a marvel had never existed under heaven. No, perhaps a fellow Daoist was concealing their cultivation, masquerading as a Qi refinement perfected being. Who are you? Daring to oppose me, the Li clan of Biendong? Li Hojin said in a deep voice. Xiao Yuanjun did not answer his question, but clenched her fist. Her fourth divine ability, Heaven's Obliteration, 4 ultimate immortal domain. Unlike ordinary divine abilities formed from 3 celestial earthly fiends, this ability was condensed from 10 refined celestial earthly fiends. Thus its effect was uniquely extraordinary. It possessed no offensive power nor defensive or concealing capabilities. Its sole function was to forcibly elevate one's status to a level just beneath that of a celestial being. I decree that the Iron Chain Sha is in my disciple's hand. Xiao Yuanjun spoke calmly. As if Li Hojin had frozen the ground, the Iron Chain Sha in midair vanished in an instant, reappearing in Zhang Yuan's grasp. She is a celestial being. I knew this one was too strong. She was a foundation establishment celestial being all along. Daring to challenge true Jade celestial being, I wonder which clan she belongs to and what her Dao title is. While everyone was stunned by Xiao Yuanjun's realm, Zhang Yuan seized the moment, taking the Iron Chain Sha and summoning a golden chariot, with golden chariot of the phoenix vanishing in a flash of golden light. Though Xiao Yuanjun seemed to have gained the power of a celestial being and could confront Li Hojin as her first disciple, Zhang Yuan knew without thinking that this state could not last long. Although they had been master and disciple for only a few days, they shared this tacit understanding. Xiao Yuanjun drew the fire while he made off with the prize. Li Hojin gazed at Xiao Yuanjun across from him, secretly divining the heavenly mechanisms to uncover her identity. Every foundation establishment celestial being bore a Dao title inscribed in heaven and earth, just as his own title was True Jade. Anyone who saw him would know his name if he so willed. Similarly, when encountering an unknown foundation establishment celestial being, one could deduce their Dao title and identity through divination. Yet no matter how Li Hojin probed the heavenly mechanisms, he could not calculate Xiao Yuanjun's Dao title. Shrouded in heavenly secrets. A skulking coward. Li Hojin sneered. Not knowing the Dao title was irrelevant, in fact it was better. It allowed him to act without restraint. But little did he know Xiao Yuanjun was not a Foundation Establishment celestial being and had no Dao title at all. Li Hojin slowly extended his hand and struck a palm towards Xiao Yuanjun from afar. Rather than a strike, it was more like a gentle push, extraordinarily soft and feeble. Yet no one doubted the power behind that palm. The next moment, still silent, the space around Xiao Yuanjun exploded violently. The void shattered and reformed, and all matter in that region vanished, falling into the abyss. Yet Xiao Yuanjun's figure had disappeared without a trace. Li Hojin froze, then understood everything. She was not a Foundation Establishment celestial being. He had been duped. Damn it! Fury surged in Li Hojin's eyes. Since attaining Foundation Establishment celestial being, when had he suffered such humiliation? Had he been more vigilant and crushed her with his status, she could never have escaped. But in the end, he had been too arrogant. Not only was he disgraced, but the Iron Chain Sha was lost as well. Li Hojin glanced at the surrounding crowd. In an instant, everyone scattered like birds and beasts, not daring to utter a word, fearing he would vent his rage on them. Moments later, only two remained on the ground. Greetings, little ancestor. Li Zhongshuan, clad in a cloak, approached Li Huishi and bowed respectfully. Li Huishi nodded. Seeing Li Huishi present, Li Hojin hastily descended from the clouds and bowed. Greetings, little ancestor. Li Huishi said coldly. Useless. Li Hojin felt as if plunged into an icy abyss, his fury evaporating entirely. On the golden chariot, Xiao Yuanjun gasped for air, wiping cold sweat from her brow. That was terrifying. Li Hojin's Dao is truly profound. If he hadn't been so used to looking down on others, I would have surely died today. Indeed, what remained on the spot was not her true body, but a phantom of the past crafted using farewell to past and present with her near-celestial status. As for herself, after speaking her first line, she had already boarded the chariot with Zhang Yuan and fled. Hurry up and refine the Iron Chain Sha. Xiao Yuanjun urged. The hard-won Iron Chain Sha needed to be secured swiftly to avoid further complications. Zhang Yuan nodded, grasped the iron chain, and activated his cultivation art. In an instant, the essence of Iron Chain Sha within the chain was refined. The manifested Earth Dragon had been subdued by Xiao Yuanjun, leaving the Iron Chain Sha as docile as a gentle lamb, making refinement effortless. Fourth revolution, Qi refinement. The enhancement isn't that significant. Zhang Yuan closed his eyes, sensing the imagery contained within the Iron Chain Malice. A binding chain coalesced in his palm, and he shook his head slightly. The Iron Chain Malice only possessed the ability to restrain, lacking any killing power or other effects. Compared to the earthly malice he had previously refined, its contribution to combat prowess was negligible. Although the earthly dragon formed by the Iron Chain Malice appeared formidable, it was only because the chains were tainted with dragon aura. Now that the earthly dragon had been subdued and the Iron Chain extracted separately, only the imagery of the Iron Chain Malice remained. Master, why must the fourth earthly malice be the Iron Chain Malice? Zhang Yuan raised his gaze and asked. The Iron Chain Malice was indeed his fourth earthly malice, but it wasn't absolutely necessary to refine this one. As long as he could find other earthly malices, refining them would yield the same result, with only the need to mind the ratios. Xiao Yuanjun was clearly heavily exhausted. She was currently sitting cross-legged, resting with her eyes closed. Upon hearing the question, she slowly opened her eyes. Though she had fled in disgrace, unable to defeat the celestial being, her gaze remained confident and spirited. Your master intends to personally concoct a divine ability for you. The Iron Chain Malice is the most crucial earthly malice for this ability, Xiao Yuanjun explained. To prove the Foundation Establishment Celestial Realm, one must pass 3 trials. The first trial, the beggar's trial, had been overcome. The second was the disciple's trial. This trial was neither too easy nor too difficult. It was easy because it only required teaching a disciple. Yet it was difficult because the varying talent and temperament of the accepted disciple introduced great uncertainty. If the disciple's aptitude was low, unable to enter the 9 revolutions, Qi refining realm, quickly passing this trial would be a distant prospect requiring a vast amount of time. But if the disciple's talent was good yet their nature was inherently evil, they might commit acts of betraying their master. Zhang Yuan, as her trial disciple, had passable talent and nature. Still, she felt it was too slow and needed to take a certain shortcut. This shortcut was Zhang Yuan's second divine ability. Actively concoct a divine ability. Zhang Yuan asked, puzzled. The ratio of heavenly and earthly malices could influence the effect of a divine ability. Even so, the same 3 heavenly and earthly malices could produce a divine ability with specific differences. But judging by Xiao Yuanjun's meaning, she seemed to have already determined the effect of his second divine ability. He only needed to gather the corresponding heavenly and earthly malices. Indeed, You have already refined the iron chain malice. Next you will need the chain link malice and the coexisting life malice. I already have leads on these two earthly malices. Xiao Yuanzhu nodded. You are now bound to Dongfang Kaibai. If nothing unexpected happens, tomorrow's grand wedding will cause the coexisting life malice to manifest. You can capture and refine it then. As for the chain link malice, if my memory serves me right, there is one within the Chu clan's mansion in the capital of Bianchi. We just need to find a way to obtain it. Having said this, Xiao Yuanjun suddenly fell silent. If she hadn't acted today, she could have directly infiltrated the Chu mansion to procure the chain link malice. But now that she had intervened, her identity was likely exposed. Infiltrating the Chu mansion covertly at this point would be fraught with difficulty. Why not just pay a visit? Zhang Yuan suggested. As long as he held value for Patriarch Chu of the Chu clan and enough of it, he believed trading for the chain link malice wouldn't be a problem, just like obtaining the golden chariot malice from Dongfang Kaibai. Benefits were always something one had to strive for themselves. Meanwhile, within the Chu mansion's inner city garden, Li Huishi led the way, followed by Li Zhongshuang, who had shed her cloak. Zhongshuang, the iron chain malice was prepared for you. Do you resent losing it? Li Huishi asked. When she said the iron chain malice was reserved by the Bianchi Li clan, it wasn't an empty boast. If Li Zhongshuang had contested for it with Li Hojin backing her, their chances of seizing the iron chain malice would have been at least 90%. However, she was quite puzzled. Until the iron chain malice was taken, Li Zhongshuang had not activated a single divine ability, as if she had abandoned this earthly malice. I have no resentment. I only regret disappointing the young ancestors' arrangements and beg for your forgiveness, Li Zhongshuang said calmly. Li Huishi was baffled. Even a clay Buddha had a temper. To lose two earthly malices in a row without a hint of resentment. Was Li Zhongshuang made of stone? If it were her, she would have deduced the causal threads long ago, blocked Zhang Yuan halfway, given him a sound beating, and snatched the iron chain malice back. Enough. Come with me to meet someone, Li Huishi said, shaking her head. Li Zhongshuang followed in silence. The Tai heavenly malice transformed from Zhang Yuan's immortal spirit root was incredibly rare. Not even two earthly malices, nor three, could compare to the value of the Tai heavenly malice. Following the garden path, the two arrived before a pavilion. Within the pavilion stood an old Daoist clad in a Daoist robe and holding a horsetail whisk. The old Daoist performed a Daoist greeting and said, "Sublord, this old Daoist offers his salutations." Li Huishi nodded slightly. Li Clan Junior Cultivator pays respects to the true Lord, Li Zhongshuang replied respectfully. The old Daoist was the golden core true lord of the Bianchi Chu clan in the capital, true Lord Xianqing Tianhua. As to why he, also a true lord, would first offer a salute and address Li Huishi as sublord, she had a slight inkling of the reason. This was because Li Huishi was exceptionally powerful among golden core true lords belonging to the strongest echelon. In the Qingxiao Dying Dust realm, she was known as the sublord of heaven and earth. Simply put, the young ancestor Li Huishi had grown so powerful that a Daoist title was no longer sufficient to address her. True Lord Xianqing Tianhua, with a kind and benevolent expression, asked, "Is this the sublord's disciple?" "Not my disciple. Just a junior from the clan with the potential to become a true lord," Li Huishi denied. In all the world, no one had yet been born worthy of being her disciple. Even the talented Li Zhongshuang did not qualify. There was one person who might barely suffice. Li Huishi suddenly thought of Zhang Yuan's master. By relying solely on her own enlightenment to comprehend the 10th revolution of qi refining and the path of the 4th divine ability, Xiao Yuanjin's talent and comprehension could only be described as heaven-defying. It was a pity, however, that she had ultimately strayed onto a deviant path. No matter how great her talent and comprehension, they were being applied in the wrong direction. True Lord Xianqing Tianhua nodded slightly, then withdrew his gaze. This was an age of prosperity, with more and more juniors showing the potential to become true lords. Li Zhongshuang was not worthy of his extra attention. Having the potential to become a true lord was one thing, actually proving oneself as a true lord was quite another. Tomorrow is the grand wedding of the Demon Queen's daughter. What plans does the sublord have? Asked true Lord Xianqing Tianhua. Li Zhongshuang's ears perked up slightly. She had also heard that Zhang Yuan was to be the third princess consort. Of course, whether Zhang Yuan was a consort or not didn't concern her. She was merely slightly curious and had made some inquiries. After all, given how the clan head had treated Zhang Yuan, the so-called betrothal with the Li clan had long been unilaterally broken. "It's simple. We just snatched the bridegroom," Li Huishi said, a slight curl forming at the corner of her mouth. Li Zhongshuang's eyes flickered. True Lord Xianqing Tianhua was about to nod, but then his expression froze. So it still came down to snatching the bridegroom. Snatch the bridegroom. No, that's not right. Wouldn't it be simpler to just kill the consort tomorrow? Snatch the bridegroom. True Lord Xianqing Tianhua asked, puzzled. You may not know this, Daoist friend, but this consort of the third princess actually had a prior betrothal with our Bianchi clan. Li Huishi stated. Xianqing Tianhua Zhang was bewildered. He could understand every word individually, yet when strung together their meaning eluded him. What did it mean that the third princess consort was already betrothed to the daughter of the Bian Dongli clan? Could it be that Li Huixi's visit to the capital of Bian country seemingly to slay the demon empress was in truth a mission to seize the consort? Speaking of which, to be betrothed to a daughter of the Li clan, while also entangled with the third princess, thereby forging ties with two golden core powers. This consort Zhang Yuan was indeed an extraordinary man. Xianqing Tianhua Zhenjuan turned his gaze to Li Zhongshuang, and realization dawned. So that was it. A Xinjiang-level talent might not be rare across the world, but for the Bian Dongli clan, it was a treasure indeed. This young woman was likely the only one of the younger generation in the Li clan to possess such potential. No wonder Li Huishi cared so deeply. Li Zhongshuang's heart stirred faintly. Did the little ancestor mean to help her seize the groom? But the little ancestor had always been detached from worldly affairs, and even the Tai Tiangang was refined through his hands. Why would he now intervene to help her seize a groom? Strange indeed. The mind of a Xinjuan was truly unfathomable. If it came to seizing the groom, wouldn't the little ancestor ask for her opinion? She had only met Zhang Yuan twice, and their betrothal was merely a written contract. Who knew if it was truly suitable? Was it that even the illegitimate daughters of noble families had no say in their own marriages? At that moment, a dignified and graceful beauty approached. She was Chu Miaofu, the Foundation Establishment Celestial, who had joined Li Hojin in attacking Dongfang Tai by the previous night. Ancestor, there is a visitor at the gate requesting an audience. The third princess consort, Chu Miaofu said with impeccable poise, addressing Xianqing Tianhua Zhenjuan, directly bypassing Li Huishi. She had of course noticed Li Huishi and Li Zhongshuang, but not knowing them, she naturally assumed they were mere qi refining juniors. Xianqing Tianhua Zhenjuan was taken aback. What a coincidence. They had just been speaking of the third princess consort, and now he came calling. He wondered what business the man had with him. It was for the Lianhuan Sha. With a brief deduction, Xianqing Tianhua Zhenjuan understood the whole story. Let him in. Xianqing Tianhua Zhenjuan spoke. Zhang Yuan had arrived. Li Zhongshuang's expression froze, and she involuntarily stepped back, moving behind Li Huishi. She did not wish to face Zhang Yuan directly. Li Huishi glanced at her, puzzled. Before long, Chu Miaofu returned, leading the two men Zhang Yuan and his companion, who were looking around. Master, have you ever met a Xinjuan? Zhang Yuan asked in a low voice. No, I haven't. Xiao Yuanjun shook his head. Their plan had been to visit the Chu clan first, speaking with the Foundation Establishment Celestial Chu Miaofu, who would then relay their request to the Chu Xinjuan. After all, it was difficult even to meet a Celestial, let alone a Golden Core Xinjuan. Yet no sooner had they stated their purpose than Chu Miaofu led them directly to the Xinjuan. When had Golden Core Xinjuan become so accessible? Or was this Chu Xinjuan particularly approachable? With these doubts, Zhang Yuan and his companion halted before the pavilion. Looking up, they saw three people inside the pavilion. Two were familiar, Li Zhongshuang and Li Huishi, along with an ethereal, immortal-like Daoist. Xianqing Tianhua Zhenjuan. The name of the Daoist appeared simultaneously in the minds of Zhang Yuan and Xiao Yuanjuan, and they knew at once that this was the Chu clan's Golden Core Xinjuan. This humble cultivator pays respects to the Xinjuan. Zhang Yuan and Xiao Yuanjun performed a simple bow. Xianqing Tianhua Zhenjuan, with a genial expression, nodded and turned his gaze to Zhang Yuan, sizing him up. He was not bad-looking, dignified and handsome with an air of elegance. No wonder women found him appealing. But his cultivation, merely the fourth revolution of qi refining, inferior even to some rogue cultivators. Though Xianqing Tianhua Zhenjuan's gaze was gentle, not as terrifying or piercing as that of a Foundation Establishment Celestial, Zhang Yuan and his companions still felt a weight pressing upon them. It was the pressure of a Xinjiang status. What business does the consort have with me? Xianqing Tianhua Zhenjuan asked, feigning ignorance. Zhang Yuan steadied his mind and cut to the chase. Zhenjuan, you misunderstand. I have no interest in being the third princess consort. I have never wished to hold that title. I have come to request a trade with the Chu clan for a Lianhuan Sha. I hope the Xinjuan will grant this. Xianqing Tianhua Zhenjuan pondered briefly, then smiled. I can agree, but what do you offer in return? Zhang Yuan replied with neither arrogance nor humility. Tomorrow at the grand wedding, as long as my life is not at stake, I am willing to follow the Chu clan's orders to eliminate the demon empress and restore peace to the capital. Xianqing Tianhua Zhenjuan shook his head. That is not enough. Zhang Yuan paused, then asked in a deep voice, "What else would the Xinjuan have me do?" Xianqing Tianhua Xinjuan glanced at Li Huishi and Li Zhongshuang, lingering a moment longer on the latter. After some thought, he smiled. "It is simple. The Chu clan has a daughter, beautiful in appearance, passable in talent, who lacks a worthy match. Would you be willing? If you agree, the Lianhuan Sha will be delivered at once." At these words, everyone present was stunned. Xiao Yuanjin's expression twisted oddly. The Honghuan Sha had been refined, and its drawbacks offset by the Jinyu Sha. Yet here was Zhang Yuan still entangled in romantic fate, encountering marriage ties wherever he went. Was it all Zhang Yuan's own doing? Was being handsome really that extraordinary? Zhang Yuan's eye twitched. It seemed he was doomed to a life of marrying into families. "Xinjuan, please understand. This humble cultivator's heart already belongs to another," Zhang Yuan declined tactfully. "In that case, I shall not force you. But I am curious to know which lady could surpass a daughter of the Bian Shi Chu clan." Xianqing Tianhua Xinjuan asked with a sly smile. The question was sharp. Li Huishi, Li Zhongshuang, and even Xiao Yuanjuan, who had come with him, all watched with keen interest, eager to hear Zhang Yuan's answer. Zhang Yuan's head throbbed with pain. His claim of having someone in his heart was a complete fabrication. To invent another person, and one convincing enough to fool a Xinjuan, was truly beyond him. Actually, he didn't need to fabricate anything. There was a perfect candidate right here. A flash of inspiration struck Zhang Yuan, and a grin spread across his face. He pointed directly toward Li Huishi and Li Zhongshuang and declared, "To answer the Xinjuan, the one I love is right here." As Zhang Yuan spoke, the atmosphere froze once more, especially for Li Zhongshuang and Xianqing Tianhua Xinjuan. The crystal in Li Zhongshuang's right eye trembled, her left eye stirred, and her heart inexplicably pounded. Zhang Yuan couldn't possibly know the specifics of the betrothal. But was he pointing at me? Xianqing Tianhua Xinjuan was shocked. Li Zhongshuang had not yet attained celestial status, so her perception was still at the qi refining level. She couldn't tell whom he meant. But as a golden core Xinjuan, he knew Zhang Yuan was pointing at Li Huishi. Was he insane? A sub-sovereign of the Qingxiao Ranshan realm, your beloved. How could you set your sights on her? Even if you had lost your mind, couldn't you keep it to yourself? Why blurt it out? Were you trying to get this old Daoist killed? Woe is me. If only I hadn't asked that damned question. Li Huixi's expression remained calm as she greeted Zhang Yuan. "Fancy meeting again. It seems fate binds us." Li Huishi surprisingly did not curse. How peculiar. Zhang Yuan smiled toward the pavilion. In truth, he was quite surprised that Li Huishi and Li Zhongshuang were here as well. Their connections were extensive, even able to meet with the Golden Core, true lord of the Chu clan. Xianqing Tianhua, true lord, glanced at Li Huishi, his mind stirring slightly. What was happening? Why had he not erupted in anger? Normally, after Zhang Yuan spoke, the tangible great hand of the Qingxiao Ranshan realm's earthly sublord would have already descended. How strange. Well, before Li Huishi loses his temper, it was best to quickly move past this matter. Xianqing Tianhua, true lord, quickly said, "I will not make things difficult for you. I see you are at the 4th revolution qi refining stage. Coincidentally, there is a junior in my clan also at the same stage. If you can defeat him, I will gift you the chain baleful art." Zhang Yuan's eyes lit up slightly, and he breathed a sigh of relief. "I will follow the true lord's arrangement." Although direct combat was not the style of a prudent cultivator, it was still better than being forced into an arranged marriage. A fight it was. Xianqing Tianhua, true lord, nodded with a smile, then said to Chu Miaofu, "Summon Xuan." Yes. Chu Miaofu left, and returned shortly with a graceful young girl. Chu Xuan, a 4th revolution qi refining perfected being. She was the younger sister of Chu Xin, the 8th revolution qi refining cultivator, who had previously fought Xiao Yuanjun. "Greetings, ancestor." Chu Xuan, feeling slightly nervous, bowed to the ancestor in the pavilion. The Xianqing Tianhua, true lord before her, was an ancestor from her lineage who had risen 800 years ago. While she had known of his name since birth, this was the first time she had seen him in person. True lords were often elusive, a few in the clan had the fortune to meet them. Even some Foundation establishment celestials might not have seen a true lord, yet she merely at the 4th revolution qi refining stage had. It was impossible not to be nervous. Xianqing Tianhua, true lord, nodded. Chu Xuan turned her gaze, locking onto Zhang Yuan. She looked him up and down, her expression shifting from nervousness to arrogance. Miaoyu Celestial had already explained the purpose of this trip to her: defeat the 3rd prince's consort, who was at the 4th revolution qi refining stage, and she would have a chance to catch the true lord's eye, securing the clan's full support for her future cultivation. This was an opportunity to surpass her sister Chu Xin. To be honest, she had been a bit nervous at first. After all, he was the 3rd prince's consort, his strength was likely not weak, and it would probably be a tough battle. However, after seeing Zhang Yuan, her nervousness instantly vanished. She had thought the third prince's consort would be a scion of some noble family, but to her surprise, he was an otherworldly being. With this, victory was surely within her grasp. The difference between a person from the Daoist realm and an otherworldly being was quite distinct. Not only were their origins and foundations different, but even their auras revealed that Zhang Yuan was neither a noble scion nor a rogue cultivator from the countryside. Since he was neither, he must be from beyond the heavens. Chu Xuan stood proudly. You, an otherworldly being, are no match for a scion of the Chu clan. If you have any self-awareness, you should concede now. Zhang Yuan raised an eyebrow. What had an otherworldly being ever done to her? The Bianchi Chu clan's discrimination against otherworldly beings was quite severe. Seeing Chu Zaiwen's terrible attitude, Zhang Yuan dispensed with politeness. Let's settle this with strength. He was determined to obtain the chain baleful art. There was no way he would concede without a fight. Chu Xuan furrowed her brow. Her suggestion for Zhang Yuan to concede was not to save him face, but to avoid dirtying her own hands. When had an otherworldly being ever been worthy of crossing hands with a scion of the Chu clan, one of the 5 surnames and 7 great houses of the Daoist realm? I'm stubborn. Chu Xuan snorted coldly, hesitating no longer as she struck out alarmingly. A radiant 7-colored divine light shot from her hand, aimed directly at Zhang Yuan. Zhang Yuan's pupils contracted slightly. He moved his body narrowly, avoiding the divine light. The stone bricks beneath his feet were destroyed, leaving a 2-meter-wide, 3-meter-deep crater. The divine light scattered slowly, eroding everything around it. Xiao Yuanjun waved his Daoist robe lightly, and a clear chi circulated around him, preventing the all-consuming divine light from drawing near. This divine ability is somewhat interesting. Xiao Yuanjun made a brief calculation. Myriad phenomena creation divine light. A divine ability composed of devouring spiritual balefulness, heavenly light balefulness, and myriad phenomena heavenly firmament. It could wear away the creation of all things and devour the spiritual nature of living beings. Even a touch could endanger one's life. It seemed the scions of noble families were indeed formidable. At just the 4th revolution chi refining stage, she had already refined a heavenly firmament, greatly enhancing the power of her divine ability. Zhang Yuan frowned, looking at the spot where the divine light had struck. She truly held nothing back. This was a bit troublesome. Zhang Yuan's mind stirred, and a golden chariot appeared in his palm. He tossed it into the air, turning illusion into reality as it hurtled toward Chu Xuan. An otherworldly being's paltry trick. Chu Zaiwen's eyes were contemptuous. With a casual brush of her divine light, she dissipated the charging golden chariot, erasing it into nothingness. She could tell that Zhang Yuan's divine ability specialized in speed, possessing little killing power. It posed no threat to her whatsoever. Even if she stood still and let the chariot hit her, it would do nothing. The battle was already won. Against a mere otherworldly being, she didn't even need to use 30% of her strength. But just then, the sound of chains suddenly rang out. Chu Xuan frowned slightly, looking down to find an iron chain locked around her ankle. The other end of the chain was held by Zhang Yuan. It wasn't a divine ability, but the manifestation of an iron chain balefulness. Chu Zaiwen's eyes were puzzled, unsure of what Zhang Yuan intended. Most heavenly firmaments and earthly balefulnesses, if not refined and combined into a divine ability, were essentially powerless. What use was Zhang Yuan locking her with an iron chain balefulness now? Did he plan to pull her to the ground with the chain? Chu Xuan looked up and saw Zhang Yuan grinning at her. He condensed a palm-sized golden chariot in his hand and gently tapped it against his own knee. Instantly, the manifestations of 3 earthly balefulnesses dispersed. Zhang Yuan was unharmed, but Chu Xuan felt a sharp pain in her knee, forcing it to bend as she fell to one knee. Since he couldn't hit his opponent and his golden chariot imperial carriage would be swept away by her divine light, he might as well hit himself. The manifestation of the iron chain balefulness allowed their states to be connected, as expected of a scion of a noble family, utterly lacking in vigilance. It was so easy for him to succeed. If she had paid just a little attention to her feet, this wouldn't have happened. You dare humiliate me? Chu Xuan, enraged, glared furiously. Divine light gathered in her hand once more, and she immediately blasted it toward Zhang Yuan. The divine light moved with incredible speed, striking Zhang Yuan in an instant. Chu Xuan was stunned for a moment, then joy surged within her. He didn't react. Did she hit him? But before she could celebrate for long, a sharp pain shot through her hand. She opened it to find her originally delicate fair hand now a bloody mess. Sigh, that stings a bit. Zhang Yuan's voice came. Chu Xuan looked up, her expression one of shock. Yet the Zhang Yuan who had just been struck was standing there completely unharmed, and in his hand, he held a ball of radiant 7-colored divine light. The myriad phenomena creation divine light was now clutched tightly in Zhang Yuan's hand. Chu Xuan's pupils widened as she stared at the scene before her, disbelief flooding her gaze. Her divine light eroded all things. How could anyone possibly grasp it barehanded and emerge unscathed? Ignoring the searing agony radiating from her palm, Chu Xuan fixed her eyes intently on Zhang Yuan's hand, and at last discerned a subtle truth. No, it was not unharmed. He was countering the myriad phenomena creation divine light with a profound cultivation technique. Unseen, the vital essence of heaven and earth surrounding Zhang Yuan surged ceaselessly toward his palm, replenishing the flesh and blood worn away by the divine light. How ruthless! Once the truth dawned upon her, Chu Xuan instinctively marveled inwardly. To have one's flesh eroded and regenerated repeatedly, such torment transcended mere pain. An ordinary person would long since have fainted or even perished outright from agony. Just how indomitable was this man's will? Who exactly was he? Truly an outsider from beyond the heavens. Zhang Yuan's gaze remained calm. With a slight increase in pressure, he used the stolen vitality, pilfered via the theft of life malevolence, to crush the myriad phenomena creation divine light outright. The pain remained, but to him it was negligible. Could any agony compare to the tearing of a nascent spirit root, to the shattering of one's mortal body like brittle porcelain? Still refusing to yield, Zhang Yuan asked, voice tranquil. Chu Xuan knelt on one knee, lifting her gaze upward, her heart churning with bitter resentment. She had underestimated him. She still retained 7/10 of her strength and countless techniques yet unspent. Yet defeat had come so abruptly, so unjustly. Yet defeat it was. Had this been a life-or-death duel, she would already be dead. Dead. A tremor jolted Chu Xuan's spirit, as if violently roused from a dream, and an overwhelming wave of pain erupted from her palm, identical in intensity to what Zhang Yuan himself had endured. Her proud, defiant eyes instantly shimmered with tears. Trembling, she cried, "I yield." She had been wrong. Even unleashing every technique, every ounce of power, she stood no chance against this man. Satisfied with her surrender, Zhang Yuan broke into a broad grin, then turned without another glance at the near-tearful Chu Xuan, bowing deeply before True Lord Xianqing Tianhua. "Your Eminence bears witness, this cultivator of the lower realms has prevailed," Zhang Yuan said, smiling. A minor stratagem had sufficed to secure victory. Defeating scions of noble clans and Qi refinement was after all relatively effortless. True Lord Xianqing Tianhua gave a slight nod. "Having pledged my word, I shall not renege, though the linked malevolence within the estate has already been expended by junior disciples." Zhang Yuan and Xiao Yuanjun instantly grew anxious. The linked malevolence is gone. Then why bother promising at all? As if reading their thoughts, True Lord Xianqing Tianhua remarked dryly, "I have not finished speaking. Why the haste? Though the estate's linked malevolence is spent, I shall simply seize another for you." With that, he reached out across empty space, his hand grasping as though seizing solid matter, and an ethereal image unique to heaven and earth gradually coalesced before him. This image embodied precisely the essence of the linked malevolence. With 2 fingers, True Lord Xianqing Tianhua delicately pinched the ethereal form and tapped it once upon a small pebble at Zhang Yuan's feet. In that instant, the otherwise ordinary pebble, despite bearing no inherent resemblance to the linked malevolence, became its perfect vessel. To pluck such celestial or terrestrial essences directly from the void and condense them into a named malevolence, here the true Lord's sovereign might revealed itself in full majesty. Zhang Yuan picked up the pebble, probed it carefully, and confirmed it truly was the linked malevolence. A flicker of astonishment crossed his mind. 4 Qi refiners' heavenly stems and earthly branches were treasures of immeasurable rarity, yet a golden core true Lord could summon them forth with but a gesture. Were such a Lord to serve as patron, one's path to foundation establishment would flow effortlessly unimpeded. "Many thanks, Your Eminence," Zhang Yuan said, clasping his hands in formal gratitude. True Lord Xianqing Tianhua nodded slightly. After a moment's pause, Zhang Yuan lowered his voice and asked, "Might Your Eminence have further instructions?" His question, of course, concerned the arrangements for tomorrow's grand wedding. True Lord Xianqing Tianhua's eyes narrowed faintly. In his original design, toppling the Demon Empress had required no intervention from Zhang Yuan. He was an unforeseen variable introduced by the Demon Empress herself. Yet this variable had spiraled far beyond even the Demon Empress's control, now arriving directly at his own threshold. If one followed the principle of "if it's here, use it," then welcoming such a variable was only prudent. But now, too many eyes watched this anomaly. Best to leave it undisturbed. Without betraying a trace of thought, True Lord Xianqing Tianhua glanced briefly at Li Huishi, who remained silent, and said coolly, I have my own arrangements. Merely cooperate with Dongfang Kai Bai. Do not act rashly. Dongfang Kai Bai indeed maintained ties with the Bianshichu clan. Tomorrow he would inevitably betray the queen of Bian state. Zhang Yuan nodded in silent assent. The linked malevolence secured their objective achieved. Zhang Yuan and his companion departed the Chu residence. Eager to refine the linked malevolence, Zhang Yuan swiftly advanced to fifth transformation, Qi refinement, leaving only a single heavenly stem or earthly branch between him and the forging of his second innate divine ability. Inside the golden carriage, Zhang Yuan exhaled a thick breath of turbid Qi, his spirit soaring. Fifth transformation, Qi refinement, achieved. He sensed it clearly. Upon breaking through to sixth transformation, a true qualitative metamorphosis would await. Do not rejoice too soon. You've ascended too rapidly. Let me veil your aura with a technique master advises, Xiao Yuanjun murmured, gently tapping Zhang Yuan's forehead to conceal his fifth transformation, Qi refinement aura. Zhang Yuan's 5 acquired earthly branches were each traceable and logically consistent, but his speed in refining them was extraordinary, far surpassing any ordinary cultivator. Once obtained, a single earthly branch could be refined within hours. Recall, most Qi refiners require at least 10 days to half a month, or even several months, to fully refine a single earthly branch. Granted, the primordial true law self-cultivation grand art bore great responsibility, but Zhang Yuan's innate talent for heavenly stems and earthly branches was equally astonishing. For safety, sake concealment remained the wiser course. Zhang Yuan voiced no objection, indeed wholeheartedly agreed. Were it not for the absence of a technique like severing past and present capable of obscuring fate itself, he would have mastered his cultivation level long ago. A true cultivator must always conceal his realm, then strike down enemies far above his rank with devastating force. Within the Chu residence, beneath a pavilion nestled amid garden groves, Chu Shiwen, defeated by Zhang Yuan, had not left, but instead, trembling and biting back tears, raised her hand in solemn obeisance toward true Lord Xianqing Tianhua. Shiwen has disgraced our venerable ancestor. No harm done. The loss was no fault of yours, true Lord Xianqing Tianhua, replied, his eyes crinkling with quiet amusement. Zhang Yuan possessed profound mastery over his 4 earthly branches. His application of divine abilities ranked among the very finest among Qi refiners. That alone would have sufficed, but crucially, he was also merciless toward himself. To grasp the myriad phenomena creation divine light barehanded, without so much as a blink, combined with his peerless technique, these were the twin pillars of Chu Shiwen's defeat. Frankly, that she endured such agony without shedding a tear had already exceeded his expectations. With such unyielding fortitude, even modest innate talent posed no barrier. Her clan would readily invest boundless resources in her advancement. Miao Yu, fetch 2 suitable earthly branches as reward for representing the clan in this contest. On the 22nd day of the 12th lunar month, auspicious for marriage. Today marked the grand wedding of the most beloved third princess of the royal family. The clamor of gongs and drums echoed across the entire capital of Bian Kingdom, with red silk ribbons tied everywhere fluttering in the cold wind, exuding festivity. However, this was only true judging by the sounds. Had one stepped outside, they would have noticed how eerie the atmosphere in the capital truly was. At this moment, whether in the inner or outer city, the streets were utterly deserted, yet the sound of drums and gongs resounded through the empty avenues. At the third princess residence, Zhang Yuan awoke on the guest room bed. Opening his eyes, he saw the crimson wedding robe by the bedside and sighed, resigned to changing into it. After donning the robe, he moved about slightly to get accustomed. He had to admit the wedding robe prepared by Dongfang Kai Bai fit perfectly, allowing unrestricted movement. Tianjian. Zhang Yuan opened the panel of Tianjian, ready to confirm the future course once more and see if any changes had occurred. But to his surprise, after not checking for 2 days, the 3 futures, 2 deaths, and 1 survival, had subtly shifted. Tianjian 3. Your becoming the consort of the third princess of Bian Kingdom has been discovered by the daughter of the Li family, who comes to seize the wedding. What's going on? Zhang Yuan was bewildered. The third future of being a consort had vanished, replaced by a future where the Li family's daughter came to seize the wedding. The change in the future caught him off guard. But the problem was, this future path had no outcome. It neither stated he would die nor that he would live. A cause without effect. This was the first time he had encountered such a situation. Zhang Yuan furrowed his brow. The Li family's daughter and I had a betrothal. She came to the capital and heard of my marriage to Dongfang Kai Bai. This is the trigger for the change in the third future. Not to mention, he had never met this Li family daughter. Even if he had, it was the Li family of Bian East who had abandoned him first. How could they now come to seize the wedding? Wait, thinking carefully, it seems I have indeed met this Li family daughter before. Zhang Yuan suddenly recalled the Li family disciple who bore the label Li family patriarch's illegitimate daughter clad in a cloak with an obscured face. The illegitimate daughter of Li Hoqing also bearing the two golden labels True Lord's Transmission and True Lord's Bearing. If this was the one betrothed to him, it might indeed change the future. Now that Zhang Yuan had reached the fifth turn of qi refinement, his personal status had surpassed that of ordinary mortals, allowing him some speculation on the reasons for rewriting the predetermined future of Tianjin. Xiao Yuanjun could alter a doomed future with a single word because she possessed the status of a half-step foundation establishment, celestial, holding immense weight in the world and the future. Even a thought or a casual word from her was more effective than Zhang Yuan's countless actions. Extrapolating from this, the cultivation of this Li family daughter, even if not matching Xiao Yuanjun's 10th turn of qi refinement, was at least at the 9th turn. For now, he could only take things one step at a time. He had done his best in what needed to be done. If the demon queen of Bian Kingdom could contend with the two golden cores of the Li and Chu families, then he would not need to defect like Dongfang Kaibai. If she could not, he had already met with True Lord Xianxing Tianhua yesterday and could surrender directly to the Chu family of Bian West. Should there be further variables on top of this, he would simply accept his fate. Zhang Yuan steadied his mind and stepped out of the guest room only to find Xiao Yuanjun squatting idly by the door, holding a stick of candied hawthorns. Today Xiao Yuanjun looked very different. She was no longer wearing her patched gray Daoist robe, but had changed into a celestial blue glazed robe. Seeing Zhang Yuan emerge, Xiao Yuanjun stood up and smiled. The third princess sent this. How does your master look in it? She showed no sign of tension, even taking the time to ask about the clothes. Beautiful. Zhang Yuan nodded somewhat perfunctorily. Xiao Yuanjun raised an eyebrow in dissatisfaction. So perfunctory. Could it be that you're about to start a family and have already forgotten your master's kindness? Today life and death were uncertain, and he was still talking about starting a family. Zhang Yuan twitched the corner of his mouth and offered a compliment. In this glazed robe, master is as graceful as a startled swan with an ethereal bearing. Your disciple is awestruck, thinking a true immortal has descended from heaven. Xiao Yuanjun nodded in satisfaction. That's more like it. All right, let's go. We'll head to the main hall to find the third princess. By then the same life curse will manifest. Xiao Yuanjun said. The title of consort sounded glorious, but in reality, if one's status was not high, it was merely that of a son-in-law marrying into the royal family. Thus Zhang Yuan, who had been living in the third princess residence, only needed to move from the guest room to the main hall within the estate to complete the wedding with Dongfang Caibai, without going through the process of fetching the bride. In the main hall, Dongfang Caibai stood in the center, adorned in a gilded wedding gown draped in a phoenix cape and wearing a red veil. Her posture was dignified and steady as she awaited Zhang Yuan's arrival. Besides Dongfang Caibai, there were two others in the hall, a man and a woman. The woman in a phoenix crown and cape exuded an air of noble elegance. Her face bore a striking 7-point resemblance to Dongfang Caibai's. She sat regally on a chair, inspiring awe, while the man wore a 9-clawed dragon robe and an imperial crown. As Zhang Yuan and Xiao Yuanjun entered the hall and saw the two, they immediately recognized their identities, the Emperor and Empress of Bian Kingdom. Zhang Yuan, why does the Bian Emperor look so foolish? Xiao Yuanjun transmitted secretly. Zhang Yuan lifted his gaze slightly. The Bian Emperor in his dragon robe and crown had a face that, while not as handsome as Zhang Yuan's, was still decent. When he frowned, it carried an air of innate authority. However, the Emperor's eyes were now vacant, devoid of any spark of light. Sitting beside the Empress, he resembled a marionette. Zhang Yuan pays respects to your Majesty and Her Majesty the Empress. Zhang Yuan bowed with clasped hands. You are indeed a fine-looking man worthy of my daughter. Proceed with the wedding now. The Empress spoke in a gentle tone. Zhang Yuan dared not hesitate. Silently, he walked over to stand beside Dongfang Caibai. Heaven has 9 virtues, dividing yin and yang, transforming into the 5 elements, and giving birth to all things. Bearing the virtue of heaven, the first bow is to heaven and earth. A solemn, resonant voice rang in their ears. Hearing this, Zhang Yuan was about to move, but found his body acting involuntarily, compelled to bow to heaven and earth. Beside him, Dongfang Caibai experienced the same. Even as a foundation establishment cultivator of the Sha and Gang path, with a celestial status, she too lost control of her physical form at this moment. The Empress of Bian Kingdom curled her lips, a smile brimming with delight. Just as the two were about to bow to heaven and earth, an untimely voice suddenly came from outside the residence. The Chu family of Bian West, hearing of the third princess' grand wedding, has specially come to present a generous gift. Li Hojin and Chu Miaofu, two foundation establishment celestials, led the members of both families, Li Jiejian, Li Zhongshuang, Chu Xin, and Chu Shiwen, as they walked in. The difference was that the Chu family of Bian West carried lavish gifts, while the Li family of Bian East each bore weapons expressionless with an air of accusation. Entering the hall, Li Jiejian with a grim face whispered to his fifth uncle Li Hoshuan, "Fifth uncle, do I really have to go?" "Go on, Jiejian. Don't let the Li family of Bian East lose face." Li Hoshian patted his shoulder. Li Jiejian had no choice but to nod. He strode forward, pointing a finger in anger. "Huh. Demon Queen, release my brother-in-law at once, or else the Li family of Bian East will show no courtesy." Li Jiejian had no choice but to nod. He strode forward, pointing a finger in anger. "Huh. Demon Queen, release my brother-in-law at once, or else the Li family of Bian East will show no courtesy." TSK. Was he always this bold? The Empress of the Bian Kingdom seated on her throne was likely a golden core true monarch, yet Li Jiejian dared to speak thus, unafraid of being struck down on the spot. One must understand, even with the protection of a golden core true monarch from the Bian Eastly clan, this act was nothing short of courting death. After all, to a golden core true monarch, a mere fifth-turn chi refinement cultivator was disposable once used dead or alive, his value already exhausted. Zhang Yuan pondered this as he began to mull over Li Jiejian's earlier words. He had even called out brother-in-law, making it clear that the Bian Eastly clan had truly come to seize the bride. Strange, wasn't it? He and the Bian Eastly clan were mortal enemies, yet now they sought to steal his marriage. He wondered if the Li clan daughter he was betrothed to was present. Zhang Yuan swept his gaze across the Li clan members, fixing his eyes on Li Zhongshuang, who was cloaked in a hooded robe. So she had come, but why was she still wearing that cloak? How could the consort be your brother-in-law, young whelp of the Li clan? Do not cause trouble here, or I shall have you thrown into the dungeon without mercy. The Bian Kingdom Emperor, his gaze vacant, suddenly spoke. As for the Empress of the Bian Kingdom, whom Li Jiejian had confronted, she merely smiled at him, showing no sign of panic. Li Jiejian stood his ground. The consort is betrothed to our Bian Eastly clan. Even if it is the third princess, taking another's husband would not sound well, your majesty. Please allow my brother-in-law to return. Betrothed to the Bian Eastly clan. The Bian Kingdom Emperor murmured, then added, by my decree from this day forth the consort's engagement to the daughter of the Bian Kingdom Li clan is nullified. Li Jiejian's expression froze. This matter is settled. Continue the ceremony. As the Bian Kingdom Emperor spoke, the light in his eyes faded once more. First bow to heaven and earth. Zhang Yuan and Dongfang Kaibai bowed deeply to the heavens and the earth. In an instant after completing the bow, Zhang Yuan's pupils dilated as he felt a mysterious, immense power infuse his being. This power had no physical form, nor did it directly enhance his cultivation or strength. Instead, it elevated his fortune and luck. This was the national destiny of the Bian Kingdom. The kingdom's destiny had been split in two by the Empress bestowed upon him and Dongfang Kaibai. Li Jiejian stood frozen, bewildered, turning to look at his fifth uncle Li Hoshian and Li Hojin. Chu Miaofu furrowed her brows. Her status as a foundation establishment celestial allowed her to see the national destiny placed upon Zhang Yuan and Dongfang Kaibai, slowly draining away, flowing toward the demonic empress seated ahead. They could wait no longer. If the ceremony were completed and they became husband and wife, the national destiny would be devoured entirely by the demonic empress. Make your move. Chu Miaofu spoke. Li Hojin gave a slight nod. All members of the Bian Kingdom's royal family, aside from Emperor Dongfang Jing and the third princess Dongfang Kaibai, both direct and collateral lines, had been slaughtered by the demonic empress. The reason the demonic empress had done this was to weaken the influence of the royal bloodline over the national destiny. Now Dongfang Kaibai was the sole bearer of the Bian Kingdom's royal blood. Once Emperor Dongfang Jing died, she would be the undisputed heir to the throne. Even as a woman, she could carry the kingdom's destiny. But heaven and earth have their principles of yin and yang. Dongfang Kaibai could only bear half of the destiny. The other half required a consort to bear it. Therefore, killing the consort would be enough to shatter the demonic empress scheme. Without a moment's hesitation over harming an innocent, Li Hojin struck out with a palm aimed directly at Zhang Yuan's life. As before, the palm strike was gentle, yet brimming with lethal intent. Even a casual blow from a foundation establishment celestial was far beyond what a chi refinement adept could withstand. Zhang Yuan's eyes darkened. This Li Hojin again, repeatedly trying to take his life. How dare you? Just as Zhang Yuan was about to be struck dead, the binding force on Dongfang Kaibai loosened. She shouted, waving her hand to block Li Hojin's attack. Beneath her red bridal veil, Dongfang Kaibai's gaze burned with anger. She was greatly displeased with Li Hojin. After the first bow to heaven and earth with the national destiny upon him, Zhang Yuan's life was now intertwined with hers. Their fates were now bound. Prosper together, suffer together. Li Hojin's act was not only an attempt to kill Zhang Yuan, but also to slay her along with him, a clear breach of decorum. Li Hojin's gaze was indifferent as he took a step forward. In an instant, the third princess' residence fell silent. Space twisted like glass, the wind passing through the halls froze dead, all clamor was erased by an invisible hand. Utter stillness reigned, as if the mansion had been severed from the outside world. The ever-still realm of eternal peace. This was no divine ability, but a domain, a power exclusive to Foundation Establishment Celestials. A domain evolved one's own Tao into a realm isolating the laws of the outside world. It existed within oneself, yet stood independent of heaven and earth, elevating one's status and creating myriad wonders. One could say the domain was the very foundation of a Foundation Establishment Celestial. Within such a domain, the Celestial was akin to the heavenly Tao itself. Every word and action embodied the supreme principles of the universe. At this moment, the third princess' residence was engulfed by Li Hojin's domain. If Li Hojin had deployed his domain last time, even Xiao Yuan, whose status nearly matched a celestial, would never have been able to snatch the Iron Chain Malevolence, and even escape would have been questionable. Once a domain was formed, only a fellow Foundation Establishment Celestial could clash domains to contest who had the greater Tao. Any Qi refinement adept below would have no power to resist. Dongfang Kaibai furrowed her brows, realizing Li Hojin was about to get serious. She prepared to deploy her own domain and meet his heathen. Just then, however, an unexpected change occurred. A faint shimmering radiance fell from the void, landing upon Zhang Yuan and Dongfang Kaibai. This light was none other than the same life malevolence, embodying the concept of sharing life and death. Xiao Yuanjun froze in place. Upon seeing this earthly malevolence, he immediately activated his fourth innate divine ability, heaven-destroying fourfold immortal domain, instantly elevating his status to just below a celestial. Only able to move a finger, but that's enough. Xiao Yuanjun moved his finger. Haste. Fivefold plunder, devastation, Qi ninefold, guarding harmony Qi. The foul and pure Qi emerged simultaneously, instantly pressing all of the same life malevolence onto Zhang Yuan. Refine quickly, Xiao Yuanjun said sternly. As the radiance settled upon him, Zhang Yuan felt the abundant concept and immediately activated his cultivation technique to refine the same life malevolence. Li Hojin frowned. Refining an earthly malevolence right before his eyes. How naive. Not to mention that to a celestial, there was no difference between 5th turn and 6th turn Qi refinement. Given the difficulty of refining heavenly and earthly malevolences, this man wouldn't even be able to refine half before his death. Yet within less than 2 breaths of Zhang Yuan's contact with the radiance, the concept of the same life malevolence was completely refined. So fast. How is that possible? Under the astonished gazes of the crowd, Zhang Yuan broke through to 6th turn Qi refinement. Iron chain malevolence, same life malevolence. Though these 3 earthly malevolences had subtle differences, their concepts were largely similar. Zhang Yuan had not understood why Xiao Yuanjun had him refine 3 malevolences with similar concepts, but now he had a flash of insight. Xiao Yuanjun wanted him to condense a divine ability of extreme effect, a divine ability that would bind their karma and lives together. Zhang Yuan slowly extended his palm. In the center of his hand, a shifting, unpredictable haze emerged, sometimes transforming into iron chains coiling like dragons and serpents, sometimes shifting into light and shadow flowing like radiant clouds. Its imagery was vast, encompassing physical objects, consciousness, and even causality. Heaven and earth are one with me, all things coexist with me. This divine ability is named myriad coexistence, Zhang Yuan realized in his heart. As the name implies, by activating this divine ability, one could choose a person or an object to connect with, forming a symbiotic relationship where prosperity is shared but loss is not necessarily mutual. When used skillfully, it could achieve unexpected victories. Beyond surprising, the enemy myriad coexistence had another use, connecting with someone deeply tied to one's own karma. If that person practiced the Tao of Gangsha and Qi refinement and was of a higher cultivation level, one could mount one of their divine abilities. Mounting a divine ability. No wonder Xiao Yuanjun wanted him to refine those 3 earthly Sha. The doubt in Zhang Yuan's heart was instantly resolved. With a thought, the haze in his palm transformed into an invisible iron chain coiling around Xiao Yuanjun's wrist before vanishing completely into the world. In an instant, Zhang Yuan felt an inexplicable connection with Xiao Yuanjun, and simultaneously an image of a divine ability was born out of thin air, passed and presence severing the lingering. Xiao Yuanjun smiled at Zhang Yuan. This was the divine ability she had mounted for him. Barring any surprises, a fight was inevitable, and mounting this ability would make it easier for him to escape. Li Hojin watched all this calmly, not a ripple in his eyes. Though he didn't know what they had done, his Dao domain was now fully opened. No matter what schemes or divine abilities Zhang Yuan and his companion possessed, they would be rendered useless. Between a Qi refinement cultivator at the human harmony stage and a foundation establishment cultivator at the celestial being stage lay an insurmountable chasm. Li Hojin took a step forward. Suddenly, a crushing pressure descended upon the third princess mansion, weighing on everyone's hearts. The pressure fell especially heavily on Zhang Yuan, as if a great mountain were pressing down on his head. Had he not just broken through to the sixth turn of Qi refinement, he would have already been flattened on the ground. He wants to crush me to death. Zhang Yuan's gaze turned ferocious, and a taste of blood seeped from his mouth. His internal organs were bleeding. If this continued, he would surely die. Enough. Causing trouble right under my eyes. I thought the Bian kingdom had already changed its surname to Li, said the serene and dignified Empress of Bian, who had risen to her feet, at some point speaking slowly. As her words fell, all the pressure vanished instantly, and the eternal present stillness Dao domain that covered the entire mansion shattered. Li Hojin's pupils contracted, and he involuntarily retreated 2 steps, spitting out a large mouthful of blood. This was the backlash from having his Dao domain forcibly broken. Breaking a celestial being's Dao domain with a single sentence. The demon empress is indeed a golden core, true lord. Boy, you wanted to kill Princess Kair's consort. Did you ask me first? The Empress of Bian continued. Li Hojin's mind roared, his once calm gaze turning bewildered. His aura began to weaken from the boundless vitality of a foundation establishment and a celestial being to a withered, deathly state, like a person on the verge of demise. How dare you? Just as Li Hojin was about to die, a scolding voice rang out. Xianqing Tianhua, true lord, appeared above the third princess mansion, his Daoist robe billowing, holding a whisk, and standing on auspicious clouds. A true image of a transcendent expert. Whether the Bian kingdom's surname is Dongfang or Li, no matter which family ascends the throne, it is not for a damp-born, egg-hatched, fur-covered, horned beast like you to interfere. Xianqing Tianhua, true lord, declared. The Empress of Bian frowned. She knew that Golden Core true lords from the Li and Chu clans would appear today, but Xianqing Tianhua true lord had arrived far too early. According to her calculations, Xianqing Tianhua true lord should have appeared at least after the second bow to the parents. Xuanqing, have you come to stop me? The Empress of Bian asked, lifting her head. Xianqing Tianhua true lord shook his head slightly and replied irrelevantly. It is not easy for a beast to seek the Tao. Why bring such hardship upon yourself, fellow Daoist Wanolf? Myriad Silks true lord. This was the Empress of Bian's true lord title. Xuanqing, do you think you have me cornered? The Empress of Bian asked with a charming smile. With a movement of her hand, the Bian emperor, who had been sitting before Zhang Yuan and Dongfang Caibai, instantly exploded into a mist of blood which was blown away by the wind, vanishing completely from the world. With the emperor dead, the fortune of the Bian kingdom, which had been slowly draining away, began to rapidly pour into Zhang Yuan and Dongfang Caibai, while simultaneously being devoured by the empress. In just a moment, 2 or 3/10 of the Bian kingdom's fortune were gone. The empress' smile was radiant, and beneath her phoenix robe, countless pure white fox tails emerged as she soared into the sky to confront Xianqing Tianhua true lord. Her cultivation was comparable to Xianqing Tianhua true lord's, so a fight would typically end in a stalemate. However, with the fortune of the Bian kingdom now at her disposal, if she could devour half of it, her opponent would no longer be a match for her. Alas, Xianqing Tianhua true lord sighed. Good advice is wasted on the damned who are fated to die. Zhang Yuan looked up. As the empress ascended into the sky, the heavens seemed to be shrouded in a layer of mist, obscuring everything from view. Still staring. You'd better run fast, Xiao Yuanjun said, jumping up and patting his shoulder. Zhang Yuan nodded in agreement. With Xianqing Tianhua true lord dealing with the empress, and Li Hojin severely injured by her now, was the perfect opportunity for him to escape. If not now, when? What about you, master? Zhang Yuan asked. Do you really think that just because Li Hojin is injured he can't deal with you? A celestial being has boundless vitality. Li Hojin has long since recovered. Besides, there's more than one celestial being here. Your master will hold them off for you, Xiao Yuanjun said. If Zhang Yuan tried to flee, it wasn't just Li Hojin who would object. Miaoyo celestial being Chu Miaofu, and even Dongfang Caibai would not allow it. So many celestial beings. Can you hold them off, master? Zhang Yuan asked in astonishment. Xiao Yuanjun's fourth divine ability could elevate her to near celestial being level, but it was only an approximation. She could barely withstand 3 moves from a true foundation establishment celestial being. A half-step foundation establishment cultivator indeed cannot hold them off, but what if your master proves herself as a celestial being? Zhao Yuanjun declared, full of spirit and ambition. The second heavenly barrier was the disciple barrier. To pass it, the disciple who answered the call had to achieve the 9th turn of qi refinement and condense 3 innate divine abilities. Although Zhang Yuan had just broken through to the 6th turn of qi refinement, he possessed 3 divine abilities, barely meeting the condition. In other words, Zhang Yuan's current status was that of a pseudo-9th turn qi refinement cultivator. The second barrier is finally passed. At this moment, the sky was divided into 2 layers. The highest layer was where Xianxing Tianhua, True Lord, and the Demon Empress of Bian were, while the second layer directly above Zhang Yuan and the others was thick with black clouds rumbling with thunder and flickering with serpentine lightning. The oppressive pressure of heaven and earth was as tangible as a physical force. The beggar barrier and the disciple barrier had both been crossed. Next came the third heavenly barrier. Barring any surprises, this final barrier should be the heavenly punishment barrier. Heavenly punishment meant the tribulation of lightning. By surviving the lightning tribulation, she could prove herself as a celestial being. Among the many heavenly barriers, the heavenly punishment barrier carried an extremely high risk of death, having blocked countless 9th turn qi refinement cultivators who sought to become celestial beings. But the heavenly punishment barrier is dangerous for 9th turn qi refinement cultivators. What does that have to do with me, a 10th turn qi refinement cultivator below the celestial being realm? Zhao Yuanjun's lips curled slightly, her robes rustling in the wind as she looked up at the sky, her eyes brimming with confidence. Amidst the surging sea of clouds, lightning arcs crackled with a thunderous roar as if celestial drums were being beaten, causing all who heard it to tremble in fear. Witnessing this transformation, everyone raised their heads and turned their gazes toward Zhao Yuanjun. Was she about to attain the celestial being state here? Dongfang Kaibai and Chu Miaofu were inwardly startled. Which 9-turn qi refiner wouldn't prepare thoroughly for the final trial? How could Zhao Yuanjun be so reckless? Was she not afraid that all her efforts would be undone? Li Hojin, having recovered, furrowed his brows. He still vividly remembered the public humiliation Zhao Yuanjun had inflicted upon him earlier. Though he longed to strike her down directly, the heavenly punishment gate loomed overhead. Killing her now would taint him with the karmic consequences of the heavenly punishment tribulation. His ambition was to attain the position of True Lord, and he could not allow this to obstruct his path, ultimately denying him the title. After weighing the pros and cons, Li Hojin decided to refrain from acting. He could slay her once she had become a celestial being. It would be the same. A thunderbolt suddenly descended, a thick pillar of lightning like a raging dragon. Zhao Yuanjun remained composed, lightly waving the sleeve of her glazed garment. Pure and impure qi interwove like a net above her head, fully absorbing the thunderous downpour. In moments the thunder dissipated. Zhao Yuanjun stood unscathed, and even the celeste azure glazed garment gifted by Dongfang Kaibai bore not a single scorch mark. The heavenly punishment gate was overcome. Zhao Yuanjun's pure and impure qi spiraled around her as she soared into the sky, drawing all attention away from Zhang Yuan. With the 10-turn qi refining and the activation of the heavenly extermination 4 ultimate immortal domain to elevate her status, she was only a step away from true celestial being. Having now crossed the heavenly punishment gate, her status effortlessly broke through its shackles, and she attained the position of a celestial being. I, Zhao Yuanjun, have spent 18 years capturing baleful qi and refining stellar qi. Now, with my form and spirit perfected, qi refining complete, all divine abilities unleashed, and all 3 trials passed, I hereby attain celestial being under the Tao named Zhenhua. Zhen means ultimate perfection, Hua means form and spirit attaining truth. Zhao Yuanjun's voice was not loud, yet it reached the ears of everyone present with crystal clarity. Had she truly succeeded? Watching Zhao Yuanjun effortlessly attain celestial being, the crowd's emotions varied. Some were in awe, others shocked, and still others filled with admiration. It is done. An 18-year-old celestial being, truly a prodigy of heaven. Dongfang Caibai, her head veiled in a red bridal cloth, murmured to herself. Though she was the youngest foundation establishment celestial being in the history of the Bian kingdom, her title was somewhat inflated. After all, with a golden core True Lord as her mother to accelerate her growth, and her lineage as a fox from Qingqiu, far surpassing the mundane, the combination allowed her to attain celestial being at 19. But Zhao Yuanjun relied solely on her innate talent, with a level of aptitude and comprehension beyond imagination. Li Hujin's eyes turned icy, and it was clear his expression had darkened. She has just attained foundation establishment, her Dao domain is not yet formed, so she cannot be considered a true celestial being. Li Hujin's thoughts shifted as his Dao domain pressed down upon her. With a foe now a foundation establishment cultivator, he would never allow her to grow stronger. He must nip this in the bud. The eternal being Dao domain. Meanwhile, Zhang Yuan, using his mounted divine ability past and present severing ties, managed to inch his way out of the third princess residence without alerting anyone. The capital's streets were empty and silent, the cold wind bleak. Zhang Yuan stood before the gate, looked up at the plaque of the third princess residence, and let out a sigh of relief. Finally, he had escaped. As long as he left this Bian kingdom capital, the sky would be the limit and the sea would set him free. As for what would happen to Xiao Yuanjun after he left, Myriad Union had no distance limit. As long as the connection remained unbroken, it meant she was safe. Moreover, Xiao Yuanjun had already attained the foundation establishment celestial being state. Even though she had just broken through, her combat prowess would not be much lower than that of Li Hojin and his ilk. As long as no true lord intervened, she should be able to protect herself. Zhang Yuan had full confidence in Xiao Yuanjun's abilities. With this thought, he recalled the words she had spoken when she became a celestial being. Capturing baleful qi and refining stellar qi for 18 years, Dao named Zhenhua. Xiao Yuanjun was only 18, younger than him. Zhang Yuan twitched the corner of his mouth. Though precedence is given to the more accomplished, calling someone younger than himself master felt a bit awkward. He supposed that among cultivators those with higher realms took precedence, though a little loss was tolerable. Besides, during their days together, Xiao Yuanjun had indeed been diligent and devoted sparing no effort to find celestial and earthly baleful qi for him. Apart from being a bit rash, she was a qualified master. Zhang Yuan dismissed these thoughts, cast one last glance at the residence, and prepared to leave without hesitation. "Where are you going?" A sudden question came from nowhere. Following the source of the voice, he saw a figure in a cloak with a label reading "Illegitimate Daughter of the Li Family Patriarch" above her head. Zhang Yuan froze, startled and uncertain. Li Zhongshuang removed her cloak, hood revealing her true face. A crystal still covered her right eye, but unlike before, her long black hair had turned white. The person under the cloak was Li Zhongshuang. Zhang Yuan blinked, slightly surprised. So that's how it all connects. No wonder he had never seen the Li woman he was betrothed to when he was at the Li residence in Yunzhou City. If this Li woman was the patriarch's illegitimate daughter and was not to be shown in public, it made perfect sense. So Li Zhongshuang was the Li woman he was engaged to. Fate truly was mysterious. Before leaving Yunzhou City, he had even snatched a stealth life, baleful qi from her. Zhang Yuan's expression returned to calm as he looked at Li Zhongshuang, as if she were an ordinary woman. "You called out to me, friend. Is there something?" Zhang Yuan asked. Li Zhongshuang was silent for a moment before replying, "Nothing. Do as you wish." She possessed a divine ability to see through all phenomena and had been watching Zhang Yuan in the main hall. So when he left, she noticed and followed him. To be honest, she didn't know why she had followed, so when Zhang Yuan asked, she said there was nothing. Zhang Yuan found it odd and cupped his hands. "Farewell, friend. Until we meet. Where are you going?" Another equally abrupt question interrupted Zhang Yuan. Who else was coming? Was it really that hard to make a getaway? Zhang Yuan looked around, but saw no one. Finally, catching a glint of colorful light out of the corner of his eye, he looked down to see the speaker. The Daoist Realm Sublord Li Huishi stood expressionless. Why her? Was he fated to keep running into the Li family? Zhang Yuan stiffened his expression and said bluntly, "Out of my way, kid. I don't have time to take you home today." Li Zhongshuang's head shot up. Li Huishi, cold as frost, fixed her spiritual gaze on him and repeated, "Where are you going?" Zhang Yuan glanced at her and said flatly, "Wherever I want. Just not to your Li family." With that, he simply walked around her, summoned his golden chariot with the golden carriage imperial procession ability, and fled. Li Huishi narrowed her eyes, slightly pondered for a moment, and decided not to bother with him. Whether Zhang Yuan went to the Li family or not was not up to him. As long as she wished, she could capture him anytime, anywhere. Little ancestor. Watching Zhang Yuan's retreating figure, Li Zhongshuang parted her lips slightly. After a moment of silence, she gave a slight bow to Li Huishi, who was approaching. Li Huix's face revealed neither joy nor anger as she nodded gently and walked slowly toward the main hall of the third princess residence. The consort had fled, which meant the bride snatching was successful. Now she had to handle the aftermath. In the main hall, Xiao Yuanjun's eyes flickered as she stood with her hands behind her back, exuding an imposing aura. Directly before her, Li Hujin's face was extremely gloomy, while Chu Miaofu and Dongfang Kaibai wore expressions of utter disbelief. The Li Chu and Dongfang families were all unwilling to let Zhang Yuan leave, so the three had briefly joined forces, determined to defeat Xiao Yuanjun as quickly as possible. However, to their surprise, Xiao Yuanjun was terrifyingly powerful. Xu Miaofu was at the Foundation Establishment early stage, while Li Hojin and Dongfang Kaibai were both at the Foundation Establishment middle stage, with Dongfang Kaibai being slightly more advanced. Even working together, the three could not subdue her. This person possesses a Dao domain, Dongfang Kaibai said with a frown. Her original intention was to find an opportunity to turn against her stepmother the 10,000 silken mandates true Lord, using her and Zhang Yuan's national fortune as leverage. But now with Xiao Yuanjin's disruption, the plan had completely derailed. Li Hojin and Chu Miaofu nodded gravely. After so many exchanges, even though the opponent had not revealed her Dao domain, they could tell she definitely possessed one, otherwise her strength could not be this formidable. In fact, their guess was correct. As the only being in the world to achieve the heavenly human realm through 10 cycle Qi refinement and 4 innate divine abilities, she was a Qi refinement perfected one. The moment Xiao Yuanjun ascended to the heavenly human realm, her 4th divine ability, the heaven-destroying 4 absolute immortal domain, automatically became her heavenly human Dao domain, requiring no further effort to forge one. But unlike Li Hojin and the others who projected their Dao domain over the physical world, the heaven-destroying 4 absolute immortal domain was cast upon herself. Its effect was the same as during her Qi refinement period, greatly elevating her own status and cultivation. The path I have comprehended is indeed flawless. Xiao Yuanjun was very satisfied with her performance. She had not been certain before, but now she dared to claim that her primordial truth self-salvation great art was the most powerful foundation establishment technique in the world bar none. Zhang Yuan was truly blessed to receive her inheritance. Creak. The main hall door was pushed open. Li Huishi and Li Zhongshuang walked in slowly, drawing the attention of everyone present. Oh, foundation establishment not bad, Li Huishi said indifferently, glancing at Xiao Yuanjun. Xiao Yuanjun raised an eyebrow as she remembered this woman from the Li clan who had terrible manners. Whether her manners were terrible or not was beside the point. Was her successful foundation establishment merely not bad in the others' eyes? The Li clan disciples were indeed a bit too arrogant. Greetings, little ancestor, Li Hojin suddenly said respectfully. Xiao Yuanjun and Dongfang Kaibai were puzzled by the address. Little ancestor? Who? Was Li Hojin calling this short girl little ancestor? Could it be that the beating had left him dizzy and unable to recognize people? Li Huishi ignored everyone. She stood in the main hall slightly, raising her head to gaze at the sky above. In an instant, the heavens parted, revealing light. The black clouds and mist that had shrouded the capital completely dissipated, revealing the intense battle between profound firmament, heavenly flower true lord, and the Bian nation's demon queen. The demon queen sat atop a thick foxtail with a stone table and tea set before her, leisurely brewing and sipping tea. Profound firmament, heavenly flower true lord stood on auspicious clouds, waving his horsetail whisk. The clouds around him transformed into countless talismans, attacking the Bian nation's demon queen. Facing the talismans, the demon queen casually plucked a single fox hair. She gently tossed it down, and the white fox hair drifted with the wind. This slender white fox hair multiplied. 1 became 10, 10 became 100, 100 became 1,000, eventually transforming into countless white foxtails. They piled up like vines, covering the sky so densely that not a trace of cloud remained. The talismans conjured by profound firmament, heavenly flower true lord dissipated silently. Cloud seal script fate vine not, Li Huishi said. Including herself, every golden core true lord in the world possessed a Dao fruit seat. Profound firmament, heavenly flower true lord's Dao fruit seat was the cloud seal script, while the demon queen 10,000 silken mandates true lord possessed the fate vine not. The mysteries of the two fruits were different. The cloud seal script governed the spiritual essence of heaven and earth, while the fate vine not governed the cause and effect of all things. As the deliberately arranged mist before the battle dissipated, profound firmament, heavenly flower true lord, and the Bian nation's demon queen both looked down simultaneously, spotting Li Huishi standing at the entrance of the main hall. Li Huixi's face was expressionless. Her spiritual eyes turned, reflecting the sun and moon. Profound firmament, heavenly flower true lord was delighted. He alone could not overcome the demon queen, but with Li Huixi's arrival the tide of battle would shift instantly. The heaven-obscuring world annihilating true lord. The Bian nation's demon queen's pupils contracted. Her form seated on the fox tail exploded with a bang, turning into countless fox hairs. She fled. In this world, true lords were divided into 2 types, the heavenly earth sublords and all others, who would willingly fight a hot-tempered heavenly earth sublord. Li Huishi reached out her hand forward. The people in the main hall vaguely heard the sound of flowing water, as if her hand had reached into a river. Li Huishi clenched her hand gently. Whoosh, a figure was pulled out of thin air. That figure was precisely the Bien Nation's Demon Queen. The Demon Queen froze, staring at her own state in disbelief. She clearly remembered using her divine ability, leveraging the mystery of her Dao fruit to reverse cause and effect and teleport herself to Qingqiu. Suddenly, the Demon Queen realized the truth. She had indeed escaped, returning to her homeland of Qingqiu. But the other party had captured her from the moment before her escape, or rather the future where she returned to Qingqiu had been delayed. Sublord, let's discuss this amicably. The Bien Nation's Demon Queen smiled gracefully, exuding the demeanor of a nation's empress. However, before she could finish, a fist came flying toward her face. Bang! Her form was directly blasted into a mist of blood, and the remnants of her national fortune scattered. There will be no next time, Li Huishi said coldly. The Bien Nation's Demon Queen's body reconstituted out of thin air, and she said pitifully, "Thank you for sparing my life, Sublord. May this little fox leave now. There is one more matter." Li Huishi pondered for a moment, then said. The Demon Queen asked softly, "What other orders does the Sublord have?" "Next time, don't meddle with fate's red threads," Li Huishi said. The Demon Queen was astonished, not expecting Li Huishi to mention this. Meddle with fate's red threads. When had she done that? She had only arranged for Dongfang Kaibai and Zhang Yuan. No. The Demon Queen's expression turned stunned. She immediately used the mystery of her Dao fruit and discovered that Zhang Yuan's marriage bond, which should have been severed by the fate vine knot's power, was perfectly intact. For a moment, many thoughts raced through her mind. After speaking, Li Huishi looked at the stunned crowd in the main hall and said to Dongfang Caibai, "My son Moon Cliff is in need of a child attendant. Since you have been awakened into human form and attained the heavenly human realm, from now on you shall cultivate under me." Others might not know, but in truth the Bien Nation's third princess, Dongfang Caibai, was awakened by the Demon Queen 10,000 silken mandates. True, Lord, using a fox tail combined with a drop of blood from the Bien royal family. That was why she could attain the heavenly human realm at the age of 19. A half-human, half-demon bloodline alone could not achieve this. Then, without waiting for Dongfang Kaibai's consent, Li Huishi prepared to take her away. The true Lord Xianqing Tianhua descended from the heavens. "Your Excellency, please wait. The Bien Kingdom's royal family has been completely wiped out. I implore you to save at least one or two of them, lest the kingdom descend into chaos." Li Huishi paused upon hearing this, nodding as he said, "This is an easy matter." Li Huishi reached out and gently brushed his hand toward the midday sun. Under the gaze of the crowd, the scene within the hall began to rewind until the Bien Kingdom's emperor, who had been blasted into a bloody mist, was restored to his original form, at which point the reversal stopped. The sun shifted and time flowed backward. Among all the true lords across the realm, only Li Huishi, the celestial lord of the earth and heavens, who held the fruit of the sun-moon wheel, possessed such power. Li Huishi withdrew his hand. Catching sight of the intertwined national fate between Dongfang Kaibai and Zhang Yuan, he made a slashing motion through the void, severing the threads of karma. Golden light streaked away. Zhang Yuan drove the golden chariot out of the Bien Kingdom's capital, avoiding the direction of Yunzhou City. He picked a random path, charging straight ahead through the skies for 3 full days and nights before finally stopping to rest. After flying for so long, even if it's not 80,000 li, it must be at least 8,000. I should have left the borders of the Bien Kingdom by now. It should be safe. Zhang Yuan descended, looked around, and took a deep breath. Having escaped the Bien Kingdom and being free from all restraints, even his breathing felt much smoother. While soaring through the air earlier, he had spotted a massive city up ahead. It would be a good place to rest his feet and ask where he was, then make further plans. After confirming his direction, Zhang Yuan cast a spell called Severing Past and Future upon himself, then strode forward with long steps. It was worth noting that even after 3 days and nights, the 10,000-fold symbiosis was still in effect. Through the connection of karma, he could roughly determine that Xiao Yuanjun was safe and had clearly escaped as well. Though he was now completely free from all constraints as a cultivator of the cautious school, it was still necessary to constantly conceal the celestial mechanisms and hide his karmic ties. Arriving at the city gate, the great city was called Janning. The gate was guarded by heavily armored soldiers of the external path. Everyone entering the city, whether cultivator or mortal, had to undergo interrogation and inspection. Zhang Yuan initially planned to use his old trick and sneak into the city using his divine ability. However, when he looked up and saw a middle-aged man standing atop the city wall, his idea vanished into thin air. This middle-aged man was a Foundation Establishment Celestial. When Xiao Yuanjun was at the 10th revolution of Qi, refining his Severing Past and Future could indeed fool the eyes of a Foundation Establishment Celestial. But Zhang Yuan's current true cultivation level was only at the 6th revolution of qi refining. The effect of severing past and future was far inferior to when Xiao Yuanjun personally cast it. Trying to evade the gaze of a celestial was most likely impossible. It was true that 10,000-fold symbiosis could mount divine abilities, but the power of the mounted ability depended on Zhang Yuan's own realm cultivation and understanding of the ability. After pondering for a moment, Zhang Yuan decided to approach and take a look. If entering the city didn't require a travel permit, he as a man without documentation might still have a chance to get in. At the city gate, a young cultivator at the perfected foundation establishment stage of the external path was holding a portrait and checking it against the incoming people. After a quick glance, he casually let them pass. There's a chance. Zhang Yuan breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed the strict guarding was just for show. Chances were it was another task handed down from above that had to be carried out. Zhang Yuan strode forward. Stop, the gate guarding cultivator barked. Fellow Daoist, is there a problem with me? Zhang Yuan asked in surprise. The people ahead hadn't been stopped, so why was he being called out? Had this gate-guarding cultivator opened a heavenly eye? The gate-guarding cultivator didn't answer. Instead, he carefully compared the portrait, confirmed that it didn't look like Zhang Yuan at all, and then gave him a strange, scrutinizing look. It wasn't that he had opened a heavenly eye. It was simply that Zhang Yuan's bright red wedding robe was far too conspicuous for him not to check thoroughly. Pass. The gate-guarding cultivator spoke. Zhang Yuan nodded. As he passed the guard, he cast a sidelong glance at the portrait in the man's hand, curious about who it depicted. The city gate was heavily guarded. They didn't check travel permits or ask about origins. They only compared the portrait. Who could be on that portrait to warrant such vigilance from a great city? Xiao Yuanjun. Although the face in the painting was extremely blurry, Zhang Yuan instantly recognized from the patched, tattered gray Daoist robe that the portrait was undoubtedly of Xiao Yuanjun. Was Xiao Yuanjun wanted by this city? Zhang Yuan wiped the non-existent cold sweat from his forehead. He remembered now. Besides being the foremost qi refiner of past and present, and having defying comprehension, Xiao Yuanjun also bore the label of being the target of pursuit by all major clans. This city had a grudge against Xiao Yuanjun. As Xiao Yuanjun's only disciple, would it be too dangerous for him to enter this city? No. Who was Xiao Yuanjun? My master is the attained celestial of the Bian Kingdom. Zhang Yuan's expression was calm as he walked into Jianing City. As long as he didn't say anything, who would know he was Xiao Yuanjun's disciple? No big deal. Using the last of his silver, he found a cheap inn. Zhang Yuan sat cross-legged and first checked his heaven's sight. Heaven's sight 1. None. 2. None. 3. None. Heaven's sight could deduce the future, but it only revealed 3 predetermined outcomes at critical junctures. At all other times it remained in an unknown state. For Zhang Yuan, however, the unknown state was the safest. After all, whenever the predetermined futures appeared, in the vast majority of cases he was about to die, and it was always a situation where death was certain. Safe. Certain there was no danger. Zhang Yuan casually opened his observation ability. The observation talent was also very useful. As long as he didn't look directly at a golden core true lord, keeping it active helped him judge others' cultivation levels, identities, and statuses. Finally, Zhang Yuan took a deep breath and directed his gaze to the space after observation. He had awakened heaven's sight as a mortal and gained observation at the 3rd revolution of qi refining. According to the pattern, every time his status underwent a qualitative change, he would receive a chance to choose a new talent. As expected, a small plus sign appeared right after observation, waiting for Zhang Yuan to click. With a light tap, 3 talents came into view. Inevitable gain: you are greatly favored by the heavens, and have also received a small portion of the Bian Kingdom's national fortune. Your luck source. Every time you go fishing, you will gain unexpected rewards, including, but not limited to, heavenly stars and earthly fiends, cultivation techniques, spells, and ancient inheritances. Celestial body, natural formation: you have lost your spiritual root, but through this misfortune you have awakened an innate celestial body. From now on, your talent in external path qi refinement will surpass your former spiritual root by 100-fold. Primordial spirit undefiled: your willpower is unshakably firm, transcending the mortal realm. All influences of divine sense and primordial spirit below the level of a golden core true lord will lose their effect on you. The previous celestial scion and fallen genius were both gone, replaced by 3 brand new talents. Zhang Yuan's eyes flickered. These 3 talents were all beyond his expectations. Each one could be a tremendous help for his upcoming plans. It was just a pity that he could only choose 1 out of 3. He would have to deliberate carefully before making a selection. Zhang Yuan stared at the 3 talents, sinking into deep contemplation. Although heavenly prodigy and fallen genius had vanished, he observed that they shared similarities with certain gain and innate immortal physique. All of them increased his chances of obtaining opportunities and were talents for recultivating the outer path of qi refinement. Truth be told, Zhang Yuan was indifferent to both opportunities and external path talents. They were neither here nor there. After all, he had refined the stolen life baleful qi and resolved its drawbacks. As long as he wasn't slain, he could live for eons. He had an abundance of time, so much so that the presence or absence of opportunities in the short term mattered little. As long as he lived, he would eventually break through. As for external path talents, they were even more useless. The foundation establishment of the outer path could not rival a single divine ability of a qi refining perfected being. Even a golden core of the outer path was likely no match for a foundation establishment celestial being. Rather than cultivating both the baleful devouring and qi refining outer paths simultaneously, it was better to focus solely on the baleful devouring path at this stage. Otherwise, it would be a waste of time and effort with little gain. After a moment of thought, Zhang Yuan fixed his gaze on immaculate primordial spirit. It granted immunity to all primordial spirit influences below the golden core lord level. Compared to certain gain and innate immortal physique, choosing immaculate primordial spirit provided an extra layer of protection, a truly divine skill. With the decision made, certain gain and innate immortal physique faded away and immaculate primordial spirit settled behind, observing others. In an instant, Zhang Yuan felt his mind become utterly clear, all distracting thoughts dissipating as if he had been given a new brain. He understood. With the blessing of immaculate primordial spirit, he could maintain constant clarity. It didn't directly enhance his comprehension, but it indirectly improved it. Simply put, when ordinary people studied or comprehended the Tao, no matter how high their innate comprehension, they would weaken due to physical and spiritual fatigue. Only after resting could they return to their peak state. But Zhang Yuan was different. He could always study and comprehend the Tao in his optimal state. The next morning, Zhang Yuan had stayed up all night, yet he was full of energy. The second benefit of immaculate primordial spirit was that he no longer needed to sleep, nor did he need to meditate to restore his spirit. Zhang Yuan walked to the first floor of the inn, ready to check out. He had no choice. The silver fragments he had left wouldn't cover another night's stay, so he had to find new lodgings. The inn's front door was wide open, revealing a bustling street outside. A massive crowd was flowing in one direction. "Innkeeper, why is everyone heading toward the city center?" Zhang Yuan asked curiously. The innkeeper chuckled. "You mean you don't know guest? An ancient tomb has been discovered in Jianing City. Rumor has it that it's the final resting place of a great outer path cultivator. Everyone's hoping to find an opportunity there to enter the immortal path or break through their cultivation." What level was this outer path cultivator to draw such a crowd? Zhang Yuan asked, puzzled. Among the flowing crowd, besides commoners and outer path qi refining cultivators, he also spotted several baleful devouring path qi refining perfected beings heading toward the city center. It was understandable that outer path cultivators would be drawn to the resting place of an outer path cultivator, but what were these baleful devouring path cultivators doing here? "You're asking a bit much of me, guest. I'm just a commoner. I don't know what level it is. But I've heard it's even more powerful than a golden core. Guest, you seem extraordinary. Why not give it a try? You might enter the immortal path and become an immortal." The innkeeper smiled. Zhang Yuan didn't answer directly. He brushed it off casually and stood at the inn's entrance, observing the massive crowd. Xiao Yuanjun was wanted in Jianing City and forbidden from entering. Moreover, the discovery of the outer path cultivator's resting place had attracted many baleful devouring path qi refining perfected beings. This meant that besides opportunities for outer path cultivators, there should also be heavenly and earthly baleful qi emerging. He was already at the 6th turn of qi refining, just 3 heavenly and earthly baleful qis away from the 9th turn. With a breakthrough opportunity before him, should he go and see nothing? Zhang Yuan's heart turned cold. He had already resolved not to pursue opportunities deliberately thanks to stolen life baleful qi, yet just now he felt the urge to seize the heavenly and earthly baleful qi. This was wrong, terribly wrong. Damn it, someone must be scheming against him. A foundation establishment celestial being. If not for choosing immaculate primordial spirit as his third talent, he would have lost his mind and joined the crowd rushing to the city center to seize the so-called opportunity. "I have to leave. I can't stay in this city." Zhang Yuan made up his mind and turned to head in the opposite direction. But just then a sharp rebuke came from ahead on the street. "A bunch of riffraff. How dare you covet immortal fortune? Do you think you're worthy? Get lost." A carriage approached, made entirely of ebony, ornately carved with dragons and phoenixes. The horses pulling it were no ordinary steeds, They had horns on their heads, dragon scales on their bodies, and golden hooves that shimmered as they pranced proudly, clearly a dragon horse. The carriage was driven by a young maidservant with a delicate face, but her words and actions were brash and rude. As she scolded and cursed, she lashed her whip at the crowd. A sharp crack split the air, and a middle-aged man was struck to the ground, his skin torn open. Another scion of a noble clan, Zhang Yuan thought, frowning. After a moment's deliberation, he decided not to meddle. Without understanding the situation, it was best not to invite trouble. Yet the more he tried to avoid it, the more trouble seemed to find him. The maidservant spotted Zhang Yuan in his bright red robe among the crowd and immediately lashed her whip at him. Damn it! Did he look that easy to bully? Zhang Yuan cursed under his breath, conjuring an iron chain in his hand and swinging it to meet the incoming whip. The chain and whip clashed, and the whip snapped in two. The maidservant's face paled as she realized she had picked the wrong target. The man before her was a baleful, devouring path, perfected, being someone she couldn't afford to provoke. But with her mistress behind her, she couldn't show weakness. She forced herself to remain calm. Who are you? Why do you block the carriage of the Daoist Chui clan? The maidservant announced her clan and demanded an answer. The Daoist Chui clan. Among the 5 surnames and 7 prestigious clans of the Qingshao Dai realm, the Bian, Eastli clan, Bian West Chu clan, Ye East Chui clan, Daoist Chui clan. Why did it have to be the 5 surnames and 7 prestigious clans again? Farewell. Zhang Yuan's expression remained unchanged. He had no desire to engage with the maidservant. He cupped his hands and strode away quickly. If not for the crowd, he would have used golden carriage and phoenix chariot to escape. Encountering noble scions never led to anything good, especially those from the 5 surnames and 7 prestigious clans. The farther away the better. Seeing Zhang Yuan turn and leave, the maidservant breathed a sigh of relief, believing the Daoist Chui clan's name had intimidated him. She prepared to drive the carriage onward. But just then a clear, slightly lazy, and melodious voice came from within the carriage. Xiao Shi asked the immortal master ahead to stay. Ah, yes, miss. Zhang Yuan's senses were sharp. Amid the noisy crowd, he caught the pleasing voice. Without a moment's hesitation, Zhang Yuan identified the city gate and prepared to explode with speed from his feet, fleeing this place of trouble. As Zhang Yuan prepared to leave, the maidservant named Xiao Shi furrowed her brow. Stop! Her voice fell, and Zhang Yuan was instantly rooted to the spot. Zhang Yuan was stunned for a second. Looking down, he found a stone lock around his ankle. He lifted his gaze slightly. Celestial outcast stone, primordial spirit, Dao proximate earth. 3 golden tags. This maidservant was no ordinary being, but the more extraordinary she was, the stronger his urge to leave. Zhang Yuan shaped his hand into a blade and shattered the stone lock with a single strike. Seeing this, Xiao Shi grew anxious and quickly said, Immortal, please stay. My mistress has words for you. It won't hurt to hear her out before you go. Besides, the celestial at the city gate is my mistress elder. Even if you leave here without her permission, you won't be able to exit the city. Hearing this, Zhang Yuan paused mid-step and slowly turned around. I am but a wandering cultivator. May I ask what business your mistress has with me? Zhang Yuan remained expressionless, his tone cold. Xiao Shi breathed a sigh of relief, thinking to herself that it was no easy feat to finally make him stay. Strange indeed. They were neither ferocious beasts nor floodwaters. Her mistress was a direct descendant of the Daoist Chui clan, one of the 5 surnames and 7 noble houses revered and exalted. Others would beg for an audience, yet this man fled without a word. Mistress, he has stopped, Xiao Shi said to the carriage. Invite the immortal to ascend and speak within. A clear, cool voice echoed again. Xiao Shi hesitated, then said reluctantly, Mistress, this goes against protocol. If the master finds out, I will be punished. Xiao Shi, your flaw of talking too much remains unchanged. Xiao Shi fell silent, pursed her lips, and was about to call Zhang Yuan into the carriage. No need. Say what you must out here. I have urgent matters and cannot linger, Zhang Yuan refused. Xiao Shi opened her mouth slightly, her eyes turning innocently toward the carriage. She hadn't even said a word, and he had already declined. Surely this time the mistress couldn't blame her. Truly this man was impervious to persuasion. The mistress herself had invited him, yet he refused with the excuse of other business. The person inside the carriage was not angered. Instead, she transmitted her voice, saying, Chui Yuanxi of the Daoist Chui clan. I detain you, Daoist, because an ancient cultivator's grand tomb has emerged in Jianing City today, rich with profound opportunities. Would you be willing to lend me your aid? No, Zhang Yuan replied decisively. The other party fell silent for a full second, clearly baffled by his refusal, without even hearing the benefits. If you are willing, I promise that upon success, regardless of the harvest, I will unconditionally gift you 1 earthly fiend. Moreover, as I understand it, there is a high probability of a heavenly fiend appearing in this tomb. Zhang Yuan remained unmoved. Seeing this, the other side grew disheartened and let out a faint sigh. Very well then, Daoist, do as you please. With that answer, Zhang Yuan turned and left, simultaneously opening the Heavenly Insight panel. Heavenly Insight 1. Facing the invitation of the eldest miss of the Ao Hai Chui clan, you forget past wounds and gladly accept only for both of you to fall into the Celestial's trap. In the end, Chui Yuanxi survives due to her status, while you perish body and soul. 2. Faced with Chui Yuanxi's invitation, you resolutely refuse. In the end, you see through the Celestial's scheme. Deprived of your aid, Chui Yuanxi can only linger at the tomb's periphery, narrowly escaping the Celestial's snare. 3. You refuse Chui Yuanxi, but your heart is tempted by the opportunity. You enter the tomb alone. Your outstanding performance earns the admiration of the hidden Celestial, who eventually refines you into a 6-turn chi refining puppet, trapping you for eternity. So there truly is a Celestial scheming. Zhang Yuan mused inwardly. In a way, Chui Yuanxi owed him thanks. Traveling against the current, he arrived at the city gate. The gates were sealed, forbidding entry or exit. The Celestial and elder of Chui Yuanxi's clan sat cross-legged atop the city wall, his gaze lowered, overlooking the entire city, safeguarding Chui Yuanxi's safety. The city gates were sealed. He was still too late. Zhang Yuan furrowed his brow and returned to the inn from earlier. Though the inn was cheap and its room spartan, it was remarkably tall. Taking advantage of this, he found the innkeeper and rebooked a room on a high floor with a view of the city center. Guest, why have you returned? Could it be that you are not interested in the opportunity in the city? The innkeeper asked curiously. Zhang Yuan shook his head. As the saying goes, wisdom lies in knowing oneself. I know my own strength is insufficient, it's better not to court trouble. The innkeeper was taken aback, then burst into laughter. Well said, guest. Indeed, one should know one's limits. Zhang Yuan entered the room and gazed through the window at the city center. Though Jianing was neither a provincial capital nor an imperial city, it was quite prosperous. The land at its heart was worth its weight in gold, occupied by the mansions of wealthy families. Now, however, all those mansions had been demolished, revealing a massive tomb beneath the earth. A barrier surrounded the tomb, airtight and impenetrable. Around the tomb stood countless cultivators, both heretical and orthodox, who had flocked at the news, as well as mortals yearning to step onto the path of immortality. Truly a pack of fools. Zhang Yuan shook his head, a flicker of relief in his heart. Had it not been for his primordial spirit unblemished, he too would have been swept away by the so-called immortal opportunity. Just then, the Foundation establishment Celestial, seated cross-legged on the city wall far away, pointed lightly at the tomb's barrier. In an instant, a passage was opened wide enough for a person to pass through. The surrounding crowd, like sharks drawn to the scent of blood, surged in, scrambling to be the first through the opening. Chui Yuanxi, who had stopped Zhang Yuan in the street, also entered the barrier. However, unlike the others, the Celestial on the wall had opened a private passage for her in a corner. Within less than a quarter of an hour, cries of delight began to echo from the tomb. Even through the barrier and across several li, Zhang Yuan could hear them clearly from his high vantage point. Clearly, many had found opportunities within. As time passed, the sounds of joy grew more frequent. Some less greedy emerged from the tomb, intending to return the way they came. Yet when they stepped out, they found the barrier had resealed. What's this? Why is the passage blocked? Could it be the Celestials doing, forbidding an early exit? Why would that be? Not only were those inside the tomb surprised, but the Celestial, who had been meditating with closed eyes on the city wall, suddenly rose to his feet, frowning as he stared intently at the massive tomb. Something is wrong. Suddenly, amidst the crowd's astonishment, the barrier surrounding the tomb turned a blood-red hue. Beams of light descended, striking the cultivators and mortals who held various treasures. In an instant, the treasures in their hands fell. Their flesh dissolved into a mist of blood which slowly coalesced in the void, forming a pill that hovered between illusion and substance. Something was indeed wrong, and not just a little. Zhang Yuan's pupils contracted. He remained silent for a moment. So this is just watching an egg. In an instant, all who emerged from the tomb were ensnared by a scarlet barrier, dissolving into blood mist that drifted toward the sky, becoming nourishment for the pill. On the city wall, Chui Wenshan, the Celestial of the Ao Hai Chui clan tasked with guarding Jianing City, furrowed his brow. His gaze fell upon Chui Yuanxi, who was hiding beneath the massive tomb, and upon confirming his safety, he let out a sigh of relief. Mortals and heretical chi refiners were mere expendables. Even the perfected beings of the Gansha path were in his eyes nothing special. As long as Chui Yuanxi remained unharmed, he cared not how many others perished. Chui Yuanxi was not only his nephew of the same clan, but also the most gifted member of the younger generation in the Ao Hai Chui clan. He possessed profound fortune in the path of devouring Sha and swallowing Gang, and although he was only at the 6th turn of Qi refining, 3 of those turns were of Celestial Gang. Moreover, Cui Yuanxi exhibited exceptional talent in the transcendent Qi refining path, bearing a spiritual root of immortals. A year ago, he had already attained the golden core in that path. Cultivating two paths simultaneously, each with unparalleled talent, far surpassing his peers, this pride of the clan must not come to harm. Cui Wenxin's form shifted from the city wall to above the barrier's boundary. He struck down with his palm, intending to shatter the barrier. Yet despite the full force of his palm causing the barrier to tremble and ripple, it did not break. Which fellow Daoist makes a move here? Within the barrier is a member of my Aohai Cui clan. If the Daoist is wise, release him, or else. Cui Wenxin's voice spread far and wide. Zhang Yuan stood atop the building like Cui Wenshan, awaiting the emergence of the mastermind. Haha, Tongxian Daoist, long time no see. Since it is a member of your Aohai Cui clan, what harm is there in letting him go? A loud laugh echoed. Zhang Yuan's brows furrowed slightly. The laughter sounded oddly familiar, and the source seemed startlingly close, as if right beneath his feet. Hastily looking down, he saw the innkeeper below, now clad in a black Daoist robe surrounded by swirling black mist, laughing as he soared into the air. Zhang Yuan's expression shifted momentarily, at a loss for words. Should he feel fortunate or unfortunate? He had been exceedingly cautious, striving only to avoid the schemes of the Foundation Establishment Celestials, only to find that the mastermind behind it all, a Foundation Establishment Celestial, had been right beside him. This world is far too dangerous, especially these Foundation Establishment Celestials. Not only are they immensely powerful, but they are also incredibly cunning. Zhang Yuan mused silently. Though he had kept his observation talent active, he had to deliberately look to see the tags above others' heads. Otherwise, walking down the street would overwhelm his sight. In truth, his failure to uncover the innkeeper's identity was partly due to his own negligence. Had he used observation earlier to check the innkeeper's tag, he would undoubtedly have discovered his true identity and fled long ago, rather than walking into the trap as he now had. He had not been cautious enough. After all, who would imagine that a dignified Foundation Establishment Celestial would disguise himself as a shabby innkeeper? Zhang Yuan resolved that in future interactions, regardless of the other party's cultivation or status, he would first glance at their tag before proceeding, to avoid a repeat of today's situation. Upon learning the innkeeper's identity, Zhang Yuan immediately gathered his belongings and fled the inn. Although the innkeeper seemed uninterested in harming him, it was wiser to escape early. Blood miasma. Cui Wenshan uttered the Daoist name of the innkeeper upon seeing him. He was one of the few rogue cultivators on the demonic path to reach Foundation Establishment Celestial, known by the Dao title Blood Miasma. His cultivation was exceptionally profound. When last seen, he was at the late Celestial stage, and now he appeared to have advanced further, likely reaching the peak of Celestial. Cui Wenshan glanced at the pill within the barrier, which was continuously absorbing blood energy, and formed a guess. Though the pill was based on blood energy, it gleamed with golden light and exuded a fragrant aroma. Without the surrounding blood mist, it would appear remarkably sacred at first glance. A perfected Celestial paired with this golden core. Did he seek to attain the true Lord? For a rogue cultivator to reach celestial perfection was already a blessing from heaven. Now to aspire to the true Lord was nothing short of overreaching. Was attaining the true Lord so easy? Though Foundation Establishment Celestials were rare across the entire Qingxiao Ranjia realm, there were at least 8,000, if not 10,000. In contrast, Golden Core True Lords numbered fewer than 15 in the entire world. A rogue cultivator seeking to become a true Lord was utterly laughable. Cui Wenshan kept these thoughts to himself. After all, Cui Yuanxi was still in the other's hands. Daoist, release my clan's junior, and I will overlook your actions, Cui Wenshan said coldly. Agreed. The innkeeper, known as Blood Miasma, pointed at Cui Yuanxi within the barrier, teleporting him out. He had no desire to antagonize a noble clan, especially one among the top 5 surnames and 7 great houses. Even as a perfected celestial, provoking such a clan would lead to certain death. Since the array had sufficient expendable materials, releasing the Cui Jr. would also earn a favor. Cui Wenshan sighed in relief, cast a protective divine ability on Cui Yuanxi, and said sternly, "The Daoist is wise. I have released the person I asked Tongxian Daoist to leave the city," said Blood Miasma with a chuckle. Cui Wenshan stood firm, replying, "Since the Daoist is so cooperative, release the others as well, or do not blame me for being merciless." Though the remaining individuals were unimportant, this city was under his jurisdiction. Some deaths were permissible, but too many would be difficult to justify to the court and his clan. As for his earlier promise to leave after Cui Yuanxi's release, well, since this man was so fearful of the Aohai Cui clan, making an additional demand was not excessive, was it? He was merely at the late celestial stage, weaker than Blood Miasma at celestial perfection. But so what? The other was but a rogue cultivator. How could he compare to him? Blood Miasma was taken aback, then erupted in fury. Tongxian Daoist, what do you mean by this? Release them, or this day next year will be your death anniversary, Cui Wenshan replied bluntly. Fine, fine, fine. The 5 surnames and 7 great houses are indeed formidable, I have witnessed it. But do you alone with your mere late celestial cultivation think you can kill me? Blood Miasma's gaze darkened. Did I say I was alone, eh? Cui Wenshan said indifferently. The moment Cui Yuanqi encountered trouble, he had notified both his clan and the Ao Kingdom's court. As his words fell, several figures approached from all directions of Jianing City. 4 in total, each a foundation establishment celestial, led by one at celestial perfection. The Aohai Chui clan are truly beasts. Blood Miasma, his heart and liver quaking with fear, soared into the air. He opened the barrier to retrieve the golden core, then summoned the pagoda-like that stood in the city, hurling it down onto the massive tomb below. In an instant, the cries of those who had not yet died rose and fell. The entire tomb was overturned by the pagoda, sending forth a riot of radiant light that scattered like rain. These beams of light were none other than the treasures and opportunities within the tomb coveted by countless cultivators. Blood Miasma had now scattered them to attract attention, using them as a shield. Seizing the opportunity, Blood Miasma transformed into a streak of blood light, fleeing eastward at top speed. Stop, fiend! Cui Wenshan declared with righteous indignation. Watching the tower collapse into ruins as it overturned the great tomb, Zhang Yuan, who had retreated just in time, felt a lingering dread. Had he not left early, that single impact would have left him crippled at best. Zhang Yuan raised his gaze, observing the scattered treasures, shimmering with myriad hues that had burst forth from the tomb. His eyes flickered with intent. The innkeeper had seized the opportunity to flee, while Cui Wenshan and the other Foundation Establishment Celestials who had arrived were all engaged in pursuing the innkeeper. Now there were no Foundation Establishment Celestials left in Jianing City. It was a golden opportunity to seize the treasures. With a fleeting thought, Zhang Yuan summoned the Tianjian panel before making his move. Tianjian 1. None. 2. None. 3. None. Excellent. The 3 unknown futures bore no great peril, proving that striking now to seize the fortunes was feasible. Zhang Yuan prioritized caution, but he was no coward. Cultivating the path of fiend suppression and celestial devouring, even with an immortal lifespan, he would still need to strive fiercely to achieve Foundation Establishment celestial status sooner or later. He had come to realize this in the azure firmament-tainted realm. Unless one attained Foundation Establishment Celestial, whether a mortal, a heretic cultivator, or a chi refining adept of the celestial fiend path, all were but ants without rights. Just moments ago, many chi refining cultivators of the 7th or 8th turn with higher cultivation than Zhang Yuan had been easily refined into nourishment for a golden core. Since he had arrived in this world, survival was paramount, but at the same time, he aimed to achieve Foundation Establishment Celestial status while ensuring his survival. With this thought, Zhang Yuan moved. He invoked Golden Chariot and Phoenix Carriage, but instead of summoning the Golden Chariot, he channeled the Divine Abilities manifestation onto himself, transforming into a streak of golden light, hurtling toward the sky. This was a derivative technique of Golden Chariot and Phoenix Carriage applied to oneself. Though it halved his speed, it was far more suitable for seizing treasures than riding the Golden Chariot. Boom! A sudden roar of breaking air echoed across the sky, instantly drawing everyone's gaze as they looked up at the figure in crimson wedding robes. The Celestials have just left. Does this man have a death wish? Such speed. What turn is he in chi refining? He's going for the treasures? Zhang Yuan, clad in a bright red robe, soared to midair. With a sweep of his hand, he gathered several shimmering treasures, without caring what they were, tucking them into his sleeve. Suddenly, a flash of intuition struck Zhang Yuan. His eyes shifted slightly as he noticed a crystalline orb of dense essence floating nearby. This, water calamity fiend. Zhang Yuan lunged forward. Compared to other treasures, the celestial and fiend essences held far greater allure for him. Water calamity fiend. A water calamity fiend actually appears in the tomb. Truly my fortune. I have cultivated for 70 years, and am just one water calamity fiend shy of reaching the 9th turn of chi refining. I cannot let it slip away. As the water calamity fiend manifested, every chi refining adept present sensed it, their eyes gleaming with desire as they prepared to vie for it with their divine abilities. Even if the water calamity fiend did not match their own cultivation, obtaining it would allow them to trade for a suitable fiend essence from others. Yet at that moment, a dazzling golden light erupted from the center of the great tomb, shooting into the sky. It was a statue made entirely of gold, depicting a deity wielding a vajra pestle, eyes wide with fury and an imposing presence. Its essence was so dense it seemed capable of subduing all specters and demons. Faced with this sudden anomaly, the cultivators present were all stunned, their pupils contracting in sheer shock. Could this be the legendary celestial essence? Such an aura. It must be the demon-subduing celestial without a doubt. A celestial essence monopolized by the great families. Who would have thought it would appear here? Upon seeing the demon-subduing celestial emerge, the chi-refining adepts who had been eyeing the water calamity fiend immediately turned readied and redirected their focus toward the celestial essence. Most of them were rogue cultivators who struggled even to obtain a single fiend essence in their daily lives, let alone the 36 celestial essences which they had never even seen before. Now, with an unclaimed celestial essence within reach, even the most composed chi-refining adept would be driven to madness, unable to suppress their greed. Zhang Yuan naturally noticed the demon-subduing celestial as well, but after only a moment's hesitation, he withdrew his gaze and continued toward the water calamity fiend. The celestial essence was precious, but one had to consider whether they could keep it alive. After all, the appearance of the demon-subduing celestial had even drawn out the few ninth-turn chi-refining cultivators hiding in Jianing City, who no longer needed celestial or fiend essences to vie for it. One must know one's limits. Though he possessed 3 divine abilities and could be considered a pseudo-ninth turn, he was still far from a true ninth-turn adept. The celestial essence was not something he could covet now. Rather than fight to the death with so many high-level chi-refining adepts, it was far wiser to secure the water calamity fiend first. With a clear gaze free of greed, Zhang Yuan reached out and grasped the orb of the water calamity fiend. Without a moment's delay, he sped toward the outskirts of the city. The emergence of the demon-subduing celestial undoubtedly sparked a great battle within Jianing City. But that was none of Zhang Yuan's concern outside the city. 5 heretic treasures and 1 water calamity fiend. This haul is worth it. A gleam of joy appeared in Zhang Yuan's eyes. He could sell the useless heretic treasures and refine the water calamity fiend himself to break through to the 7th turn of chi refining. But this place wasn't safe enough to take stock of his gains. He needed to get farther from Jianing City first. Just as Zhang Yuan was about to take flight, a sinister voice rang out. "Fellow Daoist, please stay." 3 figures descended from the sky: an old man in black robes, a burly middle-aged man, and a young man in ornate robes holding a long sword, his gaze haughty as he looked down his nose at others. "This kid sure runs fast. My divine ability almost couldn't keep up," the burly man said to the other 2 with a loud laugh. The old man in black let out a sinister chuckle, offering no comment. He possessed a prideful wind-controlling divine ability unmatched in speed among rogue cultivators and even family chi-refining adepts. Yet compared to this man's golden light, he was still slower, a fact that stirred his envy. The young man in ornate robes ignored both the burly man and the old man. His attire made it clear he was not acquainted with them. "3 of you block my path. May I ask your purpose?" Zhang Yuan asked calmly, though he had already guessed their intent. He had snatched several heretic treasures and a water calamity fiend. Even if it didn't compare to the demon-subduing celestial, it was enough to draw envy. These 3 had pursued him, undoubtedly to rob him. The burly man grinned savagely, about to speak when the old man in black spoke first. "Fellow Daoist, you are but a youth, yet already at the 6th turn of chi refining. May I ask which faction you belong to?" A 6th turn chi refining cultivator of such age was likely a member of a powerful family. Robbing had its nuances. If the target was too high in status, they would need to reconsider. "I never changed my name, nor my surname. I am Li Huishi of the Li family in Bian East. If you dare harm a single hair on my head when my family's golden core ancestor descends, he will annihilate your very souls." Zhang Yuan flicked his wedding robe's sleeve, his voice resolute. Zhang Yuan flicked his wedding robe's sleeve, his voice resolute. The Li clan of Biendong, a golden core ancestor. Seeing Zhang Yuan speak with such conviction, the 3 were taken aback. It was the burly man who seemed the most boisterous who reacted first, cursing, "Old man, this kid is messing with us. The Li clan of Biendong is far off in the state of Bian, separated from us by the states of Ya and Wan, a distance of tens of thousands of li. Even if a scion of the Li clan truly came, how could he travel alone without a single guard?" At the burly man's words, both the black-robed elder and the richly dressed youth nodded secretly, their gazes toward Zhang Yuan turning hostile. "Kid, you'd better speak the truth, or don't blame me if my divine ability shows no mercy," the black-robed elder said menacingly. Zhang Yuan pondered inwardly. Li Huixi's name didn't carry much weight here. But it didn't matter, he hadn't planned to bluff his way out anyway. The black-robed elder and the burly man were clearly seasoned criminals, well-versed in the cultivation clans of the region. They couldn't be fooled with a few words. Zhang Yuan glanced at the three figures above their heads. Only one bore a golden label. In that case, he might as well kill them all. Fellow Daoists, why not look beneath your feet? Zhang Yuan suddenly spoke. The burly man frowned and looked down only to see three iron chains thicker than a man slithering toward them like pythons along the ground. Silent and stealthy. Had Zhang Yuan not warned them, they might not have noticed. Not good. The burly man's heart tightened as he tried to leap away, but the chains already near his feet moved faster, instantly coiling around his waist and tightening with a violent jerk. Agony shot through his waist, and the burly man cried out, attempting to unleash his divine ability to break free. Yet the power he usually wielded with such ease refused to respond. Impossible. I am at the 5th turn of Qi refining. Why can't I use my divine ability? Zhang Yuan remained calm. This iron chain was his second divine ability, 10,000 things unite. Through its connection, the celestial and terrestrial essences the burly man needed to activate his ability were completely blocked. Establishing a link with 10,000 things unite was not silent, but when combined with sever the past and future, a symbiotic relationship could be easily formed. While parasitic might be a more fitting term. The burly man's organs felt torn apart, his waist nearly severed by the chain. Panic and rage surged within him, and with a loud retch he spat out a mouthful of blood. Old man, save me. The burly man gasped, pinning his hopes on the black-robed elder beside him. The elder possessed a substitute death escape ability. If he acted, there might still be a chance. But when he turned his head, he saw the elder had already escaped, while the richly dressed youth was in the same dire straits as himself, about to die from a snapped waist. Despair flooded his heart. The black-robed elder, using his wind-riding ability, hovered midair, staring at Zhang Yuan on the ground with shock and bitter regret. 3 divine abilities. This man was a 9th turn Qi refining grand cultivator. Had they known, they would never have attempted to rob him. At least he had escaped, though his poor grandson was surely doomed. Indeed, the burly man was the elder's own grandson, yet even so the elder made no move to save him. Intervening might cost him his own life. The grandson's death was painful, but if it meant his own survival, the boy's death would not be in vain. On the ground. Spare me. I haven't done anything yet. He'll be your slave, your beast of burden. The burly man begged desperately. No, you already have, Zhang Yuan replied impassively. The 3 had tracked him down with the intent to kill and plunder. Since they came to rob and murder, no matter what the burly man said, he would never be spared. Zhang Yuan waved his hand lightly, and the iron chain tightened further. Crack. The 5th turn Qi refining burly man, without even using his ability, was bisected in a spray of blood, falling to the ground in 2 halves. Seeing the burly man die so easily, the richly dressed youth was nearly paralyzed with fear. Zhang Yuan turned his gaze, sizing up the richly dressed youth. This man was not a practitioner of the orthodox path, but an external cultivator, likely at the peak of Foundation establishment. Don't kill me. I am a scion of the Wang clan of Ling State. The youth blurted out frantically. The Wang clan of Ling State? Zhang Yuan asked, puzzled. Among the 5 surnames and 7 great houses, there was no such clan. Indeed, though my Wang clan is not among those great houses, we are still a first-rate family. If you kill me, my clan's celestial being will not let you go. The youth threatened. A fair point, Zhang Yuan said with a nod, and the chain binding the youth suddenly loosened. The youth's heart leaped with hope, but before he could speak, he saw Zhang Yuan cast a divine ability on him, blurring his features. A first-rate family with a Foundation establishment celestial being as its guardian. Indeed, not one to kill recklessly. He would use sever the past and future to erase the karmic traces and conceal his form. Thus, killing this man would leave no lingering troubles. Xiao Yuanjin's ability was truly convenient. I am Wang Xiaohua of the Wang clan of Ling State. You cannot kill me. I beg you, spare me. I don't know them. I was just passing through. Realizing what Zhang Yuan intended, the youth began to scream and plead. Zhang Yuan ignored him. He tightened the iron chain. The youth's cries ceased, and he fell beside the burly man's 2 halves. Fire, Zhang Yuan murmured. Though a Qi refining cultivator couldn't affect the world on a grand scale like a Foundation establishment celestial being, conjuring a flame out of thin air was no trouble. Flames engulfed the youth and the burly man. In moments, they turned to ash, scattering into the void, leaving no trace. Having dealt with them, Zhang Yuan did not forget the black-robed elder who had escaped 10,000 things unite. He looked up. Weeds must be pulled out by the roots. Not one of the 3 could be left alive. The elder, seeing Zhang Yuan's gaze, felt a jolt of fear, but didn't panic. As long as he wasn't caught by those chains, he could flee with his wind-riding ability, even if he couldn't win. Even if Zhang Yuan had a similar flight ability and was slightly faster, the elder was confident he could lose him using the terrain. He'll remember this grudge. When I achieve celestial being, I'll tear you limb from limb to avenge my grandson." With that threat, the elder fled on the wind. Zhang Yuan was puzzled. The burly man was the elder's grandson. Then why hadn't the elder made a move to save him, merely watching from above? No matter. Since they shared such deep familial bonds, he would reunite them. Zhang Yuan tossed out a golden chariot, stepped inside, and transformed into a streak of golden light, chasing the wind-riding elder. The elder had miscalculated in one regard. When golden chariot and phoenix carriage enhanced Zhang Yuan himself, it was only slightly faster than the elder. But when manifested as the foundational phoenix chariot, the speed difference was vast. Had the elder fled immediately after breaking free of 10,000 things unite, Zhang Yuan might have struggled to catch up. But he had to throw out a threat first, giving Zhang Yuan the opening he needed. The elder in black robes rode the wind, crossing hundreds of miles of mountains and rivers in a single breath. In just a moment, he had left Jianing City 1,000 li behind. In the sky, the elder in black robes sped onward, casting a glance back, and saw no one. "Indeed, he has not followed," the elder in black robes said with a confident smile. He had deliberately taken several detours, and coupled with AO country's complex terrain of rolling mountain ranges, it was utterly impossible for anyone unfamiliar with its maps to catch up. After a moment of self-satisfaction, the elder's smile gradually faded, his expression turning grim and his eyes growing fierce. His grandson was dead. If this vengeance went unavenged, his Dao heart would find no peace. So what if he was a chi-refining perfected person with 3 innate divine abilities? As the saying goes, a gentleman's revenge is never too late. Once he attained foundation establishment and became a heavenly being, he would surely slay that wretch. The elder in black robes thought viciously, etching Zhang Yuan's face deep into his mind, waiting only for the day he could exact his revenge. But just then a voice came from nowhere. "Fellow Daoist, we meet again, and you seem well." The elder in black robes was terrified, his eyes filled with horror as he looked ahead. Suddenly, a golden chariot radiating light appeared before him, carved with dragons and phoenixes, exuding unparalleled luxury. And atop the golden chariot stood Zhang Yuan, watching him with a faint mocking smile. "What kind of joke is this? How did you catch up?" The elder in black robes cried out in terror, unable to comprehend. Hadn't Zhang Yuan been behind him just moments ago? How in the blink of an eye had he appeared ahead? Zhang Yuan was indeed unfamiliar with AO country's terrain. If the golden canopy chariot's speed had been on par with the elder's, he might truly have been shaken off. But alas, the golden canopy chariot could traverse 1,000 li with a single thought. Such numerical superiority meant that no matter how well the elder knew the terrain, escape was utterly impossible. Zhang Yuan smiled without a word, offering no answer to the elder's question. Instead, he steered the golden chariot and charged straight at the stunned, frozen elder. Bang! A solid collision. The elder in black robes, who had been riding the wind with his divine ability, tumbled like a kite, with a broken string plummeting toward the mountain range below. The elder in black robes smashed straight through a great mountain, landing in a forested area. A chi-refining perfected person who has seized the very essence of heaven and earth possesses not only innate divine abilities, but also a formidable physique. With each refinement of a heavenly or earthly fiend, the body of a chi-refining perfected person undergoes a qualitative transformation. Even so, when the elder in black robes rose, he spat blood uncontrollably, clearly severely injured. Vile scoundrel, attacking by surprise. How despicable. The elder in black robes seethed with hatred, wishing he could slice Zhang Yuan into 1,000 pieces. But that was only a thought he could harbor in his heart. Soon he would not even have the chance to think such thoughts. For a golden light was descending from the sky, Zhang Yuan closing in. As the golden light struck the ground, stirring up clouds of dust, several iron chains shot forth like dragons, converging on the elder from all directions. The elder in black robes was terrified, his heart nearly leaping from his throat. Just as he tried to rise into the air, he found the sky above sealed by iron chains. Zhang Yuan recalled the golden chariot and walked over slowly, raising his hand to command the chains to drop and strike the elder dead. But just as the elder prepared to fight to the death, a rustling sound came from the bushes behind him, and a man crawled out. This man wore a tattered cotton jacket, his dark face purple from the cold. He carried a medicine basket on his back, a machete in his right hand, and a bundle of firewood under his left arm. A simple farming man with no cultivation at all. Chen Qingkuai stared blankly at Zhang Yuan and the elder. He had been searching for herbs and gathering firewood in the mountains when he saw a golden light fall from the sky. Driven by curiosity, he had followed it all the way here. But he never expected that where the golden light landed there would be 2 people so lightly dressed. Chen Qingkuai was illiterate, but his mind was quick. He immediately knelt and bowed. "You're Your servant Qin Qingkuai pays respects to the two immortals. Zhang Yuan frowned, not expecting someone to suddenly appear. The elder in black robes was momentarily stunned, but then a glimmer of hope reignited in his eyes, which had been resigned to death. The elder in black robes let out a sinister laugh, grabbing Qin Qingkuai by the neck like a chick. Good, good, good. You've come just in time. Your name is Qin Qingkuai, isn't it? Help me through this crisis, and I'll ensure you a life of wealth and honor. Faced with the elder's promise, Qin Qingkuai struggled to breathe, unable to utter a word. He could only nod or shake his head slightly in his desperate fight. The elder in black robes paid no further attention to the mortal, instead addressing Zhang Yuan. Fellow Daoist, if you have any conscience left, let me go today. Otherwise this man will die with me. He was gambling. He was betting that Zhang Yuan was not a demonic cultivator. Though given Zhang Yuan's methods of destroying bodies and erasing traces, the odds were slim, he had no better option now. If he won the bet, he would live. If he lost, he would kill the ant in his hand and fight Zhang Yuan to the death. Zhang Yuan's face was expressionless. You're holding him, not me. What does that have to do with me? Why should I let you go? Hearing this, the elder in black robes cursed inwardly. This man was indeed a demonic cultivator, likely cut from the same cloth as that blood miasma heavenly being. If not, how could such words have ever escaped his lips? Damn it. If he survived this, he would be irreconcilably opposed to the demonic path. Fellow Daoist, is there truly no peaceful resolution? The elder in black robes asked, unwilling to give up. Zhang Yuan made no reply. I never imagined that Darkwind Daoist, who dominated Jianing City for over 20 years, would be driven to such a state by you. The elder's heart sank completely, his face growing more ferocious as his grip on Qin Qingkuai's neck tightened, ready to snap it. Just as Qin Qingkuai's neck was about to break, a tremendous force slammed into the elder's arm. The arm twisted in agony, forcing him to release his hold on Qin Qingkuai. Who? The elder in black robes was startled, thinking someone had come to aid Zhang Yuan. He couldn't even defeat Zhang Yuan alone. If another joined the fray, he would be doomed. But looking around, there was no fourth person. Instead, Zhang Yuan, who had been standing where he was, gradually faded and dissipated with the wind, only to reappear before Qin Qingkuai. Past and present, severing the path of stay or depart. The past self-body. Zhang Yuan had seen Xiao Yuanjun use this technique before, and now he imitated it, finding it perfect for rescuing the man. He casually tossed the farmer Qin Qingkuai aside. Zhang Yuan pressed his palms together, and the iron chains sealing the sky above came crashing down. A net of heaven and earth from which there was no escape. Realizing he had been toyed with, the elder in black robes was consumed by fury. A black wind spinning at terrifying speed coalesced in his palm. He was at the sixth turn of Qi refining, possessing two divine abilities. The first innate divine ability, the one that allowed him to ride the wind, was called Black Wind Escape. This ability specialized in evasion and had no offensive power. In contrast, his second innate divine ability was purely for attack. Its name was Mirage Wind. The black wind in the old man's palm spun faster and faster, and a miniature pavilion gradually took shape. Upon this pavilion coiled a dragon. A mirage dragon, its body shrouded in black mist with deer-like antlers, a crimson mane, and reverse scales on its serpentine form. Gazing at the ferocious mirage dragon, Zhang Yuan furrowed his brow. In secret, he employed the rank of sixth turn Qi refining to sense and deduce the origin and effects of this divine ability. The divine ability was named Mirage Wind, formed from three earthly calamities: Mirage Tower Calamity, Wind Disaster Calamity, and Heavenly Tribulation Calamity. It could bewitch the soul and destroy the physical body. Its power was immense. Ordinary sixth turn Qi refining cultivators could only evade. However, for Zhang Yuan, it was not a certain death upon contact. The black dragon's eyes were fierce, that rose from the pavilion beneath its body, stirring up black mist and gale that swiftly engulfed the forest. Its palm-sized form expanded to several zhangs, swimming through the mist, lying in wait with murderous intent. Zhang Yuan stood motionless. The old man in black robes could not discern Zhang Yuan's true strength, so, without hesitation, he commanded the Mirage Dragon hidden in the mist to strike at Zhang Yuan. The Mirage Dragon was not a true entity. It was essentially formed from swirling black wind. Yet wherever it passed, the trees in the forest snapped entirely. Its sharpness rivaled any divine weapon. With a thunderous crash, the Mirage Dragon slammed into Zhang Yuan. He didn't dodge. The old man was momentarily stunned, then a flash of delight crossed his eyes. He had great confidence in this divine ability. Even if his opponent were a ninth turn great divine ability holder with three abilities, a direct hit would mean either death or severe injury. That would be enough to create an opportunity for him to escape or slay his foe. Black mist spread, obscuring the forest scenery. Just then Chen Qingkuai, who had fainted from lack of oxygen, stirred at the noise, clutching his head as he rose. Seeing Chen Qingkuai, the old man frowned, puzzled. Mirage wind was so sharp it could sever trees 3 meters thick. Even if the attack wasn't aimed at him, a mortal body should have been torn to shreds long ago. How was he still alive? No. The old man's pupils constricted as he realized something was wrong. The next moment, a pure breeze dispersed the black mist that filled the forest, revealing Zhang Yuan, who had just been struck by the Mirage Dragon. Zhang Yuan stood unmoved, completely unharmed, and around him now swirled a refreshing gentle wind. 9 Guardians Harmonious Qi. The divine ability Xiao Yuanjun had installed for him was past and present severance and retention. Even 10,000 coexistence, his innate ability could not be switched at will. To change the installed divine ability, he would need to inform Xiao Yuanjun. Xiao Yuanjun was nowhere to be found, so speaking face-to-face was impossible. However, aside from that, there was another method. While the old man was forming the Mirage Dragon, Zhang Yuan subtly manipulated the connection of 10,000 coexistence, twice testing the tacit understanding between him and his master. Judging by the result, the master-disciple bond had passed the test. The divine ability installed in 10,000 coexistence had been successfully swapped to another of Xiao Yuanjun's abilities, 9 Guardians Harmonious Qi. 9 Guardians Harmonious Qi balanced defense and healing, and the gentle breeze could calm the mind. It was a comprehensive counter to the old man's Mirage Wind. The old man stood frozen. Mirage Wind had been blocked by Zhang Yuan's divine ability and failed to take effect. In a contest of divine abilities, one must win or lose, failing to overcome the opponent was within expectation. But why did the other party have 4 divine abilities? This was something the old man could not comprehend. He had clearly seen all of Zhang Yuan's abilities before. 3 innate abilities, 1 escape technique, 1 concealment technique, and that iron chain technique. Where did this 4th ability come from? The old man was utterly baffled. Zhang Yuan, too lazy to explain, simply tweaked 10,000 coexistence. 9 Guardians Harmonious Qi was switched to 5 Plunder Body-Wasting Qi. Imitating Xiao Yuanjuan's manner of casting, Zhang Yuan flicked his wide crimson sleeve. A blast of vile wind swept over, and the old man's flesh and form instantly corroded, leaving only a skeleton. The installed killing ability is ultimately not as powerful as the original caster. If Xiao Yuanjun had used it, even the bones would likely have vanished. Zhang Yuan mused. 5 Plunder Body-Wasting Qi comprised 5 Plunders flesh and form, 5 Viscera mind and spirit, 7 souls, and 3 spirits. In his execution, only the Plunder of flesh and form and the Plunder of the 5 Viscera had taken effect. He could not unleash the remaining Plunders of mind, 7 souls, and 3 spirits. The reduction in the killing ability's power was not due to 10,000 coexistence, but to Zhang Yuan's insufficient cultivation. Even with the divine ability in hand, he could not channel its full might. To fully exert the ability's power, he would need to understand the fundamental imagery of 5 Plunder Body-Wasting Qi, and then comprehend the 3 heavenly and earthly calamity imageries that composed it. A very cumbersome process. In contrast, past and present severance and retention and 9 Guardians Harmonious Qi, though also inferior to Xiao Yuanjuan's personal casting, are limited by the 6th turn Qi refining realm, not by a gap in cultivation foundation. As long as his realm improved, Zhang Yuan could perfectly replicate these 2 abilities, making them indistinguishable from Xiao Yuanjuan's own casting. As Zhang Yuan pondered, Chen Qingkuai, who had woken up, gazed at Zhang Yuan's vivid blood-red wedding robe, his fear nearly overflowing. Though he had been choked silent by the old man, he could still hear Zhang Yuan's words. A blood-soaked robe, a ruthless heart, treating others' lives like weeds. He was even more terrifying than the old man in black. This man must be a demonic cultivator among the immortals. Gulping, Chen Qingkuai trembled as he crawled before Zhang Yuan, kowtowing. "Spare me, immortal. This lowly one was just passing by. Spare me." Hearing the commotion, Zhang Yuan snapped back to reality and looked at Chen Qingkuai, who was kowtowing to him. He felt speechless. He didn't consider himself a good person. Saving Chen Qingkuai was merely something he could do and did on a whim. If saving someone had posed a risk to his life, he would have fled instead. That said, for Chen Qingkuai to wake up and immediately beg for mercy was rather lacking in perception. Was he really more frightening than the old man in black? "I am not a villain. The real villain has been slain by me. You are safe now. Rise," Zhang Yuan said gently with a warm breeze in his tone. The villain was dead. Chen Qingkuai looked up and indeed saw the old man who had tried to strangle him reduced to a skeleton in the wind. He had killed someone. Trembling, Chen Qingkuai quickly lowered his eyes and continued kowtowing. "Immortal, this lowly one saw nothing. I will never report to the authorities." Zhang Yuan was at a loss. Knowing Chen Qingkuai was too frightened to listen, Zhang Yuan abandoned patience and decided to change his approach. Rise and answer a few questions for me. If your answers satisfy me, I will let you go. Otherwise, you will stay here with this man. Zhang Yuan's voice was cold and indifferent, as if stating an undeniable truth, fully embodying the demeanor of a demonic cultivator. Zhang Yuan's voice was cold and indifferent, as if stating an undeniable truth, fully embodying the demeanor of a demonic cultivator. Zhang Yuan's voice was cold and indifferent, as if stating an undeniable truth, fully embodying the demeanor of a demonic cultivator. Upon hearing that there was a chance to live, Chen Qingkuai hastily rose, fearing that even a second's delay would result in death at the hands of the ruthless cultivator before him. Chen Qingkuai said, "Immortal Master, please speak. As long as this humble one knows, I will truthfully tell you everything." Zhang Yuan asked, "Let me ask you this, where is this place? Are we still within the borders of Ao country? How far is it from Jianing City in Ao country?" Having flown alongside the black-robed elder for the entire journey, he was utterly unfamiliar with his surroundings and truly had no idea where he was. Chen Qingkuai answered honestly, "Immortal Master, we are in Ao country, but as for that Jianing City you mentioned, I've never heard of it." Zhang Yuan nodded. The fact that Chen Qingkuai had never heard of Jianing City indicated that this place was some distance from it. Although it hadn't taken long to catch up to the black-robed elder, they had flown at least 700 or 800 li. For a mortal, such a distance might take a lifetime to traverse, especially for a farmer. Zhang Yuan asked again, "Where do you live? Is there a city nearby?" Chen Qingkuai dared not conceal anything and said, "I live in Lu Family Village. 100 li from the village is Longxi City." Zhang Yuan committed these two place names to memory, then glanced at Chen Qingkuai. Living in Lu Family Village, Chen Qingkuai had indeed answered his question, but he had secretly played a trick. He had only mentioned the names without specifying their location. This was an attempt to prevent him from finding this so-called Lu Family Village. "Your answer is acceptable," Zhang Yuan said. Chen Qingkuai felt a surge of joy, thinking he had managed to muddle through. However, before he could rejoice for long, Zhang Yuan's next words instantly filled him with trepidation. "I have just arrived in Ao country and am unfamiliar with the land. As I have no lodging yet, I wonder if you would be willing to offer me shelter?" Zhang Yuan asked with a chuckle. In the dead of winter, Chen Qingkuai needed to gather firewood from the mountains. Lu Family Village seemed remote and suitable for recuperation. Chen Qingkuai was at a loss for how to respond. If he refused, he feared that uttering even a single word would result in immediate decapitation. If he agreed and led him back to the village, it might bring disaster upon the entire village, making him a sinner in their eyes. In his struggle, Chen Qingkuai glanced at the fallen medicine basket and the scattered firewood on the ground. After a moment of silence, he said, "Immortal Master, follow me. Cross 2 more mountain peaks to the east, and you'll reach our Lu Family Village." Chen Qingkuai pointed eastward. Zhang Yuan nodded. "Lead the way." Chen Qingkuai silently nodded in agreement. Zhang Yuan did not employ any divine abilities, but followed him over the mountains. In less than 2/4 of an hour, he spotted a village with wisps of cooking smoke rising from it. It was not far away. The village was not large, roughly 100 households. At the village entrance stood a large stone, likely inscribed with the words Lu Family Village. Zhang Yuan glanced at it. He was illiterate. "Old Chen, why are you back so early today?" A sturdy man at the village entrance asked upon seeing Chen Qingkuai returning from the mountains. Chen Qingkuai, true to his name, was known in their Lu Family Village for his diligence. Every day he would go up the mountain at dawn to gather herbs and firewood, not returning until sunset. His early return today was indeed strange. Hearing the inquiry, Chen Qingkuai forced a faint smile, but did not answer. The sturdy man, puzzled, scratched his head. His gaze then fell upon the figure in red robes behind Chen Qingkuai. "Huh?" The sturdy man hesitated for a second and asked, "Old Chen, who is this person?" Chen Qingkuai shook his head slightly, signaling the man not to ask further. The sturdy man seemed to understand and nodded, refraining from further questions, giving Chen Qingkuai an admiring look. Having ventured to Longxi City in his youth, he recognized the red robe Zhang Yuan wore as a wedding garment for the wealthy. He never expected that old Chen, usually such an honest man, would bring back a son-in-law after a trip to the mountains, and a handsome one at that. Quite a feat. The sturdy man let them pass into the village. Once they were far away, Chen Qingkuai spoke. "Immortal Master, the gatekeeper is named Lu Song. If he has offended you in any way, I beg your forgiveness." Zhang Yuan was somewhat speechless, but nodded helplessly. He and Lu Song had not exchanged a single word. There was no offense to speak of. The misunderstanding about him was still too deep. Chen Qingkuai breathed a slight sigh of relief. The gatekeeper Lu Song was known in Lu Family Village for his big mouth. Who knew what rumors he would spread after seeing the Immortal Master today? If any ill word reached the immortal master, Lu Song's life might be forfeit. However, since he hadn't spoken a word to Lu Song today, he hoped there would be no trouble. Immortal master, this way please. My home is just ahead, Chen Qin Kuai said, quickening his pace. Chen Qin Kuai's house was situated near the village fence in a remote area with few neighbors. Zhang Yuan was quite pleased with this, but little peace and quiet was nice. As Chen Qin Kuai approached home, his heavy heart lightened, but just as he neared the door, he heard angry shouts and scolding from inside. Chen Qin Kuai's expression changed, his steps faltered, and then ignoring Zhang Yuan behind him, he rushed toward the door. The door was wide open. In the courtyard at that moment, an old woman and a middle-aged woman were pointing at a young girl and berating her. All these years, if it weren't for our family helping your father, and he would have starved to death. And yet you don't even want to repay us. You're a pair of ungrateful wolves, just like your mother. You little wretch, I'm telling you, whether you like it or not, you're coming with us today. If you don't get up, I'll call someone to drag you away. The young girl, being scolded, thinly clad and pale-faced, sat slumped in the snowy yard, her expression blank and silent. Seeing her expression, the old woman and the middle-aged woman felt as if they were punching cotton, their anger flaring. It infuriates me, this little beast infuriates me. Yulan, hit her, the old woman said, clutching her chest in fury. The middle-aged woman's eyes turned vicious as she raised her hand to strike. Stop! Chen Qin Kuai rushed into the yard, blocking the woman. Seeing Chen Qin Kuai, the old woman and the middle-aged woman were both startled, clearly not expecting him back so early. Brother Qin Kuai, why are you back? The middle-aged woman, looking at the robust Chen Qin Kuai, discreetly lowered her hand and asked timidly. Chen Qin Kuai's face was expressionless. Mother, sister-in-law, what are you doing here? The old woman, upon hearing the question, said coldly, Chen Qin Kuai, is it not allowed for me to come here? What, just because you Mei is dead, you don't recognize me as your mother? Chen Qin Kuai was silent for a moment before saying, Mother, that's not what I meant. The old woman snorted coldly. Yulan, tell Chen Qin Kuai what we're here for today. Bolstered by the old woman's support, the previously timid Lu Yulan immediately grew bold. Brother Qin Kuai's sister will tell you straight. There's a wealthy family in the city that has taken a liking to Xine Xiao. Mother and I came today to take Xine Xiao to enjoy a life of luxury in the city, Lu Yulan said with a beaming smile, as if it were true. Brother Qin Kuai's sister will tell you straight. There's a wealthy family in the city that has taken a liking to Xine Xiao. Mother and I came today to take Xine Xiao to enjoy a life of luxury in the city, Lu Yulan said with a beaming smile, as if it were true. Chen Qingkui's expression darkened. To put it nicely, it was going to a wealthy household to enjoy a life of comfort. To put it bluntly, it was being sold into servitude in the city. To become a base-born servant. The villagers of Liujiao village all shunned Xine Xiao, so how could anyone from the city possibly take an interest in her? Lu Yulan was uttering nothing but lies. Chen Qingkuai said in a muffled voice, Xine Xiao isn't going to the city. Mother, sister-in-law, you two should head back. Lu Yulan's smile froze for a moment before she added, Brother Qingkuai, think it over. If Xine Xiao goes to the city, you won't have to go up the mountains every day. She can enjoy a good life there. It's such a wonderful opportunity. Chen Qingkuai did not respond, his meaning clear. It was a dismissal. The atmosphere gradually stiffened. After a long pause, the old woman cast a sidelong glance at Chen Qingkuai, realizing his resolve was unyielding and that no concession would be made today. She then let out a cold snort and turned to leave. Some people are not only ingrates, but also blind to good fortune. Yulan, let's go. Qingkuai, think it over. This chance won't come again. Lu Yulan hurriedly chased after her, turning back to say. Just as they stepped out the door, not yet far off, Lu Yulan became impatient and said, Mother, that household in the city is willing to pay 50 taels of silver. We can't just give up. Look at you, what's the rush? Chen Xine Xiao isn't going to run away on her own. Tomorrow bring a couple more people. While Chen Qingkuai is in the mountains, we'll take her directly, the old woman said calmly. Lu Yulan fell silent. That's right, Chen Xine Xiao couldn't escape. Chen Qingkui's sudden return today was purely accidental. They could just wait until he left, then call a few people to tie Chen Xine Xiao up and take her to the city. Mother, I'm only thinking about those 50 taels of silver, Lu Yulan said, beaming with joy. She truly wondered if the household wanting to buy Chen Xine Xiao had lost their minds. A useless mute cripple with a mental defect incapable of doing anything, and yet they were willing to spend 50 taels of silver to buy her. To think that a healthy maidservant capable of washing and cooking cost only 5 taels of silver, with a top-quality one fetching at most 10 taels. 50 taels for a maidservant was to Lu Yulan an exorbitant price. What couldn't one do with 50 taels? Buying a mute was sheer foolishness. But that worked in her favor. Once she sold Chen Xine Xiao, those 50 taels would be hers. Just as Lu Yulan was lost in her reverie, a crimson figure appeared beside them. Zhang Yuan asked with a smile. You said that wealthy household's surname is what? Lu Yulan replied naturally. Mother, have you forgotten? That household's surname is Wang. I heard they have someone serving as an official in the capital. Quite formidable. The old woman frowned and said, Yulan, what nonsense are you talking? When did I ask you anything? Lu Yulan was taken aback, a look of confusion on her face. That's right, there were only her and her mother here, who had just asked her that question. A cold wind blew and Lu Yulan couldn't help but shiver. Feeling that something was terribly wrong, she quickly urged her mother to leave. Zhang Yuan stood at the entrance of Chen Qingkui's home, watching the two departing figures, and nodded with satisfaction. As a sixth-turn Qi refining adept, his five senses were incredibly acute. He had clearly heard the entire conversation in the courtyard and had grown wary. A wealthy household paying a high price for a maidservant. There was no need to think twice. There had to be a hidden agenda. Since he planned to stay as a guest in Chen Qingkui's home, he used his divine ability to extract information, hoping to avoid any trouble that might involve him. The one offering the money was someone from the Wang family of Longxi City, not among the 5 great clans and 7 noble houses. Even if there was a hidden agenda, it likely wasn't a major issue. Concealing his form with severance of past and present life, he then used the parasitic connection of myriad coexistence to influence Lu Yulan's mind and senses. This way he could extract the information he needed without anyone noticing. However, this method was only effective on mortals and low-level cultivators. Against those of the same cultivation level or higher, it would have no effect. After all, myriad coexistence was not a divine ability specifically designed to bewitch minds. After seeing off Lu Yulan, and the old woman Chen Qingkuai fell silent for a moment, then turned to look at the young girl behind him. The girl had already risen. Seeing her father Chen Qingkuai, her face remained expressionless as she said, Father. In truth, Chen Xian Xiao was not mute if she could speak. She simply spoke very little, and even then only a few words to her father. Chen Qingkuai nodded. Seeing the girl so thinly dressed, he wanted to tell her to go inside. But then he suddenly slapped his forehead, remembering something. Oh no, the immortal master was still outside. Chen Qingkuai said anxiously, Xian Xiao, go inside and warm yourself. Father has something to attend to and needs to step out. No need. Zhang Yuan walked into the courtyard and looked around. The yard was not large, just enough for 3 people to stand without feeling cramped. Chen Qingkuai paused, recalling that he hadn't heard any screams from Lu Yulan, and a weight was lifted from his mind. Although Lu Yulan intended to sell his daughter, she was still his sister-in-law and a living person. He didn't want any harm to come to her because of him. Immortal Master, please come inside quickly. They'll brew some tea for you right away. Chen Qingkuai subtly shielded his daughter behind him, his tone respectful. Zhang Yuan nodded, not glancing at Chen Xian Xiao. He still had a water calamity baleful aura to refine. Even if there was more to the matter of selling Chen Xian Xiao, he had little interest in it. Chen Qingkuai breathed a sigh of relief and prepared to lead Zhang Yuan inside. But in the next moment, Chen Xian Xiao moved. She bypassed her father and blocked Zhang Yuan, who had 1 foot already raised. Chen Qingkuai was terrified, his soul nearly fleeing his body. Zhang Yuan was slightly curious and asked gently, Young lady, is there something you need? Chen Xian Xiao's lips moved slightly as she looked up and said, Hello, could you take me as your disciple? Her face remained utterly expressionless, her tone cold, her request sounding more like a statement. Take a disciple. Zhang Yuan raised an eyebrow at this. He withdrew his extended foot, stepped back a meter, and gazed at the crown of Chen Xian Xiao's head. 1 gold, 2 purple, 1 gray. Immortal spiritual root, reincarnated remnant soul of an external path, grand cultivator born with knowledge nervous. An immortal spiritual root and the reincarnated remnant soul of an external path, grand cultivator. Truly extraordinary. As far as Zhang Yuan knew, in the path of external alchemy, only those who had condensed a golden core had the possibility of reincarnation. Even if Chen Xian Xiao was merely a reincarnated remnant soul, with the support of an immortal spiritual root, she was certain to form a golden core upon entering the path. Seeing this, Chen Qingkuai opened his mouth, wanting to dissuade Chen Xian Xiao. Zhang Yuan gently shook his head and said, I have not yet completed my own training, so how can I speak of taking disciples? This matter is not possible. Moreover, our paths are different. Even if I were to take you as a disciple, I would have nothing to teach you. Without a doubt, Chen Xian Xiao's talent in external alchemy qi was exceptional. With a bit of nurturing, she could become a golden core disciple of the external path. However, taking the remnant soul of an external path grand cultivator as a disciple might bring unforeseen troubles. For the sake of safety, it was better to refuse. Courting unnecessary trouble was a cardinal sin for a prudent cultivator. Courting unnecessary trouble was a cardinal sin for a prudent cultivator. Seeing Zhang Yuan's refusal, Chen Xinxiao silently stepped aside, without a word, tactfully refraining from pestering him, her expression unchanging. Yet Zhang Yuan, through the label, noticed that Chen Xinqiao's nervousness had shifted to dejection, reflecting her current mood. Unlike her calm facade, Chen Xinqiao's inner emotions were quite rich. Zhang Yuan paid little heed and promptly walked into the house. The house was modest, consisting of a main hall, the master bedroom, where Chen Qingkuai resided, and two side chambers on the east and west. Chen Xinxiao occupied the west chamber, while Zhang Yuan settled in the east chamber. Chen Qingkuai had intended for Zhang Yuan to take the master bedroom, but Zhang Yuan declined, finding it troublesome. A day passed swiftly, and the sun set beyond the western hills. In the east chamber, Zhang Yuan sat cross-legged on the bed, drawing from his sleeve a fist-sized orb of water calamity essence. With a press of his palm, the orb burst, instantly filling the room with watery mist. Yet in the next moment, as Zhang Yuan activated his cultivation technique, the mist dissipated, and the essence of water calamity essence was fully absorbed. A gleam of sharp light flashed in Zhang Yuan's eyes. 7 revolutions of qi refinement. With 2 more celestial essences and earthly fiends, he could not only condense a 3rd innate divine ability, but also gain the qualification to attest to the celestial being realm. Of course, having cultivated Xiao Yuanjin's innate true law of self-salvation great art, he intended to reach 10 revolutions before attesting to the celestial being. There's no rush for the remaining 2 celestial essences and earthly fiends. He'll stay in Lu family village for a while and take it slow. Zhang Yuan calmed his mind and reined in his thoughts. Refining a celestial essence or earthly fiend every few days and breaking through a revolution. Such speed far surpassed even those from great clans who had family support in the qi refining stage. In the phase of devouring fiends and swallowing essences, his progress was already swift enough. There was no need to rush for results. Next, Zhang Yuan retrieved 5 items from his sleeve: 2 books, a small cyan bottle, a small white bottle, and a palm-sized crimson-yellow cauldron. All were opportunistic gains from the external path seized in Jianing City. Zhang Yuan first picked up the 2 books, flipping through each, and decisively discarded them. The drawback of illiteracy was too great. Obtaining 2 secret manuals, he couldn't even judge their value. Better to examine the rest. Zhang Yuan uncorked the 2 small bottles, and an aroma of pills immediately wafted forth, fragrant and refreshing. They contained 2 different types of elixirs. Unlike the 2 books, though he didn't recognize these elixirs, he could discern their effects through the perception of a qi refining adept. Both elixirs were aids for external path qi refining cultivation. With these 2 bottles, a talented individual might rise from nothing to the external path golden core stage. Fairly valuable. Since there are many external path qi refining cultivators, they'll find a black market later and sell them for a good sum of silver, Zhang Yuan thought with satisfaction. He lacked neither lifespan nor opportunities now. What he lacked most was silver. Had it not been for his poverty, why would he have plunged headlong into that blood miasma celestial beings and back in Jianing City? Zhang Yuan carefully stowed the 2 small bottles and turned his attention to the palm-sized crimson-yellow cauldron. Among the 5 external path opportunities, the crimson-yellow cauldron was the most peculiar. For no other reason, this cauldron, though an artifact of the external path, possessed an extraordinarily dense celestial and earthly essence. Though it fell short of the level of celestial essences and earthly fiends, it was close. Zhang Yuan grasped the crimson-yellow cauldron, and with a slight sensation, the cauldron's origins surfaced in his mind. The cauldron, named 9K Goldly Cauldron, was a treasure of the external path, containing 9 Li Dan fire within. Whether used for defense or alchemy, it possessed remarkable efficacy. When fully activated, the 9K Goldly Cauldron should rival the power of an external path golden core or match the divine ability of a 9 revolution qi refining adept. What a pity. If it could advance further, this treasure would at least transform into an artifact containing an earthly fiend essence, and its power would surge dramatically. Zhang Yuan inwardly lamented the loss. He was unskilled in the art of artifact refinement, so the 9K Goldly Cauldron had reached its limit in his hands with no further room for improvement. Yet, even so, sealing celestial and earthly essences with external path cultivation showed that the external path cultivator who forged the 9K Goldly Cauldron was no ordinary figure. It seemed the external path had its capable individuals, not as feeble as imagined. The next day, at the hour of the tiger before dawn, Zhang Yuan saw through the window Chen Qingkuai shouldering a bamboo basket and heading up the mountain. Chen Qingkuai's name was indeed fitting. He was diligent to the extreme. Shortly after Chen Qingkuai left, a knock came at the door. "Open up, you little wretch." It was Lu Yulan's voice. The day before, the old woman and Lu Yulan had plotted to call people over and forcibly take Chen Xinxiao away once Chen Qingkuai was out. Chen Qingkuai had clearly sensed this, so he left early before dawn, hoping to return before daylight. Yet he had misjudged the resolve of the old woman and Lu Yulan. No sooner had he left than someone arrived, evidently having kept watch on Chen Qingkuai all night. Zhang Yuan sat cross-legged in meditation, paying no heed. But the more no one responded, the more violent the knocking became, eventually escalating from knocks to kicks. Finally, with a creak, the door of the east chamber was pushed open. Chen Xinxiao entered, bowed to Zhang Yuan with clasped hands, and said, "Hello, could you come with me to open the door?" Zhang Yuan opened his eyes and looked at Chen Xinxiao. Her expression remained blank, her eyes devoid of emotion, and even the status label above her head remained at calm. She showed no fear of the knocking outside. "All right," Zhang Yuan said after a moment of thought, nodding. Since he was lodging at Chen Qingkui's house, offering some help was no trouble, like saving Chen Qingkuai earlier, a casual act. At the door stood the old woman and Lu Yulan with 3 sturdy peasant men behind them, all relatives of the two. "You ungrateful little wretch, don't play deaf with me. Open the door now." Lu Yulan pounded on the gate, shouting, "Mother, why don't we just break the door down?" suggested a man who looked honest and simple, seeing the futility. He was the old woman's youngest son, Lu Yulan's younger brother. The old woman hummed in assent. "Uncles, let's move." The man cracked his knuckles. But just as they were about to break and the door opened, Lu Yulan felt a surge of joy, thinking the little wretch had finally shown sense, saving them the trouble. She was about to step into the courtyard when she noticed something amiss after a single step. A tall figure stood before the door. How had the little wretch grown so tall? Lu Yulan squinted, and in the morning light, she saw that the figure was not Chen Xinxiao, but a strange man in a crimson wedding robe, his face expressionless. Chen Xinxiao herself stood beside the man, her gaze equally indifferent. Seeing this, Lu Yulan, after a brief shock, cried out, scrambled back, and fell to the ground with a thud. "A ghost! Mother, there's a ghost in Chen Qingkui's house." The bitter wind howled as moonlight spilled down, causing the crimson robe to dance wildly. Confronted by this striking scene and Lu Yulan's startled cry, the old woman and the 3 men behind her stood frozen in place. After a moment, it was the seasoned old woman who first regained her composure, realizing the figure before her was no ghost, but a living person. "Yulan, get up. Stop making a spectacle of yourself." The old woman tapped her cane on the ground as she spoke. Hearing this, Lu Yulan cautiously lifted her head and indeed saw a living face. Relieved yet furious, a surge of anger boiled within her. No wonder that ungrateful brat dared to open the door. She found herself a wild man for support. Lu Yulan's eyes darkened as she pointed a finger and cursed, "I don't care who you are, get the hell out of here now. Meddle in my affairs, and I'll chop your legs off." Zhang Yuan gazed at the shrewish Lu Yulan with a calm heart and uttered a single word: "Leave." Lu Yulan hesitated for a second, not expecting Zhang Yuan to talk back. Her rage flared higher, and she turned to her brother Lu Zhenghong, saying, "What are you standing there for? Your sister's being bullied." Lu Zhenghong gave a simple, honest smile and said, "Sis, maybe we've misunderstood him. Let me ask this brother first." Lu Zhenghong signaled his uncles with a glance, and the 3 men moved forward without a sound. "Brother, what's your relationship with my niece?" Lu Zhenghong asked with a guileless air. Zhang Yuan cast a glance at the top of his head and replied, "You leave too." Lu Zhenghong scratched his head, frowning slightly. "Brother, I've come to see my niece, but you're telling me to leave. That's not right. We're here today to take Xinxiao to the city. If you're free, brother, just do us a favor, and he'll treat you to a meal later." Zhang Yuan made no reply, standing as still as a statue. Seeing how unyielding Zhang Yuan was, Lu Zhenghong's face darkened. "If you insist on this, brother, don't blame us. Uncles, let's move. We'll take this kid down first." Lu Zhenghong waved his hand, and the 2 farmers behind him stepped forward, rolling up their sleeves to reveal sturdy forearms. They were skilled laborers in the village. While their combat techniques might be lacking, they certainly had raw strength. "Your family truly knows no harmony," Zhang Yuan said in a low voice. "They're not good people," Chen Xinxiao replied. Zhang Yuan nodded. Indeed, they were not good people. The grandmother, aunt, uncle, and 2 other relatives, 5 in total, were set on selling Chen Xinxiao for 50 taels of silver. How could they be good if they wouldn't even spare their own kin? Their conversation was clearly audible, reaching the old woman's ears. The old woman, who valued the reputation of Lu family village above all, furrowed her brow and said in anger, "Zhenghong, hurry up and act. Don't make too much noise." "Got it, Mom." Lu Zhenghong clenched his fist, grinned, and charged forward to land a punch on Zhang Yuan. He was renowned in Lu family village as a formidable fighter during summerland disputes. Just his presence was enough to scare off anyone from encroaching on their fields. Yet just a step away from Zhang Yuan, Lu Zhenghong halted, clutching his outstretched fist as he collapsed to the ground, wailing, "Oh, My hand. Lu Zhenghong's cry was utterly piercing, causing everyone to frown, finding the scene deeply eerie. What was happening? Lu Zhenghong hadn't even touched him, so why was he on the ground howling? Zhenghong, what's wrong with you? His uncles couldn't bear to watch and stepped forward to check on him. When they saw Lu Zhenghong's condition, they froze, exchanging glances as cold sweat beaded on their foreheads. There, his entire right fist had lost a large patch of flesh, exposing the white bone beneath. Was this sorcery? They thought to themselves, eyeing the crimson robe at the doorway, which now seemed as red as blood, fluttering like waves of gore. With a thud, they dropped to their knees without hesitation, abandoning all pride, and began kowtowing furiously toward Zhang Yuan. They forced us to come. It was all their family's idea. We had nothing to do with it. Spare us, immortal. Spare us. The sound of knocking echoed. The old woman and Lu Yulan watched in stunned disbelief. Lu Peng, Lu He, what are you doing? The old woman frowned. Shut up, old hag. Lu Peng barked. Your family has done so much evil, and now you've provoked an immortal and dragged us into it. You have a cruel heart. Lu He added. Perplexed, the old woman stepped forward with her cane, then her pupils contracted sharply as the cane clattered to the ground. My son. The old woman wailed in anguish. She saw Lu Zhenghong's right hand nearly stripped of flesh. At this sight, Lu Yulan, ignoring her brother's injury, felt a surge of panic. She had just cursed the immortal before her. Immortal. Immortal. Don't listen to them. It was all their idea. I had nothing to do with it. Zinkio's aunt. How could I ever hurt her? Lu Yulan hastily tried to distance herself. With Lu Zhenghong injured and down, chaos erupted before Chen Qingkui's house, in moments the four of them blaming and shifting responsibility onto each other. Zhang Yuan was initially amused, but after a while it grew tiresome. All of you get out. From this day forth, anyone who steps foot here dies. Zhang Yuan's tone was icy as he flicked his sleeve, unleashing a wave of force that sent the five of them flying. His goal was achieved. With this display, the old woman's family would surely never dare to trouble Chen Qingkui's household again. The old woman and her group didn't dare look back as they carried Lu Zhenghong away. With the trouble resolved, Zhang Yuan was in fairly good spirits. A mere flick of his hand, and ordinary mortals worshipped him as an immortal. This was the true feeling of being a cultivator. Indeed, a cultivator should revel in humiliating the weak. He recalled his previous life. First, his spiritual root was stolen, then he was targeted by a Foundation establishment celestial, and after barely escaping Yunzhou City, he fell into a golden core true lord's chess game, constantly on the brink of peril. After bolting the gate, Zhang Yuan returned to the eastern wing. Chen Xinxiao glanced at him and silently followed. Back in the room, Zhang Yuan turned to face her at the door. Why are you following me? Chen Xinxiao replied, you helped me. I need to thank you. Zhang Yuan raised an eyebrow, noticing the nervous tag above her head. He glanced at her pale cheeks and slender figure, far less developed than Li Huixis, and found it slightly amusing. Zhang Yuan asked with a smile, well, you should thank me. But how do you intend to do that? Chen Xinxiao said, I don't know. He'll do as you say. Zhang Yuan pretended to ponder for a moment, then said, in that case, come into the room with me. Chen Xinxiao nodded lightly and stepped inside, the tag above her head shifting. Nervous, extremely nervous. Inside the room, Zhang Yuan was the first to speak, asking, is there a teacher in the village? Do you know how to read? Chen Xinxiao nodded. There is, but I've never been. I can read. Zhang Yuan was astonished. If you've never been, how do you know the characters? Chen Xinxiao replied, I was born knowing them. A realization dawned on Zhang Yuan as he recalled her label of born with knowledge. It was no wonder she could read without learning. Knowing how to read was enough. Zhang Yuan placed two incomprehensible heretical texts before Chen Xinxiao. Her label shifted to perplexed. Zhang Yuan said succinctly, read them to me. Chen Xinxiao lifted her gaze, glancing at Zhang Yuan's strikingly handsome and ethereal features. A ripple stirred in her usually calm, well-like eyes. It was hard to imagine that a young immortal master cultivating celestial arts was an illiterate who barely knew a few characters. Pondering this, Chen Xinxiao picked up the two books on the table and read aloud. One is called The Precious Scripture of Hunyuan Ichi and Body Refinement, and the other is The True Scripture of Celestial Radiance Illuminating the World. They turned out to be two cultivation methods. Zhang Yuan then said, come closer. Recite one sentence, and he'll learn it. It was fortuitous that Chen Xinxiao could read and had these two books. This was the perfect opportunity for him to intensively study the script of the Qingxiao Ranch and realm and shed his illiteracy. Chen Xinxiao moved slightly closer, sitting about 6 inches away from Zhang Yuan. She began teaching him with the precious scripture of Hunyuan Ichi and Body Refinement. Heaven and earth possess spiritual energy. Plants that obtain it become spirits, beasts become demons, and humans become immortals. Chen Xinxiao recited the precious scripture of Hunyuan Ichi and Body Refinement, in measured phrases until it was complete. Zhang Yuan learned very quickly. After one full recitation, he had already recognized most of the characters. A qi-refining cultivator of the Gangsha Dao was inherently exceptionally intelligent, and with the blessing of his primordial spirit, unblemished talent learning swiftly was only natural. Zhang Yuan asked Qin Xinxiao to stop before she could proceed with the next book. He fell into deep thought contemplating the precious scripture of Hunyuan Ichi and body refinement. The precious scripture of Hunyuan Ichi and body refinement was a cultivation method of the external qi refining path. It focused primarily on body refinement and secondarily on qi refinement. With this technique, one could cultivate all the way to the peak of the external golden core stage, capable of splitting mountains and overturning seas with a casual gesture. The method was excellent and simple in difficulty. Unfortunately, without a spiritual root, Zhang Yuan simply could not cultivate it. Although there were fewer cultivators on the Gangsha Dao, the threshold for entry into the external qi refining path was actually slightly higher. After all, the path of devouring Sha and swallowing Gang relied on fortune, while the external qi refining path relied on talent. A cultivator of the former might stumble upon a stroke of luck obtaining a cultivation method, and the heavenly Gang or earthly Sha to begin their journey. For the external qi refining path, however, lacking a spiritual root meant one simply could not enter the gate. It was a matter of heavenly decree, immutable by mortal means. That said, Zhang Yuan indeed lacked an external spiritual root. Yet the Qin Xinxiao before him possessed one, and not just any root, but an immortal spiritual root. External spiritual roots were divided into 5 grades: yellow, profound, earth, heaven, and immortal. The immortal spiritual root was the most supreme. Zhang Yuan glanced at Qin Xinxiao and asked, "Do you wish to learn this method?" Qin Xinxiao nodded, but then shook her head. After a moment of hesitation, she said, "I have not formally become your disciple, so I cannot learn it." It seemed Qin Xinxiao was quite principled. Zhang Yuan said, "If you wish to learn, I won't stop you. However, we have no master-disciple bond, and this method came to me by chance. If any problems arise from it, do not blame me." Qin Xinxiao nodded, her eyes flickering. Zhang Yuan pointed to the other book. "Read this one." Qin Xinxiao picked up the other volume. The true scripture of celestial radiance illuminating the world. Heaven possesses a divine radiance shining solely upon one well-named well of celestial radiance. Well of celestial radiance is one of the 36 heavenly earth immortal golden thrones of the Qingshao Ranshan realm, listed among the constellations of the heavenly neta position of the true Lord. As Qin Xinxiao recited, Zhang Yuan's brow furrowed. This was wrong. This true scripture of celestial radiance illuminating the world was not a method of the external qi refining path. It was a cultivation technique of the path of devouring Sha and swallowing Gang, and it seemed to be a method leading directly to the true Lord Golden Core stage. According to the text, the Qingshao Ranshan realm possessed 36 heavenly earth immortal golden thrones. Only a foundation establishment celestial who obtained a golden throne could seek to become a true lord. Thus, the Qingshao Ranshan realm could have at most 36 true lords. And the true scripture of celestial radiance illuminating the world was precisely the path method for seeking the well of celestial radiance. A priceless treasure. The thought stirred Zhang Yuan, and he instantly realized the value of the true scripture of celestial radiance illuminating the world. If the well of celestial radiance currently had no true lord, then possessing this method meant he had the opportunity to seek the position of well of celestial radiance true lord. Although he was cultivating the great method of innate true law for self-salvation, he only possessed the qi refining volume, lacking even the foundation establishment chapter. And even if he did, Xiao Yuanjun herself had only just attained celestial status. Unless she later achieved true lord and perfected the golden core chapter, the foundation establishment celestial stage would be the ultimate limit of the great method of innate true law for self-salvation. They'll keep it for now. It might be useful later. With a thought, Zhang Yuan decisively put away the true scripture of celestial radiance illuminating the world. His gaze shifted, falling upon Qin Xinxiao beside him. 36 immortal golden thrones, each a slot for one. If Zhang Yuan wished to seek the well of celestial radiance in the future, then Qin Xinxiao, who had recited the true scripture of celestial radiance illuminating the world today, could very well become his potential rival. Rather than nurturing a tiger to invite disaster, why not just? Qin Xinxiao tilted her head, puzzled as to why Zhang Yuan had suddenly put the book away. Are we not reading anymore? After a brief silence, Zhang Yuan flicked his sleeve and produced a qi refining pill meant to aid external cultivation, placing it on the table. He had named the 2 bottles of external pills, qi refining pill and foundation establishment pill, simple and clear. "This is your reward for teaching me to read. But before you take it, you must promise me that you will not reveal the contents of today's 2 books to anyone." Zhang Yuan said sternly. In the end, he could not bring himself to kill. It was he who had called Chen Xinxiao to read the books. To kill her after she had finished reciting all because of the true scripture of celestial radiance illuminating the world was a deed he found somewhat difficult to carry out. As a cultivator who followed the path of stability, Zhang Yuan had no desire to be a good man, but neither did he wish to be an evil or despicable one. Chen Xinxiao nodded in agreement. Zhang Yuan placed the qi refining pill into her hand. "Thank you," Chen Xinxiao said. The label above her head flashed loyalty. Meanwhile, on the other side, as Zhang Yuan and Chen Xinxiao were engaged in their lesson, the old woman and Lu Yulan carried Lu Zhenghong back home. Their house was much larger than Chen Qingkui's, and while not comparable to a wealthy estate, it was still considered one of the better homes in Lu family village. "Mother, what do we do now? That little girl has an immortal guarding her. If we can't hand her over today, those 50 silver taels will be gone." Lu Yulan wailed. Zhang Yuan was terrifying, she was still shaken. But when she thought of the 50 silver taels, she was even more afraid of losing them. "Cry? All you know is cry. You're still thinking about the silver. If you don't go fetch a doctor soon, your brother's hand will be ruined." The old woman rapped Lu Yulan with her walking stick, scolding her. Right. They'll go get the doctor right now." Lu Yulan dodged the stick and hurriedly got up. But in the next moment, the door to their house was pushed open. A short, shifty-eyed man entered the courtyard, followed by several young men and women. "Lu Yulan, where is the person you prepared?" The short man named Lu Juanmao had a rat-like gleam in his eyes and walked with a light, unsteady gait. He was a well-known human trafficker in Lu family village, even throughout Longxi City, supplying servant maids and attendants to the wealthy households. Though human trafficking was not a respectable trade, Lu Juanmao was always generous with his payments and never haggled down the price. The villagers of Lu family village, despite their private disdain, would still greet him with smiling faces whenever they met. "Lu Yulan, I've got the silver ready, just waiting for you to deliver the goods," Lu Juanmao said with a laugh. "Well, Master Jun, could you grant me another 2 days? I've run into some trouble." Lu Yulan hesitated. "Another 2 days, eh? That won't do. The master's household is in urgent need of people. I can't afford to delay. If it really can't be done." Lu Juanmao eyed Lu Yulan's curvaceous figure and joked, "How about you sell yourself, Madame Lu? I'll give you 100 taels of silver." Lu Yulan was indeed a shrew by nature, but she was genuinely beautiful and unmarried. Many men from the surrounding villages had their eyes on her. Lu Yulan immediately shrank back, shaking her head. "Master Jun, don't joke around. Selling Chen Xinxiao for 50 taels was acceptable, but selling herself for 100 taels was absolutely out of the question." Was she comparable to Chen Xinxiao? With her looks, she was worth at least 1,000 pieces of gold. Lu Juanmao asked, "You mentioned trouble. What kind of trouble?" "If it's your brother-in-law being reluctant, I can add 10 more taels to the 50, making it 60. That's already well above the market price." Though Lu Yulan didn't say it, he could guess that she intended to sell her sister's daughter. The problem she mentioned was most likely a conflict with Chen Qingkuai, who hadn't agreed to the deal. Lu Yulan hesitated, lowering her voice. "Master Jun, it's not about Chen Qingkuai. It's that little girl, Chen Xinxiao. She found some immortal from somewhere, and he's staying at their house. Chen Xinxiao has probably already taken up with that immortal. Look at my brother's hand. It was injured by that immortal. If we hadn't run fast, we'd probably be dead." Lu Juanmao followed Lu Yulan's gaze, and indeed saw Lu Zhenghong's hand fleshless and bloody, and frowned. According to the gatekeeper Lu Song, Chen Qingkuai had found a husband for Chen Xinxiao dressed in a red wedding robe, and he was extremely handsome. Could the person Lu Song and Lu Yulan mentioned be the same individual? An immortal? Lu Juanmao often dealt with wealthy families in Longxi City and knew things others didn't. For instance, what common folk called immortals were actually cultivators. But whether immortal or cultivator, they were not to be trifled with by ordinary people. Lu Yulan was fortunate to have returned alive. Lu Juanmao frowned deeply. Even knowing Zhang Yuan was a cultivator, he was still unwilling to give up on Chen Xinxiao. The master's household had given him a specific list, and not a single person could be missing. "Don't worry about it for now. He'll report this to the master's household first," Lu Juanmao said after a moment's thought. Lu Yulan could only nod in agreement, then remembered she still needed to find a doctor for her brother and hurriedly left the house. In Lu family village, the morning light was faint and shadows of people moved about. The village men went into the mountains or headed to the city. Though their destinations differed, they all learned a piece of news from the gatekeeper Lu Song at the village entrance. Chen Qingkuai had found a husband for his mute daughter. Word spread from 1 to 10, from 10 to 100. In less than half a day, the news had spread throughout Lu family village. Everyone knew except for the parties involved: Zhang Yuan, Chen Xinxiao, and Chen Qingkuai, who had gone to the city early. Chen Qingkuai returned to the village carrying a basket of herbs, a puzzled look on his face as he noticed the strange glances from the villagers. After a brief inquiry, Chen Qingkuai's expression shifted and he glared sharply at the gatekeeper Lu Song. Lu Song gave him a smug look and patted his shoulder saying, "Well, I didn't misunderstand yesterday, did I, eh? That man yesterday was clearly from the city." When Chen Qingkuai gave him a wink, he must have wanted the news spread. That way, relying on public reputation alone, the man wouldn't dare to run away. Chen Qingkuai lamented, "You've really ruined me." Lu Song, not understanding, thought Chen Qingkuai was being sarcastic and laughed heartily. By the way, Lu Junmao came back to the village today and collected quite a few children. Lu Junmao. When I? Chen Qingkuai's face changed and he pressed urgently. "Before dawn, I think." "Pretty early. Why do you ask?" "Lu Junmao may be a human trafficker, but he does legitimate business. Your Xin Xiao never leaves the house, so she's perfectly safe," Lu Song recalled. Chen Qingkuai stamped his foot, ignoring further explanation, and ran toward his home. Lu Junmao's reputation was decent, but he didn't trust the old woman Lu and Lu Yulan. What if the moment he left they had already kidnapped Xin Xiao? He sprinted all the way home and kicked open the gate. Zhang Yuan sat in the yard on a small stool, with Chen Xinxiao sitting beside him on a 6-inch stool. They both looked questioningly at the breathless Chen Qingkuai. Chen Qingkuai stood frozen. Immortal master. He had left early and returned before dawn, partly to guard against the old woman and Lu Yulan kidnapping Xinxiao during the day, and partly to keep an eye on Zhang Yuan. He didn't feel comfortable leaving Xinxiao alone with Zhang Yuan during the day. But now he realized that with a ruthless, heretical cultivator in the house, if Lu Yulan and her crew dared to come, they would be the ones in trouble, not Xinxiao. Zhang Yuan nodded and looked away. Chen Xinxiao said, "Father." Chen Qingkuai looked her over carefully, confirming she was unharmed, then sighed in relief and asked, "Xinxiao, did anything happen while I was gone?" Chen Xinxiao counted the time and people. At the hour of 2:15, Lu Xiufeng, Lu Yumei, Lu Zhenghong, Lu Peng, and Lu He came. Chen Qingkuai was startled and quickly asked, "Where are they? Did they do anything to you?" Chen Xinxiao replied succinctly, "The immortal master crippled one of Lu Zhenghong's hands, and they ran away. The demonic cultivator staying in the house. No, the righteous immortal master had saved Xinxiao, and Lu Zhenghong had a hand crippled." "Good. Crippled well." Chen Qingkuai turned to Zhang Yuan and bowed in gratitude. "Thank you, immortal master, for saving my daughter." "It was nothing," Zhang Yuan said indifferently. Despite his casual tone, Chen Qingkuai was deeply grateful, and his impression of Zhang Yuan changed significantly. The old woman Lu Yulan had brought Lu Zhenghong and the other two today. If Zhang Yuan hadn't intervened by the time he returned from the mountain, Xinxiao would have already been sent to the city. "Immortal master saved my daughter. I will prepare a meal for you to repay your great kindness. I hope you won't refuse." Chen Qingkuai put down his herb basket and fixed his gaze on a hen in the corner of the yard. The chicken soup was delicious. Zhang Yuan drank 3 large bowls. After finishing the soup, he returned to his room and sat cross-legged in meditation. Although cultivators of the Gangsha Dao did not need to spend long hours meditating to absorb spiritual energy from heaven and earth, like external cultivators, they could still contemplate their insights in leisure and refine their mastered divine abilities. Zhang Yuan had already developed the 2 divine abilities he possessed, Golden Chariot and Phoenix Carriage, and 10,000 things flourished to a considerable extent. Thus he set his sights on 5 seizes to shatter the body chi. Unless in combat, the divine ability, mounted on 10,000 things flourish, was always severance of past and present, convenient for erasing karma and concealing celestial secrets at any moment. However, since Zhang Yuan had previously used 5 seizes to shatter the body chi and already understood it, there was no need to switch the mounted divine ability. 5 seizes to shatter the body chi. Xiao Yuanjin's divine ability is composed of heavenly calamity, Sha, earthly calamity, Sha, and filth, Sha. To execute it fully, I must first understand the insights of these 3 earthly Sha. Zhang Yuan fell into deep thought. Currently, when he used 5 seizes to shatter the body chi, he could only unleash the seizure of form and flesh and the seizure of 5 viscera. Without a doubt, these 2 were the insights of filth, Sha, while the subsequent seizures of mind, 7 souls, and 3 spirits belonged to heavenly calamity, Sha, and earthly calamity, Sha. The earth harbors Sha Chi, which can transform into death Chi, killing Chi, malice Chi, resentment Chi, and rage Chi. When these 5 Chi are stirred, they affect all living beings, forming an earthly calamity. Heaven possesses Yin and Yang Chi. When Yin and Yang clash, their light becomes lightning and their sound becomes thunder. The light extinguishes the 7 souls and the sound destroys the 3 spirits. This is a heavenly calamity. Thus, the essence of 5 seizes to shatter the body qi lies not in the words 5 seizes or shatter the body, but in the word qi. The earth transforms into 5 qi yin and yang into 2 qi plus a strand of filth qi. This is the foundation of the divine ability. A glimmer of enlightenment flashed in Zhang Yuan's eyes. He then stirred his mind, intending to switch to 5 seizes to shatter the body qi for a trial. He gently flicked 10,000 things flourish. Hum. A resonant hum echoed in the depths of his mind, directly striking his primordial spirit. Zhang Yuan's vision went dark. When he opened his eyes again, he was no longer in Chun Qingkui's eastern wing room, but in a completely unfamiliar place. All around was chaos, with dazzling torrents of brilliance occasionally flashing through the darkness. These radiances were so vast and boundless that Zhang Yuan felt like an ant in comparison. Suddenly, just as Zhang Yuan was bewildered, a colossal hand outlined in white lines with distinct knuckles and patterns like seal script, both real and illusory, reached out and grabbed him in its palm. Then it rapidly ascended. Zhang Yuan stood dazed in the dilapidated temple outside Yunzhou City. The temple? No, it could no longer be called dilapidated. The entire shrine was now resplendent, all the holes vanished as if they had never existed, and the statue at the center had been restored. The statue depicted a celestial maiden clad in an azure-glazed robe, solemn and dignified, her sleeves fluttering gracefully. Her eyes shimmered with divine radiance, and her ethereal aura made her seem like a flying immortal. Zhang Yuan looked up, growing increasingly familiar. Why did this statue look exactly like Xiao Yuanjun? The thought had just arisen. A figure flew out backward from within the statue. Who else could make such an entrance but Xiao Yuanjun? Xiao Yuanjun landed slowly, turned around, and appraised Zhang Yuan with slight surprise. Not bad. While I was away, you've reached the 7th turn of qi refining. The celestial realm is within reach. What is the 7th heavenly Sha or earthly Sha? Let me help you think about the ratio. Water calamity Sha, said Zhang Yuan. After a moment of contemplation, Xiao Yuanjun said, Water calamity Sha is a decent earthly Sha. It can be configured into a defensive divine ability or an offensive one. I have 2 ratios, 1 offensive and 1 defensive. Which one do you want? Zhang Yuan thought briefly and decisively said offensive. He had considered for escape, he had Golden Chariot and Phoenix Carriage. For defense, he could use 10,000 things flourish and 9 guardians harmonious qi. Now he only lacked a permanent, primarily offensive divine ability. 5 seizes to shatter the body qi was certainly good. Xiao Yuanjun could rely on it to dominate, but Zhang Yuan couldn't. Once he used 9 guardians harmonious qi or severance of past and present, he would lose his offensive means. The iron chains of 10,000 things flourish could serve as an offensive tool, but their power was limited. They worked against weaker cultivators, but fell short against the offensive divine abilities of peers. Xiao Yuanjun was greatly pleased. Good. Zhang Yuan, as her first disciple, didn't need her to teach him that the best defense was offense. In that case, for your 8th and 9th turns, you must choose Gale Sha and Thunder Execution Sha. Without accident, you can condense a top-tier offensive divine ability, rivaling your teacher's 5 seizes to shatter the body qi, said Xiao Yuanjun. Zhang Yuan pondered, then asked, would it be unwise to refine earthly Sha for all 9 turns? Previously, when reading the True Scripture of Radiant World, the Qi Refining chapter stated that to achieve the 9 turns of Qi Refining for Celestial Realm, one must possess at least 1 heavenly Sha, otherwise attaining the Celestial Realm with 9 earthly Sha would be extremely difficult. No worries. Since you cultivate my method, you can find a way to refine a heavenly Sha at the 10th turn, Xiao Yuanjun said calmly. Though she didn't know where Zhang Yuan had heard this reasoning, in her view, claiming that 9 earthly Sha made it hard to reach the Celestial Realm was pure nonsense. Could those who attained the Celestial Realm be bound by the Sha they refined? If they couldn't, it was a lack of ability. Besides, even if one refined heavenly Sha for all 9 turns, would they surely achieve the Celestial Realm of Foundation Establishment? Obviously not. I see. Master, how many heavenly and earthly Sha did you use to attain the Celestial Realm? Zhang Yuan asked curiously. 4, Xiao Yuanjun replied after thinking. She answered, aside from 5 seizes to shatter the body qi, which was purely composed of earthly Sha severance of past and present, had 1 heavenly Sha, 9 guardians harmonious qi, had 2 plus the heavenly Sha from the 10th turn, totaling 4. Zhang Yuan. Xiao Yuanjun was as unreliable as ever. He sighed inwardly, then looked around warily, saying, Master, is this place outside Yunzhou City? Though the temple's appearance had changed drastically, he recognized where he had first faced a life-and-death crisis. He hoped Xiao Yuanjun hadn't grown cocky after reaching the Celestial Realm and decided to pick a fight with the entire Biandongli clan in Yunzhou City. He hoped Xiao Yuanjun hadn't grown cocky after reaching the Celestial Realm and decided to pick a fight with the entire Bian Dongli clan in Yunzhou City. No, Xiao Yuanjun shook her head. This place, or rather this realm, is my foundation establishment, Dao Domain, named Celestial Annihilation for Absolute Immortal Domain. It is hidden deep within the primordial spirit and concealed beyond heaven and earth. As for why it looks like this, watch carefully. Xiao Yuanjun chuckled and lightly tapped her finger. A golden statue in Zhang Yuan's likeness materialized beside the flying, immortal statue. Well, do you like it, eh? Xiao Yuanjun clapped her hands and asked with a smile. Who would like this? Hadn't anyone told her that living people shouldn't have shrines built for them? Zhang Yuan was stunned. Finally meeting Xiao Yuanjun's expectant gaze, he said helplessly, I like it. Zhang Yuan was stunned. Finally meeting Xiao Yuanjun's expectant gaze, he said helplessly, I like it. To return to the main subject, Xiao Yuanjun asked, Where are you now? Have you encountered any danger? She had actually wanted to contact Zhang Yuan for some time. With the myriad coexistence art, she could easily pull his mind into her own Dao domain. However, she had attempted this several times over the past few days, only to fail each time, unable to draw Zhang Yuan's mind. It was only today that the connection through the myriad coexistence art deepened somewhat, finally, granting her the opportunity to communicate with him. Strangely enough, according to logic influencing, a chi refining cultivator, or even a foundation establishment, heavenly being, should have been effortless. Yet Zhang Yuan's mind remained as steadfast as a mountain, utterly unshakable. I am currently at Lu Family Village near Longxi City in the Ao Kingdom, lodging with a villager named Chen Qingkuai. There is no danger, Zhang Yuan said. Xiao Yuanjun had already attained the heavenly being realm, making her his greatest pillar of support. If she could come, it would add another layer of security to his life. You've traveled quite far. I've never even been to the Ao Kingdom, Xiao Yuanjun said in surprise. The Bian Kingdom was no short distance from the Ao Kingdom. Zhang Yuan hadn't stopped moving since leaving the Bian Kingdom's capital. Then stay put in that Lu family village for now. I happen to have a thunder execution calamity emerging here. Once I retrieve it, I will come find you. You can also keep an eye out for news of the Gale calamity and try to sense it. After speaking, Xiao Yuanjun pointed her finger at Zhang Yuan's brow. The temple scene receded like a tide, and Zhang Yuan's consciousness gradually sank, crossing that chaotic space, once more to return to Chen Qingkui's home. Zhang Yuan sat cross-legged, abruptly opening his eyes and looking around. The sun had set, leaving the side room pitch black. He had been sitting on the bed all day. The Gale calamity. I can keep an ear out for news, but there's no need to force it. Zhang Yuan recalled Xiao Yuanjun's words and thought to himself. The black-robed elder he had slain earlier wielded the divine ability Mirage Wind, which contained a Gale calamity. From this, it seemed the Gale calamity was not particularly rare. He would wait for Xiao Yuanjun's arrival before making any moves. Having made up his mind, Zhang Yuan rose and left the east side room to stretch his limbs in the yard. The main bedroom and the west side room were dark with faint breathing sounds. It seemed Chen Qingkuai and Chen Xinxiao had already gone to sleep. Stepping into the yard, Zhang Yuan suddenly slowed his pace, his eyes shifting slightly as he extended his five senses. Something was off. There seemed to be more than just the two breathing sounds of Chen Qingkuai and Chen Xinxiao. Others were in the yard. Above. With a flicker of thought, Zhang Yuan activated the past and present severance to vanish from his spot, while the myriad coexistence art condensed 10 iron chains that lashed out fiercely toward the east side room's roof and door. Boom. The roof of the east side room collapsed with a crash. A figure landed, appearing before Zhang Yuan. At the same time, the gate of Chen Qingkui's home was pushed open, and the rat-like Lu Junmao poked his head in, followed by the elderly Lu matriarch and Lu Yulan. Lu Yulan looked terrified, staring at the blood-red robe standing in the yard. Uncle Jun, is this really all right? Lu Junmao glanced at her and said in a low voice, Short-sighted woman. This is an immortal from the Wang family of Longxi City. What could go wrong? In truth, he himself was uncertain. He had informed the Wang family that Chen Xinxiao was under a cultivator's protection, so the Wang family sent a cultivator along, determined to bring her back. But who knew if the Wang family cultivator was stronger than the one in the yard? If the Wang cultivator hadn't insisted on him coming, he wouldn't have set foot in the yard at all. Hearing Lu Junmao's words, Lu Yulan breathed a sigh of relief and felt a glimmer of hope. Getting those 50 silver taels had taken an immense effort. Zhang Yuan glanced at the three, Lu Junmao and the others, confirming they posed no threat, then turned his gaze to the young man opposite him. The youth, clad in a long robe, stood tall and proud, holding a 3-foot sword, his eyes fixed on Zhang Yuan with undisguised contempt. Another scion of a noble family. Seeing that look, Zhang Yuan instantly understood the man's identity. The Wang family of Longxi City. Wang Jinfeng of the Longxi City Wang family. May I ask your esteemed name? Wang Jinfeng announced himself haughtily. Zhang Yuan chuckled, not backing down, and declared loudly, I am Li Huishi of the Bian, Eastli family. Wang Jinfeng hesitated for a moment, then furrowed his brow. Others might not know, but he was aware that the younger generation of the Bian, Eastli family all used the Jie generation character. Even if there were those of a higher generation, but younger age, they would be of the Hou generation. The character Hui was inauspicious. Whether it even existed in the Li family's genealogy was uncertain. He was mocking me. You refuse a toast only to drink a forfeit. Wang Jinfeng frowned, drew his long sword, and slashed forward. Whoosh. A sword aura shot forth instantly. Tisk, the name Li Huishi really didn't work. It had never intimidated anyone, and it was quite embarrassing. Seeing Wang Jinfeng attack without a word after he announced his name, Zhang Yuan couldn't help but complain inwardly. He dodged the sword aura with a flicker of his body. The sword aura was extraordinarily sharp, carving a gash into the ground that split the earth 3 inches deep. Not a divine ability, but an external path method, Zhang Yuan observed, then looked at the tags above Wang Zhenfeng's head, 3 blue and 1 gray. Cultivating 2 paths, external path, sword cultivator foundation, establishment clan, Longxi City, Wang family scion disdain. Zhang Yuan couldn't help but take another look at Wang Zhenfeng. It was the first time he had encountered a cultivator simultaneously training in the calamity-devouring path and the external qi refining path, which piqued his curiosity. However, it seemed Wang Zhenfeng's cultivation in both paths was mediocre, not even a single purple tag. This made things easier. Zhang Yuan assessed the opponent's strength, manifested countless iron chains, and simultaneously applied the past and present severance to them. The chains flickered between reality and illusion, true and false, hurtling toward Wang Jinfeng at breakneck speed. Wang Jinfeng frowned. At their first meeting, Zhang Yuan had concealed his aura, making it impossible to gauge his cultivation level, so he had tested him with an external path sword aura. But now he saw that this man was no simple figure, at least a 6-fold qi refining sage. So young, with an ethereal bearing far beyond any rogue cultivator. Could he truly be from the Bian, Eastli family? Wang Jinfeng hesitated for a moment, but seeing the iron chains approaching, he drew his sword again. This time it was not a sword aura, but a pure white sword light. This was a lethal divine ability. The sword light flashed and vanished, severing all the iron chains manifested by the myriad coexistence art, causing the imagery to collapse and scatter across the heavens and earth. Troublesome, Zhang Yuan thought as he maintained his composure while secretly sensing the sword light. The sword light divine ability was called Heaven's Severance, and from its display it seemed capable of cutting through all things, even karma itself. This ability was a natural counter to the chains manifested by the myriad coexistence art. Wang Jinfeng sheathed his sword and said, regardless of your identity, if you hand over the person today, you will earn the friendship of the Longxi City Wang family. Consider it carefully. Their Wang family, though not a first-rate clan in Longxi City, still ranked among the second-rate noble families. Simply handing over a worthless mortal in exchange for becoming an honored guest of their family, such a good deal, was something countless people would beg for. If the other party was wise, he would surely know how to choose. But if the other party made the wrong choice, well, he would not hesitate to kill them. Wang Jinfeng mused, his gaze indifferent. Although Zhang Yuan claimed to be from the Li family of Biandong and possessed a 6-cycle qi refining cultivation, Wang Jinfeng still did not fully believe him. It was rare, but not impossible, for a rogue cultivator to reach 6-cycle qi refining. Of course, regardless of whether you agree or not, I will take the person today. And if you try to stop me, I will surely slay you, Wang Jinfeng added. Arrogant and domineering. Such was the style of the Wang family in Longxi City. Or rather, this was the typical demeanor of most aristocratic qi refining cultivators. Your words are misguided, fellow Daoist, Zhang Yuan said, shaking his head slightly. Wang Jinfeng frowned, his sword partially unsheathing as he threatened, what do you mean? Zhang Yuan did not answer his question, but instead smiled, pointing at the ground beneath him. Why not look at your feet, fellow Daoist? Wang Jinfeng lowered his gaze. There was nothing at his feet. But when he lifted his head again, several iron chains shot forth, instantly binding his limbs, waist, and neck. The chains tightened rapidly, intent on strangling him to death. As his body was about to be crushed, Wang Jinfeng remained unflustered. He formed a sword gesture with his left hand and gently tapped toward the fallen sword. The sword leaped from its scabbard, slashing several arcs of light toward Wang Jinfeng himself. Heavenly slash. All the chains binding Wang Jinfeng snapped apart. Wang Jinfeng steadied himself as the sword flew into his hand. If this is all you have, fellow Da. His words halted abruptly. His pupils dilated as he looked down. A gleaming kitchen knife was plunged into his chest. Blood gushed like a spring. Wang Zhenfeng's eyes were filled with disbelief. The kitchen knife was no divine weapon or arcane treasure. It was merely an ordinary household cleaver. What a joke. He was a six-cycle chi refining paragon. Even common divine abilities could barely harm him. How could a mere mortal iron blade possibly breach his flesh? Yet the fact stood before him. His chest had been run through with a kitchen knife. Murder. Mother. That ungrateful wretch is committing murder. Lu Yulan's piercing scream shattered the silence, her gaze frantic as she stared at the figure behind Wang Jinfeng. Chen Xinxiao held the blood-drenched cleaver expressionless, her arm slightly raised as if to strike again. Enough, come back, Zhang Yuan called out to stop her. Chen Xinxiao nodded, and before Wang Jinfeng could react, she slipped away from behind him and walked to Zhang Yuan's side. Zhang Yuan ruffled Chen Xinqiao's hair and smiled. Well done. Awakened by the commotion, Chen Xinxiao had neither cried nor fled, but had grabbed a kitchen knife to strike. Her courage was extraordinary. Unable to evade Zhang Yuan's hand, Chen Xinxiao could only endure his tousling, a hint of displeasure quietly brewing within her. As for how Chen Xinxiao had managed it, an ordinary kitchen knife could not breach a chi refining paragon's flesh, nor could Chen Xinxiao have approached Wang Jinfeng silently. But if he first used severance of past and present to conceal Chen Xinqiao's form and aura, then switched the attached ability to five-fold body-wrecking chi as she drew near, secretly imbuing the blade. In simple terms, it was neither Chen Xinxiao nor the knife that pierced Wang Jinfeng, but the five-fold body-wrecking chi upon it. Wang Zhenfeng's gaze turned savage as he glared at Zhang Yuan. Despicable. He understood now. He had fallen under this man's ability. A foul chi impossible to expel was now inside him, devouring and corroding his organs, bones, and flesh. Even his mind was clouded by the influence of this vile energy, leaving him dazed. Through recent enlightenment, Zhang Yuan had gained the ability to further unleash the mind-stealing technique. You flatter me, fellow Daoist. Zhang Yuan clasped his hands, then activated both 10,000 life and five-fold body-wrecking chi simultaneously. Iron chains bound the body while the foul wind ravaged form and spirit. The next moment, Wang Zhenfeng's six-cycle chi refining flesh and bones dissolved into the wind, leaving not a trace behind. Wang Jinfeng was dead. Zhang Yuan switched back to severance of past and present, skillfully erasing his own karmic traces. With a foundation establishment celestial seated in the Wang family, killing Wang Jinfeng without severing the karmic ties would invite retribution. He also needed to conceal Chen Xinxiao. Her strike had tied her to the karma of Wang Zhenfeng's death. Having ensured all was in order, Zhang Yuan and Chen Xinxiao turned their gazes toward the three dumbfounded figures, Lu Junmao and the others. Lu Yulan stammered, Jejun. Master Lu, the Wang immortal seems to be dead. Shut up. I know. Lu Junmao slapped Lu Yulan across the face, then dropped to his knees. Immortal, I will never speak of today's events. I beg you to spare my life. I will serve you like a beast of burden. Lu Yulan and the old woman hurriedly knelt, as well kowtowing to Zhang Yuan for mercy. If even the Wang immortal had died, they would surely perish if they remained obstinate. Zhang Yuan stroked his chin and asked Chen Xinxiao, what do you think I should do with these three? Hearing this, Lu Yulan's eyes gleamed. She quickly said, Xinxiao, it was all Lu Junmao's idea. Your aunt truly never meant to sell you. Kill him, but spare me. The old woman also spoke up. Xinxiao, have you forgotten how you and your father survived until now? Without us, the Lu family, you would have starved to death. Tisk, the old woman of the Lu family, was sharper, opening with moral blackmail. Zhang Yuan listened on the sidelines, turning his gaze to Chen Xinxiao. Chen Xinqiao's eyes were cold as she listened to her aunt and grandmother's words, her gaze utterly unruffled. She had survived until today, thanks to the silver left by her mother and her father's daily herb gathering in the mountains. None of it had anything to do with the old woman's family. Chen Xinxiao said, kill them. Lu Yulan's face turned deathly pale. She wailed, you ungrateful wretch. You'd kill your own aunt. The old woman, who had remained mostly unflappable, also grew panicked. Chen Xinxiao, what do you mean? You unfilial thing. Didn't your mother teach you anything? Chen Xinxiao ignored them. Zhang Yuan looked at the label above her head. Disgust. She was truly set on killing. Xinxiao. Just then a voice suddenly rang out. It was Chen Qingkuai. Lu Yulan's wailing had awakened Chen Qingkuai, who had been sleeping in the main hall. Chen Qingkuai hurried out from the hall. Xinxiao, killing Lu Junmao is one thing, but no matter how wicked your aunt and grandmother are, they are still your kin. The old woman's family had never treated him, Xinxiao, or their mother well, but blood was thicker than water. When it came to kinslaying, he could not bring himself to do it. He could not understand how a family had come to this. Chen Xinxiao turned her head to look at Zhang Yuan. Her father was stubborn, but this man before her likely would not be. Zhang Yuan reached out again and ruffled her hair. The texture of her locks was pleasant. Chen Xinxiao fixed her eyes on him and asked not kill him. Did he not understand the principle of uprooting the weeds? Zhang Yuan said killing or not killing both work, but sparing their lives will yield better results. Today he had slain Wang Jinfeng and silenced Lu Junmao and the other two. Even with the severance of past and present erasing the karmic traces, the Wang clan of Longxi City could deduce that Wang Jinfeng's death was connected to Chen Qingkuai's family and thus learn of his existence. The path of steady cultivation was never about indiscriminate slaughter or self-righteous uprooting. Such methods were not only ineffective but also far from stable. Conversely, sparing Lu Junmao and the other two would allow him to lay a deceptive trail. Through them, he could spread false information to conceal the truth of Wang Jinfeng's death. Even if the truth could not be fully hidden, using their words to delay the Wang clan for a few days was still feasible. By then he could kill Lu Junmao and the others from a distance, and by the time the Wang clan came looking, the Chen family would have long since vanished. Zhang Yuan's palm moved slightly, and 3 slender iron chains materialized, wrapping around the ankles of Lu Junmao, Lu Yulan, and the old woman before fading into invisibility. Through the connection of the myriad life divine ability, he could easily cloud their perceptions and from 1,000 li away snuff out their lives in an instant. Zhang Yuan asked, "What is your name?" Lu Junmao's mind went blank for a moment. When he came to, a flicker of realization passed through his eyes. In reply to the immortal, "My name is Lu Junmao. I live in Mingtong Lane, Longxi City, and my ancestral home is Lu Family Village." Zhang Yuan nodded and then asked, "Do you know what happened today?" Without hesitation, Lu Junmao replied. In reply to the immortal, "We were heading to Chen Qingkuai's home with Wang Jinfeng when we encountered a heretic cultivator. Wang Jinfeng fought valiantly, but unfortunately fell. Fortunately, you, the immortal, happened to pass by and save the 3 of us. Thank you, immortal, for saving our lives. Thank you, immortal, for saving our lives." Lu Yulan and the old woman bowed their heads in gratitude, their hearts filled with thankfulness. Seeing the effect was so good, Zhang Yuan nodded with satisfaction and said, "No need to thank me. Return home quickly. Remember, from now on, do not come here to disturb me." Lu Junmao and the other 2 left with hearts full of gratitude. Chen Qingkuai watched this scene, unable to suppress his terror. Just moments ago, they had been begging him not to kill them, and in the blink of an eye, Zhang Yuan had become their benefactor, worthy of their deepest thanks. Though not a drop of blood had been spilled for a mortal like Chen Qingkuai, this scene was far too eerie. He feared that he too might have fallen under the same spell, or perhaps he had already been ensnared. I thank you on their behalf for sparing their lives," Chen Qingkuai stammered. Zhang Yuan nodded. Chen Xinxiao witnessed everything Zhang Yuan had done. She looked up at his profile, lost in thought. Lu Junmao, Lu Yulan, and the old woman left Chen Qingkuai's home, walking dazedly along the dirt path of Lu Family Village, heading toward their respective homes. Suddenly, Lu Junmao slapped his thigh. The old woman and Lu Yulan were startled. "Oh dear, Wang Jinfeng is dead. I must rush to report this to the Wang clan. Why am I going home?" Lu Junmao's expression was anxious as he muttered to himself. Wang Jinfeng had been killed by a heretic cultivator. He had to inform the Wang clan of the truth, or else his own life would be in danger. Thinking this, Lu Junmao abandoned the old woman and Lu Yulan dashed out of Lu Family Village and rushed toward Longxi City. He ran without stopping, crossing mountains and valleys. Finally, after running all night, as dawn broke, he arrived at Longxi City. At the Wang clan mansion on Taoyang Street in Longxi City. Having crossed several mountains and run 100 li overnight, Lu Junmao's clothes were torn and he looked like a beggar. Where did this beggar come from? Get lost. The guard at the gate tried to shoo him away. I am Lu Junmao. Hurry, I have something important to say. Go report it." Lu Junmao's mind was a mess as he spoke. The guard took a closer look and realized it was indeed Lu Junmao, which surprised him. How had Lu Junmao ended up in such a state? "Wait here," the guard said with a nod. After a moment, the guard returned. "All right, go on in." Lu Junmao nodded and, familiar with the way, went straight to the Wang clan's main hall. The main hall was crowded. A family council was in session. The Wang clan's patriarch sat at the head, flanked by several elders and young men, with a few adolescent boys and girls standing to the side, all key figures and young prodigies of the Wang clan. The patriarch Wang Dingzhong sat upright at the head, exuding authority. Without anger, Lu Junmao, "What matter do you wish to report?" Outsiders were generally forbidden at clan meetings. Today they had made an exception for Lu Junmao. If he had no important news, he would face punishment. "Immortal Wang Jinfeng is dead." Lu Junmao's words were shocking. Everyone in the hall froze in disbelief. Wang Jinfeng was dead. How could that be? Wang Jinfeng was a 6th revolution Qi refining adept, mastered 2 divine abilities, and his external path was at the late foundation establishment stage. With such strength, he was a pillar of the Wang clan. How could he die? After a moment of silence, Wang Dingjong demanded, then how are you still alive? At this, everyone in the hall fixed their gaze on Lu Junmao. Indeed, if Wang Jinfeng, a 6th revolution qi refining adept, had died, how was Lu Junmao still alive? Hearing this question, Lu Junmao paused, thought hard for a moment, and then said, we encountered a heretic cultivator. Immortal Wang Jinfeng was outmatched and fell. By luck, another immortal passed by and saved me. Everyone in the hall had a moment of realization. So that was it. Recently, heretical cultivators had been appearing frequently near Longxi City. It was not surprising that Wang Jinfeng had died at their hands. Was it really not surprising? Not to mention that the Wang clan had never had any conflict with heretical cultivators. Even if Wang Jinfeng had clashed with them and been outmatched, merely revealing the Wang clan's background as a foundation establishment noble family would have made even a determined killer think twice. Moreover, a passing immortal had saved Lu Junmao. Lu Junmao should look at himself in the mirror. He was so ugly that if a cultivator passed by, they'd be more likely to kick him than save him. Wang Dingjong's eyes flickered with a sharp light. He glanced at Lu Junmao, whose tone was sincere and who did not seem to be lying, and then made a sword finger motion. Clang! A sword aura shot forth. Oh! With Lu Junmao's scream, his legs were torn to shreds by the sword aura, leaving only his intact upper body. The sword aura lingered, neatly sealing the wound at Lu Junmao's waist to prevent him from bleeding to death. Wang Dingjong's eyes were cold as he said, now tell me, how did Jinfeng really die? Just as Lu Junmao was about to answer, a flood of forgotten memories rushed back, making him pause for a second before he shouted, it was the cultivator staying at Qin Qingkuai's house. He killed Wang Jinfeng. At the same time, Zhang Yuan's eyes snapped open as he sensed that the karmic iron chain binding Lu Junmao through myriad life had been severed. I've been discovered. Zhang Yuan's heart nearly stopped in terror. So soon. It must be a celestial being intervening. And letting the old woman and Lu Junmao go might not have been his true intention either. No, something was wrong, definitely wrong. He could not stay in Lu family village. He had to flee immediately. Realizing this, Zhang Yuan was decisive, harboring no illusions. He immediately swept up Qin Xinqiao and Qin Qingkuai, mounted his golden chariot, and vanished into the clouds. The moment Zhang Yuan departed, several figures arrived in unison, some perching on rooftops, others standing atop the walls. Their cultivation levels varied, yet all belonged to the Wang clan of Longxi City. With a creak, the gate was pushed open. A middle-aged man dragging Lu Junmao, whose body was only half intact, strode slowly into the courtyard and surveyed his surroundings. He actually fled. The middle-aged man, graying at the temples, raised an eyebrow, slightly taken aback by this outcome. From the moment the clan leaders severed the divine ability binding Lu Junmao to the time they gathered their forces here, less than a quarter of an hour had passed. Though not lightning fast, their response was swift indeed. Yet in the end, their target had escaped. Bold yet meticulous, decisive in action, the one who slew Wang Jinfeng was no ordinary man. High above the clouds, a golden chariot hovered midair. Zhang Yuan pulled aside the curtain and gazed downward. No celestial being here. As long as no celestial being was present, they could not see through severance of past and present, nor detect anyone in the sky. He was likely safe. The leader is a 9-turn qi refiner, while the others range from the 5th to the 7th turn. I cannot confront them, Hedon. Zhang Yuan breathed a sigh of relief, his eyes fixed on the middle-aged man in the courtyard. A pseudo 9-turn qi refiner relying on versatile divine abilities was no match for a 6th turn perfected one with only 2 abilities. But a pseudo 9-turn was just that, pseudo. Even with enough abilities, his true strength fell far short of a genuine 9-turn perfected one. For a qi refining perfected one, practicing the path of refining baleful and numinous qi divine abilities were crucial, but what truly mattered was how many heavenly and earthly baleful and numinous qi they had refined. Divine abilities were never the foundation of the baleful and numinous qi path. The heavenly and earthly forces were. In the courtyard, the middle-aged man suddenly looked up, drew his sword, and slashed toward the eastern wing. A flash of sword light passed. The eastern wing, which had suffered repeated damage over the past few days, collapsed with a thunderous roar, sending dust flying into the air. The middle-aged man was Wang Bohan, an elder of the Wang clan, and its sole 9-turn qi refining perfected one, having crossed 2 heavenly and earthly barriers. In both status and strength, he was second only to the clan leader Wang Dingjong. Moments ago, he had sensed a gaze upon him, and thus struck at the eastern wing, where residual aura lingered. No one. Wang Bohan frowned. Since the target was not in the room and all sides were under control, where had that feeling of being watched come from? The sky. Wang Bohan lifted his head, his eyes seeming to pierce through the thick clouds, spotting the golden chariot hovering midair and Zhang Yuan peering out. So that's where you're hiding. Wang Bohan drew his sword again, pointing its tip toward the heavens. A surge of sword chi shot into the sky, dispersing the clouds, while a hidden sword light within it lunged fiercely at Zhang Yuan. Zhang Yuan leaped from the chariot without hesitation, manipulating it to vanish as a streak of golden light, prioritizing the escape of Chen Qingkuai and Chen Xinxiao. He himself hovered midair, confronting Wang Bowen. "Esteemed Daoist, this is our first meeting. Why the hostility?" Seeing the true target appear, Wang Bowen looked up and said, "Since you killed a member of my Wang clan, you should have anticipated this moment." Zhang Yuan chuckled, "Daoist, you must have mistaken me. I have no ties or grievances with your Wang clan. Why would I have slain one of yours?" Wang Bowen ignored this and shook his head. "I say you did it, so you did." He was not certain if Zhang Yuan was the culprit, for the Qi refining perfected one who killed Wang Jinfeng possessed such masterful concealment that even the clan leader could not deduce his identity. But that mattered not. Since he was here, every Qi refining perfected one present was a murderer, and none would be spared. Wang Bowen wasted no more words. His long sword slid from its sheath, unleashing a divine ability Zhang Yuan recognized. Heavenly Slash. The sword light arched like a rainbow, aimed directly at Zhang Yuan's throat. Zhang Yuan frowned, gauging the distance of the golden chariot, then recalled golden chariot of the phoenix, channeling it into himself to narrowly evade the blade. The same divine ability. Zhang Yuan was puzzled. No mistake. This sword light was identical to Wang Zhenfeng's, even down to its effect of cutting through all things. Normally, the divine abilities of Qi refining perfected ones were unique. Even if they cultivated the same techniques and refined the same heavenly and earthly forces, their condensed abilities would have subtle differences. It was impossible for them to be completely identical. This Longxi City Wang clan was peculiar. Yet before Zhang Yuan could piece it together, several more heavenly sword lights came flying at him. 9 Guardians Harmonious Qi. Zhang Yuan flicked his sleeve, and a stream of pure Qi enveloped his body, deflecting all the sword lights. These attacks varied in power, cast by the Wang clan disciples in the courtyard. Strange. Are all the divine abilities of this Wang clan's Qi refining perfected ones identical? Zhang Yuan wondered, then dismissed the thought, turning his form into a golden streak as he fled into the distance. A single heavenly slash was manageable, but 5 or 6 unleashed together would overwhelm even the defenses of 9 Guardians Harmonious Qi. Trying to escape. Wang Bowen's eyes turned cold. With a flick of his sword, a beam of sword light wielding killing power at the peak of Qi refining burst forth. The sword light was blindingly fast, no slower than Zhang Yuan's escape technique. Damn it! Seeing the light about to catch up, Zhang Yuan cursed inwardly and hastily erected defenses. 9 Guardians Harmonious Qi shielded his body, myriad life chains stretched across as a barrier, and he summoned the golden chariot of the phoenix to stand in the forefront. The sword light pierced through all 3 defenses and struck Zhang Yuan. He plummeted like a bird with broken wings, crashing into a mountain. Rocks shattered and dust billowed. When he emerged again, his body was covered in sword wounds. Ignoring his injuries, Zhang Yuan steadied himself, swiftly switched his divine ability, and cast Severance of Past and Present upon himself. A full-force strike from a 9-turn Qi refining perfected one was truly unblockable. As expected, a pseudo 9-turn was no match for a genuine one. The power of his opponent's divine ability was clearly several levels above that of a 7th-turn Qi refiner. If not for Xiao Yuanjin's formidable 9 Guardians Harmonious Qi, that single sword strike would have sent his head rolling. Zhang Yuan shuddered at the thought. He had been too reckless today. He had believed that Severance of Past and Present could fool a 9-turn Qi refiner, never expecting the man to deduce his presence in the sky purely by instinct without tracing any cause and effect. Besides Wang Bowen's extraordinary intuition, another factor had indirectly led to his severe injury, Chen Qingkuai and Chen Xinxiao. To send them away first, he had to reveal himself and delay Wang Bowen. Otherwise, using Golden Chariot of the Phoenix, he could have fled 1,000 li in just 2 breaths. Oh well, consider it a favor done. Zhang Yuan sighed. He held a favorable impression of Chen Qingkuai and Chen Xinxiao, and saving them was payment for the lodging over these past days. If there was a next time, he would not save them. He would prioritize his own life. No. He was so cautious with his life. Even if he harbored kindness at a moment of life and death, how could he think this way? Damn it. Someone must be scheming against him. Who? Zhang Yuan's face darkened. He pondered for a while, but could not identify the culprit, so he had to let it go. After a brief rest, he used the baleful Qi of stolen life to heal his wounds. When he was mostly recovered, Zhang Yuan stood up and considered where to go. Lu family village is no longer an option, and Jianing City is not ideal either. Perhaps I should go to Longxi City. In the Ao Kingdom, there flowed a great river from west to east, surging with ceaseless waves through all 4 seasons known as the Longxi River. At the river's end stood a colossal city, the city of Longxi. Though Longxi City was neither the capital of the Ao Kingdom nor a prefectural seat, its grand scale rivaled any great metropolis, matching even the capital of the Bian Kingdom. After resting for a night, Zhang Yuan blended into the city. Before he could take more than a few steps, two figures blocked his path, or rather the smaller one stood before him, forcing the one behind to halt as well. Chen Qingkuai offered a stiff smile and clasped his hands, saying, "Immortal Master." Chen Xinxiao added, "Hello." Zhang Yuan, somewhat surprised, asked, "What are you doing here?" He had sent the two to a safe place using his golden carriage and hadn't concerned himself with them since. Both had capable hands and feet, and with Chen Xinxiao already at the qi refining stage of the outer path, they wouldn't freeze or starve even in the dead of winter. He never expected they would choose not to flee far, but instead come to Longxi City, crossing paths with him here. Chen Qingkuai replied, "To answer the Immortal Master, I have an ancestral home in Longxi City, so I thought to bring Xinxiao here to make a living." Zhang Yuan raised an eyebrow. Land in Longxi City was precious as gold. Even the outermost houses were worth a fortune. It seemed Chen Qingkuai's ancestors had been quite well off. Zhang Yuan warned, "Do you know that the Wang family who want to capture Xinxiao are inside this city?" For the two to come to Longxi City was no less than walking into a trap. Chen Qingkuai hesitated briefly, then said, "I know, but I've already thought of a solution. Please don't worry, Immortal Master." Zhang Yuan nodded without further inquiry, saying, "In that case, lead the way." Led where? Chen Qingkuai was taken aback at first, then quickly realized Zhang Yuan intended to lodge with them again. "This way, Immortal Master." Chen Qingkuai dared not refuse and could only guide him. In truth, upon arriving in Longxi City, Zhang Yuan had planned to first go to the black market to sell his 2 bottles of outer path pills for silver, then rent a house on the outskirts. But since he had run into Chen Qingkuai, he didn't mind staying with them a while longer. They headed deeper into the city. The three arrived at a wide street and stopped before a mansion. The mansion bore the surname Chun. Fallen leaves littered its entrance, the vermilion gate had faded, and the spring couplets were tattered and torn. Clearly it had been uninhabited for a long time. Chen Qingkuai fished out a set of keys and unlocked the gate. "The mansion has fallen into disrepair. Please forgive us, Immortal Master," Chen Qingkuai said apologetically. "Is this your ancestral home?" Zhang Yuan asked curiously. The mansion occupied a vast area within Longxi City. Chen Qingkuai's ancestors must have been of considerable stature, perhaps even cultivators, to possess such a residence as their ancestral home. The Chun family's decline was severe indeed, reduced to farming. It was a miracle that Chen Qingkuai alone had managed to keep the ancestral home from being seized. "Indeed, Immortal Master. According to the family records, my great-great-grandfather was a renowned immortal in Longxi City and was on good terms with the Chui clan. He left his descendants a token of the Chui clan to be used in times of mortal peril to seek their aid." Chen Qingkuai answered truthfully. "The Chui clan? Which one?" Zhang Yuan caught the key word, sensing trouble, and asked. Chen Qingkuai found the question strange. Within the Ao Kingdom, especially in Longxi City, speaking of the Chui clan could only mean one. He replied, "To answer the Immortal Master, it is the Aohai Chui clan." Zhang Yuan's expression stiffened. So just like Yunzhou City, Longxi City was the stronghold of the Aohai Chui clan. No wonder it was so grand. One of the 5 great clans and 7 prestigious houses had built it. Well, since he was here, he might as well make the best of it. He had no quarrel with the Aohai Chui clan. At most, he had once declined an invitation from the clan's eldest daughter, and she had likely forgotten him by now. "Moi, that robe looks so familiar." A crisp voice rang out. Zhang Yuan turned to see Xiao Shi, a maid of the Aohai Chui clan, dressed in a plain green skirt, lively and charming, carrying a bundle. Her bright eyes fixed on the crimson robe standing before the Qin mansion. "It's you," Xiao Shi exclaimed in delight upon recognizing Zhang Yuan. The young lady might not remember who Zhang Yuan was, but she herself had a vivid memory of him in his wedding gown. Zhang Yuan's face darkened. Speak of the devil, and he appears. He had only thought of the Chui clan in passing, and now one of them stood right behind him. Truly, fate had a twisted sense of humor. "You've mistaken me for someone else," Zhang Yuan said flatly. He had 2 purposes in coming to Longxi City: to dispose of the outer path pills he carried, and to seek information about the Gale calamity. Beyond that, he had no intention of any connection with the Aohai Chui clan. "Our Chui clan bears you no ill will, so why pretend not to know us? Besides, my young lady wishes to thank you." Xiao Shi frowned. When they last met in Jianing City, Zhang Yuan had refused to travel with them. Lacking a 6th turn combatant, the young lady could only linger at the edge of the great tomb, wasting much time. Because of that, when the blood miasma celestial was refining the golden elixir, the young lady failed to obtain what she sought and refused to leave the tomb for a long time, thus escaping disaster. Hearing this, Zhang Yuan glanced at his heavenly insight, confirming no deception before saying, "A mere coincidence, nothing worth thanking for. But if you truly wish to express gratitude, I am currently in need of a gale calamity. Does the Chui clan have any information on this earthly calamity?" The 5 great clans and 7 prestigious houses wielded immense power. If anyone could find information on heavenly and earthly calamities, it would be the Aohai Chui clan. "All right, I'll ask around for you when I return." Xiao Shi agreed. No one had promised to deliver the gale calamity. Merely inquiring about it was a trivial matter. She could handle it herself without involving the young lady. Xiao Shi looked up at the Qin mansion's plaque. "You're staying here." Zhang Yuan nodded. "Did you buy this mansion?" "Is there no one left from the Qin family?" Xiao Shi asked with a frown. Around 300 or 400 years ago, before she had been enlightened into human form, the Qin family had been a first-class clan in Longxi City. Their ancestor had reached the perfection of the celestial realm and was on good terms with a prominent figure of the Chui clan, their family fortune at its zenith. But the Chun ancestor had sought to attain the true Lord realm, failed, and perished indirectly, causing the family's decline. Now, so many years later, the Qin family had fallen to such a state. "Qin Qingkuai." Zhang Yuan called him over. Qin Qingkuai had long noticed Xiao Shi, who claimed to be from the Chui clan, and wished to speak with her using the Chui token. But he dared not interrupt their conversation and could only wait silently. Now that he had the chance, he hurried over. "Your humble subject, Qin Qingkuai, greets the young lady of the Chui clan. My name is Xiao Shi, and am just a maid. My young lady is the true daughter of the Chui clan." "Don't get it wrong." Xiao Shi quickly waved her hand. Qin Qingkuai nodded, maintaining his respectful demeanor, and produced a Chui clan token. "I implore Miss Xiao Shi to inform your young lady that the Qin family is in dire straits and seeks the Chui clan's aid." He laid out his request. "The Wang family. Never heard of them. Must be some minor clan. This is simple. They'll have someone warn them off. They won't trouble you again." Xiao Shi accepted the token and gave her word. Qin Qingkuai breathed a sigh of relief. "Thank you, Miss Xiao Shi." He had feared that the token left by his ancestor 300 years ago would be useless, but it seemed the reputation of the Chui clan of Aohai remained strong. After speaking, Xiao Shi excused herself and left Zhang Yuan. Zhang Yuan pondered. What Xiao Shi had said was true. Within Dragon Creek City, the word of the Chui clan of Aohai carried more weight than an imperial decree from the capital. Under normal circumstances, a minor family like the Wangs would not dare to disobey. However, judging by the Wangs' previous reactions, even with the Chui clan mediating, it would be difficult to make them back down. If Chen Xinxiao were insignificant, they should have given up after his first intervention to protect her. After all, he was a 6-cycle Qi, refining perfected being of the Gansha path. There was no reason for them to offend him over a mere mortal like Chen Xinxiao. No family would commit such a foolish act as making an enemy without cause. There must be hidden circumstances unknown to him. To resolve the matter with the Wangs, he had to uncover the truth, otherwise all efforts would be futile. With this in mind, Zhang Yuan instructed Qin Qingkuai and Qin Xinxiao to stay within the Qin estate and not wander the streets. He then concealed his karmic traces and left. From Xiao Shi, he learned that the market of Dragon Creek City had shops open to cultivators separate from mortal establishments where they could trade. With legitimate shops available, he no longer needed to seek a black market to sell the Qi refining pill and foundation establishment pill. Arriving at the market, Zhang Yuan entered a shop called the East Sink Pavilion. The shop was filled with the faint scent of sandalwood and an air of antiquity. Many items were displayed, mostly external path pills and artifacts. "What would you like to see, sir?" A shop assistant with external path Qi refining cultivation approached and asked. Zhang Yuan glanced at the assistant's tag, and after confirming it was safe, produced a Qi refining pill and a foundation establishment pill. "How much are these 2 pills worth?" The assistant took them, examined them closely, and exclaimed in surprise, These pills are not of this era. They are 1,000-year-old nourishing essence pills and spirit resonance pills. Did you, senior, obtain them from the Grand Tomb in Jianing City?" Zhang Yuan was surprised that even a shop assistant had such keen insight, recognizing the pills and deducing their origin. Zhang Yuan said coldly, "Ask no questions you shouldn't." The assistant quickly nodded and said, "For the nourishing essence pill, I can offer 2 spirit stones each. For the spirit resonance pill, I can offer 10 spirit stones. What do you think, sir?" Zhang Yuan hesitated. He had been in the azure firmament dust-tainted realm for 7 months now and had never heard of spirit stones. But it made sense. Cultivators wouldn't trade with mortal gold and silver. How infuriating. The Li clan of Biandong had truly done him great harm. Had it not been for their 6 months of confinement, he would not have been so ignorant of such basic knowledge. Zhang Yuan kept half of the Qi refining and foundation establishment pills and handed the rest to the assistant. "Do you have gold and silver here?" The assistant paused, then said, If you require silver, sir, we can gift you 100 taels. If that's not enough, you can exchange spirit stones. 1 spirit stone for 1,000 taels of silver. Then exchange for 5,000. Zhang Yuan thought for a moment and added, do you sell storage pouches? Yes, yes, besides the 100 taels of silver, we can also gift you a 10 cubic sang storage pouch. The assistant said with a smile. Another gift. Zhang Yuan frowned, becoming wary. Gifting 100 taels of silver was one thing, but a 10 cubic sang storage pouch equivalent to a room of over 100 square meters was not something to give away casually, even if its value wasn't as high as imagined. Especially for a shop. Something was amiss. Zhang Yuan remained composed and nodded. Very well, thank you. The assistant fetched a storage pouch, placed the spirit stones and silver inside, and handed it over. Here you are, sir. Zhang Yuan took the pouch and asked, do you sell information? The assistant smiled. It's our shop's rule that any customer who trades here can ask for 2 pieces of information free of charge. Gifts of silver, a storage pouch, and now free information. The East Sink Pavilion was definitely suspicious. Zhang Yuan thought to himself and asked, what do you know about the Wang family of Dragon Creek City? Oh, you've asked the right person, sir. The Wangs have been quite active lately. Their soul, 9-cycle chi refining perfected being Wang Bohan, has passed 2 of the 3 gates. He only needs to pass 1 more to attain the heavenly human realm. A foundation establishment, heavenly human from the Wangs, would rank them as a second-class noble family in Dragon Creek City. With another heavenly human, they might even climb to the lower echelons of the first class. 9-cycle chi refining Wang Bohan. Zhang Yuan immediately knew who the assistant was referring to. The middle-aged man who had wounded him yesterday. Sir, our East Sink Pavilion has an exclusive piece of news. As far as I know, Wang Bohan's 3rd gate is the Imp Child Gate, which is extremely difficult to cross. To pass it smoothly, the Wangs will likely have to expend considerable effort. The assistant said mysteriously. Zhang Yuan's eyes flickered. The Imp Child Gate. This explained everything. No wonder the Wangs had targeted Chen Xinxiao and persisted after the first failure. It had seemed odd, but if it involved the path to the heavenly human realm, it was no longer surprising. According to Xiao Yuan, heavenly gates like the Disciple Gate and Imp Child Gate had corresponding individuals meant to face them. The Wang's practice of buying young servants and maids at high prices was clearly a search for that destined person. Now the solution to Chen Xinqiao's problem was clear. Either wait for the Wangs to find the true destined person, at which point they would abandon Chen Xinqiao, or simply kill Wang Bohan, who was attempting to pass the gate, and the matter would be resolved. Without much thought, Zhang Yuan asked, what are the cultivation levels of the Gansha Path cultivators in the Wang family? Between the 2 options, he chose the second. Wang Bohan had struck him with a sword, nearly killing him on the spot. If he didn't avenge this grievance, he wouldn't be able to sleep at night. Of course, he still had to be cautious. Revenge required a gradual plan, but he only needed to act before Wang Bohan attained the heavenly human realm. Upon hearing the question, the assistant didn't hesitate and detailed the Wang family's combat strength. The family head Wang Dingzhong is at the mid-stage of the heavenly human realm. The Grand Elder Wang Bohan is at 9-cycle chi refining. The second elder Wang Mingxing is at 7-cycle chi refining, and the third elder is also at 7-cycle chi refining. Having learned the Wang's information, Zhang Yuan did not linger and immediately stepped out of the East Sink Pavilion, unwilling to stay any longer. Without using the technique severing past and present, leaving no trace to conceal his aura, Zhang Yuan deliberately took a winding route through several alleys on foot. Reaching a secluded lane, he slowly turned around. Fellow Daoist, you followed me for so long. Why not show yourself? A gust of wind blew, but behind him there was no one. It wasn't a case of murder for treasure. Seeing this, Zhang Yuan did not relax. Instead, his gaze grew more intense. Everything at the East Sink Pavilion had gone too smoothly. Whether it was selling the spirit resonance and nourishing essence pills, asking for mortal silver, and a storage pouch, the assistant had agreed to nearly everything. He had initially thought the East Sink Pavilion intended to kill him for his treasures, recouping their losses with interest. But now it seemed their schemes were far from simple. After confirming that no one was pursuing him from behind, Zhang Yuan concealed his aura and left the alley, returning to the marketplace. This time out, aside from acquiring a Chinkoan pouch and some silver, Zhang Yuan actually intended to sell Lingxi pills and Peiyuan pills for spirit stones to exchange for a set of external artifacts. Although external artifacts may not be very useful for a chi refining practitioner, they could still enhance his combat power to some degree. More importantly, possessing external artifacts could confuse opponents, disguising him as an external cultivator. However, the attitude of the Daoist Pavilion was truly strange. After much contemplation, Zhang Yuan dismissed the idea of purchasing external artifacts, fearing that if he spoke up, they would just gift him a set. Even if the shopkeeper dared to give him one, he wouldn't dare use it to fend off enemies. Now returning to the marketplace, Zhang Yuan aimed to buy a few books. Although he had read the Hunyuan Ichi Lianding Baojing and the Tianhui Zhaoshi Xinjing, there were still many characters he did not recognize, necessitating extensive reading to fill the gaps. In addition to literacy, he also needed to supplement his knowledge of the Qingxiao Ranch continent. Donghai Shulin, this is the place. Zhang Yuan walked into a bookstore. The store was rather quiet. Upon seeing a customer, the shopkeeper of Donghai Shulin immediately approached, eagerly recommending the books in the store. What kind of books is the esteemed guest looking for? Although our store is not large, we definitely have any book the esteemed guest desires, the shopkeeper said. Zhang Yuan asked, do you have a map of the Qingxiao Ranch continent? We do have one, but it may not be very accurate, the shopkeeper paused and replied. Zhang Yuan raised an eyebrow. If the map is inaccurate, how dare you sell it? A map, if not accurate, should never be sold, otherwise one would have been caught and punished long ago. The shopkeeper helplessly explained, if we go back 5 years, our maps would have been absolutely accurate. However, over the past 5 years, countries have been in conflict, particularly in these last few months, where battles have erupted among the 13 nations almost every few days, making it difficult to update the maps in time. Zhang Yuan suddenly understood the shopkeeper's meaning. The 13 nations of the Qingxiao Ranch continent seemed to be peaceful, with their citizens living in harmony. However, during the time he was held captive by the Li family, he often heard of conflicts between this country, and that proving it was not as tranquil as it seemed. Zhang Yuan said, no problem, just give me a copy. The accuracy of the map was not a major concern, since he couldn't even recognize all the names of the 13 nations. He only needed to know the general territorial boundaries. The shopkeeper found a 3-meter-long scroll. Zhang Yuan casually stored it in his Qingkuan pouch, and then catching a glimpse of a book title on the shelf, he was drawn to it and took it out. The book was titled Records of the Honorable Ones and was still sealed, making it impossible to browse through the contents. Shopkeeper, what is this book? Zhang Yuan asked curiously. The shopkeeper glanced at the book in Zhang Yuan's hand and immediately said, esteemed guest, you really know how to choose. This book is something our store worked hard to procure from the capital. It is the only copy in all of Longxi City. Esteemed guest, this book, as the name suggests, Records of the Honorable Ones, documents the names and deeds of all the true lords in the world. Zhang Yuan was taken aback and hurriedly asked, does the true lord mentioned by the shopkeeper refer to the Golden Core true lord? It should be. The shopkeeper scratched his head. Zhang Yuan immediately said, I'll buy it. A book documenting the names and deeds of the true lords of the world was akin to obtaining a heavenly treasure for him. In the end, Zhang Yuan also bought a book detailing the classics of various great families, and with 3 books in hand, he left the bookstore and returned to the Chen residence. The Chen residence was located on Dongji Street in the city center. Besides the Chen residence, several opulent mansions stood, such as that of the local Emperor Ao Hai from Longxi City, whose residence was just across the street. Upon returning to the Chen residence, it was already dusk. Chen Xinkai had been busy cleaning the mansion all day, while Chen Xinxiao sat cross-legged on a stone bench practicing the Hunyuan Ichi Lianding Baojing. It must be said that with Chun Xinkio's exceptional spiritual root and the reincarnation of a great cultivator's residual soul, his cultivation speed was indeed rapid. In just 3 days, he had transformed from an ordinary person into a third-layer qi refining practitioner. Master. Chen Xinkai, seeing Zhang Yuan return, respectfully greeted him. Zhang Yuan nodded, pondering for a moment, then flipped his palm to take out 30 taels of silver, saying, go buy 4 sets of bedding and use the rest of the silver to buy some food. Hearing Zhang Yuan send him on an errand, Chen Xinkai felt relieved and called to Chen Xinxiao, who was in a meditative state. Xinxiao, he'll be back soon. You stay at home and listen to Master's words. After being saved by Zhang Yuan several times over the past few days, he had basically concluded that the man in the blood robe, whose actions seemed like those of a demonic cultivator, was actually a good person. If Zhang Yuan were truly a demonic cultivator, would he care about the lives and deaths of these mortals, let alone teach Xinxiao the ways of cultivation? Chen Xinxiao opened his eyes and nodded. As Chen Xinkai left, Zhang Yuan took out the records of the Honorable Ones and gestured for Chen Xinxiao to sit closer. Come read this book, and it'll give you a qi refining pill. Zhang Yuan took out one of the remaining qi refining pills. Hearing this, Chen Xinxiao lifted the stone bench and sat about 5 inches away from Zhang Yuan, opening the records of the Honorable Ones. Records of the Honorable Ones had no preface. It immediately began introducing the Golden Core true lords of the world. The Huidian Inshur true lord, a Golden Core true lord who mastered the art of swallowing calamities and controlling the forces of the heavens, was the daughter of the Li family of Bian country, who attained the status of true lord about 500 years ago. This true lord is refined and elegant, possessing the ability to command the sun and moon, surpassing all others, making her the #1 true lord in the world. Hence, she is the first to be introduced in this book. Zhang Yuan frowned upon hearing that the first true lord introduced was the golden core true lord of the Leaf family of Biendong. Could it be that the Leaf family true lord was actually the #1 true lord in the world? Speaking of which, there were 3 golden core true lords in the capital of Bian country back then. He had met the demon empress of Bian country and the true lord of the Bian Shichu family, but he had never encountered the true lord of the Leaf family of Biendong. It was fortunate he had not encountered this Leaf family true lord, otherwise he might not have managed to escape safely. But according to the book, the Huitian Ainshur true lord had a very pleasant personality and could be described as refined and elegant. Surely even if he met her, she would not make things difficult for him, right? After all, no matter how much blame was to be placed, it was all due to the head of the family, Li Hoqing. Haha, speaking of which, Li Huix's poor character truly embarrassed the Li family true lord. While Zhang Yuan was lost in thought, Chen Xinxiao continued reading. The author hereby declares, except for the true lord of Biendong, the rankings of the true lords are not in any particular order. The Jinmu Dinghai true lord, the true lord of the Ao Hai Chui family, attained the Dao around 800 years ago. The Xinqing Tianhua true lord, the true lord of the Bian Shichu family, attained the status of true lord about 700 years ago. This true lord possesses an ethereal demeanor, kind eyes, and often rides on floating clouds. The records of the Honorable Ones records a total of 11 true lords, each with detailed descriptions of their appearances, personalities, and even their modes of transport. Of course, a book purchased from an ordinary bookstore would definitely contain some fictional elements, and the 11 true lords mentioned in the text were not all the golden core true lords of the Qingxiao Ranch continent. For example, the demon empress of Bian country, Wanlf Chiming true lord, was not recorded. However, Zhang Yuan could be certain that most of the content was likely accurate, as the description of the Xianqing Wanhua true lord of the Chu family, which he had personally encountered, was very precise. After finishing the Chronicles of All Lords, Zhang Yuan retrieved a tome documenting the noble houses of the various nations. However, the book was exceedingly thick, so he merely had Chen Xinxiao skim through it for a general understanding. First were the 5 surnames and 7 prestigious clans. Apart from the well-known Li of Biendong, Chu of Bianchi, and Chui of Aohai, the rest were the Lu of Hingyang, the Chui of Yadong, the Li of Jingyang, and the Deng of Wenshui, each distributed across the states of Heng, Yijing, and Wen. Below the 5 surnames and 7 prestigious clans were the first-rank noble houses, of which there were 9 across the 13 states. 1 tier lower were second-rank houses like the Wang family of Longxi City. Since there were too many second-rank houses across the 13 states, the book listed only a few exemplary ones that had a chance to contend for first-rank status. All lords under heaven, the 5 surnames, and 7 prestigious clans and families, great and small, were scattered across the nations. Such was the current landscape of the Azure Sky-Tainted Realm. Though the Azure Sky-Tainted Realm is vast and boundless, having 13 great states is still a bit excessive. War could ignite at any moment. Zhang Yuan made a simple assessment of the situation. Father said the same, Chen Xinxiao suddenly remarked. Your father understands such matters? Zhang Yuan asked in surprise. Having been a farmer for so many years, Chen Xingkuai could barely read a few characters, so it was indeed unexpected that he could grasp the state of the world. He heard it from a storyteller in the city. Father said if war breaks out, hell enlist, and then the family won't be poor anymore, Chen Xinxiao said calmly. That may not be the case, Zhang Yuan shook his head. The early stages of war might be fine, but if the states get bogged down in a protracted conflict lasting years, sooner or later, they won't be able to pay the soldiers. Chen Xinxiao nodded silently, the label above her head showing dejected. Zhang Yuan ruffled her hair and smiled. You're already a cultivator of the transcendent qi refining path. Once you reach foundation establishment and can cast spells with you around, Chen Qingkuai won't need to enlist to earn money. Chen Xinxiao still couldn't evade the large hand of the 7th turn qi refining master and endured it helplessly. The label above her head changed to calm. Before long, Chen Qingkuai returned, bringing with him 4 sets of bedding, a roast chicken, a bag of steamed buns, and the remaining 20 taels of silver, which he intended to hand over to Zhang Yuan. Zhang Yuan glanced at the dinner brought back and said helplessly, keep it. Next time you buy food, remember to be a bit more generous and get more dishes. Chen Qingkuai was very meticulous and knew his limits. He didn't spend a single coin extra to get everything. Still, with 30 taels of silver, having only roast chicken and steamed buns for dinner was indeed a bit monotonous. As for the 4 sets of bedding, 2 were made of worn-out wadding clearly intended for him and Chen Xinxiao, while the remaining 2 sets of fine wool bedding were for Zhang Yuan. The sole descendant of a fallen noble house truly hated to spend money. Zhang Yuan then picked up a set of wool bedding and tossed it to Chen Qingkuai. Chen Qingkuai paused for a second and refused. Immortal Master, you've already bestowed grace by providing silver for winter bedding for me and Xin Xiao. I truly cannot accept such fine wool bedding. Zhang Yuan felt a trace of helplessness. How could Chen Qingkuai, a man who had never studied, be so stubborn? I give it, so you take it, Zhang Yuan said in a cold tone. Hearing this, Chen Qingkuai had no choice but to accept, his heart filled with gratitude. The Immortal Master was truly a good man, cold on the outside, but warm within. Thinking thus, Chen Qingkuai planned to give the wool bedding to Xin Xiao. The roast chicken from Longxi City was fragrant, and the steamed buns were fairly soft and tasty. After dinner, Zhang Yuan went to the main bedroom of the Chun residence, laid out the bedding, and sat cross-legged in meditation. Chen Xinxiao and Chen Qingkuai slept in the east and west wings of the main hall, respectively. In the Wang family hall on Taoyang Street. Patriarch, we found him. He's at the Chun residence on Dongji Street. Wang Bohan reported respectfully as he entered the hall. Wang Dingzhong stood with his hands clasped behind his back, gazing toward Dongji Street. Am I understand? Wang Bohan was silent for a moment before speaking. Patriarch, today someone from the Chui family came telling us to restrain ourselves and not disturb the Chun father and daughter. That a place as small as Liujia village could produce someone connected to the Chui clan of Aohai was something the Wang family had never anticipated. The remnants of the Chun family from 300 years ago. If they had just guarded their ancestral home instead of going to Liujia village to take a wife, they wouldn't be a stumbling block now. Truly foolish. Wang Dingzhong asked calmly, do you think our Wang family should take the gamble? Wang Bohan replied, without hesitation, gravely, Patriarch, war among the states is imminent. The Wang family cannot afford to wait another century. I urge you to make a decision. Moreover, the person sent by the Chui family today was merely a maidservant of the Chui family's eldest daughter. Even if we offend them, it's nothing serious. Wang Dingzhong pondered for a moment, then hardened his resolve. Very well. Take all the qi refining cultivators from the clan and bring the person back tonight. Remember, handle it cleanly and don't let the Chui family find any evidence. After all, even if it's just the Chui family's maidservant, our Wang family cannot afford to offend them. Wang Bohan acknowledged the order. Moonlight flowed like water and tree shadows danced. Zhang Yuan continued to comprehend the fivefold soul-shattering qi in his room, striving to master the seizing of the 7 pu and 3 hun to enhance his combat prowess. Bang! A crisp sound came from the courtyard. 2 furtive figures landed in the yard. Xiaoshi picked herself up from the ground, rubbing her head. Miss, why did we have to climb the wall? It hurts so much. The other figure pondered for a moment. Climbing the wall adds a sense of ceremony. Xiaoshi was helpless. Asking her, a mere stone spirit, to climb walls was truly a challenge. Miss, is it really appropriate for us to come at night? What if he's already asleep? Xiaoshi whispered. The figure beside her was none other than Chui Yuanxi, the eldest daughter of the Aohai Chui clan. As for why they had to climb the wall, after informing Zhang Yuan during the day, Chui Yuanxi had been brimming with excitement, insisting on seeing for herself this immortal master in a wedding robe who seemed to have a peculiar dressing habit. However, ever since returning from Jianing City and nearly losing her life, Chui Yuanxi had been placed under house arrest and could only sneak out at night. She said nonchalantly, what if he hasn't gone to bed either? Xiaoshi sighed softly. Her young mistress was perfect in every way except for her whimsical nature. As her personal maidservant, she had no choice but to accompany her. Thump! A hand landed on her shoulder. Xiaoshi was puzzled. Miss, why are you patting my shoulder? Is there something on it? Chui Yuanxi was baffled. Xiaoshi, I didn't pat your shoulder. Before she could finish, she suddenly stopped and pointed behind Xiaoshi. Xiaoshi, behind you. Xiaoshi froze and slowly turned around. A red robe with an expressionless face came into view. What are you doing here? Zhang Yuan asked in a deep voice. You. Xiaoshi scrambled to get away, rolling on the ground like a pebble, pointing at Zhang Yuan in terror. When did you get here? You scare me to death, you know. Zhang Yuan glanced at the two of them. The two had trespassed with such a racket. He had merely concealed his presence and approached. It was already generous of him not to greet them directly with a fivefold soul-shattering qi. You dare to wound people with a horsewhip. Such villainous behavior, yet you claim to fear me. Zhang Yuan remarked indifferently. During their first encounter in Jianing City, her words and actions had fully displayed the willful tyranny of a noble scion. Had he not been a cultivator, that single lash would have torn his flesh just like that mortal's, leaving him bedridden for at least half a month. What villain? Driving away mortals with my horsewhip is actually a benevolent act. Xiaoshi immediately retorted. Benevolent? Zhang Yuan curled his lips and let out a cold laugh. He hadn't realized she was so dull-witted, yet surprisingly humorous. Xiaoshi raised her head and nodded, saying, Indeed, the great tomb is perilous beyond measure. If a crowd of ordinary mortals entered, they would surely meet certain death. By wounding each one with my whip, preventing them from entering, I am saving a life. How is that not benevolent? Zhang Yuan was stunned, silenced by Xiaoshir's argument. He sighed inwardly. Truly, the 5 clans and 7 nobles had a remarkable knack for justifying themselves. Zhang Yuan couldn't be bothered to argue right from wrong with her. Instead, he turned his gaze toward the person he had only heard of but never seen, the eldest miss of the Chui clan. Chui Yuanxi's brows were like distant mountains touched with ink, her eyes like autumn ripples on a clear lake. Her figure was tall and graceful, her shoulders carved like jade, her waist as slender as a silk bundle. Dressed in a robe of celestial azure, she carried herself with dignity and elegance. His gaze lifted to the labels above Chui Yuanxi's head. Fated celestial twofold prodigy, bearer of great fortune, daughter of Aohai Chui clan. Zhang Yuan furrowed his brows. All 4 of Chui Yuanxi's labels were golden without exception. Especially the first one, fated celestial. Like himself, who had triggered heaven's insight, Chui Yuanxi bore a predetermined future. But unlike his own future, which constantly teetered on the brink of life and death, Chui Yuanxi's was set in stone. She was destined to attain the foundation establishment celestial realm. Both were predetermined futures. Why was the gap so vast? Chui Yuanxi performed a graceful bow and said in a warm voice, I am Chui Yuanxi. Might I ask for the honored name of this fellow Daoist? Zhang Yuan collected his thoughts and replied without hesitation. I, this humble one, never change my name whether walking or sitting. I am Li Huishi. Never change his name whether walking or sitting. What did standing have to do with it? This time he hadn't revealed his identity as a scion of the Bian Dongli clan, and he was confident Chui Yuanxi wouldn't find any issues. As expected, although Chui Yuanxi found it odd that Zhang Yuan's name didn't sound very masculine, she refrained from probing further out of politeness. Chui Yuanxi looked Zhang Yuan up and down. Dressed in a wedding robe late at night was a bit startling, but upon closer inspection his appearance was quite handsome and dignified. This person was roughly a 6th or 7th rotation chi refining adept with decent strength. There was even a chance he possessed a celestial demeanor. If she could recruit him as a guest elder, her father would surely praise her. Of course, Chui Yuanxi's desire to recruit Zhang Yuan was less about his strength and more about finding him intriguing. In all her years, she had never met anyone who fled from her as if fleeing a tiger. Chui Yuanxi pondered for a moment, about to extend an invitation, when Zhang Yuan suddenly spoke first. Miss Chui, if I may be so bold, what rotation of chi refining are you? Chui Yuanxi was slightly puzzled, arching her delicate brows. Not long ago, I refined the demon-suppressing heavenly firmament of Jianing City. I am now at the 6th rotation of chi refining. Why do you ask, fellow Daoist? Zhang Yuan pondered. 6th rotation chi refining with 2 divine abilities. Even if her offensive power was lacking, she should have enough to escape. Speaking of which, back in Jianing City, so many chi refining adepts had clashed, including 8th and 9th rotation cultivators. Yet in the end, the demon-suppressing heavenly firmament had fallen into the hands of Chui Yuanxi, who was only at the 5th rotation. This proved that relying on oneself was no match for relying on one's background. Someone is coming. Be careful, fellow Daoist Chui. Zhang Yuan answered irrelevantly. Chui Yuanxi was puzzled and about to press further when she saw Zhang Yuan's figure dissolve from where he stood and reappear under the eaves across the yard. Clang! A crisp sword cry rang through the Qin mansion, and the spot where Zhang Yuan had just stood crumbled into ruins. Zhang Yuan steadied himself, his gaze calm. Seeing Chui Yuanxi and Xiaoshi still frozen in place, he moved his hand, manifesting 2 iron chains that yanked the 2 women over. Several gleaming snowy white sword lights flashed, leaving the entire Qin mansion courtyard riddled with ravines and battered beyond recognition. With a loud crash, the mansion's main gate was violently broken open. Wang Bohan strode into the courtyard, sword in hand, accompanied by several chi refining adepts from the Wang clan, who surrounded the Qin mansion from all directions. Did you offend someone? Who are they? Are they all here to kill you? Xiaoshi asked, still shaken, turning her head. The people from the Wang clan I mentioned during the day, Zhang Yuan replied. The Wang clan? Impossible. I specifically sent someone to warn them. They wouldn't dare lay a finger on the Qin mansion, even with 10 times the courage. Xiaoshi frowned. It was worth noting that although she was merely Chui Yuanxi's maid, due to certain reasons, she held a high status within the Aohai Chui clan, equivalent to an ordinary direct line descendant. Zhang Yuan didn't answer. He had long suspected the Wang clan wouldn't let the matter rest, but he hadn't expected them to send people again on the very first night after he moved into the Qin mansion on Eastern Extreme Street. Treating the words of the Aohai Chui clan, the local tyrants of Dragon Creek City, as mere wind, it was clear the Wang clan was in a hurry. But what were they so anxious about? The mischievous child pass differed from the disciple pass. Only at a specific moment would the chi-refining adept attempting to pass generate a resonance locking onto the designated person to clear the pass. Since they couldn't be absolutely certain that Chen Xinxiao was the designated person, why was the Wang clan acting so swiftly, even willing to offend the Aohai Chui clan? Something was amiss. Wang Bohan looked at the three figures under the eaves, Zhang Yuan and the others, and furrowed his brows. Previously there was only one, now two more had appeared. Could they be reinforcements? A sixth rotation chi refiner and an external path chi refiner. Such help was virtually useless. A desperate struggle, nothing more. A sharp glint flashed in Wang Bohan's eyes as he prepared to unleash a divine ability to slay all three in one stroke. But at that moment Xiaoshi suddenly stepped forward, producing a token and glaring. How dare you, Wang clan? Laying hands on a direct line descendant of the Chui clan. Does your Wang clan wish to court death? I tell you, if you harm so much as a hair on our heads, the Wang clan will cease to exist. Wang Bohan paused, his gaze falling on the token in Xiaoshi's hand, and his expression shifted instantly. The token was gilded with a resplendent character for Chui, the Chui clan. These two were direct line descendants of the Chui clan. What nonsense was this? How could a direct line descendant of the Chui clan so noble and exalted be connected to the Chun clan, even if the Chun clan still retained some of its former glory from 300 years ago? Wang Bohan's gaze darkened, his eyes shifting through a series of changes before he slowly sheathed his sword. Xiao Shi was elated, brimming with smug satisfaction. A mere Wang clan. One word from her was enough to scare them off. But in the next instant Wang Bohan abruptly flipped his hand and drew his sword again. With a whoosh, a surge of light and energy roared forth. It was a divine ability of ultimate slaughter, weaving together sword chi and sword light. The divine ability manifested a myriad of forms: sword chi like a violent storm, and crashing thunder; sword light like a landslide and tsunami raging waves. Wang Bohan's eyes were icy as he declared, the rise of the Wang clan is imminent. Even if a direct line descendant of the Chui clan stands in my way, I will cut them down without hesitation. Wang Bohan's eyes were icy as he declared, the rise of the Wang clan is imminent. Even if a direct line descendant of the Chui clan stands in my way, I will cut them down without hesitation. The surging light of chi hurtled straight toward Zhang Yuan's face. Seeing this, Zhang Yuan cursed inwardly. Wang Bohan was spewing nonsense, claiming he would slay even a direct descendant of the Chui clan without mercy, yet his divine ability was aimed solely at him, bypassing Chui Yuanqi and Xiao Shi. As the light of chi was about to arrive, in an instant Zhang Yuan resorted to his old trick, concealing his form and riding a golden light to evade the fierce assault. Zhang Yuan reappeared behind Wang Bohan with foul chi swirling in his palm. Just as he prepared to deliver a vicious strike, an alarm suddenly blared in his heart. Fellow Daoist, beware of your rear. Under the eaves, Chui Yuanqi anxiously warned. The moment her words fell, Zhang Yuan spun around. He saw that the light of chi, which had been on the other side moments ago, now slashed at him from 3 inches behind, as if it had crossed space itself. Zhang Yuan had no time to react, not even to switch to the 9 phases balanced chi for defense, and could only endure the blow with his physical body. The light of chi like a torrent scoured his back, blasting him away to land beside Chui Yuanqi. Upon landing, Zhang Yuan's back was a bloody mess, torn open into a gaping hole. His ribs, lungs, and organs were clearly visible, leaving him in a state of utter misery. Chui Yuanqi stared, her eyes welling with tears, and said earnestly, fellow Daoist, rest in peace. Though we have only known each other for a day, I will surely avenge you. Coughing, Zhang Yuan, as if in a final burst of vitality, spat out a mouthful of blood and slowly rose, muttering, put aside the revenge for now. I'm not dead yet. Chui Yuanqi was astonished. He wasn't dead. How could that be? That strike of light was undoubtedly the pinnacle of a 9 revolutions chi refinement cultivator's sword. Even another 9 revolutions cultivator might not emerge unscathed from a direct physical hit, yet he who only displayed the aura of 7 revolutions, how did he withstand it? Zhang Yuan ignored Chui Yuanqi's reaction. Having used his body to test the sword and endure the torrent of chi, he now understood the divine effects of this technique. Its name was the Cascade Severance, bearing the light of chi with 2 effects: the Heavenly Severance, which cuts through all things, and the Myriad Mile Certain Severance. The light of chi had instantly shifted behind him earlier due to the technique's second effect, the Myriad Mile Certain Severance. Its specific effect wasn't to cross space, but to pursue with extreme speed, matching the escape light of the Golden Chariot. Balancing lethal power and precision, the Cascade Severance, bearing the light of chi, ranked among the top offensive divine abilities. Any cultivator below 9 revolutions would surely die from a direct hit. As for how Zhang Yuan survived, at the moment the light of qi struck, he used the myriad unification to lock his vital organs in place and continuously mobilized life force to repair his body. This left him gravely wounded rather than dead. At the bloody hole in Zhang Yuan's chest, several fine iron chains sealed the wound to stop the bleeding. Inside, more chains pulled his organs back into place, correcting the displacement caused by the impact. On top of that, with the life force stolen by the life-stealing baleful aura from heaven and earth, even though his injuries looked horrifying, they would eventually heal. It was only a matter of time. Having cultivated to 7 revolutions in qi refinement with 2 innate divine abilities, Zhang Yuan was most adept at using the myriad unification. Beyond its fundamental effect, he could wield it for offense, defense, and even emergency life-saving as now. He had truly mastered its myriad uses. Zhang Yuan steadied his breath and turned to say, "Aren't you the eldest daughter of the Chui clan? Just like in Jianing City, call a few celestial beings to kill him." Back in Jianing City, whenever Chui Yuanxi was in danger, 4 or 5 Foundation establishment celestial beings would arrive instantly. Now on the territory of the Chui clan in Aohai, if not 7 or 8 celestial beings showed up, it would be an insult to her status. Chui Yuanxi's expression stiffened slightly, and she said awkwardly, "I sneaked out tonight. No one knows I'm here, so I can't call anyone." Zhang Yuan's eyes twitched, and he suddenly found himself missing Xiao Yuanjun. Though Xiao Yuanjun's actions were often ill-advised, he was reliable in critical moments. Chui Yuanxi blinked apologetically and said, "Sorry, fellow Daoist. I shouldn't have come today." Zhang Yuan shook his head. "No, you should have." Chui Yuanxi tilted her head. "Huh." Despite his grave injuries, Zhang Yuan's gaze was eerily calm as he looked at Wang Bohan, who blocked the Chun residence's gate, and the Wang clan disciples sealing the surroundings. Zhang Yuan asked, "How far is the Chui residence from here?" Chui Yuanxi replied, "About 3 or 4 li." Both the Chui and Chun residences were on Dongji Street, but one was at the easternmost end and the other at the westernmost, so they were still a considerable distance apart. Zhang Yuan estimated the distance in his mind, then suddenly burst into action. The iron chains of the myriad unification, which had been treating his injuries, transformed into long dragons charging toward the Wang clan Qi refinement cultivator to the east. The Qi refinement cultivator to the east was a youth named Wang Jinyu with a cultivation base of 6 revolutions. His gaze was identical to Wang Zhenfeng's, filled with the arrogance of a second-rank clan scion, and even more so. Seeing the gravely wounded Zhang Yuan suddenly attack, Wang Jinyu's eyes lit up with joy, and he prepared to use his divine ability to block him. If he could slay this man, he would surely claim the greatest merit. Then, with the clan's resources tilted in his favor, he could cultivate to 9 revolutions and have a chance to prove himself as a celestial being. Zhang Yuan's gaze was fierce as he transformed into golden light and charged alongside the iron chains with the 5 plunder body-wasting qi swirling around him. "A mere 6 revolutions, cultivator, how dare you stop me?" Wang Jinyu's joy flickered and vanished, replaced by panic. No, something was wrong. This man only bore 7 heavenly and earthly baleful images, so how could he wield 3 divine abilities? "I can't stop him. If I try, he'll die." Wang Jinyu's killing intent vanished, and he tried to evade. But as he moved, Zhang Yuan flashed past him. The next moment, several iron chains pierced through his body, dissolving flesh and bone, extinguishing his spirit. His body perished, and his Tao was lost. The Wang clan's 6 revolutions Qi refinement cultivator was slain in an instant. Now Zhang Yuan had abandoned all defense, using the myriad unification's iron chains coated with the 5 plunder body-wasting Qi and accelerated by the golden chariot. No one below 7 revolutions could withstand him. Wang Bohan frowned his gaze toward Zhang Yuan, turning icy with murder. Wang Zhenfeng and Wang Jinyu were both outstanding Qi refinement cultivators of the Wang clan's Gangsha path, pillars of the clan, yet this fiend had slain them both, truly deserving of death. Breaking through the eastern blockade, Zhang Yuan summoned the golden chariot, manifested by the golden chariot transforming into a streak of golden light, racing eastward toward the Chui residence at the far end of Dongji Street, leaving behind a parting remark. "Miss Chui, I'm going to the Chui residence for reinforcements. He'll be back soon." His voice echoed as the golden light faded into the distance. Chui Yuanxi and Xiao Shi stood frozen in place. "Miss, it seems he's run off," Xiao Shi said after a brief silence, his tone flat. He's run off," Chui Yuanxi nodded. Seeing Zhang Yuan's sudden outburst, she had thought he was about to fight Wang Bohan to the death. Who would have guessed he was fleeing on the spot? Truly, speechless. "Miss, given his nature, it's normal that he ran," Xiao Shi suddenly remarked. He had even refused the eldest daughter of the Chui clan's personal invitation to explore a fortuitous opportunity. With the situation unfavorable, how could he not flee? Still that line, "A mere 6 revolutions cultivator, how dare you stop me," had sounded quite imposing and cool, if only it hadn't been used for running away. Wang Bohan looked up at the fading golden light, gripping his sword as he debated whether to strike again. After a moment, he sheathed his sword. This time he did not strike, though another strike would surely slay the fiend and avenge Wang Jinfeng and Wang Jinyu. The fact that he had left the Chun residence meant tonight's operation could no longer be concealed. It wasn't worth it. The target of this mission had never been to kill this fiend. As long as the true target remained, letting him escape was acceptable. Suddenly, a Wang clan disciple who had filled the gap after Wang Jinyu's death glanced toward the eastern room of the Chun residence, his pupils contracting sharply. "Grand Elder, the target is gone." Meanwhile, the golden chariot journeying eastward came to an abrupt halt. Zhang Yuan drew aside the curtain, casting a distant gaze at the brilliantly lit Chui residence at the easternmost end of the street. "Are we going to the Chui residence?" Chun Xinkio's voice came from within the carriage. Zhang Yuan had breached the eastern defenses not solely to flee. After slaying Wang Jinyu, he summoned the golden chariot, which manifested from below, evading all eyes, and secretly whisked away Chen Xinxiao, who had been sleeping in the eastern chamber. Long before Wang Bohan's arrival, he had concealed Chen Xinkio's aura and karmic traces, which was the crucial reason Wang Bohan failed to detect her. Wang Bohan's 9th revolution Qi refinement was indeed formidable, possessing an overwhelming combat advantage over a 7th revolution Qi refinement ascended. Yet Wang Bohan was after all merely in Qi refinement. The concealment miracle of severing past and present, leaving or staying, was nearly impossible to penetrate except by Foundation establishment celestials. Even if he had found him once by instinct, could he rely on instinct every time? Zhang Yuan shook his head. No. He harbored a profoundly poor impression of the cultivation clans in the azure cloud-tainted Daoist Realm, especially the 5 surnames and 7 nobles, and thus had no intention of walking into a trap, entrusting his life and fate to others so easily. Chen Xinxiao nodded lightly, her eyes shifting as she gazed at Zhang Yuan, whose chest bore a shocking wound. Then, "Are you going back?" Zhang Yuan glanced at her and replied calmly, "No." Only he and Chen Xinxiao were in the carriage. Chun Qingkuai was absent. Extracting Chen Xinxiao during the breakout was the limit. If he turned back to rescue others, not only would he fail, but he would also be trapped there. Chen Xinxiao hummed softly, not insisting that Zhang Yuan go back to rescue anyone, and fell silent. Quiet. Zhang Yuan sat in meditation to heal his wounds. When the hole in his chest had mostly closed, he opened his eyes. "Find a place to hide in the city. As long as you don't walk into a trap, the Wang family won't find you for a while." Chen Xinxiao asked, "And you?" Zhang Yuan lowered his gaze slightly and said in a deep voice, "I have something to do." After finishing, he landed in an abandoned courtyard in the city, telling Chen Xinxiao to hide there first while he flew toward Taoyang Street in the west. The Wang family mansion was located on Taoyang Street. With so many Gangsha Dao Qi refinement cultivators deployed tonight, the mansion's interior was bound to be extremely vacant, with at most 3rd revolution Qi refinement. Such a golden opportunity. Zhang Yuan, having been severely wounded twice by Wang Bohan, naturally would not let it slip. He intended to clash directly with the Wang family. Of course not by charging in blindly and massacring the mansion. After all, besides the Qi refinement ascended, there was also the family head Wang Dingzhong, a mid-stage celestial within the mansion. If the slightest anomaly occurred, catching Wang Dingzhong's attention, a single glance would be enough to send him to his doom. Zhang Yuan flew to the wall outside Taoyang Street, his gaze profound. This venture to the Wang family was like walking a tightrope. The slightest misstep meant certain death. He was gambling that Wang Dingzhong would not constantly monitor the mansion, and that severing past and present, leaving or staying, could evade a celestial's perception. This move was risky, hardly the practice of a prudent cultivator. Yet in Zhang Yuan's view, the Wang family's attacks grew increasingly ruthless. Such a deep grudge left unavenged would be unbearable. Being prudent didn't mean being a turtle. When it was time to be ruthless, one had to be ruthless. Moreover, the Wang family was not among the 5 surnames and 7 nobles like the Bian Eastli clan. They were merely a second-rate clan in Longxi City. Why couldn't he provoke them? Why wouldn't he dare? With that thought, Zhang Yuan activated his divine ability and passed through the wall. Unlike the Chui residence, which was brightly lit even in the dead of night, the Wang mansion was exceptionally desolate, with only a few external Dao Qi refinement cultivators on patrol. Not a single Gangsha Dao Qi refinement was in sight along the way. Zhang Yuan infiltrated smoothly, breathing a sigh of relief. No reaction. His gamble had paid off. Wang Dingzhong, a lofty celestial and patriarch of the Wang family, would hardly keep his eyes on the mansion at all times. Zhang Yuan strode deeper into the mansion, ignoring the patrolling external Dao cultivators and refraining from rashly killing anyone. His purpose this time was clear. It was not to annihilate the Wang family, he lacked that capability, but to collect some interest. As a second-rate clan, the Wang family's treasury was surely overflowing with wealth. Zhang Yuan bypassed the main hall and bedchamber, where a celestial was most likely to appear, and arrived at the ancestral hall at the rear of the mansion. Typically, ancestral halls, besides housing ancestor tablets, also served as family treasuries. As expected, as soon as he neared the ancestral hall, he spotted two third revolution Qi refinement cultivators guarding the door from afar. The Grand Elder took the clan's experts out to capture someone today. Why hasn't he returned yet? Who knows? But I heard that if the Grand Elder captures the target tonight, he can attain celestial status. Then our Wang family will have two celestials guarding us, surely advancing to become a first-rate clan. Tisk, that person is truly fortunate to become the stepping stone for the Grand Elder's celestial ascension. Indeed, what a good death for him. The two chatted idly, utterly unaware of two iron chains slithering toward them from the ground. Thud! The chains, like venomous snakes, pierced their necks in an instant, and they fell to the ground. Zhang Yuan flicked his robe, erasing the karmic traces, and walked past the two bodies expressionlessly into the Wang family's ancestral hall. Inside, candle flames flickered, and the tablets were arranged neatly in orderly rows. Zhang Yuan searched thoroughly, tapping and knocking, then stopped after a moment, his brows furrowed. No hidden chamber. This was not the Wang family treasury, merely an ordinary ancestral hall. But if it were just an ancestral hall, why station guards? Even if the guards were weak, it still indicated a higher level of importance compared to other empty rooms. After a moment's thought, Zhang Yuan's gaze locked onto the central tablet, Wang Chengtian, ancestor of revival. He casually took down the tablet and discovered two ancient tomes behind it. One was the Wang family genealogy, and the other was a cultivation manual, the Celestial Succession Sword Scripture. Uninterested in the genealogy, Zhang Yuan picked up the manual and flipped through it. Ancestor Wang Qingtian received the Celestial Manual, the Celestial Succession Sword Scripture. Those who cultivate this art, regardless of the celestial or earthly essences they refine, will condense 3 celestial succession ascended divine abilities. Third revolution, divine ability, Heaven's Cover. A heavenly calamity like a shroud. How can anything escape? With this ability, sword Qi covers like heaven, striking without fail. Sixth revolution, divine ability, Heaven's Severance. A heavenly thunder like a cleave, annihilating myriad spirits. With this ability, sword light severs like heaven, wounding upon contact. Ninth revolution, divine ability, cover and sever into one Qi light. Heaven's cover and heaven's severance unite in one vein, Qi light surging like a celestial calamity. Zhang Yuan skimmed through the Qi refinement section and understood why all the Wang family Qi refinement ascended possessed identical divine abilities. The answer lay entirely in this manual. Truly a remarkable art. Though the divine abilities lack variety for a family, the benefits far outweigh the drawbacks. Zhang Yuan pondered as he continued reading. The preceding text covered only the 1st to 9th revolutions of Qi refinement, not how to attain celestial status. Given its thickness, there should be a foundation establishment section ahead worth examining. He finished reading the entire manual in one breath. Zhang Yuan's brow gradually furrowed, his expression turning grave. The Celestial Succession Sword Scripture. This manual had a problem. Not only did it encompass the path from Qi refinement to celestial, but at the very end it also contained a dedicated chapter on how to seek the true Lord Realm. This was a method for seeking the truth, and its ultimate goal was one of the 36 golden positions, the Rainmaster coin. The Rainmaster coin. Zhang Yuan murmured inwardly. This was the second heavenly golden position he had come to know. However, unlike the lengthy exposition of the Celestial Radiance Illuminating World True Scripture, the description of seeking the Rainmaster coin in the Celestial Heritage One Vein Sword Scripture was concise, recorded on a single page. Yet thanks to this, the arcane section on seeking the golden position in the Celestial Radiance Illuminating World True Scripture was obscure, whereas the Celestial Heritage One Vein Sword Scripture was remarkably clear and straightforward. Anyone literate could understand it at a glance. The Rainmaster coin. The Rainmaster possesses the ability to command the heavens, summoning wind and rain, overturning rivers and seas. To seek the Rainmaster coin, one must on the day before the beginning of spring offer the 24 Qi to the eastern azure sky, suspend the waters of the eastern sea, and bury 10,000 miles of rivers and mountains. Thus the true Lord can be achieved. Offer the 24 Qi to the eastern azure sky. The eastern azure sky was easy to understand. The east was the azure sky, referring to the vault of heaven in the far east. But what did the 24 Qi mean? Zhang Yuan furrowed his brow in thought, then a flash of insight struck him. The 24 Qi, could it refer to the 24 solar terms? Yet if he speculated thus, another question arose: how could one offer the 24 solar terms to the eastern azure sky? After all, the solar terms were not living beings, merely a concept. Wait, who said the solar terms could not be living beings? What if offering the 24 chi meant sacrificing people born under the 24 solar terms? To seek the Rain Master coin, first sacrifice those born under the solar terms to heaven, then draw upon the waters of the eastern sea to submerge 10,000 miles of mountains and rivers. Zhang Yuan's thoughts stirred, and he arrived at this conclusion smoothly. Then he frowned, a suspicion arising in his heart. What if the Wang family head Wang Dingzhong was not at the mid-stage of transcendent being, but had concealed his true cultivation at the perfection stage, and furthermore he intended to seek the Rain Master coin? And if Chen Xinxiao was born under one of the 24 solar terms, then the Wang family's relentless efforts to capture her would be entirely reasonable. From this it followed that it was not Wang Bohan seeking transcendence for the Wang family, but the family head Wang Dingzhong, who sought to become a true lord. It must be so. Zhang Yuan set his brow furrowed. Although it remained unknown whether Wang Dingzhong's true realm was transcendent being perfection, since this deduction was possible regardless of Wang Dingzhong's actual level, or whether he sought the true Lord, Zhang Yuan would treat him as such, as if he were seeking the true Lord. The Wang family harbors great ambition. If they succeed, having a golden core true Lord stationed within the clan would elevate them far beyond the lower ranks of first-class families. Perhaps they could even rise to become one of the 5 clans and 7 houses. Zhang Yuan exhaled a turbid breath, his gaze flickering. Fortunately, he had infiltrated the Wang residence tonight, or else he might have let them proceed unhindered. He had forged a mortal enmity with the Wang family. If Wang Dingzhong achieved true lord status, he would surely leave Zhang Yuan with no way to ascend to heaven and no door to enter the earth. Therefore, he must stop Wang Dingzhong from seeking the truth. To block his pursuit, Zhang Yuan could think of 2 methods. First, find the place where the Wang family held their sacrificial offerings and wreak havoc, completely cutting off Wang Dingzhong's path to truth. Second, simply take Chen Xinxiao and flee, leaving Dragon Creek City, leaving Ao country. In short, run as far as possible. Then when the beginning of spring arrived, Wang Dingzhong would still be unable to seek the truth. Faced with a critical choice, Zhang Yuan stirred his mind and opened the Heaven Sight panel. Heaven Sight. 1. You guessed the Wang family's true scheme. After some searching in the residence, you found a secret dungeon holding the 23 solar terms. In the end, just as you broke open the cage, a transcendent being's sword aura struck, and you were shredded into fragments. 2. You guessed the Wang family's true scheme. After some deliberation, you chose to take Chen Xinxiao and flee far away. In the end, although both you and Chen Xinxiao survived, the Wang family found substitutes and could still seek the truth. 3. You knew the axiom that only noble families could counter noble families, so you informed the Ao Hai Chui clan of the Wang family's scheme. Ultimately, you and Chen Xinxiao survived, and through Little Stone you learned of the whereabouts of the fierce wind fiend. 3 futures, 2 of which allowed survival. It seemed this matter was not too problematic. Zhang Yuan breathed a sigh of relief. After a moment's thought, he chose the path of the 3rd future. The 2nd future allowed survival, but according to the result, Wang Dingzhong could still continue his pursuit. As the saying goes, better safe than sorry. Who knew if Wang Dingzhong might succeed in the end? As for the 3rd future, although the result also did not state whether Wang Dingzhong succeeded compared to the 2nd, it offered an additional clue about the fierce wind fiend. When the time came to leave Dragon Creek City, he could seek out the fierce wind fiend along the way. Wouldn't that be perfect? Zhang Yuan gathered his thoughts. His gaze fell upon the Wang family ancestral hall, and a smile curled at the corner of his mouth. He hadn't found the family treasury, and taking only the celestial heritage one vein sword scripture was too much of a loss. Since he was already here, why not give the Wang family a grand gift? For instance, burning down the ancestral hall would be quite fitting. Zhang Yuan rubbed his fingers together, and a small flame attached itself to the memorial tablets. He then cast a spell severing past and present to sever departure and stay to prevent the fire from being discovered and extinguished before it spread. According to Heaven Sight, Wang Dingzhong was focused on the dungeon holding the 23 solar terms. As long as the disturbance was not too great, there was no fear of being discovered. Zhang Yuan's figure flickered as he left the Wang residence. The flame he left behind grew larger and larger until finally flames shot into the sky. Only when the entire ancestral hall had been reduced to a wooden frame did the patrolling Wang family disciples notice. Why is the ancestral hall so bright? No. Fire. Quickly informed the family head. The ancestral hall is on fire. Upon discovery, the Wang disciples hurried to extinguish the blaze before it could spread throughout the residence. However, the residence was now short of manpower. Those who remained were either at the third turn qi refining stage or below, or even weaker heretical qi refiners utterly powerless to stop the already raging flames. Suddenly, at that moment in the cloudless night sky, rain poured down like a torrent, gradually extinguishing the flames. Wang Dingzhong's figure appeared above the ancestral hall, his gaze calm for long, swords circling around him. One of the swords was formless and transparent, entirely condensed from rainwater, with sword light flowing and moisture swirling. Please punish us, family head. We failed to guard the ancestral hall, allowing a villain to set it ablaze, and 2 clan brothers died as a result, a Wang disciple said, kneeling. Wang Dingzhong shook his head. This is not your fault. Though his attention was on the dungeon, he could still sense the changes within the residence. The arsonist had infiltrated the residence without being detected by him. Even if not a transcendent being of the same realm, this person was a qi refining saint with profound Dao conduct. It seemed that his attempt to use Wang Bohan's pursuit of transcendence as a cover had ultimately not fooled everyone. After tonight, everyone in Dragon Creek City would know that he, Wang Dingzhong, was seeking the true Lord. But there was no need to hide it any longer. Wang Bohan had gone to capture the final 1 Major Cold. Once Major Cold was secured, he could. Bang! A figure fell from the sky. It was Wang Bohan. Wang Bohan's aura was faint, a large hole pierced through his chest. Hanging on by a thread, he said, Family head Major Cold was under the protection of a direct descendant of the Chui clan and had a life-preserving treasure bestowed by a Chui clan transcendent being. I failed to capture him, and I could not protect the other clansmen. Tonight he had taken nearly all of the Wang family's qi refining saints, yet only he returned. The loss was beyond devastating. Bad news came one after another. Wang Dingzhong nodded silently, his gaze still calm as he looked toward the eastern sea. No matter. Tonight we set sail. Zhang Yuan returned to the deserted courtyard. Chen Xinxiao was cultivating cross-legged within her heart, not swayed by her urgent desire to save her father. We are going to the Chui residence. With these words, Zhang Yuan swept his sleeve enveloping Chen Xinxiao and soared through the air toward the Chui residence. Since visiting the Chui residence posed no mortal danger, it would not be remiss to leverage it appropriately. Perhaps he could even borrow the power of the Chui clan to save Chen Qingkui's life. At the Chui residence, as Zhang Yuan and his companion alighted before the mansion gates, a guard promptly approached. May I ask if you are Immortal Master Li? The guard inquired. Immortal Master Li. Zhang Yuan quickly grasped that the guard was addressing him and the reason for the alias Li. Presumably Chui Yuanqi had returned and given specific instructions, as she was the only one who believed in his pseudonym. That Chui Yuanqi had managed to escape was within Zhang Yuan's expectations. After all, Longxi City was the main stronghold of the Chui clan. Even if Chui Yuanqi had sneaked out with so many celestial experts in the Chui clan, could it be that not a single one noticed or followed? Even if no one had followed, as the eldest daughter of the Ao Hai Chui clan, Chui Yuanqi surely possessed life-saving measures. Thus her escape was hardly surprising. It is I, Zhang Yuan said. Please enter, Immortal Master. The young lady has been awaiting you, the guard replied respectfully, ushering Zhang Yuan and his companion inside. In the reception hall, Chui Yuanqi leisurely sipped tea, while Xiaoshi sat nearby, savoring a plate of delicate pastries. On the other side, Chen Qingkuai sat in nervous agitation, overwhelmed by anxiety. To him, the Wang clan was already a behemoth, let alone the Ao Hai Chui clan, one of the 5 noble houses. Even if the Chun and Ao Hai Chui clans shared ancestral ties that was over 300 years ago, bearing no relevance to the now-declined Chen family. Miss Xiaoshi, may I ask where the Immortal Master and my daughter have gone? Chen Qingkuai mustered his courage to whisper. I wouldn't know. My guess is he's eloped with your daughter, Xiaoshi mumbled, swallowing a mouthful of cake. Eloped? Chen Qingkuai was stunned, then realized Xiaoshi was jesting. Chui Yuanqi also spoke, a smile playing on her lips. Uncle Chen, rest assured. Given this centuries-old friendship between our families, the Chui clan will surely find your daughter and capture the demonic cultivator who abducted Xinxiao. Miss Chui, you misunderstand. The Immortal Master is no demonic cultivator. On the contrary, he has saved me and Xinxiao many times. He is a good man, Chen Qingkuai hastily defended. Chui Yuanqi arched a brow and stated firmly, in my view, Uncle Chen, you have been deceived. How could he be a good man? That man had tricked her, claiming he would fetch reinforcements only to vanish. What else could he be but a demonic heretic? He absolutely was. And he must be. Just then the sound of 2 sets of footsteps echoed, and a tall figure and a small one entered the reception hall. Chen Qingkuai, fellow Daoist, Chui is right. I am indeed not a good man, Zhang Yuan said calmly. A good man? He himself didn't know where Chen Qingkuai had drawn that conclusion, simply because he had saved him a few times. That was merely a matter of convenience. If he were truly a good man today, he would not have taken Chen Xinxiao away while leaving Chen Qingkuai behind in the Qin residence. Seeing Zhang Yuan and his companion Cui Yuanqi immediately stood up, pointing accusingly. "How dare you, a demonic fiend, come to the Cui residence to cause trouble?" Xiao Shi echoed, "Indeed, indeed." Cui Yuanqi continued, "Xiao Shi, apprehend this villain at once and throw him into the mansion's dungeon. I shall interrogate him personally." Xiao Shi turned, blinking. "Miss me?" Cui Yuanqi nodded earnestly. Yes. The two played off each other. Zhang Yuan, rather speechless, ignored their performance and said gravely, "I went to the Wang clan's ancestral hall." Upon hearing this, Cui Yuanqi and Xiao Shi turned around. "You went to the Wang ancestral hall? What for? Seeking death?" Cui Yuanqi frowned, speaking bluntly. Wang Bohan at the 9 Revolutions Qi refining stage had already given him a thrashing, and the Wang family patriarch was a Foundation establishment celestial. Heading to the Wang ancestral hall was nothing short of suicide. Still, it seemed he hadn't fetched reinforcements, but neither had he fled. He had only deceived her halfway, which was barely forgivable. Zhang Yuan glanced at the frivolous Cui Yuanqi and Xiao Shi, then said, "I would trouble you, Miss Cui, to invite an elder from your clan. I have grave matters to discuss." Cui Yuanqi was reluctant. "Can't you tell me?" Xiao Shi, "Go fetch third uncle." Xiao Shi set down her pastry and prepared to rise. But at that moment a figure materialized out of thin air. "I am already here," Cui Wenshan said, standing with his hands behind his back. He was the Tongxian Celestial of the Cui clan who had once confronted the Blood Mist Celestial at Jianing City. "Greetings, Tongxian Celestial," Xiao Shi said respectfully. "A third uncle?" Cui Yuanqi felt a pang of guilt. Had third uncle been following her all along? Her escapade tonight was surely exposed. Cui Wenshan nodded, then swept his gaze over Qin Qingkuai, Qin Xinxiao, and Zhang Yuan. "This humble one pays respects to the Celestial of the Cui clan," Qin Qingkuai said, rising. Though ignorant of the cultivation path, he could tell at a glance that Cui Wenshan was a being of divine stature, deserving more than the title of a mortal master. "Your ancestor shared a profound bond with my clan's founder. There is no need for such formalities. Your daughter possesses exceptional talent in the external alchemy path. If she is willing, she may cultivate at the Cui residence," Cui Wenshan said calmly. With his celestial insight, he could instantly perceive that Qin Xinxiao bore an external Dao immortal root. This? Qin Qingkuai hesitated. Cui Wenshan did not press for an immediate answer from Qin Qingkuai. Instead, he turned his gaze to Zhang Yuan. "What do you wish to tell me?" "Greetings, Tongxian Celestial. During my nocturnal visit to the Wang ancestral hall, I uncovered a secret of the Wang clan." Zhang Yuan paused, then said solemnly, "Wang Dingzhong is likely at the celestial perfection stage and seeks the golden seed of the Rainmaster coin. His method of seeking the Dao lacks only the right timing and Qin Xinxiao." Cui Wenshan's previously calm gaze shifted, and upon hearing the words Rainmaster coin, his brow furrowed deeply. "How can you be certain?" Cui Wenshan demanded. But before Zhang Yuan could respond, Cui Wenshan answered himself. "No, there is no need for certainty. Wang Dingzhong is definitely seeking the Rainmaster coin. No evidence was needed. Simply knowing that Wang Dingzhong had the intention to seek the Rainmaster coin was sufficient. That alone was enough for him to make a probing move. For the cultivation method he himself practiced was also a path to seek the Rainmaster coin. If Wang Dingzhong were to attain the Rainmaster coin, what would he be left to attain? Without a moment's hesitation, Cui Wenshan vanished from his spot, appearing above the Wang residence in an instant. He raised his fist and struck down. The entire Wang residence was reduced to rubble, yet the mansion was already deserted. Though Cui Wenshan's punch was earth-shattering, no one perished because of it. Cui Wenshan returned to the reception hall, his expression darkening slightly. The Wang family had already vacated the premises, leaving no doubt that Wang Dingzhong was determined to seek the Rainmaster coin. "Besides this, what else do you know?" Cui Wenshan asked, turning to Zhang Yuan. The Wang family's hasty departure under the cover of night had ignited a profound sense of crisis within him. He needed to ascertain the progress of Wang Dingzhong's pursuit of the truth to determine if he still had a chance to compete. If Wang Dingzhong sought the truth at dawn tomorrow and attained the Rainmaster coin as a true lord, his own path of cultivation would be utterly severed, leaving him at most to reach the perfection of the heavenly human realm, unable to advance a single step further. Zhang Yuan did not rush to answer. Instead, he lifted his gaze, slightly glancing at the label above Cui Wenshan's head. With the elevation of his status, looking at the labels of Foundation establishment, heavenly humans no longer required intense focus. He could see them with a mere glance, just like observing mortals or Qi refiners. Profound mystery, heavenly human member of the Aohai Cui clan, disciple of a true Lord. Urgency. 3 gold and 1 gray. Zhang Yuan swept his eyes over them without lingering, lest he alert Cui Wenshan's heavenly human perception, and began to ponder inwardly. Whether Wang Dingzhong sought the truth or not seemed crucial to Cui Wenshan. Could it be that he too wished to seek the Rain Master Coin golden seat? This made things much easier. After a moment of thought, Zhang Yuan said solemnly, "Senior, as far as I know, the Wang family has already gathered all the sacrifices. They only need to wait for a specific day to seek the golden seat." He had not spoken the truth. In reality, the Wang family still lacked one item, the 24 solar terms, namely Qin Xinqiao. But it didn't matter. In fact, saying so was even more effective, as it would instill a sense of urgency in Cui Wenshan. This was the strategy of driving the wolf to swallow the tiger. Cui Wenshan furrowed his brow. He had been secretly following Cui Yuanqi to protect him, so he naturally knew that Zhang Yuan had a mortal enmity with the Wang family. He could guess that Zhang Yuan was using him to eliminate the Wangs. But it didn't matter. He was determined to kill Wang Dingzhong and annihilate the Wang family. As for who might benefit afterward, as long as it didn't obstruct his own path, he cared not. Cui Wenshan suddenly asked, "What is your name?" "Li Huishi," Zhang Yuan replied without a blush or a racing heart. Cui Wenshan, suspecting nothing, nodded. "Good. This matter is important, and you have the foremost merit. Our Aohai Chui clan has always ranked among the top of the 5 surnames and 7 clans in terms of reputation. You may take one earthly fiend as your reward." Hearing this, Zhang Yuan couldn't help but recall the scene in Jianing City, where Blood Miasma Heavenly Human was double-crossed by Cui Wenshan and besieged by 4 or 5 heavenly humans. If this was the Aohai Chui clan's reputation, which Cui Wenshan claimed was the best among the 5 surnames and 7 clans, then the credibility of those noble houses was essentially finished. Still, getting an earthly fiend for a single piece of news made the Aohai Chui clan 1,000 times better than the despicable Bian Eastly clan. Zhang Yuan thought this as he cupped his hands in gratitude. "Thank you, profound mystery, heavenly human." Cui Wenshan vanished from the spot. Only then did Cui Yuanqi speak. "Our clan's treasure vault holds many earthly fiends. What earthly fiend do you need? I can fetch it for you." Zhang Yuan said, "Gale Fiend or Thunderstrike Fiend." Xiao Yuanjun had said she would find the Thunderstrike Fiend for him, but if he could obtain it sooner, he could reunite with her earlier. Cui Yuanqi pondered for a moment, then said with slight embarrassment, "It seems the vault doesn't have either of these earthly fiends. How about this? Why don't you pick any earthly fiend you like and take it?" The clan's treasure vault held countless rarities, including external Dao treasures, methods for refining Gang and Sha heavenly and earthly fiends. Yet there were 72 earthly fiends in total, and even the Aohai Chui clan couldn't gather them all and keep them permanently stored. Little Stone suddenly spoke. Although the vault doesn't have the Gale Fiend, there is information about it. She had been tasked with inquiring about the Gale Fiend and had indeed found news of its whereabouts. She had intended to tell Zhang Yuan tonight, but the Wang family's sudden attack had prevented her from speaking. Still, it wasn't too late to tell him now. Zhang Yuan asked, "Oh, please, Miss Little Stone, enlighten me." Little Stone thought for a moment and said, "According to clan disciples who venture overseas on the island of Zhuzhou in the eastern sea, the wind is gradually rising, sweeping across thousands of miles of sea. The phenomenon is intense, and it is highly likely to manifest a Gale Fiend." Zhang Yuan asked, "The eastern sea's Zhuzhou, is it far?" Cui Yuanqi answered, "It's at least 10,000 miles from Longxi City's port. If you find it too distant, I can have clan disciples who sail the seas capture this Gale Fiend for you." Zhang Yuan flatly refused, speaking with righteous conviction, "No need. We cultivators, if we do not personally face the storms, how can we attest to the heavenly human realm? My mind is made up. At dawn tomorrow, I will set sail immediately to seek the fiend. The farther the better. Not only would he obtain the Gale Fiend, but he would also distance himself from the troubled waters of Longxi City." Cui Yuanxi's eyes lit up as he asked, "Truly?" Zhang Yuan nodded. "A word spoken is as unchangeable as white dye on black cloth." Cui Yuanqi gave a thumbs up in admiration. "Excellent. Such lofty aspirations, friend. I will arrange lodging and a sea vessel for you immediately, ensuring you can set sail at dawn." After their exchange, Zhang Yuan temporarily settled in the Chui residence, planning to sail out on a Chui clan ship the next morning. The Chui residence had a great lake often frequented by anglers. Having learned of Wang Dingzhong's intention to seek the Rain Master Coin, Cui Wenshan walked slowly toward the lakeshore. There an old fisherman in a straw hat and cloak sat with a fishing rod leisurely in content. "What brings you here?" The old fisherman, with his back to Cui Wenshan, spoke in a voice ethereal and melodious, as if drifting down from a lofty peak. Cui Wenshan halted and bowed respectfully. "Reporting to the true Lord, Wang Dingzhong of the Wang family has reached the perfection of the heavenly human realm and will soon seek the Rain Master Coin." The old fisherman said, "Do you need me to clear the path?" Hope gleamed in Cui Wenshan's eyes as he bowed again. "The true Lord sees clearly. If the true Lord struck and killed him, what could Wang Dingzhong's early perfection of the heavenly human realm do? The Aohai Chui clan had 3 true lords in the current era, and the old fisherman before him was one of them. Cloud Ao, carrying Mountain True, the true lord stationed at the Chui residence. The other 2 Chui true lords were not within Longxi City. The old fisherman slowly shook his head. This is a dispute of Dao. If I intervene to clear the path, your future attainment of the Rainmaster coin will face 2 additional layers of tribulation. It cannot be done. Chui Wenshan's brow furrowed slightly as he sighed. The old fisherman continued, go and contend on the seas. If Wang Dingzhong fails in his pursuit of truth, your chances of attaining it at the perfection of the heavenly human realm will increase by 2/10. Chui Wenshan nodded and said in a low voice, thank you, true lord, for the enlightenment. The old fisherman pondered for a moment, then asked, who told you of this matter? Chui Wenshan answered truthfully, a somewhat peculiar 7th turn Qi, refining perfected one. He called Zhang Yuan peculiar because at the 7th turn he could already manifest 3 divine abilities. Even if one of them wasn't his innate ability, it was still extraordinary enough to set him apart from most perfected ones of the same realm. What is this person's name and where is he from? The old fisherman asked with slight interest. It was intriguing that even Chui Wenshan had not detected the Wang family schemes, yet a low-level Qi refiner had brought him the news. He is a friend of Yuanxi named Li Huishi. I do not yet know his origins. Before Chui Wenshan could finish, the old fisherman by the lake suddenly rose. In an instant the lake's surface surged with waves, and the entire Chui residence trembled slightly. The old fisherman was so flustered that he abandoned his fishing rod, letting it fall into the lake. Who did you say has come to the residence? At the port of Longxi City. The day dawned clear with the sky a vast expanse of azure, and the harbor's vessels of all sizes arrayed in orderly splendor. Gazing eastward over the cerulean sea, one beheld tumultuous waves reaching for the heavens, the shimmering light upon the water a spectacle of grandeur. Zhang Yuan and Chen Xinxiao departed the Chui estate, together preparing to embark upon the Chui clan's towering vessel. Their destination was Zhuzhou Island in the eastern sea, where they sought the raging gale. Though the golden canopy phoenix chariot could traverse the heavens with greater speed, covering 1,000 li in a single breath, the distance from Longxi City to Zhuzhou that Chui Yuanxi had mentioned was a figurative 10,000 li. Who decreed that 10,000 li must precisely equal 10,000? 90,000 li could be called 10,000, and 900,000, or even 9 million, could still be termed thus. The journey was vast, and once one ventured into the eastern sea, finding a place to alight would prove difficult. For safety, Sake traveling by ship was the wiser choice. As for why Chen Xinxiao accompanied Zhang Yuan to see the previous night, Chen Qingkuai had sought out Zhang Yuan, earnestly beseeching him to take Chen Xinxiao along. Longxi City was no longer safe, and he was unwilling to entrust her to the Aohai Chui clan. In contrast, Chen Qingkuai would rather place Chen Xinxiao in the care of Zhang Yuan, the benevolent, immortal master. Knowing himself to be a burden, he chose to remain in Longxi City to manage the Chen family affairs. Initially, Zhang Yuan had intended to refuse Chen Qingkuai's plea. Yet before he could voice his dissent, Chen Qingkuai began kowtowing fervently. After a moment's deliberation, Zhang Yuan acquiesced. It was perhaps for the best that Chen Xinxiao accompany him. After all, she possessed knowledge of the celestial well radiance technique, the true scripture of the radiant world's illumination. Having her under his direct watch would certainly prove more secure. The 27th of the 12th lunar month, the great cold. Leaving home on your birthday, how does it feel? Zhang Yuan inquired in a detached tone. Through prior questioning, he had confirmed that Chen Xinxiao was born on the day of great cold, and that her birthday this year also fell upon that same solar term. It's cool, Chen Xinxiao replied, her answer evading the question. Zhang Yuan observed the apprehensive label hovering above her head and chuckled inwardly. He wondered from whom this taciturn girl had inherited her disposition. It was truly amusing. Come, let us board the ship. Zhang Yuan gently ruffled her hair. Though Chen Xinxiao, now a 5th-layer Qi cultivator of the outer path, possessed senses far surpassing ordinary mortals and movements of incredible agility, she still could not evade the large hand of this 7th-turn Qi refining perfected one. She endured the touch with an expressionless face. Acting upon Chui Yuanxi's decree, Zhang Yuan and his companion boarded the vessel without hindrance. They were treated as honored guests aboard the Chui clan's towering ship and were assigned private cabins. The great ship cleaved through the waves, sailing into the depths of the eastern sea. The two entered their cabin, and Chen Xinxiao lifted her head slightly to glance at Zhang Yuan, her gaze calm and steady. The cabin was not spacious, furnished with 2 small beds, enough for 2 to dwell. Yet to most, the idea of an unrelated man and woman sharing such close quarters would seem improper. Zhang Yuan stated calmly, "This is the only vacant cabin on the ship. There are no others. Moreover, we are not the only ones in this cabin." Chen Xinxiao raised an eyebrow. No sooner had Zhang Yuan spoken than the wardrobe within the cabin rattled, and two figures leaped out: Cui Yuanxi and Xiao Shi. Cui Yuanxi exclaimed in astonishment, "How did you know we were on the ship?" Zhang Yuan curled his lips into a faint smile. "I caught the scent of the sachets you and Miss Xiao Shi are wearing." Cui Yuanxi was perplexed. They wore no such sachets. Xiao Shi blinked and asked, "Is it really that fragrant?" Zhang Yuan nodded. "Yes, very much so. This was a fabrication. Yesterday, when he spoke of sailing the seas, the joy in Cui Yuanxi's eyes was impossible to conceal. He had easily guessed that today she would defy her family and secretly follow him out to sea. As for why he hadn't openly exposed Cui Yuanxi's plan, there was no need. The entire ship belonged to the Cui clan, as she could go wherever she pleased, and he had no authority to stop her. Moreover, having the young mistress of the Cui family along would elevate the safety of his sea voyage to another level. Zhang Yuan stepped past the two, and through the cabin's window, he gazed upon the boundless expanse of the Eastern Sea. The seventh earthly fiend he had refined was the aquatic calamity fiend. As its name implied, a chi refining perfected one who had refined this fiend would face a greatly increased likelihood of encountering misfortunes related to water. Thus, this journey to the Eastern Sea offered no guarantee of smoothly acquiring the raging gale. Nevertheless, being on the Eastern Sea was still preferable to remaining in Longxi City. Elsewhere aboard a modestly sized vessel, Wang Bohan stepped onto the deck. After a night of healing, his injuries had mostly mended. Gazing upon the vista of the Eastern Sea, a tumult of emotions churned within him. With the remaining scions of the Wang family sailing out to sea, there was no turning back for their clan. Either the patriarch would attain the Rain Master coin as a true lord, while he himself achieved the Heavenly Man realm of foundation establishment, leading the Wang family to glory together. Or the patriarch would fail in his pursuit of truth, be devoured by the backlash of the Golden Throne, and the Wang family would be utterly annihilated, a fate even more tragic than the Chun family's 3 centuries prior. "Grand Elder, the patriarch summons you to the cabin for counsel," a young Wang disciple reported respectfully. Wang Bohan nodded and strode into the ship's interior. This vessel could not compare to the Cui clan's towering ship. Its interior was cramped, and in a corner 33 individuals, young and old, male and female, were bound, making the space feel even more confined. Wang Dingzhong stood before a nautical chart, his brow furrowed and his eyes grave. Wang Bohan's heart sank with a foreboding suspicion. "Patriarch," he said. Wang Dingzhong asked, "Is Jinxing aboard the ship?" Wang Bohan replied, reporting to the patriarch, "Qing'er is on the vessel." Wang Dingzhong's gaze was devoid of emotion. "Good. Then bring Qing'er here. Let this grandfather look upon him once more." Wang Bohan was silent for a long moment before answering, "Yes, father." Wang Jinxing, a direct descendant of the Wang family, the only son of Wang Bohan and the grandson of Wang Dingzhong, was 6.5 years old. He had been born 6 years prior on the day of great cold, and this year his birthday once again fell upon that same solar term. Before long, Wang Bohan brought forth a young boy delicate as a porcelain doll. "Grandfather!" the child exclaimed, his face beaming with joy as he hurried forward, expecting Wang Dingzhong to lift him into his arms. Since the boy's birth, the patriarch, who was stern and unsmiling with everyone else, had often shown him warmth and affection. But today was different. Wang Dingzhong paid the boy no heed, saying flatly, "Qing'er, go play over there." He gestured toward the 23 men and women in the corner. Wang Jinxing was puzzled, but he did not dwell on it, and scampered over joyfully. Wang Bohan watched the scene, a chill creeping into his heart, his hands trembling imperceptibly beneath his robes. There were in fact 2 candidates for the Great Cold sacrifice. One was the daughter of the Chun family, born on the Great Cold 16 years ago. The other was his own young son, Wang Jinxing, born on the Great Cold 6 years ago. This was precisely why he had been so zealous, personally intervening without reservation after Wang Zhenfeng's death. If he failed to capture the Chun daughter for the Great Cold sacrifice, then his young son, Wang Jinxing, would have to take her place. As it turned out, he had failed, and failed twice. The Wang family had no other choice. To attain the Rain Master coin, the 24 solar terms of the sacrificial offerings were indispensable, and Wang Jinxing was destined to be that sacrifice. Faced with the fate of the clan, Wang Bohan had no alternative. As he looked upon his innocent, guileless young son, the image of Zhang Yuan in his crimson robe flashed before his eyes, filling his heart with sorrow and seething hatred. If not for that man, his young son would not have become the sacrifice. Once he attained the Heavenly Man realm, he would surely slay him. After 3 days and nights of sailing, they gradually entered the deep, dark expanse of the Eastern Sea. Zhang Yuan, clad in a deep crimson wedding robe, stood by the cabin window, gazing into the distance. His previous wedding robe had been shattered by Wang Bowen. The one he now wore was a specialty robe from Longxi City of the Ao Kingdom, sent by Cui Yuanqi before they set sail. Its style and embroidery were distinct from those of the Bian Kingdom's capital. Though uncertain why Cui Yuanqi had sent the robe, Zhang Yuan adhering to the principle that if it fits one may wear it, put it on. After 3 days of sailing, the endless sea finally gave way to a region of extraordinary wonder. Before them, a vast expanse of seawater was scooped out, revealing the seabed. Countless leagues of ocean water hung suspended in the sky. Above this inverted sea, 3 colossal islands hovered in the void. The inverted sea. This region is called the Sea of Inversion. Those 3 islands are Zhuzhou, Shengzhou, and Yingzhou, introduced Cui Yuanqi, appearing beside him and pointing at the islands. To avoid detection by her clan members, she and Xiaoshi had remained confined to the cabin for 3 days, not setting foot outside. Zhang Yuan followed her gaze. Each of the 3 islands possessed its own unique character. Zhuzhou on the right was lush with verdant vegetation like a piece of jade. Yingzhou on the left was covered in mountains and forests, its overall hue a deep autumnal ochre. Shengzhou, the central island, was the most extraordinary. It was adorned with jade pavilions and countless intricately carved towers bathed in a crimson glow and surging with auspicious vapors, a true immortal island beyond the seas. Our Cui clan's tower ship will dock at Shengzhou. Let's leave the ship for Zhuzhou before we arrive, urged Cui Yuanqi. The pavilions on Shengzhou were not natural formations, but were gradually built by the Ao Hai Cui clan and other cultivation families after they established a foothold on the island. The 3 islands were of paramount importance, connecting the major and minor waterways of the Eastern Sea and serving as its central hub. Naturally, the Ao Hai Cui clan would have members stationed on Shengzhou to assert their dominion over the Eastern Sea. If she set foot on Shengzhou, she would be escorted away the moment her toes touched the ground. All right, Zhang Yuan said, calling for Chen Xinxiao as he prepared to leave the cabin for Zhuzhou. Wait. Fellow Daoist seeks the Gale Fiend, and I am a 6-turn Jiren. Why not take us along? Cui Yuanqi blocked his path, pleading. She knew Zhang Yuan possessed a divine ability to conceal one's form. With it, she could leave the tower ship undetected and gain boundless freedom. Zhang Yuan responded with a cold, derisive laugh. Over the past 3 days, he had come to fully understand the temperament of this young mistress of the Cui clan. Chen Xinxiao was constantly in cultivation, having reached the 8th layer of the external Dao Qi refining stage. He himself spent his time in meditation, comprehending images and sensing the direction of the Gale Fiend. Even Xiaoshi had found a spot in the cabin, quietly eating pastries for 3 days straight. Only Cui Yuanqi could not stay still for a single moment. She pestered Zhang Yuan and the other 2, in turn embodying the concept of playfulness to its fullest. It's possible, but there must be 3 rules, Zhang Yuan deliberated. Bringing Cui Yuanqi along was acceptable, as having her was like possessing a life-saving trump card from the Ao Hai Cui clan. Name them. First, do not wander off, stay close to me. Second, do not act rashly, obey my commands. Third, once the Gale Fiend is obtained, I will return you to Shengzhou, stated Zhang Yuan. Is that all? Trifling matters. I agree, Cui Yuanqi said with a grand wave of her hand, accepting the terms. Hearing this, Zhang Yuan waved his sleeve, casting severing the past and future upon Cui Yuanqi and Xiaoshi to conceal their forms. He then produced a golden chariot, walked out of the cabin, and cast it onto the sea. Go! The golden chariot expanded, carrying Zhang Yuan and the other 3 as it shot into the sky, flying towards Zhuzhou Island in the inverted sea. At first it was fine, the chariot flew normally. But halfway through, as they neared the inverted sea, the world suddenly spun, their perspective shifted, and everything turned upside down, just like the 3 islands. A divine light flashed in Zhang Yuan's eyes. Gazing through the chariot's window, he frowned at Shengzhou Island. The inversion of heaven and earth had triggered his immaculate primordial spirit, proving it was caused by human force. The fact that the immaculate primordial spirit could not fully resist the effect indicated the inverting force originated from a golden core Jinjun. Miss, look, why isn't our ship moving? At that moment, Xiaoshi pointed at the Cui clan's tower ship they had just left, puzzled. The Cui clan's tower ship was stopped at the edge of the sea cavity, completely motionless. Cui Yuanqi looked, her brow furrowing as her pupils contracted slightly. Xiaoshi was only at the external Dao Qi refining stage. Though she had a natural talent for transformation, her perception and eyesight were far inferior to those of a Gangsha Dao Qi refining Jiren. From Cui Yuanxi's perspective, the Cui clan's tower ship was awash with blood. The deck was strewn with the dismembered limbs and broken bodies of Cui clan disciples. Not a single intact corpse could be found. Impossible. Who could kill an entire ship's crew so quickly? Who would dare? Chui Yuanqi murmured in disbelief, her brow deeply furrowed. It was known that every Chui clan tower ship that set sail was equipped with a foundation establishment Tianren to oversee it. This ship was no exception. It had her uncle's spirit Nether Tianren at the early foundation establishment stage on board. Yet now no one on the ship had survived. Did that not mean her uncle's spirit Nether Tianren was also dead? Could a golden core Jinjun from a rival clan have acted? Impossible. If a golden core Jinjun had set foot in the inverted sea, the Chui clan's own Jinjun would have come out to welcome them long ago. Zhang Yuan also witnessed the carnage on the Chui clan's ship. After a moment of silence, he said, "The Wang clan. Wang Dingzhong at Tianren at the Great Perfection stage." If the Wang clan had fled the city overnight for the Eastern Sea, then upon seeing the Chui clan's tower ship, they would certainly have silenced its crew to cover their tracks. The heavenly inherited Meridian sword cannon stated that to seek the Rainmaster coin, one must invert the waters of the Eastern Sea and bury 10,000 miles of mountains and rivers. Inverting the Eastern Sea's waters. Did that not refer to this very inverted sea? Seen in this light, the Wang clan's arrival in the Eastern Sea was perfectly logical. A sudden realization struck Zhang Yuan. He cursed inwardly, a chill creeping into his heart. With his immaculate primordial spirit and clear spiritual sense, how could he have overlooked such a critical detail and foolishly come to the Eastern Sea seeking the Gale Fiend? Damn it! A golden core Jinjun must be influencing him. He did not understand. He was merely an ordinary 7-turn minor cultivator. Why did these golden core Jinjun dwelling high above always set traps for him? Turn around. We must turn around for Shengzhou. A Chui clan Jinjun is surely stationed there. If I can reach Shengzhou and rely on Chui Yuanqi, I will be safe, Zhang Yuan realized. With lightning-fast reflexes, he steered the golden chariot racing towards Shengzhou Island at the heart of the inverted sea. But in the next instant, the inverted sea suddenly surged, raising a towering water peak 10,000 zhang high. Boundless shadowy storm clouds swept in, and a colossal pillar of wind descended from the void, connecting the sky to the sea like a true dragon swallowing the ocean. Compared to this colossal pillar of wind, Zhang Yuan's golden imperial chariot was like an ant. It was instantly swept into the vortex, and even at full speed it could not escape the storm's reach. The storm, carrying 10,000 hectares of seawater, hurtled towards Zhuzhou Island. Zhuzhou Island. The sun shone brightly, the vegetation was of verdant jade, and all living beings were harmonious and full of vitality. Suddenly, an exceptionally dazzling stream of golden light descended from the heavens, crashing down upon the seashore. Zhang Yuan stepped out from the golden carriage, his gaze slightly somber as he looked beyond Zhuzhou Island. Within the island, the wind was calm and the waves placid, yet outside a relentless storm raged, encasing the island in a formidable barrier of hurricane winds. Zhang Yuan manifested a thick iron chain. Go! The chain, like a massive blade, fiercely struck towards the hurricane barrier. However, the iron chain manifested by the myriad creations was instantly shredded upon touching the hurricane, leaving the barrier unscathed. Zhang Yuan's brow furrowed tightly, his heart sinking into the abyss. Although a foundation establishment celestial could influence heaven and earth, it was usually limited to a single city. Zhuzhou Island, however, was immensely vast. If placed on land, its size would be nearly equivalent to a third of the Ao kingdom, a feat that must be the handiwork of a golden core true lord. Zhang Yuan pondered inwardly. To be honest, he truly could not understand why he always inexplicably fell into the schemes of a golden core true lord. This was already the second time. No, it might not necessarily be targeting me. Zhang Yuan suddenly thought, turning his head to look at Chui Yuanqi, who had alighted from the golden carriage, his eyes narrowing slightly. He himself was merely a chi refining cultivator of the 7th turn with no background or opportunities, certainly not worth a golden core true lord's machinations. But what if the target of the scheme was the future fated celestial, the eldest daughter of the Aohai Chui clan? That was highly probable. After a moment of deep thought, Zhang Yuan withdrew the golden carriage and summoned Chen Xinxiao, Chui Yuanqi, and Xiao Shi. He first cast a pitying glance at Chen Xinxiao. Originally, the intention of going to sea was to avoid the Wang clan. Who would have thought the Wang clan was also in the East Sea and quite close to them? Chen Xinxiao was truly unlucky. Does the Aohai Chui clan have any hostile true lords? Zhang Yuan looked at Chui Yuanqi and asked. It could be essentially confirmed that a golden core true lord must have made a move this time. The immediate priority was to determine the specific identity of the true lord who acted, for only then could there be a chance to maneuver. Yes, apart from the Biandong Li clan, the other 5 families all have poor relations with our Aohai Chui clan. Chui Yuanqi thought for a moment and answered truthfully. Zhang Yuan's eyelids twitched slightly. He sighed, then asked, "How much do you know about Zhuzhou Island?" Cui Yuanqi blinked, turning her gaze towards Xiao Shi. She only knew the names of the 3 islands. As for the specific details, Xiao Shi was more knowledgeable. Xiao Shi took over the conversation, thought for a moment, and said, Zhuzhou is actually not much different from ordinary islands, just a bit larger. Its most special aspect is that Zhuzhou grows an immortal herb of immortality called the nourishing body Lingji. Mortals who consume it can extend their lifespan by 100 years, and heretic cultivators can increase their cultivation base by taking it. Nourishing body Lingji, Zhang Yuan murmured. He cast a sidelong glance, plucked a Lingji from beside his foot, raised an eyebrow, and asked, Is this it? Xiao Shi exclaimed in surprise. It really is. Nourishing body Lingji grew in considerable numbers on Zhuzhou, but it was not a weed found everywhere. For Zhang Yuan to have one right by his foot upon landing was indeed a stroke of great luck. Zhang Yuan nodded, about to casually toss it into his cosmos pouch. Just then a scolding shout rang out. A richly dressed, yet travel-worn, and haggard noblewoman leading a young boy emerged from the island's forest. The young boy stared at the nourishing body Lingji, and Zhang Yuan's hand reached out and said, Give me the immortal herb. Zhang Yuan glanced at him and continued his previous action, tossing the Lingji into his cosmos pouch. The nourishing body Lingji could extend life by 100 years. Even if it was of little use to a Gangsha Dao cultivator, it could still be exchanged for spirit stones or gold and silver. Seeing this, the boy urgently cried, I told you to give me the immortal herb. Are you deaf? Zhang Yuan's brow furrowed slightly. His gaze swept over the child's features, and he had already formed a judgment in his heart. At this moment, the noblewoman beside the boy stepped in front of Zhang Yuan and said timidly, Esteemed immortal, the child is used to being willful at home. Please don't take it to heart. The noblewoman had a fine figure. Standing before Zhang Yuan and bending slightly, it accentuated her curvaceous silhouette even more. Coupled with her smooth, fair, and haggard face, anyone would find it hard not to feel a pang of sympathy. Zhang Yuan, however, let out a cold laugh. Oh, in that case, why not let me discipline the child on Madame's behalf? In my homeland, if a child had such a character, they would be hung from a tree and beaten to death the very next day. Cui Yuanqi added, The process wouldn't be that slow. Xiao Shi also said, and the force wouldn't be that light. The noblewoman's expression froze, utterly taken aback by Zhang Yuan's response. Beaten to death directly. Was a child being willful really that serious? The noblewoman stepped forward, attempting to grasp Zhang Yuan's hand, tears glistening in her eyes. There's no need to trouble the immortal. My clan and I set out to sea, encountered a storm, and I was separated from them, landing here and catching a chill. Qing'er heard that this island has an immortal herb of immortality and wanted to find it to cure my illness. It is a gesture of filial piety. Upon hearing this, Zhang Yuan immediately put on a stern face. He flicked his sleeve, shaking off the approaching noblewoman. What has filial piety or not got to do with me? However, I see that this child is quite spirited. If you feel apologetic, then gift this child to me. The noblewoman stumbled back, a flash of anger in her heart, which she dared not show. Instead, she asked, Does the immortal wish to take my son as an apprentice? Zhang Yuan shook his head. No, I want to refine your son into an immortal pill. The noblewoman's eyes widened. You want to refine me into an immortal pill? You demon, prepare to die. The young boy behind the noblewoman, having produced a short sword from somewhere, his expression twisted with rage, lunged fiercely towards Zhang Yuan's chest. The short sword flashed with a cold, sharp light. Zhang Yuan swatted the thrusting blade aside and seized the boy by the neck with one hand, saying coldly, You really are a family. Just like your father, you like stabbing people in the chest. He had suspected it from the moment they first appeared. The reason was simple. This child bore a 70% resemblance to Wang Bohan. And now with this stab aimed at his chest, it was certain that he was Wang Bohan's son. Put my son down, or he'll kill her. Seeing her only son seized by the neck, the noblewoman was frantic with worry. She too produced a short sword and pressed it against the unguarded Chen Xinxiao. Zhang Yuan looked over. Chen Xinxiao moved her arm slightly, and with a single punch, she pierced through the noblewoman's abdomen. Her expression was calm, her gaze as placid as an ancient well. A heretic Qi refining 8th layer cultivator, though far inferior to a Gangsha Dao Qi refining perfected being, could still kill a mere mortal with ease. I told you children shouldn't have such murderous intent. Zhang Yuan shook his head slightly, offered a word of reproach, and casually snapped the young boy's neck, dropping him to the ground. Chen Xinxiao lifted her gaze, slightly staring at him. Zhang Yuan chuckled. I'm an adult, but's different. Cui Yuanqi and Xiao Shi both ignored the two corpses on the ground, their expressions perfectly natural. What do we do now? They were from the Wang clan. The Wang clan isn't also on Zhuzhou Island, is it? Xiao Shi asked, full of worry. Cui Yuanxi had snuck out, and her clan usually turned a blind eye assuming there would be a clan celestial secretly following her. But the situation was different now. They had been suddenly swept onto Zhuzhou Island, and the Cui clan celestial following them had most likely not been able to keep up. Let's leave here first. Even if the Wang clan really is on the island, they won't be able to find us anytime soon. Zhang Yuan pondered briefly, then moved to depart from the island's coast. Shortly after Zhang Yuan and his companions departed, two figures strode side by side across the tumultuous waves. Zhang Yuan recognized both of them, Cui Wenshan, the mystic comprehension celestial, and the blood miasma celestial, who had disguised himself as the innkeeper of Jianing City. Yet now these two, who had once borne a grudge against each other, were conversing amiably. Daoist Tongshuan, are these two juniors of your clan? Blood miasma squinted at the two corpses on the shore and inquired. Cui Wenshan cast a casual glance and said, irrelevant. Blood miasma walked slowly toward the coast, sighing softly. How could they die so miserably? I wonder which demon did this. Oh well, let me offer some aid. Blood miasma celestial flicked his finger, sending a blood-red light brimming with vitality into the bodies of the noblewoman and Wang Jinqing. Instantly, the noblewoman's pierced abdomen regenerated, restoring her to a complete corpse, while Wang Jinqing's neck gradually healed, reviving his life force until he began to breathe. My power is spent, oh, I can only save one. Seeing that only one was revived, blood miasma lowered his gaze and sighed. Cui Wenshan frowned deeply. A demonic celestial actually saving lives. Was blood miasma losing his mind today? Never mind whether he was or not, it was none of his concern. Blood miasma smiled and said, let us go. Daoist Tongxian. Cui Wenshan nodded. Daoist blood miasma Wang Dingzhong is at the center of Zhuzhou Island. Enlightened by the cloud turtle carrying Mountain True Lord, he had traced the Wang family's karma to this point and encountered blood miasma celestial outside Zhuzhou Island, learning that he too sought to kill Wang Dingzhong. The two found common ground, their past grievances dissolving instantly, and resolved to join forces to give Wang Dingzhong a bitter taste of defeat. Cui Wenshan and his companion departed from the shore. Not long after, a streak of sword light plummeted swiftly, landing before the noblewoman and Wang Jinqing. Wang Bohan stared at the pair, gripping his sword, silent. News of Wang Jinqing becoming a sacrifice had leaked, reaching his mother, Wang Bohan's wife. Thus, hiding from everyone, she had fled with Wang Jinqing. Foolish sentimentality. With the family's rise imminent, what is one life worth? What is it worth? After a long pause, Wang Bohan muttered to himself, sighed, and crouched to close the noblewoman's wide-staring eyes. He then lifted the still-breathing Wang Jinqing with one arm, and with a flash of sword light, severed the noblewoman's head. He held it in his hand and flew away on his sword. Zhuzhou Island had an extraordinary number of guests today. Moments later, a tiny figure emerged from the storm. This figure, with hands clasped behind its back, seemed surrounded by an invisible force that repelled the surging waves, tearing through the hurricane barrier to land steadily on the shore. Moi. Xiao Yuanjun glanced down, seeing the headless corpse of the noblewoman. She extended her left hand for a brief divination and frowned with displeasure. They should have cleaned up before leaving. Xiao Yuanjun waved her hand lightly, and the corpse dissolved into dust and smoke, leaving no trace, no karma. After capturing the Thunderstrike Sha, she followed the location Zhang Yuan had previously given, arriving at Lu family village outside Longxi City. Finding no one, she used the all-life connection to divine the causal threads, thereby locking onto Zhang Yuan's whereabouts. Zhang Yuan and his companions left the shore, heading deeper into Zhuzhou Island. Then Zhang Yuan halted, struck by a premonition, and gazed eastward. The Gale Sha. Zhang Yuan's thoughts stirred, a flicker of surprise crossing his mind. In truth, based on his deductions, the rumor of the Gale Sha on Zhuzhou Island was false, for the storm encircling the island was the work of a true lord, not a naturally formed earthly Sha. But now, sensing the Gale Sha on the island forced Zhang Yuan to overturn his previous conclusion. Since the Gale Sha existed on the island, it meant the storm was not conjured by a golden core true lord, and his being swept on his Zhuzhou Island was merely coincidental. Zhang Yuan furrowed his brow, pondered briefly, and decided to investigate in person before drawing conclusions. He changed direction and headed east. On a patch of hard ground in the east, an old man sat cross-legged, his right hand grasping a swirling storm vortex, his left holding a compass-like object. The old man wore the Wang family robe. He was the second elder of the Wang family, named Wang Dingxing, an 8th Revolution Qi refining paragon of high standing. He had not joined the siege on Zhang Yuan at the Chun residence, and thus escaped death. Zhang Yuan and his three companions approached. Wang Dingxing opened his eyes, a glint of light flashing in his age-decaying gaze as he looked at them, then quickly dimmed. I have walked the Tao for 120 years, and my lifespan ends this year. I never imagined I would not die with dignity at such an age. Wang Dingxing rose to his feet. Though a chi-refining paragon was the pinnacle of humanity, a paragon was still human. Without opportunities to extend life like ordinary mortals, they would die within a maximum of 120 years. The Wang family brought this upon themselves through their own misdeeds. Cui Yuanqi said bluntly. We merely sought a brighter future. Where is the misdeed? Wang Dingxing shook his head. Recognizing Cui Yuanxi's features, he identified her as the eldest daughter of the Aohai Cui clan. Can the rise of your Aohai Cui clan be deemed righteous? Cui Yuanqi raised an eyebrow and crossed her arms. Is that the same? Her Aohai Cui clan had risen through the fists of their ancestors, a fundamental difference from the Wang family. The ancestors said the strong strike at the stronger. If one cannot defeat the stronger alone, then call more people to strike together. Wang Dingxing was momentarily speechless, then lashed out, condensing a majestic sword light. Words are useless. All who obstruct my Wang family shall die. The sword light surged, bypassing Cui Yuanqi, who had silenced him, and aimed straight for Zhang Yuan's neck. This Wang family, bullies who prey on the weak. Zhang Yuan cursed, inwardly manifesting the all-life connection iron chains infused with the five-fold ravaging qi to block the sword light, while sweeping toward Wang Dingxing. No defense or swift resolution. Who knew how many Wang family members lurked nearby? Daoist, I shall aid you. Cui Yuanqi, seeing this, formed hand seals and unleashed a divine ability. A translucent, fair-skinned giant palm materialized, imbued with vast celestial imagery, its momentum terrifying as it crashed toward Wang Dingxing. This was also a lethal divine ability and no ordinary one. It comprised three celestial forces: the general star heavenly essence, the three yang heavenly essence, and the demon-subduing heavenly essence, showcasing the profound heritage of the Aohai Cui clan. Facing two supreme lethal abilities simultaneously, even though Zhang Yuan and Cui Yuanqi were of lower realms, Wang Dingxing knew he was no match. Alas, Wang Dingxing slowly closed his eyes as the two abilities reduced him to dust. The storm vortex and compass slipped from his grasp, about to transform into streaks of light and flee. Zhang Yuan's eyes flashed. He moved in a blur, catching both objects simultaneously. With Wang Dingxing's death, the storm encircling Zhuzhou Island gradually subsided and dissipated. The gale sha secured. Joy spread across Zhang Yuan's face. The storm vortex was the manifestation of the gale sha, and with the storm ceasing, he could now leave Zhuzhou Island. Now was the time to go without delay. A hand landed on Zhang Yuan's shoulder. Young friend, where are you headed? Zhang Yuan slowly turned his head and saw the innkeeper of Jianing City staring at him with a beaming smile, the corners of his eyes twitching slightly. Back in Jianing City, he had once refined tens of thousands of lives in a single session. This blood miasma celestial was a true demonic cultivator. Zhang Yuan's expression remained unchanged as he cupped his hands and said, "This junior pays respects to the blood miasma celestial." Blood miasma nodded and replied, "It seems fate has brought us together." Third uncle. Cui Yuanqi exclaimed in surprise, noticing Cui Wenshan standing behind the blood miasma celestial. Cui Wenshan frowned upon seeing Cui Yuanqi. He had specifically warned Cui Yuanqi not to leave the Cui residence recently, especially not to venture out to sea. Yet against his wishes, Cui Yuanqi had still sneaked out. Now with the Dao contest impending against Wang Dingzhong, he had no time to ensure Cui Yuanxi's safety. Cui Wenshan spoke with an unyielding tone. Leave this place immediately and head to Shengizhou Island. Cui Yuanqi blinked, pondering what excuse he could find to stay. At that moment, blood miasma spoke with a smile. Daoist Tongshuan Zhuzhou Island is fraught with danger. Without our protection, it would be difficult for them to leave the island safely. It would be better to let these youngsters follow us so we can offer our protection whenever needed. Cui Wenshan furrowed his brow, pondered for a moment, and said, "Very well, then you shall follow me for now." Delighted, Cui Yuanqi called for Xiao Shi and followed Cui Wenshan. Seeing this, Zhang Yuan intended to find an excuse to leave with Chen Xinxiao. However, before he could speak, the blood miasma celestial said first, "Come along, young friend. A grand spectacle is about to unfold. It would be a pity to miss it." The grand spectacle he referred to was naturally the Dao contest between Cui Wenshan and Wang Dingzhong. Once the two met, a fierce battle would inevitably erupt, leaving no room for negotiation. Facing a celestial at the foundation establishment stage, Zhang Yuan had no power to resist and could only follow helplessly. Sunset arrived. At the heart of Zhuzhou Island lay a formation inscribed with runes representing the 24 solar terms, circulating endlessly with a divine aura. All but Great Cold were placed in their corresponding positions. Wang Dingzhong sat cross-legged at the center of the formation, holding a sharp ritual sword, calculating the time as he awaited the arrival of the sacrifice Great Cold. The method of seeking truth in the heaven-bearing lineage sword scripture required a sacrifice to heaven on the day before the beginning of spring. If the sacrifice were held early, though it would not directly cause failure, it would reduce the probability of success by 10 to 20%. If he could proceed step by step, strictly following the ritual would be best, but now he had no time left, and neither did the Wang family. As the seeker of the Rainmaster coin, Wang Dingzhong could clearly sense that all celestials interested in the coin were rushing toward the East Sea, with the nearest already having set foot on Zhuzhou Island. They've arrived. Wang Dingzhong opened his eyes. Two figures flew through the air, arriving together: Cui Wenshan, a late-stage celestial, and the blood miasma, celestial, a perfected celestial. Cui Wenshan hovered in midair, holding a person in each hand, and tossed them toward the center of the formation. One dead, one alive, one old, one young. They landed before Wang Dingzhong. Wang Bohan and Wang Jinqing, father and son, were reunited. But now Wang Bohan was dead, and Wang Jinqing had only a single breath left as the sacrifice. Wang Dingzhong slowly rose to his feet and looked up. Ling Xuan, begin your truth-seeking, Cui Wenshan said, his gaze calm. Wang Dingzhong's celestial title was Ling Quan. As for Wang Bohan and Wang Jinqing, he had encountered them on the road, killed Wang Bohan without a second thought, and kept Wang Jinqing, who seemed to be the object of the truth-seeking. His aim was to stop Wang Dingzhong's truth-seeking, not to cut off his chance entirely. Only by intervening during the truth-seeking itself would he increase his own chances of success in the future. Without a word, Wang Dingzhong threw his grandson Wang Jinqing into the great cold position. With a motion of his ritual sword, it transformed into 4 spirit swords of wind, rain, thunder, and lightning, each striking 6 of the 24 solar terms. Blood gushed, heads fell, and a vast celestial imagery manifested, reflecting the scenes of spring, summer, autumn, and winter in the sky. Ling Xuan seized the 24 solar terms of heaven and earth, turned the pivot of the East Sea to prove the Rain Master coin. As Wang Dingzhong spoke, the inverted sea at the pivotal point of the East Sea stirred, driven by the imagery of the 24 solar terms, shifting steadily toward Longxi City. Make your move. A murderous intent flashed in Cui Wenshan's eyes as he reached out to seize the 24 solar terms driving the inverted sea. If he could grasp even one, he could destroy Wang Dingzhong's truth-seeking ritual. Blood miasma nodded, his form flickering as he reached behind Cui Wenshan, tearing out a bloody heart and crushing it with a bang. Cui Wenshan's eyes widened as he spun around. You. Blood miasma smiled and said, Daoist Tongxuan, next time do not trust others so easily. Your vigilance is inferior to that young one's. He was of course referring to Zhang Yuan. At the qi refining stage, he could already break free from a celestial's influence. His vigilance was indeed unmatched. Though his heart had been torn out and crushed, Cui Wenshan's vitality did not wane. He struck back with a fearsome divine ability, unfolding his celestial domain. In an instant, the air was filled with water vapor, turning misty, enveloping the blood miasma, celestial, Wang Dingzhong, the 24 solar terms, and the truth-seeking formation. Outside Cui Wenshan's domain, Zhang Yuan and the other 3 stood on a small hill, gazing at the scene before them, their eyes shimmering with awe. That despicable demonic cultivator tricked third uncle. Cui Yuan, she couldn't help but exclaim. Something's wrong. Zhang Yuan held the storm vortex, refining it while frowning in thought. Cui Wenshan was after all a latest celestial. It was impossible for him to trust the blood miasma celestial, a former opponent, so easily based on a single word. Something was definitely amiss. But what exactly was the problem? Zhang Yuan's eyes flickered as he took out the heaven-bearing lineage sword scripture from his storage pouch and quickly flipped through it. The content was still the same, but this time Zhang Yuan noticed a problem. The entire heaven-bearing lineage sword scripture contained no extraneous words, no elaboration on the imagery of the 36 heavenly and 72 earthly stars, and the Foundation Establishment chapter did not explain the principles of celestial cultivation. The entire text was nothing but a step-by-step cultivation method. It must be noted that whether it was Xiao Yuanjin's self-created innate true law self-salvation great method or the heavenly radiance illuminating the world true scripture of the Tianjing Hui sect, they all to some extent explain the principles of cultivation to enhance a cultivator's Dao base. In comparison, the heaven-bearing lineage sword scripture read like a method for rapid success. Since it was for rapid success, what needed to be rushed? Consumables needed to be rushed. Moreover, aside from this, except for the truth-seeking method on the last page, neither the Qi refining chapter nor the Foundation Establishment chapter seemed to have any connection to the Rainmaster coin. Zhang Yuan did not know what imagery the golden seat Rainmaster coin possessed, but from the name alone, he could tell that the heaven-bearing lineage sword scripture did not align with its imagery. How could a method that did not match the imagery of the golden seat succeed in truth-seeking? Chui Wenshan was confused. The heaven-bearing lineage sword scripture had serious issues, and the sudden betrayal of the blood miasma celestial. Everything seemed as if an invisible hand was guiding everyone to Zhuzhou Island to participate in this truth-seeking ritual. Endless mist like a sphere enveloped the center of Zhuzhou Island, forming an arena for a magical duel. Chui Wenshan had retreated far away, his heart once torn out and crushed had fully regrown. With a grim expression, he stared at the blood miasma celestial. He too had realized that his mind had been influenced. Although the blood miasma was at the celestial perfection stage, far stronger than his own late celestial stage, it should not have been able to easily sway his consciousness. Chui Wenshan asked, "Which true lord stands behind you?" Only a true lord could influence a celestial. A true lord from a hostile faction must be aiding Wang Dingzhong in his pursuit of truth, and the blood miasma was merely that true lord's pawn. Wang Dingzhong's quest for truth is doomed to fail. The blood miasma replied, evading the question. Why bother interfering, Daoist Tongxian? Wouldn't it be better to watch the show with me? Chui Wenshan's expression darkened with resentment. The gap between the late celestial stage and celestial perfection was vast. He was no match for the blood miasma celestial. Was he simply to watch Wang Dingzhong pursue the truth? Wang Dingzhong's aura was immense. Even within Chui Wenshan's Dao domain, his presence remained undiminished. Contrary to Chui Wenshan's belief, Wang Dingzhong did not know the blood miasma celestial and had not invited him as an ally. In fact, before the blood miasma celestial acted, Wang Dingzhong had assumed he was a foe sent by Chui Wenshan. As for why the two suddenly turned against each other, Wang Dingzhong neither knew nor cared to know. After all, his only goal was to seek the truth and attain the Tao. Yet before formally beginning his quest, and before the inverted sea reached Dragon Creek City, he could still clear away some obstacles. With this thought, Wang Dingzhong flicked his finger. The four spirit swords of wind, rain, thunder, and lightning that surrounded him each manifested their distinct imagery, condensing into sword energy and sword light that suddenly struck at Chui Wenshan. Chui Wenshan frowned, forming hand seals to use his domain's power to withstand the four different sword energies and lights. His brow suddenly raised. Instead of continuing to resist, he stretched out his hand, caught two strands of sword energy and light, and narrowed his eyes. The Rain Master Coin. No, this is not the divine ability imagery of the Rain Master Coin technique. The heavens and earth hold 36 immortal golden thrones. The cultivation method for each throne must correspond with its true imagery, or the quest for truth is impossible. The Rain Master Coin possesses heaven-defying power, commanding weather to summon wind and rain, overturning rivers and seas. Yet while Wang Dingzhong's four spirit swords seemed similar in imagery, in actual combat their core imagery did not match at all. At least they did not match the Rain Master Coin technique he cultivated. His own method, called the Spiritual Invocation and Heavenly Request Scripture, was left by a fallen Rain Master Coin true lord ancestor of the Chui clan 800 years ago. It was certainly correct. Since his own technique was flawless, the problem could only lie with Wang Dingzhong. With this realization, Chui Wenshan ceased all actions and withdrew his domain. The blood miasma's words were true. There was no need for him to act. Wang Dingzhong was already destined to fail. The blood miasma chuckled. You see it too, Daoist Tongxian. This Wang Dingzhong cultivates a technique called the Heaven Inheriting Sword Scripture, which I personally gifted to the Wang family 1,000 years ago. This method appears to allude to the Rain Master Coin, but it is actually derived from the Scorched Ember technique. Their imagery is vastly different, so of course his quest for truth cannot succeed. Chui Wenshan pondered. The imagery of the 36th Golden Throne Scorched Ember was a single ember, hides deep burning mountains and rivers without end. He had long heard that the Wang family's techniques were peculiar, with all their divine abilities from chi refining to the human immortal stage being identical. Now it seemed to perfectly match the Scorched Ember imagery. Frowning, Chui Wenshan asked, where did you obtain this technique? Why did you give it to the Wang family? The blood miasma smiled broadly. This method is my own creation. I gave it to the Wang family so they could summon the Rain Master Coin Golden Throne, then use the golden elixir I previously refined to devour the throne's imagery, achieving a different path to the truth. Chui Wenshan's brow furrowed deeply, but he was not angered by the blood miasma's plan to consume the Rain Master Coin's imagery. Instead, he keenly sensed several suspicious points. The blood miasma was indeed at celestial perfection among the top celestials in cultivation, but he was not a Scorched Ember true lord. How could he create a Scorched Ember technique that alluded to the Rain Master Coin? Even if the blood miasma possessed such talent and insight to create a truth-seeking method from nothing, where did the Scorched Ember imagery that had empowered the Wang family for a millennium come from? The divine abilities of cultivators, from chi refining to human immortal, were all unique. Throughout history, none had ever repeated. A mere truth-seeking method could not change this iron law of the path of devouring baleful qi and swallowing astral wind unless it was empowered by scorched ember imagery. And only a scorched ember true lord could provide such imagery. In an instant, Cui Wenshan's heart trembled with fear, but he dared not show it. A true lord scheme. He Wang Dingzhong and the blood miasma celestial were all pawns without exception. Being a pawn was one thing, but he did not even know what this scorched ember true lord sought. Seeing that Cui Wenshan no longer obstructed him, Wang Dingzhong ignored him and focused entirely on ascending to the throne to seek the truth. Step by step, he walked toward the sky. The 24 solar terms one after another continuously empowered him. Finally, before dawn, the inverted sea moved from the center of the eastern sea to above Dragon Creek City. Not only Dragon Creek City, but the entire Ao Kingdom and the borderlands of neighboring nations were covered by the immense shadow of the inverted sea. Countless people bowed their heads witnessing the sky falling. At that moment, Wang Dingzhong's aura reached its peak. In the void of the sky, a dazzling azure light suddenly flickered. Like an eye, it followed the vast imagery and looked down at Wang Dingzhong in midair. Wang Dingzhong's face lit up with excitement. This was the Rainmaster coin, one of the 36 immortal golden thrones. If he could gain its favor, he would ascend to the position of true lord. Yet in the next moment, after a single glance at Wang Dingzhong, the Rainmaster coin vanished without a trace. Wang Dingzhong's smile froze. After a long pause, he caught the mocking expressions of Cui Wenshan and the blood miasma celestial from the corner of his eye and suddenly understood. He had failed. The Rainmaster coin had not favored him. But why? He had followed the truth-seeking method of the heaven-inheriting sword scripture exactly. How could he have failed? Wang Dingzhong's expression twisted his thoughts, a chaotic mess, his mind on the verge of collapse, unable to comprehend the reason. After a moment, Wang Dingzhong calmed down. Failure in seeking the truth had always been within his expectations. And now, before the backlash of the Golden Throne struck, he would avenge the dead souls of the Wang family, avenge his only son Wang Bohan, and avenge his grandson Wang Jinxing, who had become a sacrifice for Great Han. Wang Dingzhong looked down, his gaze locking onto Zhang Yuan and his three companions. Seeing that Wang Dingzhong had failed and was now staring at them, Wang Dingzhong's quest for truth failed. He's going mad. Damn Wang family. Even a mad celestial picks on the weak. Zhang Yuan's heart tightened. Cursing inwardly, he acted without hesitation, activated the golden imperial chariot expertly, swept up Cui Yuanshi and the other two, and fled for his life. The golden carriage flew at an astonishing speed. In the blink of an eye, Zhang Yuan had already traversed thousands of li from the center of Zhuzhou Island. However, before a foundation establishment celestial, especially one at the perfection stage, no matter how swift the escape art of a qi refining mortal might be, it was all in vain. Wang Dingzhong stood aloft in midair, taking a step forward as his perfected foundation establishment, Dao Domain, unfolded, crashing down upon the golden light, speeding toward the island's edge. The four spirits consecrated Dao Domain. Boom! A terrifying heavenly thunderbolt descended forcibly, halting the golden light. The surroundings had transformed drastically. Storms raged, lightning gathered, and scattered dark clouds converged at the dome, and raindrops as large as pebbles hammered incessantly against the carriage roof. The golden carriage seemed corroded, its divine imagery dissipating. With a grave expression, Zhang Yuan swiftly retracted the golden chariot, channeled the imagery onto himself, grabbed Chen Xinxiao, and abandoned Cui Yuanqi and Xiaoshi, fleeing toward the island's edge. Boom! A thunderclap roared as a bolt of lightning struck before Zhang Yuan, manifesting a human silhouette. Lingquan Celestial Wang Dingzhong. Wang Dingzhong's expression was impassive regarding his enemy Zhang Yuan, as though he were an ant easily crushed. He raised a hand and pressed a finger gently toward Zhang Yuan. Within the four spirits' consecrated Dao Domain, the elements shifted. A finger formed from wind, rain, thunder, and lightning pressed down with overwhelming might. The divine imagery of Zhang Yuan's near-eightfold qi refining was shackled, and his body was pinned in place, unable to move. Both this thunderous finger and Wang Dingzhong himself seemed utterly transcendent to the qi refining mortal, as if they existed on wholly different planes. He could not fight, could not even strike. Though he had encountered many Foundation Establishment Celestials before, such as the Li and Chu clan Celestials, Xiao Yuanjuan and Dongfang Kaibai, he had only ever interacted with them, never directly faced the might of a Celestial. Mortals and ants, mortals and qi refining and Foundation Establishment. This was the stark manifestation of the hierarchical gap between a Gangsha Dao qi refining mortal and a Foundation Establishment Celestial. Zhang Yuan's heart hardened with defiance. Even as his entire body was restrained, his divine powers suppressed, and he faced imminent annihilation under the Celestial's finger. He refused to surrender. Myriad Life Genesis. Zhang Yuan channeled Myriad Life Genesis with all his might, causing the divine imagery within him to tremble, violently shaking the karmic link between him and Xiao Yuanjun. He intended to borrow Xiao Yuanjun's fourth divine art. The Celestial Annihilation Fourfold Absolute Domain could temporarily elevate his status. Even if he couldn't match Xiao Yuanjun's level, it should suffice to break free. He had refrained from borrowing the Celestial Annihilation Fourfold Absolute Domain before because its divine imagery was too vast, composed of 10 heavenly and earthly Sha, and forcibly borrowing it risked his body being torn apart by the imagery. But now with the Celestial before him, he couldn't worry about exploding. He would rather detonate alongside Wang Dingzhong. The 5 plunder body-breaking Qi, the 9 guard harmonious Qi, the past and present severance. He cycled through his mounted divine arts. Finally, the cycling stopped, settling on an entirely new, never-used divine art, the Celestial Annihilation Fourfold Absolute Domain. Zhang Yuan exhaled and resolutely activated the art. The next moment, a surge of colossal divine imagery flooded into his body like a great hand parting the mists, lifting Zhang Yuan, whose status was merely at the 7th Thandahalfold, upward. 8th-fold status, 9th-fold status, 10th-fold status. Zhang Yuan's pinned finger twitched, and with a flash of light, he shifted his position as golden radiance narrowly evading the crushing finger. Alive but not enough. Even after escaping the risk of being crushed, Zhang Yuan's mind did not relax. The Celestial Annihilation Fourfold Absolute Domain had elevated him to the 10th-fold Qi, refining mortal status comparable to Xiao Yuanjun at her normal 10th-fold, but that was far from sufficient. A 10th-fold Qi refining mortal could only move slightly to a foundation establishment celestial, whether at 7.5-fold or 10th-fold the difference was negligible, merely requiring another finger. To turn the tables, he would need to reach the status Xiao Yuanjun held before her celestial breakthrough. Otherwise, escape under Wang Dingzhong's watch was utterly impossible. If I fully refine the Gale Sha and reach the 8th fold, could I forcibly attain the status just below a celestial? Zhang Yuan clutched the half-refined Gale Sha in his other hand, pondering inwardly. At this moment, though the Celestial Annihilation Fourfold Absolute Domain had successfully elevated his status, its terrifying imagery was relentlessly ravaging his body and mind, and he couldn't maintain it for long. In other words, to survive, he had to refine the Gale Sha and elevate his status again before the domain destroyed him. Hesitation only invites disaster. Wasn't it just a fight to the death? Xiao Yuanjun excelled at desperate struggles, and as her foremost disciple, could he do any less? Zhang Yuan clenched his hand, leveraging his 10th-fold Qi refining status to crush the stormy vortex of the Gale Sha, absorbing its imagery entirely into his body. Instantly, his realm broke through the 7th-fold, reaching the 8th-fold Qi refining. Zhang Yuan prepared to unleash the Celestial Annihilation Fourfold Absolute Domain and clash to the death with the old Wang overhead. But at that moment, a hand gently rested on Zhang Yuan's shoulder. Full of spirit, you haven't disgraced our sect. Worthy of being this master's foremost disciple. As a proud voice rang out, Zhang Yuan's status plummeted and his mounted divine art switched to the 9-guard harmonious Qi. Turning his head, he saw Xiao Yuanjun in her azure-glazed robe, and his tense mind relaxed. His pillar of strength had arrived. Xiao Yuanjun, with a smile in her eyes, appraised Zhang Yuan and said, "You've changed out of Dongfang Kaibai's Bian kingdom wedding robes. Have you married again in the Ao kingdom these past days?" Zhang Yuan. Not only was that the wrong focus, but was this really the time for such talk? For a moment, the feeling that his pillar wasn't quite reliable surged in Zhang Yuan's heart. Xiao Yuanjun teased him, then patted his shoulder, stepped before him to shield him, and faced the perfected celestial Lingquan, celestial Wang Dingzhong, with a calm and confident gaze. A celestial. As the master of the domain, Wang Dingzhong naturally noticed Xiao Yuanjun's sudden appearance and recognized her as a foundation establishment celestial. The 4 spirits consecrated Dao domain. Xiao Yuanjun swept her gaze over the surrounding domain, deduced briefly, and said coolly, "My domain is named the Celestial Annihilation Fourfold Absolute Domain. Since both our domains bear the word 4, what a coincidence. Shall we test our domains against each other?" Both domains happen to have the word 4. What a coincidence. Wang Dingzhong frowned and asked, "Who are you?" Among celestials there were gaps. He was a perfected celestial capable of seeking truth, while she appeared to be only at the early celestial stage, several minor realms below. Her suggestion of a contest was laughable. Xiao Yuanjun said calmly, "This seed is known as Jinhua, having attained celestial status half a month ago. As for my purpose here, it is simple: to take the head of Wang Dingzhong, the Wang clan patriarch, for my foremost disciple." "Take my head." Wang Dingjong, hearing Xiao Yuanjin's tone that was far from a joke, and seeing his eyes brimming with supreme confidence, was stunned for a moment before bursting into laughter. Ha ha ha. His laughter was utterly manic, echoing across the four corners of Zhuzhou Island, drawing the gaze of everyone present. After a moment, Wang Dingjong gradually suppressed his laughter, his gaze turning icy cold. A fallen tiger. A fallen tiger. The pursuit of truth failed, the golden throne rebounded. The fall of my Wang clan is inevitable, and my death is also sealed. But, do you even deserve to take my head? Even if the pursuit of truth had failed, even if the method for seeking truth in the heaven-inheriting sword scripture was flawed, he Wang Dingjong was still a foundation establishment perfected celestial. The problem lies with the truth-seeking method. The Qi refining and foundation establishment chapters of the heaven-inheriting sword scripture are flawless. Arrogant brat, come and die. Wang Dingjong's visage twisted hideously. He swung the Dharma sword that had slain the 24 Qi, and his Dao domain responded, unleashing boundless sword energy and light across the entire region. A sword cultivator. I've long heard of their terrifying killing power. I wish to witness it firsthand. However, the way of the sword lies in the blade and the self, not in the Dao domain. Allow me to shatter your domain and free you from its confines. Xiao Yuanjun remained unhurried. He took a step forward and gently stamped his foot. Crack. A sound like jade shattering rang out. The flawless four spirits co-sacrificed Dao domain was pierced, revealing a hole through which the scene outside the domain could be seen. Immediately after, a cascade of breaking sounds followed. In just a few moments, the four spirits co-sacrificed Dao domain shattered completely. He could break a perfected celestial's perfected domain. What realm is she in? Perfected celestial. No, that's not it. Early perfected celestial. How is that possible? Who is she? With the domain shattered, Chui Wenshan and Blood Miasma Celestial, who were outside, saw Xiao Yuanjun confronting Wang Dingjong. They frowned, their hearts filled with shock. One was a perfected celestial, the other in the late perfected celestial stage. Both knew perfectly well how strong a perfected celestial was and how difficult their domain was to break. Now that Wang Dingjong's domain had been broken, did this mean this person, though only in the early perfected celestial stage, possessed the power to crush a perfected celestial? How could this be? It completely defied logic. Not only them, but even Wang Dingjong's eyes were filled with bewilderment. He believed his domain was indestructible. How could it be broken so easily? Yet the fading domain and his plummeting state all testified to the fact of its destruction. Wang Dingjong's pupils contracted sharply, and he instinctively retreated 2 steps. Who are you? Are you a golden core true lord? Which true lord are you? He was jolted awake, recalling many things. The pursuit of truth had failed. Rain Master Coin had only cast a single glance, and the Wang clan's 1,000-year cultivation method, the heaven-inheriting sword scripture, was flawed. For 1,000 years, none of the Wang clan's successive foundation establishment celestial ancestors had discovered the flaw in the heaven-inheriting sword scripture. It was clear that a greater power was blinding the clan. A golden core true lord. The root of everything must be a golden core true lord, setting a trap for the Wang clan. And the person before him, could he be that true lord? Wang Dingjong felt as if he had fallen into an icy abyss. Xiao Yuanjun remained utterly calm, oblivious to Wang Dingjong's thoughts. He himself was one with the celestial domain, united with the heavenly obliteration for extreme immortal domain. What had seemed like a mere step forward was actually using the heavenly obliteration for extreme immortal domain to deliver a heavy blow to the four spirits co-sacrificed Dao domain, internally dismantling the flawlessly perfect domain of a perfected celestial. Xiao Yuanjun spoke slowly. I decree, spirit spring celestial, Wang Dingjong, your flesh shall fester into pus and blood. As he spoke, the heavens and earth seemed to echo. Wang Dingjong's flesh on his face, beneath his robe, and on his limbs rotted away in large patches, turning him into a grotesque mass of decaying meat, hanging on bones, a sight too horrifying to behold. I decree, spirit spring celestial, Wang Dingjong, your flesh shall be stripped from your bones. A wind stirred through heaven and earth, brushing gently. Wang Dingjong's flesh dissolved into ash, leaving only a skeleton clad in a Dharma robe, standing midair, staring in terror at his own transformation. This is impossible. I am a perfected celestial with an immensely exalted status. How can she do this? A foundation establishment celestial transcends life and death, unbound by the constraints of heaven and earth. Even heaven and earth cannot influence a celestial state, so by what right could she? Xiao Yuanjun did not answer his question and continued. I decree, spirit spring celestial, Wang Dingjong, your form shall perish and your spirit shall vanish. Your soul shall be scattered. A vast oppressive image of death materialized from the void, descending upon Wang Dingzhong, who was now nothing but bones. Seeing that death was imminent, Wang Dingzhong did not resign himself to fate this time. He fought back with all his might, using his remaining will to resist the encroaching image of death. The two opposing forces clashed in the unseen realm. For a moment, the seemingly terrifying image of death was actually pushed back by Wang Dingzhong's desperate struggle, showing signs of retreat. Moi. Wang Dingzhong was stunned, then quickly realized what was happening. Although his opponent had shattered his domain in an instant in actual combat, she didn't seem as powerful as he had imagined. He had overestimated her. If he struck with all his might, he might still be able to suppress and kill her. But did he have any strength left? His domain was broken, his flesh had melted away, leaving only bones. All his techniques had been dismantled, leaving him no chance to use his full power. Now resisting the image of death consumed the very last of his strength. The image of death receded slightly, but as Wang Dingzhong's willpower waned, it regrouped and advanced step by step. Finally, it transformed into a foul wind and noxious air that blew upon Wang Dingzhong, extinguishing his last bones, mind, and soul. Complete annihilation of body and spirit was no more than this. The perfected celestial spirit spring, celestial Wang Dingzhong, was dead. Watching this, Cui Wenshan and Blood Miasma Celestial's eyes were filled with dread. If they hadn't known Wang Dingzhong's realm beforehand, they would have thought that this true self-celestial was the perfected celestial, and Wang Dingzhong was merely an early-stage celestial. Powerful. This person was too powerful. So powerful that even they dared not claim they could fight him and emerge unscathed. Wang Dingzhong is dead. It's my turn now. Blood Miasma suddenly turned his head, looking at the 24 chi and the truth-seeking array left behind by Wang Dingzhong. He swiftly flew over, taking out the golden core he had already refined. The golden core fell into the center of the array. The array blazed to life, causing Zhuzhou Island to tremble and severing the connected East Sea water vein. The next moment, the inverted sea hanging above the Ao kingdom collapsed. 10,000 hectares of seawater crashed down like a curtain, and with it fell the three islands of Zhuzhou, Shenzhou, and Yingzhou. Meanwhile, the Rain Master coin, which had been hidden, lit up again in the void, casting its gaze upon Blood Miasma Celestial. Blood Miasma was overjoyed. He immediately intended to use the golden core to devour the golden throne Rain Master coin, thereby achieving a different form of truth-seeking. But just as he was about to act, he froze. Staring at the golden core in the center of the array and the distant Rain Master coin, he was momentarily at a loss for how to proceed. Devouring a golden throne. Was that something a Foundation establishment celestial could do, even if he was a perfected celestial? And at this moment, Wang Jinqing, who was missing his head, slowly stood up. He patted Blood Miasma Celestial on the shoulder, a childish voice emanating from his severed neck. Well done, Blood Miasma. Qinger is very pleased. Wang Jinqing rose to his feet, first feeling his empty head, then slapping his thigh, deeming a missing head rather unsightly. He turned and reached out toward Zhang Yuan's direction. Seeing the headless corpse looking at him from afar, Zhang Yuan's heart jolted in alarm, and he moved to hide behind Xiao Yuanjun. Yet the moment he stirred, the pouch at his waist detached on its own and landed in Wang Zhenqing's hand. Wang Jinqing tapped it lightly, and the pouch transformed into a head with indistinct features and a blurred face, which he placed upon the severed neck. Witnessing this, Zhang Yuan's pupils dilated in shock. He had suspected something amiss with the Eastern Sinking Pavilion, but never imagined the pouch he had carried for so long was actually a head. What then was he to do with the items he had stored inside? At that moment, Wang Jinqing frowned slightly as if feeling discomfort and removed the head again. He shook it in his hand, and several items tumbled out: spirit stones, gold and silver, a furnace, and a few books. What trash does this one stuff into my head? Wang Jinqing muttered, waving his hand. The scattered objects shot back toward Zhang Yuan. Xiao Yuanjun intercepted them, for Zhang Yuan stowing the items in his sleeve and bowing slightly. Before them stood none other than a true lord. Wang Jinqing remained indifferent, not sparing Zhang Yuan or the other a glance. To him, Zhang Yuan was merely a vessel he had chosen to deliver the head. You? Who in the heavens are you? The stunned Blood Miasma Celestial being finally recovered, his eyes widening as he spoke. Wang Jinqing replied with a smile, me. I am Wang Jinqing. Does Ancestor Qingtian no longer recognize me? Blood Miasma was momentarily baffled, then a sudden clarity dawned in his heart. His Dao name was Blood Miasma, a renowned rogue cultivator and celestial being of the demonic path in Ao Kingdom, with a cultivation base at the celestial being perfection. But a Dao name was just a name. His true identity was unknown to all in Ao Kingdom, including himself. Now, with a single sentence from Wang Jinqing, he remembered. He was the founding reviver of the Wang clan of Dragon Creek City, Wang Qingtian. So the Wang clan's descent to near annihilation was in truth all orchestrated by this very founding reviver. Blood miasma snapped back to reality, his gaze fixed intently on Wang Jinqing. He had uncovered the true identity of Wang Jinqing. A spark of embers deep and concealed shall scorch mountains and rivers never to be quenched. The embers buried deep within the heart blazed like a wildfire, smoke and dust filling the skies. The lake of the mind parched, and the spiritual platform clouded. Blazing embers, this man was true Lord Blazing Embers. Wang Jinqing wore a faint smile as he stepped past blood miasma celestial being, picked up the golden core from the formation and gathered the 24 celestial phenomena floating in the air, infusing them into the core. The golden core radiated 24 hues of misty light, blazing brilliantly. Moments later it cracked like an eggshell, revealing 24 pearls of varying colors. The pearls were extraordinary, containing profound celestial imagery far deeper than that of the heavenly subduing gangs Zhang Yuan had encountered. A supreme treasure. At the first sight of the 24 pearls, a single thought surged through everyone's mind. With this treasure, none within the Qi refining or foundation establishment realms shall be a match. No one dared to move, their eyes locked on the supreme treasure. Yet what Qi refining humans and foundation establishment celestial beings deemed a peerless treasure, Wang Jinqing found somewhat lacking. Thus, Wang Jinqing stamped his foot, channeling an infinite mighty force into the formation, intensifying the already plummeting inverted sea. Simultaneously, the golden position of the void, Rainmaster coin, manifested azure light, shining ever brighter, casting more gazes down. Dragon Creek City. By the lake of the Chui Manor. The angler true Lord Cloud, Turtle Mountain bearing, raised his head, his gaze solemn, as he stared at the inverted sea, which seemed to tilt the heavens. After a brief contemplation, the angler withdrew his fishing rod and reached upward. The next moment, the land of Ao Kingdom quaked. Mountains, plains, wilderness, and deep forests stretching tens of thousands of miles rose into the air, coalescing into a colossal hand that blotted out the sky, forcibly supporting the toppling inverted sea and the three continents' immortal islands, as if holding a cerulean orb of water. Having held the inverted sea aloft, the angler himself left the Chui Manor lake, appearing in an instant on Zhuzhou Island, standing before Chui Yuanshi Chui Wenshan, and Xiao Shi, his gaze fixed on Wang Jinqing. Wang Jinqing's smile did not wane. One of the three lords of the Ao Si Chui clan, true Lord Cloud, Turtle Mountain-bearing master of the golden position, mountain-suppressing bone, whom an old acquaintance. The angler's face remained calm. This place is not for you, Jiguang. Though Wang Jinqing before him was true Lord Blazing Embers, who had attained the Tao a millennium ago alongside him. True Lord Jiguang, heart eroding. Yet though they were true lords from the same era, the term old acquaintance hardly applied. They had never crossed paths, neither before nor after their pursuit of truth. This incarnation of mine is Wang Jinqing, the orphan of the Wang clan of Dragon Creek City. How can I not come here? True Lord Jiguang, heart eroding, retorted with a smile, then looked down at the great hand supporting the inverted sea, nodding in satisfaction. Though the 24 pearls had the golden core and 24 energies as their foundation, two elements were still missing to complete their refinement. One of them was the vast waters of this inverted sea. True Lord Jiguang, heart eroding, moved a finger, and the 24 pearls rose into the air, generating an immense suction force, causing the seawater to pour in. Each of the 24 pearls was only the size of a child's fist, yet their interiors seemed boundless, ceaselessly absorbing the vast waters of the inverted sea. In a mere moment, the water orb, held by the great hand, shrank by a third. All the seawater funneled into the 24 pearls. Enough. Suddenly, a solemn, mystical voice came from the nearby Shenzhou Island. Father, Chui Yuanshi exclaimed in delight. Zhang Yuan and Xiao Yuanjuan, who had quietly slipped behind Chui Yuanshi seeking the true lord's protection, exchanged glances upon hearing her exclamation. Her father is a true lord. I don't know. Xiao Yuanjun pondered briefly, then gave a cryptic look. The Crimson Luan Doom was truly formidable. Even at nearly 8-turn Qi refining, its influence persisted. This earthly doom was a perfect match for Zhang Yuan. Speaking of which, could her meeting with Zhang Yuan at the Disciple Pass also be the work of the Crimson Luan Doom? After all, Crimson Luan signifies beauty. Zhang Yuan was baffled. Hearing this, true Lord Jiguang, heart eroding, sighed softly. The AOC Chui clan is truly stingy. A few eastern seawater veins are hardly irreparable. With that, true Lord Jiguang, heart eroding, fixed his gaze on the azure light in the sky, withdrew the pearls that had absorbed the seawater, and hurled them with force. An even more powerful suction emerged, but this time it targeted not the waters of the eastern sea, but the golden position, Rainmaster coin. The azure light was about to vanish into the void, but it was a second too late. Before it could fully conceal itself, a sliver of cyan luminescence was drawn in by the pearl's pull. This was the profound mystery of the Rainmaster coin's golden position. Though it was but a barely visible wisp, it sufficed for refining the treasure. The cyan light was divided into 24 portions, settling upon each of the 24 pearls. The externally refined golden core, the 24 energies, the vast waters of the Eastern Sea, and a wisp of the Rainmaster coin's golden mystery. 4 elements united, and thus the supreme treasure was complete. The 24 pearls were collectively named the Celestial Season Chrono Pearls. The supreme treasure was forged, drawing the gaze of all present. Zhang Yuan in particular fixed her brilliant burning eyes upon the heavenly seasons and occasions mystic pearl, her stare no less dazzling than the radiant light emitted by the 24 orbs. A fine treasure indeed. A faint smile graced the face of perfected Lord Radiance Corrosion, Heart Devourer, as he stowed away the heavenly seasons and occasions mystic pearl. Take this treasure and leave the AO kingdom. The mystic sound from Shangzhou Island echoed once more. Perfected Lord Radiance Corrosion, Heart Devourer, evidently in excellent spirits, bowed respectfully towards Shangzhou Island and said with a laugh, "This junior thanks the perfected Lord for bestowing this treasure." With these words, his millennium-long scheme having come to fruition, perfected Lord Radiance Corrosion, Heart Devourer, saw no further reason to linger. He soared into the air, transforming into a streak of sword light as he departed Zhuzhou Island, vanishing into the distant Eastern Sea. He left behind only a scene of utter devastation. Perfected Lord Cloud Giant Turtle, carrying mountain, manipulated his colossal hand, lifting the entire inverted sea away from the skies above the AO kingdom, returning it to its rightful place at the center of the Eastern Sea. Meanwhile, with the Wang clan's annihilation, the departure of the mastermind, and Zhang Yuan's arrival, Zhang Yuan felt a wave of relief. Daoist Li, who is this celestial being? Cui Yuan, she suddenly inquired. The person she referred to was naturally Zhang Yuan, standing beside Zhang Yuan. She had discerned that their relationship was far from ordinary. Xiao Shi and Chen Xinxiao cast sidelong glances. Daoist Li. Zhang Yuan raised an eyebrow, realizing that Zhang Yuan had concealed his true name. Zhang Yuan replied, "My master." Cui Yuanxi nodded, her etiquette impeccable. "I see. Cui Yuanxi of the Cui clan greets the celestial being." Zhang Yuan gave a slight nod, showing no desire for conversation, even though the other was the young mistress of the Aohai Cui clan. She simply exchanged a meaningful glance with Zhang Yuan. Zhang Yuan understood that Zhang Yuan had something to discuss. He then said, "Daoist Cui, my matters here are concluded, and I will soon be leaving the AO kingdom. I hope you can see Chen Xinxiao safely back to the Chen Manor." Cui Yuanxi was startled. "You're leaving already?" Zhang Yuan nodded. Sighing in resignation, Cui Yuanxi could only agree to his request. "Very well, Daoist. Go with peace of mind. I will ensure Xinxiao returns home safely." Chen Xinxiao raised her eyes to look at Zhang Yuan and said calmly, "Farewell." The inverted sea returned to its place, and the giant hand dissolved back into the mountains and rivers of the AO kingdom. At Cui Yuanxi's behest, perfected Lord Cloud Giant Turtle, carrying mountain, took the 3 of them away, heading towards Shangzhou Island. Throughout this, she did not exchange a single word with Zhang Yuan. They came in haste and left in haste. When everyone had departed, only the reunited master and disciple remained. "Zhang Yuan, your master has a brilliant idea. Would you like to hear it?" Seeing they were alone, Zhang Yuan immediately grasped Zhang Yuan's hands, her eyes sparkling with hope as she spoke. With his hands held, Zhang Yuan could clearly feel her heart pounding through their myriad life unity connection. He sensed trouble brewing. "I don't want to hear it." Zhang Yuan put on a stern face, meeting her gaze. However, as if she hadn't heard him at all, Zhang Yuan continued on her own, revealing her brilliant idea. "Those 24 orbs are called the Heavenly Seasons and Occasions Mystic Pearl. They are profoundly mysterious, truly a treasure of heaven and earth. Acquiring them would be immensely beneficial for both cultivation and combat. And from what your master observed just now, that Wang Zhenqing was merely an avatar of a perfected lord. At most, his realm reaches the celestial being perfection, perhaps even less. The chances of success are extremely high." She trailed off, her meaning already crystal clear. The Heavenly Seasons and Occasions Mystic Pearl was excellent, and she intended to take it. The corner of Zhang Yuan's eye twitched. He knew this was exactly what Zhang Yuan was about to suggest, and began to dissuade her. "Master, although it is only an avatar, it is still the avatar of a golden core perfected lord. This will be no easy task. Trying to seize a treasure forged over a millennium by a golden core perfected lord was akin to snatching food from a tiger's jaws." A smirk curled at the corner of Zhang Yuan's mouth. "A perfected lord's avatar. It's precisely because it belongs to a perfected lord that your master is willing to make a move. If it weren't a treasure of a perfected lord, I wouldn't even bother. A golden opportunity for a meteoric rise is right before us. How can we hesitate? Quick, before he gets too far, let's give chase. With a grand sweep of her hand, Xiao Yuanjun grabbed Zhang Yuan without further ado and vanished from the spot, pursuing the sword light that had fled into the distant eastern sea. The speed of a celestial being's travel defied description. Zhang Yuan only felt the surrounding space constantly shifting. In the blink of an eye, they had moved from above the eastern sea waters to the skies over a mountain range on the border of the Ao kingdom. The sword light in the distance, noticing the two following closely, came to a halt. Perfected Lord Radiance Corrosion, Heart Devourer, turned around, squinting at Xiao Yuanjun and Zhang Yuan. What business do you two have following me all this way? Steadying herself, Xiao Yuanjun first cast a 9 Guardians harmonizing chi spell of the celestial being rank upon Zhang Yuan. This disciple of mine was inexplicably schemed against by you, senior, and nearly lost his life. As a distinguished golden core perfected lord, shouldn't you offer some explanation and compensation? Perfected Lord Radiance Corrosion, Heart Devourer, was momentarily startled, then laughed. Very well. I wonder what kind of compensation do you wish to demand for your disciple? My cave abode contains all manner of cultivation techniques and esoteric arts. Xiao Yuanjun immediately replied, no need for that, senior. Those 24 orbs of yours seem quite extraordinary. How about using them as compensation? Hearing this, Perfected Lord Radiance Corrosion, Heart Devourer, showed no anger. Instead, he took out the Heavenly Seasons and Occasions Mystic Pearl and casually tossed it to Xiao Yuanjun. Very well. Catch. The 24 orbs, brimming with boundless creative power, shimmered under the sun, faintly revealing the vast waters of the eastern sea stored within them. Should these 24 orbs be hurled, the resulting cataclysm would be comparable to the fall of the inverted sea itself. Perfected Lord Radiance Corrosion, Heart Devourer, maintained his faint smile. This avatar of Wang Jinxing was now extremely far from its main body. Even with the mystical enhancement of the Golden Core rank, it could at most exert the strength of a celestial being at the early stage. In terms of combat prowess, this avatar was certainly no match for the person before him. However, he hadn't forged the Heavenly Seasons and Occasions Mystic Pearl for nothing. With this treasure in hand, even if his opponent's cultivation was merely at the early celestial being stage, or even at celestial being perfection, he could still kill them with impunity. There was no need to even activate the mystical properties of the Heavenly Seasons and Occasions Mystic Pearl. The sheer weight of the eastern sea waters contained within the orbs would be enough to crush the opponent to death. A fine treasure. Xiao Yuanjun praised, flicking her sleeve to gather the 24 tossed orbs, holding them in her hand to toy with. At this sight, the Heavenly Seasons and Occasions Mystic Pearl, which carried the weight of 10,000 hectares of seawater, seemed to lose all mass in her hand, becoming as light as ordinary beads. Perfected Lord Radiance Corrosion, Heart Devourer, was stunned. Something was wrong. This person was not ordinary. An incredulous look crossed his face, but he quickly deduced the reason, his eyes filling with a hint of awe. So it is the Twilight Innocent Child. Twilight Innocent Child. Twilight refers to the dimness of dusk. Innocent Child refers to the naivety of a child. When heaven reaches twilight, it is like an innocent child, so the innocent child asks me. Facing a heaven that was like an innocent child, she only needed to will an answer, and the treasure, heavy with 10,000 hectares of seawater, would become as light as a feather. It was by this very method that she had slain Wang Dingzhong earlier. An eye-opening experience. Very well, this treasure is yours. Perfected Lord Radiance Corrosion, Heart Devourer, clapped his hands in admiration. Then, with a tap to the crown of his head, the faceless head along with Wang Jinxing's body disintegrated into a shower of sparks, vanishing into thin air. The avatar of the heart erosion, true Lord, disintegrated. Zhang Yuan and Xiao Yuanjun exchanged bewildered glances, never expecting that securing the Heavenly Seasons Mystic Pearl would be so effortless. Logically speaking, as a Golden Core true lord who had schemed for a millennium to forge this supreme treasure, even if only an avatar was dispatched, there should have been a contingency plan to prevent its theft. I am too powerful. No, something is wrong. Two entirely different thoughts surfaced in the minds of Zhang Yuan and Xiao Yuanjun respectively, and their gazes converged on the 24 Heavenly Seasons Mystic Pearls. Zhang Yuan's eyes were wary, instinctively leaning toward the worst interpretation. The opponent had been so generous. Either as a Golden Core true lord he cared nothing for the Heavenly Seasons Mystic Pearl and its loss meant little, or he was utterly unafraid of the Heavenly Seasons Mystic Pearl falling into other hands, confident of reclaiming it eventually, or perhaps his true objective had already been achieved, making its location irrelevant. There must be a scheme. Yet the pressing question remained: with such a treasure within reach, should they take it or not? Zhang Yuan glanced at Xiao Yuanjun beside him, and the answer was already clear in his mind. Xiao Yuanjun laughed heartily, pocketing the 24 heavenly seasons mystic pearls with confidence. As they say, fortune favors the bold. This expedition has been remarkably fruitful. Let's go, Zhang Yuan. Dig a cave for us, master and disciple, so we can tally our gains. With no other choice, Zhang Yuan nodded helplessly. Gazing at the mountain range below, he summoned his golden chariot and drove it into the mountain, carving out a cave dwelling with 3 rooms and a hall. Inside the cave, Zhang Yuan skillfully sealed the entrance, then had Xiao Yuanjun cast a severance of past and present, letting go of fate to obscure the causal threads and celestial mechanisms. A fire flared to life. Let me study this treasure first. You recover from your injuries and refine the Thunder Executioner miasma in the meantime. Xiao Yuanjun lit a campfire and sat cross-legged beside it. With a flick of his wrist, he produced a bolt of lightning brimming with celestial might and tossed it to Zhang Yuan. The Thunder Executioner miasma. It was the final earthly miasma needed to condense his third innate divine ability. Zhang Yuan's eyes glimmered as he caught the lightning bolt, yet he did not begin refining it immediately. As Xiao Yuanjun had said, he needed to heal his wounds first. The heaven-destroying 4 absolute immortal domain had elevated his status, but its divine ability imagery had clashed violently with his internal organs, and he needed to calm the surging power within. He was fortunate Xiao Yuanjun had arrived in time. Had he been even a moment later, even if Wang Dingzhong hadn't beaten him to death on the spot, the divine ability imagery of the heaven-destroying 4 absolute immortal domain would have surely consumed him. The heaven-destroying 4 absolute immortal domain, composed of 10 celestial and earthly miasmas, possessed an imagery so vast it could not be withstood by a mere 7th or 8th turn chi refining cultivator. After a brief rest, he used the stealth life miasma to stabilize his turbulent internal organs. Regaining his strength, Zhang Yuan exhaled a murky breath, grasped the Thunder Executioner miasma, and began refining it through the primordial truth self-salvation great art. In an instant, the cave echoed with thunderous roars and flashes of lightning. Within moments, the Thunder Executioner miasma was fully refined, and Zhang Yuan broke through to the 9th turn of chi refining, becoming a great divine ability cultivator capable of attaining transcendence. Zhang Yuan's eyes shone brightly as he meticulously perceived the imagery of the 3 earthly miasmas from the 7th to 9th turns. Thunder Executioner miasma. Thunder as heaven's wrath, execution as divine punishment, a water calamity miasma, the tribulation of water, gale miasma, the ordeal of fierce winds. All 3 were calamities, thus his third innate divine ability was named 3 calamities, return to primordial divine radiance. Zhang Yuan extended his palm, and a tricolored divine radiance composed of indigo, verdant green, and ink purple silently materialized in his hand, radiating the essence of the 3 calamities. This divine ability wields the 3 calamities' mystic light. The water calamity can drown living forms, causing their flesh to rot. The wind calamity can erode the soul, extinguishing the spirit. The thunder calamity can annihilate life force, obliterating both form and spirit. An excellent divine ability, a top-tier killing art. Zhang Yuan's eyes gleamed. The effect of 3 calamities' return to primordial divine radiance matched his expectations, sharing a similar essence with Xiao Yuanjin's quintuple deprivation body-shattering chi, both targeting the physical body and primordial spirit to ensure the complete annihilation of the opponent. A single quintuple deprivation body-shattering chi already possessed immense power, making one unrivaled among chi-refining cultivators. Paired with 3 calamities' return to primordial divine radiance, his killing prowess alone could claim kingship among them. Zhang Yuan steadied his mind. The third divine ability had emerged, but it wasn't over. Having reached the 9th turn of chi, refining his status had elevated once more. Behind the observe option, a small plus sign had appeared. A new talent was available. He tapped the plus sign. 3 new talents materialized before him. Heaven reversing 9 miasmas. 9 is the ultimate number, embodying the principle of extremity leading to reversal. You have refined 9 earthly miasmas, a feat beyond ordinary cultivation. The imagery of these 9 miasmas will be greatly enhanced, elevating the might of your divine abilities. Furthermore, possessing the 9 miasma body increases your success rate of attaining transcendence by 3/10. Innate divinity, you bear the fortune of the extraterrestrial and the national destiny of Bien State. This fortune influences your innate nature, elevating you from a mundane being to an innate spirit. Favored deeply by the heavens, blessings follow one after another, and your external path talents will reach the pinnacle of this realm. Spirit platform clarity, your primordial spirit is immaculate, enhancing your comprehension. Under the true Lord level, no matter how obscure or arcane the method of seeking truth, a single glance reveals its true meaning. After a cursory glance, Zhang Yuan immediately ruled out spirit platform clarity. While his comprehension might not match Xiao Yuanjin's extraordinary talent, he could still grasp ordinary truth-seeking methods through repeated study and reflection. Choosing this as the third talent seemed rather lackluster. Besides, if he ever encountered a truly incomprehensible method, wasn't Xiao Yuanjun still there? He could simply ask Xiao Yuanjun why waste a talent on this. Skipping it, Zhang Yuan furrowed his brow, his gaze fixed on the two remaining talents, Heaven Reversing 9 Miasmas and Innate Divinity, as he sank into deep thought. Both provided direct enhancements, each with its own merits. However, comparing the two, Innate Divinity concealed a significant drawback. Choosing Innate Divinity would transform his foundation into an innate spirit and elevate his external path talent to the apex of the azure sky dust-contaminated realm. It seemed excellent on the surface, but everything had two sides. While his fortune and strength would soar from the perspective of the realm's cultivators, wouldn't he become an exceptionally tempting and delicious prey? What if the moment he selected the talent, a true lord's hand descended from the heavens to seize the innate spirit that he had become and refine him? What then? At this thought, Zhang Yuan's brow tightened, finding the possibility highly likely. Even an external Dao immortal spiritual root had been coveted and dug out by the Bian Dongli clan. How much more so a rarer sacred innate spirit? He could foresee becoming a great opportunity in the eyes of the major clans. This concern applied not only to innate divinity. Previously, when selecting talents, Fallen Genius, which could regenerate infinite immortal spiritual roots, and Heavenly Body Natural, which surpassed immortal root aptitude, both harbored the same drawback. Within this azure sky dust-contaminated realm, exceptional talent itself was a crime. Once discovered and targeted by a superior cultivator, one could do nothing but sigh and lament, "Such is my bitter fate." Being in the Qingxiao dust realm, having suffered a significant setback upon arrival, and continuously falling victim to schemes, he knew that caution was not an overreaction. The innate divine holy has an invisible pit which must be avoided. Fortunately, apart from the innate divine holy and clear spiritual platform, there is also the equally effective heavenly counter 9 calamities available. Zhang Yuan's gaze turned towards heavenly counter 9 calamities. Compared to the innate divine holy, there were fewer reservations regarding heavenly counter 9 calamities, as it wouldn't alter his foundation, thus alleviating concerns about being targeted by higher-level cultivators. Moreover, heavenly counter 9 calamities had one advantage that innate divine holy could not match: it increased the success rate of achieving the celestial being by 30%. Now he was already a 9 transformations refining chi expert, and even if he practiced the innate true method of transcending oneself, he was merely one step away from the heavenly gang ready to embark on the path of becoming a celestial. It must be understood that the opportunity to increase the success rate of achieving the celestial ahead of time was something that 9 transformations refining chi experts could only dream of. He'll choose this. With a slight movement of his mind, heavenly counter 9 calamities was fixed in the talent slot. As he confirmed his talent, Zhang Yuan, who had just broken through to the 9 transformations refining chi, suddenly surged with power, his 9 manifestations wanting to soar to the heavens, causing the cave to tremble, startling Xiao Yuanjun into glancing over. The tremors subsided. Huh. Xiao Yuanjun raised an eyebrow, stood up, and circled around Zhang Yuan, scratching her head in confusion as she asked Zhang Yuan, "What's going on with you? Why did your manifestations unexpectedly increase by 50%? The earthly manifestations contained within the 72 earthly fiends were not as potent as the 36 heavenly gangs. However, just now Zhang Yuan's 9 earthly fiend manifestations had all increased by 50%, nearly matching hers, when she was at 9 transformations refining chi, and upon closer inspection, he even slightly surpassed her. The key was that she could not comprehend how Zhang Yuan achieved this. Remarkable, truly a remarkable occurrence. Zhang Yuan steadied his breath, hearing Xiao Yuanjin's inquiry. He chuckled and said, "Actually, I am the reincarnation of a golden core, true monarch." Xiao Yuanjun also chuckled, clearly not believing him. She was already a foundation establishment celestial and understood better than Zhang Yuan how powerful a golden core true monarch was. The true monarch's primordial spirit remains unextinguished, and during ordinary times, even if a true monarch were to fall by mischance upon reincarnation, they could immediately return to their peak at the moment of birth, requiring no further cultivation. "Forget it, I'm not interested in your little secret." Seeing that she could not extract a clear explanation, Xiao Yuanjun gave up and continued to study the heavenly weather time pearl. Since Xiao Yuanjun can't see through it, And there is no true monarch's hand at play. It seems that choosing heavenly counter 9 calamities was indeed the right decision. Zhang Yuan felt relieved, slightly sensing the burgeoning power of the celestial. Within him, his mind stirred. A 9 transformations refining chi expert, regardless of whether they were a wandering cultivator or from a prominent family, would have to respectfully refer to him as a great master. As for him, he had 3 innate divine abilities: golden carriage of the phoenix, 10,000 births, and 3 disasters returning to initial divine radiance, along with 1 divine ability bestowed by Zhang Yuan, totaling 4 divine abilities further enhanced by the talent heavenly counter 9 calamities. Given his current state, he was likely stronger than any 9 transformations refining chi expert throughout history. He could even claim to be invincible among those of the refining chi realm without exaggeration. Of course, this did not include Zhang Yuan, who was a 10 transformations refining chi expert. Individuals like Wang Baihan from before would not require many encounters to be subdued on the spot. Zhang Yuan suppressed his excitement, his thoughts slightly shifting. He had become so strong in the Gangsha path of refining chi, and Zhang Yuan had already achieved celestial status. Did the label first refining chi expert of ancient and modern times still remain above her head? Thinking this way, Zhang Yuan glanced at the labels above Zhang Yuan's head. Mastering the 2 chi child, asking me, attaining celestial being, heaven-defying comprehension, target of pursuit by major families. 2 colored, 2 gold, 1 red. Damn. The dazzling brilliance of the colorful labels rushed towards him, and Zhang Yuan inwardly cursed, quickly covering his eyes. After a moment of adaptation, he slowly opened them. As soon as he opened his eyes, he saw Zhang Yuan, who had been studying the heavenly weather time divine radiance, sitting in front of him at some unknown time, their gazes locking, her pretty face very close, staring at each other in astonishment. After a long time, Zhang Yuan spoke. "What did you see?" Zhang Yuan had no intention of concealing the fact that he could see the labels of the celestial validated Zhang Yuan. He simply said, "Without hiding it from you, master, I have always been able to observe people. When I look at a person, I can know their talents, identity, and emotions." He naturally did not reveal everything, only mentioning the function of the observing people talent. Zhang Yuan did not doubt him, saying, "You actually possess an innate divine ability, which is quite impressive." Zhang Yuan pursued innate divine ability. This was the first time he had heard such a term. Zhang Yuan nodded and explained exactly. Although not on par with true dragons or phoenixes, which are celestial beings, they are still the leaders of all spirits. Some individuals are born with divine abilities known as innate divine abilities. However, such innate divine abilities are often weak, and those capable of probing celestials like yours are exceedingly rare. Zhang Yuan finally understood, so that's how it is. Since there is such a saying, can my talent be packaged as an innate divine ability in the future? But the next moment, Zhang Yuan suddenly shifted her tone, her expression very serious, saying, "However, don't be too pleased. You must know that those with innate divine abilities are already considered treasures of heaven and earth. Probing celestials of the same realm or ordinary celestials is fine, but if you attempt to probe a celestial like me or a golden core true monarch, even if you are fortunate enough to survive, you will certainly be treated as a treasure of heaven and earth and captured." Zhang Yuan realized the severity of the situation and replied earnestly, "Don't worry, I have never probed a golden core true monarch." Zhang Yuan smiled lightly, saying casually, "That's good. In any case, just be careful when using it. If a golden core true monarch catches you, I won't be able to save you." Feeling that the atmosphere had become somewhat serious, Zhang Yuan decided to share some good news. Her green fingers flicked. 12 heavenly weather-time pearls floated before Zhang Yuan, emitting a precious aura. "I have already figured out this treasure. There are 24 pearls, each corresponding to one of the 24 energies of heaven, along with a hint of mystery from the golden position Rain Master Qian, possessing the ability to command the water and earth of a region and control heavenly phenomena. Moreover, each pearl contains the waters of the vast EC, useful for repelling enemies, truly powerful. Since I see you lack a treasure to use, you can take these 12 for spring and summer." Zhang Yuan waved her sleeve generously. Hearing this, although Zhang Yuan felt somewhat apprehensive about that Jiguang Shixin true monarch, he thought that since he had already taken them, it would be unreasonable not to use them, and thus he accepted the 12 heavenly weather-time pearls and began to examine them. Picking up one pearl casually, he found it was of ordinary weight and did not carry the heaviness one would expect from containing the waters of the East Sea. At the same time, the 2 divine effects of the heavenly weather-time pearl emerged in his mind. Time flew like an arrow. 23 days had passed since the major cold day. During this period, Zhang Yuan had been residing in the 3-bedroom cave dwelling he had carved out, stabilizing his cultivation base while contemplating the imagery of his supernatural abilities. Though his progress was modest, he found contentment in this leisurely solitude. As for Xiao Yuanjuan, it seemed he had gained some benefit from the celestial pearl of seasons and had been in seclusion for several days. Now on this very day, Xiao Yuanjuan, who had been in seclusion for so long, finally emerged from his cave, dwelling his steps light and a hint of joy on his face. Seeing Zhang Yuan meditating cross-legged, he said, "Your master calculates that today is New Year's Eve. Why don't we go to a nearby town together to purchase some New Year's supplies? As they say, ring out the old ring in the new. Besides, this is your first new year in the Qingxiao mortal realm as one who came from beyond the heavens. We must make it a good one." Zhang Yuan opened his eyes upon hearing this, suddenly realizing how swiftly time had passed. After a moment of contemplation, he said, "Master speaks wisely. Ever since his transmigration, nothing had gone smoothly. Now that he had managed to survive until the new year, could he really spend it in this empty cave dwelling? He ought to seek an auspicious start." The two sealed the cave entrance, cast an illusion spell, and departed for the Ao Kingdom town east of this mountain range. Great East Town was the only settlement nearby. Though called a town due to its proximity to the Great East Mountain Range at the Ao Kingdom's border, it was merely a small cluster of villages combined. Its scale was so modest that it couldn't even compare to ordinary cities, let alone colossal metropolises like Dragon Creek City or the Bian Kingdom's capital. The town may be small, but it should suffice for purchasing some goods. Zhang Yuan gazed toward the outskirts of the town, his mind wandering, and prepared to enter together with Xiao Yuanjun. However, just as he was about to step into the town, a helmeted soldier wielding a long spear emerged from some unknown corner. His eyes were vigilant as he stared at the two figures before him, one clad in red, the other in green, dressed so lightly in the dead of winter. "Who goes there?" the soldier barked sharply. Zhang Yuan was slightly taken aback to see a soldier guarding the gate of such a small town. After mentally preparing his response, he said, "We are mountain folk from the Great East Mountain Range here today to buy some New Year's supplies." The soldier's gaze was fierce. "Do you take me for a fool? The Great East Mountain Range vanished yesterday. Where would mountain folk come from? Who are you really? Spies sent by the Ao Kingdom?" Zhang Yuan had intended to use his 10,000 life art to deceive the soldier, but upon hearing this, he couldn't help but frown. Spies from the Ao Kingdom? Wasn't Great East Town territory of the Ao Kingdom? Why would they speak of Ao Kingdom spies? Upon closer inspection, the soldier's armor bore traces of blood, and his weary yet fierce eyes were nothing like those of a gate guard. Zhang Yuan raised an eyebrow, sensing something amiss. He subtly used the iron chains of his 10,000 life art to cloud the soldier's mind and asked, "Which kingdom soldier are you?" Earlier in Dragon Creek City, east of Ao, there had been news of escalating border conflicts. Could it be that the Ao Kingdom's border at the Great East Mountain Range had fallen and Great East Town had been captured by another nation? The soldier was stunned for a second before replying, "I am a soldier of the Wen Kingdom." Wen Kingdom? Wasn't that Xiao Yuanjun's homeland? Zhang Yuan glanced at Xiao Yuanjun, intending to press for more information. But just as he was about to speak, Xiao Yuanjun suddenly furrowed his brow, grabbed Zhang Yuan by the shoulder, and retreated thousands of li, his gaze fixed on the sky above Great East Town. A colossal hand descended from the heavens, a manifestation of a supernatural ability. In an instant, the Wen Kingdom soldier they had just spoken to, along with all of Great East Town, was flattened to the ground. A town of thousands had vanished from the Ao Kingdom's map. Simultaneously, as Great East Town disappeared, a beam of azure light flew toward them, revealing a young man clad in a green robe, a smile on his face. "I have already eliminated this Wen Kingdom army. Fellow Daoists, you are safe now. 9 revolutions, Qi refinement." Zhang Yuan sensed the young man's cultivation level and asked, puzzled, "Fellow Daoist, what is this?" The young man smiled and said, "My name is Lu Jiyu of the Lu clan of Hingyang. This act was merely fulfilling a military task. Fellow Daoists need not thank me." Zhang Yuan's heart tightened, yet he was also confused. One of the 5 clans and 7 nobles, the Lu clan of Hingyang from the Hung Kingdom. However, according to the map of the Qingxiao mortal realm, the Hung Kingdom did not border the Ao Kingdom. They were separated by the Wan and Ya kingdoms above and below. How could a disciple of the Hingyang Lu clan be here, claiming to be on a military mission? Zhang Yuan shot a questioning glance at the silent Xiao Yuanjun, asking if he knew what was going on. Xiao Yuanjun blinked, standing obediently beside him, acting as if he would leave all decisions to Zhang Yuan. Zhang Yuan sighed inwardly and could only say, "To be honest, fellow Daoist, the two of us have been cultivating in seclusion in the Great East Mountain Range for many years. We are quite out of touch with the outside world." Lu Ziyu's expression cleared and the wariness in his eyes lessened. "So you two were cultivating in the mountains. No wonder you approached this Wen Kingdom army without any caution." Zhang Yuan seized the opportunity to ask, "Oh, we are both at the 9 revolutions qi refinement stage. Is there something special about this Wen Kingdom army that requires such deliberate caution from us?" Lu Jiyu had annihilated a town of 1,000 with a single strike of his supernatural hand. And he also a 9 revolutions qi refinement perfected being. If he were to fully unleash his 3 calamities returned to primordial radiance, could instantly wash away an entire town's population, leaving no survivors, perhaps even more cleanly than Lu Ziyu's palm strike. Lu Ziyu nodded. "Fellow Daoist, you may not know this, but the Deng clan of Wenshui has discovered some method to condense the bloodline imagery of tens of thousands of soldiers. By borrowing this imagery, their military cultivators can unleash supernatural abilities of terrifying power enough to slay even 9 revolutions qi refinement cultivators. Such a thing exists." Zhang Yuan was astonished, silently vowing to be cautious. Borrowing external imagery to unleash abilities of such formidable power capable of killing 9 revolutions qi refinement cultivators. This was clearly the work of a true lord. Seeing Zhang Yuan's surprise, Lu Jiyu smiled again. "But fellow Daoists need not panic. Though this method is formidable, as long as we 9 revolutions qi refinement cultivators strike, first, it can be easily countered. Therefore, all 9 revolutions qi refinement cultivators in the military have been tasked with a mission whenever encountering a Wen Kingdom army act, without hesitation, and annihilate them." After some conversation and probing, Zhang Yuan roughly understood the situation. In simple terms, the War of the 13 Kingdoms had escalated. Among them, the Wen Kingdom, relying on its deep national strength, had not only occupied the Great East Mountain Range on the Ao Kingdom's border, but had also captured several key cities from its neighboring kingdoms Hung and Ya. Having suffered losses, the Ao Hung and Ya kingdoms joined forces to counter the temporarily arrogant Wen Kingdom, determined to reclaim their honor. The four-kingdom battlefield encompassed the Ao Kingdom's Great East Mountain Range, the Wen Kingdom's eastern border, and nearly a third of the Ya Kingdom's territory. And as luck would have it, the cave dwelling of master and disciple Zhang Yuan and Xiao Yuanjun was located right in the Great East Mountain Range at the heart of the Four Kingdom War, truly a stroke of misfortune. Moreover, according to Lu Jiyu, celestial beings from each kingdom had already entered the fray. The war was no longer confined to mortals, outer Daoists, or qi refinement perfected beings. Not long ago, their clashes had shattered nearly half of the Great East Mountain Range, causing its main peak, Great East Mountain, to collapse. Lu Jiyu observed that both individuals possessed remarkable cultivation, both being at the 9th transformation of refining qi, and pondered for a moment. While the two before him bore no ill intent, he could not dismiss the possibility that they were from the Wen Kingdom. After all, it was rare to encounter 2 individuals at the 9th transformation of refining qi appearing simultaneously, so caution was necessary. He inquired, "May I ask which nation you 2 esteemed friends are from?" Zhang Yuan answered without hesitation, "I am from the Bian Kingdom." This was not a lie. He had just landed in Yunzhou city of the Bian Kingdom, and it was entirely reasonable for him to be registered there, leaving no room for doubt. "That is good to hear." Lu Jiyu accepted the answer, treating the 2 as Bian Kingdom citizens, and continued, "I wonder if you 2 esteemed friends have any interest in the upcoming battle." Zhang Yuan raised an eyebrow, instantly realizing that Lu Jiyu was trying to recruit them for the Four Nations War and was about to decline. Lu Ziyu's tone grew slightly heavier as he said, "Before you 2 rush to refuse, I must inform you that prior to the war, our Hanyang Lu clan, along with the major families of 3 countries, has made a promise that any individual who has reached refining qi, regardless of their status, can exchange their military contributions for rewards of great merit. Moreover, we at the 9th transformation of refining qi have the opportunity to exchange for a transcendence pill." Seeing the seriousness of his claim, Zhang Yuan felt somewhat bewildered. "What is a transcendence pill?" Xiao Yuanjun suddenly transmitted a voice explaining, "The transcendence pill can mitigate the power of a heavenly barrier by 30 to 40%. It is a treasure that my master could not find even after scouring the vaults of the major families years ago, yet it has unexpectedly surfaced at this moment. Aren't you still lacking a heavenly merit? This is a perfect opportunity to earn some military contributions and obtain a heavenly merit, bringing us closer to acquiring the transcendence pill." Zhang Yuan habitually frowned, contemplating the pros and cons. Xiao Yuanjun subtly nudged him with his shoulder and conveyed with dissatisfaction, "Although the Four Nations War is perilous, with my master protecting you, you will certainly be safe." "That makes sense." Zhang Yuan thought for a moment and found Xiao Yuanjun's words to be quite reasonable. At present, while the Four Nations War sounded terrifying, in reality the majority of combatants would still be ordinary soldiers. Even if cultivators participated, they would mostly be at the refining qi stage or rogue cultivators. At most, there would be some foundation establishment practitioners. Moreover, the celestial beings that Lu Jiu had mentioned would only engage with other celestial beings, and under the mutual constraints among the nation's celestial beings, they would have no impact on the battlefield of refining qi. Taking a step back, even if there were celestial beings acting recklessly against someone like himself who was merely at the refining qi level, wouldn't he have the backing of the true celestial, Xiao Yuanjun? Thus, as long as no golden core true sovereign joined the fray, it should not be a major issue, and the safety would be quite high. This matter can be considered. Though he said this, Zhang Yuan still remained cautious. After all, once the four nations truly went to war, the golden core true sovereigns behind each nation might still intervene. For instance, the methods employed by the Wen Kingdom, utilizing the army's blood and intent, clearly originated from a true sovereign. However, if a golden core true sovereign did intervene, it would likely occur in the later stages of the war, and he merely needed to secure a heavenly merit and the transcendence pill before making his escape. With this in mind, Zhang Yuan spoke. Lu Daoyo, how should we scattered cultivators participate in the war? Lu Xiu's heart leaped with joy as he replied eagerly. To participate, scattered cultivators need to first register their military status in Xianjing City of the Kingdom. You too can follow me there. Thank you for guiding us, Daoyo. Zhang Yuan clasped his hands in gratitude, exchanging a glance with Xiao Yuanjuan, and then activated the golden carriage following Lu Xiu towards Xianjing City of the Kingdom. The Kingdom lay beneath the Ao Kingdom, separated by the Great Eastern Mountain Range. From the Great Eastern Mountain Range downward, for countless miles the land was scorched with ruins scattered everywhere. From above, one could see the numerous craters left by the battles of cultivators, creating a scene of devastation. Looking at it this way, the Kingdom is at a severe disadvantage in this war, with a third of its territory turned into a battlefield. Zhang Yuan thought to himself, his expression calm. The Kingdom was not considered weak among the 13 nations, being of mid-tier strength, yet compared to the Wen and Ao kingdoms, it still lagged behind somewhat. Hung Kingdom, on the other hand, had a power level similar to that of the Kingdom, but due to its distant territory, it suffered the least losses. Xianjing City, located just 500 miles from the front lines, was constructed temporarily by a celestial being of the Kingdom using great mystical power, serving as a base for participating cultivators. Above Xianjing City floated a golden paper with a golden record suspended in the air, its name shining brightly, filled with names densely written detailing the achievements of each individual. It resembled a military merit record. This military merit record is said to be a page from the treasure of a certain true sovereign possessing the ability to discern the heavens and thus accurately record military contributions without error. Registering one's military status is simple. The two of you just need to project your own intent. However, it is worth mentioning that those who register will have their true names displayed on the record. After bringing the two to Xianjing City, Lu Xiu gave a brief introduction and then took his leave on the pretext of having matters to attend to. Xiao Yuanjun looked up at the page of the true sovereign's treasure in the sky, his eyes flickering. Master, we cannot acquire this treasure, Zhang Yuan whispered as he observed. Previously, they had seized the heavenly weather pearl because the true sovereign of destruction had only foundation establishment power and was far from the Ao Kingdom. Yet this page of the true sovereign's record was under the watchful eye of an actual true sovereign. If they made a move, they might be crushed in an instant. What are you saying? My master always acts prudently. How could I not know this? Xiao Yuanjun flicked his sleeve and replied. Zhang Yuan. Is it really prudent? Zhang Yuan, disinterested in arguing with Xiao Yuanjun, pondered for a moment and was about to project an intent onto the merit record to register his military status. Suddenly Xiao Yuanjun spoke, his eyes glinting with cunning. Don't rush, ooh, I have an idea. Zhang Yuan halted his actions, raising an eyebrow. What idea? Xiao Yuanjun said. You give me one of your divine intent projections. Zhang Yuan, puzzled, condensed a 9th transformation projection. Xiao Yuanjun took the projection, gently brushed his hand over it, and sent it toward the merit record. The divine intent merged into the record. In the next moment, a new line appeared at the bottom of the merit record. Xiao Yuanjun, 9th transformation of refining qi. Military contribution 0. This treasure only has one page, and its divine effect is incomplete, but it can indeed be deceiving. Xiao Yuanjun wore a knowing expression and chuckled lightly. It can actually work like this. Zhang Yuan's eyes lit up as he felt a spark of inspiration, whispering a couple of sentences to Xiao Yuanjun. Oh, it's just a small matter. Just watch and see. Hearing this, Xiao Yuanjun waved his hand again, requesting another of Zhang Yuan's divine intent projections to send toward the merit record. Li Huishi, 8th transformation of refining qi. Military contribution 0. Zhang Yuan smiled in satisfaction. Now he need not reveal his true name or actual status. After all, besides the transcendence pill, he also needed to exchange for a heavenly merit, and the 8th transformation of refining qi was just right. As for why he used the name Li Huishi, it was simply out of habit. And next it was the celestial beings, starting from the foot soldiers. As for Xiao Yuanjun, he was starting from the celestial beings. Zhang Yuan and Xiao Yuanjun registered as 8 revolution qi refinement and 9 revolution qi refinement, their cultivation ranking among the top. Shortly after completing their military registration, a military colonel clad in precious armor and practicing the external path sought them out, stating that he was responsible for guiding them. The colonel, named Hiyang, seemed to hold a considerable official rank. His external path cultivation was sensed to be slightly stronger than foundation establishment perfection, likely at the external path golden core stage. Hiyang asked respectfully, "Are the two immortals together?" He was a Jinwei colonel of the kingdom holding a senior 6th rank office and had recently broken through to the early external path golden core stage, making him an outstanding figure in the military. However, this was only within the army dominated by mortals and external path cultivators. In the corpse swallowing and demonic refining path, an early external path golden core was roughly equivalent to a 9 revolution qi refinement, perhaps even inferior. Zhang Yuan nodded indeed. Hearing this, Hiyang was overjoyed. He took out 2 tokens and handed them to Zhang Yuan and Xiao Yuanjun, saying, "Currently, each colonel in Xianjing City commands 5,000 troops with 5 demonic serene path immortals for support. In my subordinate unit, there are already 3 immortals. With the 2 of you, the quota will be full. The 2 immortals possess high cultivation. With this token, you may choose any mansion within the city instead of staying in an inn. Additionally, the token has functions for voice transmission storage and battle merit exchange. Please keep it safe." Zhang Yuan glanced at the token and noticed that it contained a trace of his intent faintly connected to the Celestial Lord's treasure in the heavens. He smiled and said, "Thank you. I appreciate, Colonel," he delivering it in person. The token had storage capabilities, though the space was not large, only the size of an ordinary farmer's courtyard, far inferior to the Chinquan pouch of the East Sinking Pavilion. Nevertheless, obtaining a free storage treasure without worrying about it suddenly turning into a head was already quite satisfying. Hearing this, Hiyang felt a wave of relief. It seemed this demonic serene path cultivator was easy to get along with. Unlike the previous 3 who were arrogant and disdainful, even toward him, an external path golden core cultivator. "Our army is stationed west of the city wall, named the Earth Profound Army. If the 2 immortals have time, you may show yourselves and meet the other 3 immortals." Hiyang pondered briefly, then spoke. The other 3 were extremely overbearing, so with the addition of these 2 there might be some balance. Zhang Yuan agreed. Hiyang said, "I have other military duties, so I shall not accompany you." Although Xianjing City was established temporarily, due to the influx of many cultivators, its construction was quite rich with houses, shops, and inns in abundance. Zhang Yuan and Xiao Yuanjun strolled around the city, then used the token given by Hiyang to select an unoccupied mansion in the northern part of the city to reside in. Entering the mansion, Xiao Yuanjun raised an eyebrow and said, "Oh, the mansion even has a spirit-gathering array. The 3 great kingdoms are indeed wealthy, but unfortunately, it's quite useless. The spirit-gathering array could gather spiritual energy and accelerate the cultivation speed of external path cultivators, but for those on the corpse-swallowing and demonic refining path, aside from making the air fresher, it was truly useless." Zhang Yuan nodded, then asked, "Master, I noticed Colonel Hiyang is at the early external path golden core stage, yet he spoke with extraordinary respect. How powerful is the external path golden core? How does it compare to a celestial being? Even if the external path golden core's strength falls short of a celestial being, it should be comparable to a 9 revolution qi refinement perfection expert. Why such deference?" Xiao Yuanjun thought for a moment and said, "Early golden core is about the same as 9 revolution qi refinement, capable of destroying a city or town with a major spell. Mid and late stages are slightly stronger than 9 revolution qi refinement, but the increase is limited. Against a formidable opponent, they would still lose. As for external path golden core perfection, that is somewhat formidable." Zhang Yuan's heart stirred. How formidable? Xiao Yuanjun said, "Without entering the Dao domain, it can exchange 100 moves with an early celestial being without losing. Isn't that formidable? A foundation establishment celestial being, even at the early stage, could effortlessly suppress any 9 revolution qi refinement. An external path golden core perfection being able to trade 100 moves with an early celestial being was indeed impressive. That strength is quite considerable." Zhang Yuan nodded thought for a moment and then asked, "What about above the external path golden core? Can it contend with a celestial being? If an external path golden core perfection could trade 100 moves with a celestial being, could the external path stages like nascent soul divine transformation or Mahayana catch up to a celestial being or even a true lord?" If their strength was sufficient, he might consider retrieving his external path talent next time he chose one. Xiao Yuanjun raised an eyebrow and said the external qi refinement path ends at the golden core stage. There is no such thing as above golden core. Zhang Yuan was taken aback, then thought it made sense. Since his transmigration, the earliest path he encountered was the external qi refinement path, yet he had never heard of any stages beyond golden core. Xiao Yuanjun thought for a moment, and added, however, I once browsed ancient texts from major clans and happened to see that long ago there was one more stage after the external qi refinement path's golden core. But by now that stage has been lost. Zhang Yuan asked why was it lost. Xiao Yuanjun said calmly, according to the books, all cultivators above the external path golden core were slaughtered by the lords, and thus that stage was lost. Zhang Yuan felt a chill in his heart. Slaughtered by the lords, not by a single true lord. Just this phrase hinted at a hidden secret. What a wretched world. Forget it. He would stick to cultivating the corpse-swallowing and demonic refining path. Zhang Yuan decisively abandoned the idea of reclaiming his external path talent, found a spot in the courtyard to sit down, took out the token, and probed it with a strand of divine sense. The token displayed some information recording his battle merits and the items that qi refinement perfection cultivators could exchange using battle merits ranging from heavenly and earthly fiends to worldly gold and silver, a dazzling array. At the top of the exchange list was the tribulation-dissolving pill that Lu Jiu had mentioned, requiring a full 1 million battle merits to exchange with only 3 pills available. No wonder the tribulation-dissolving pill can neutralize the power of the heavenly earth pass, and it's so scarce. This pill is actually refined from 2 heavenly fiends: tribulation, dissolving heavenly fiend, and calamity, relieving heavenly fiend. Zhang Yuan glanced at its description, mildly surprised. 3 tribulation-dissolving pills meant 6 heavenly fiends. The 5 surnames and 7 clans were truly wealthy. With the allure of the tribulation-dissolving pill, many 9 revolution qi refinement perfection cultivators would surely participate in this war, and competition for the pill would likely be fierce. Moreover, it required 1 million battle merits to exchange, and it was unclear how easy it would be to earn such merits. In comparison, the several heavenly fiends listed below the pill seemed far cheaper. 5 blessings heavenly fiend at 500,000 battle merits. Longevity heavenly fiend at 450,000 battle merits. Enlightenment heavenly fiend at 400,000 battle merits. Wisdom sword heavenly fiend at 350,000 battle merits. Ascension heavenly fiend at 200,000 battle merits. 5 types of heavenly fiends were available for exchange, with longevity heavenly fiend having 2 copies. The most expensive 5 blessings heavenly fiend required only half the battle merits of the tribulation dissolving pill. As for the earthly fiends, Zhang Yuan glanced at their prices and paid them no further attention. Xiao Yuanjun once said that the 36 heavenly stems bear no drawbacks, and their refinement requires no concern for proportions. However, as each image is distinct, there are still differences in suitability. I wonder which of these 5 types of heavenly stems suits me best. Zhang Yuan pondered in his heart. Xiao Yuanjun, having drawn near at some unknown moment, completely lacking the dignified demeanor befitting a heavenly master, craned his neck to glance at the 5 types of heavenly stems, and said, the 5 blessings heavenly stem suits you best, followed by the truth awakening heavenly stem and the ascension heavenly stem. The wisdom sword heavenly stem can barely be used, while the longevity star heavenly stem is the most useless for you. Zhang Yuan's eyes lit up at the prospect of advancing his Dao cultivation, and he inquired, why is that? His progress in the path of consuming baleful qi and devouring stellar energy had been astonishingly swift. What would take an ordinary person 60 years to traverse, he had completed in merely 2 months, reaching the 9th turn of qi refinement. Rapid cultivation had its benefits, but it also came with certain drawbacks that were not quite flaws. He possessed mere cultivation realm, without profound Dao attainment, lacking deep understanding of the images of the 108 heavenly stems and earthly branches. Xiao Yuanjun straightened his expression, adopting the demeanor of a master imparting teachings to dispel doubts, and spoke slowly. From the 1st to the 9th turn you have all refined earthly baleful qi. Your body is steeped in the images of earthly baleful qi, which will affect your future foundation establishment. It is fitting to use the images of the 5 heavenly blessings to resolve this. The Ascension heavenly stem and the Wisdom sword heavenly stem can also resolve it, but their effects are inferior to the 5 blessings heavenly stem. As for the longevity star heavenly stem, a perfected being refining it could increase their heavenly lifespan by 1,000 years, yet it possesses no ability to dissolve baleful qi whatsoever. And since you possess the life-stealing baleful qi, you lack not for longevity, making it naturally the most useless. Of course, although both the longevity star heavenly stem and the life-stealing baleful chi could extend lifespan, they were fundamentally different. The former increased one's heavenly lifespan, while the latter was a stolen span of years. Even with the golden chariot baleful chi to avert calamity, it was still ill-gotten. Zhang Yuan suddenly understood. Seen in this light, the 5 blessings heavenly stem was truly the optimal choice. Counting the 5 blessings heavenly stem and the calamity transforming pill, this expedition would earn at least 1,500,000 battle merits. As he was lost in thought, the sound of war drums like rolling thunder echoed and reverberated through Xianjing City. Zhang Yuan furrowed his brow. Yang had once said that when the war drums sounded within the city, it signaled the imminent outbreak of battle, and the accompanying cultivators needed to report to their respective units on the city walls. Zhang Yuan looked up. "Let's go." Xiao Yuanjun waved his hand grandly. "Let's go." The city wall stood majestic, towering like a mountain. The thickness of Xianjing City's walls was rarely seen in the world, spanning 800 to 900 meters. Zhang Yuan and the other man ascended the city wall and flew westward through the air. Upon the wall, ranks of armored soldiers from the outer path stood in solemn array. Looking out, there were at least 100,000 just on the wall itself. 5,000 men formed a division. Most were at the chi refinement stage, with a few small teams led by Foundation Establishment cultivators and an Outer Path Golden Corps colonel overseeing the entire formation. This was the Outer Path Cultivator Army, assembled from the 3 kingdoms of Aohong and Yi, serving as the main force of the war. In addition, there was a 1,000,000-strong mortal army not far behind Xianjing City. If one added the army of the Wen Kingdom, the total number of combatants would reach at least 5 million. This was only the number of combatants. If one counted the civilians of the 4 kingdoms affected by the war, the total number of people involved in this conflict would be an unimaginable figure. Zhang Yuan observed silently as he and Xiao Yuanjun arrived at the western side of the city wall. In the distance, they could see a banner bearing the character Xian, clearly indicating that this was the garrison of the Earth Profound Army. Just as the two were about to approach, through the air, an arrow laced with sharp golden light shot forth with incredible speed. The golden arrow split the air, its killing intent palpable. A divine ability. Zhang Yuan narrowed his eyes and manifested an iron chain to intercept the arrow. Before the Earth Profound Army, Yang looked up at the sky, sitting in restless anxiety, hoping Zhang Yuan could block that arrow and not be shot down. The arrow and iron chain collided and dissipated, the sound of the impact echoing and drawing the attention of surrounding soldiers. The metallic light from their clash burst forth, stinging their eyes to tears, forcing them to quickly turn their heads away lest they go blind before even stepping onto the battlefield. Good. Yang breathed a sigh of relief upon seeing this. Standing beside Yang were 2 men and 1 woman, all looking young in the guise of youths. They were the other accompanying perfected beings besides Zhang Yuan and Xiao Yuanjun. One of them, a cultivator in a green robe, praised, "Brother Lu's archery is truly excellent to strike so accurately at such a high speed of flight." The cultivator in a purple robe beside him laughed heartily, handed the longbow to him, and waved his hand, saying, "To be able to block my sharp arrow, these 2 do have some skill after all." The green-robed cultivator said fawningly, "In my opinion, if Brother Lu had not held back, these 2 would have been pierced through already. When they come down, they ought to thank Brother Lu." The purple-robed cultivator remained non-committal. "Huh." The young woman, also an accompanying chi refinement perfected being standing a few steps away, let out an untimely cold snort upon hearing their conversation, causing the green-robed cultivator to frown. "What do you mean by that? Do you doubt that Brother Lu, a 9th-turn perfected being, has such skill?" "Zhao Yan, don't mind her." The purple-robed cultivator, showing some wariness towards the young woman, stopped him. Zhao Yan was indignant. Just then 2 figures descended from the sky. Zhang Yuan landed with a cold expression, his gaze sweeping over the crowd and locking onto the green-robed cultivator, Zhao Yan, who held a longbow. Zhao Yan's hair stood on end. He spun around abruptly, only to see a streak of golden light hurtling towards him, slamming him fiercely away. Zhang Yuan stood in midair, one hand gripping Zhao Yan by the throat, the images of an 8th-turn chi refinement perfected being emanating from him, his killing intent palpable. "You?" Zhao Yan struggled desperately, trying to unleash a divine ability, only to find several iron chains sealing his body, leaving him unable even to speak clearly. Yang paced anxiously, unsure how to smooth things over, and could only say, "Esteemed immortal, please let's talk this out. There must be a misunderstanding." The purple-robed cultivator paused for a second, then said with a smile, "Fellow Daoist, that arrow was shot by me and has nothing to do with Zhao Yan. Please release him." Zhang Yuan glanced at the 2 of them, then tossed Zhao Yan onto the city wall like a piece of trash, smashing a large crater on impact. He landed again. The purple-robed cultivator walked over slowly, cupped his hands, and said with a smile on his face, "I saw your light of flight was extremely fast just now and mistook it for an enemy's divine ability, so I acted to stop it. It was all a misunderstanding. I hope you can be magnanimous." Having said that, he introduced himself, Lu Jiming of the Lu clan in Hingyang. "Greetings, fellow Daoist." Zhang Yuan's brow did not relax, and he asked, "What is your relationship with Lu Jiu?" Lu Jiming replied, "He is my cousin." Zhang Yuan flicked his sleeve and said coldly, "There will be no next time." Lu Jiming laughed heartily. "It was just a misunderstanding. How could there be a next time? May I ask the names of you two fellow Daoists? I enjoy making friends and would like to get to know you both." Li, Xiao, Zhang Yuan, and Xiao Yuanjun were sparing with their words. Seeing the attitude of Zhang Yuan and Xiao Yuanjun, Lu Jiming was not offended and kept a smile on his face, pondering in his heart which family's scions the two might be. Zhang Yuan certainly did not believe Lu Jiming's explanation. He knew that arrow was meant to intimidate them, and his near breaking of Zhao Yan's neck was his own show of force in return. Zhao Yan is an 8th turn perfected being, while Lu Jiming is a 9th turn. That arrow just now was probably his killing divine ability. As for this girl in red, she is an 8th turn. The young woman who had coldly mocked Lu Jiming and the other had a beautiful face, wore a blood-red robe, and made no effort to conceal her 8th turn aura. Zhang Yuan cast a glance at the labels above her head. Dao Heart Clear and Bright Head of the Lu family of Hung State-born Butcher. 1 purple, 1 blue, 1 red. None were gold, which was rather ordinary, though the blue label representing her status was somewhat peculiar. A family marked with a blue label would at the very least be a second-rate clan with a foundation establishment celestial seated at its helm. How could this person, merely an 8-cycle chi refining cultivator, possibly serve as the head of a family? Zhang Yuan gave her a brief once over, his eyes narrowing slightly. The young woman had soft features, her face still bearing a trace of baby fat. The deep crimson dress she wore was slightly faded, and a faint scent of blood wafted with the wind, while a hint of madness lurked beneath her calm gaze. She had killed before, and killed many. No wonder she bore the label of a butcher. Zhang Yuan made a simple judgment in his mind, glanced around, then turned back to the young woman and replied with a smile, "I cannot kill them all." The young woman paused, visibly looked at the 100,000-strong army on the city wall, and nodded in agreement. "That makes sense." At that moment, Zhao Yan finally regained his composure. Crawling out of the crater, he had been smashed into, his face dark with fury. "How outrageous! Attacking me when I was off guard. Truly a despicable scoundrel. I, Zhao Yan, am a dignified 8-cycle chi refining perfected one." Lu Jiming patted him on the shoulder and said calmly, "Enough, Zhao Yan. This is not fellow Daoist Li's fault. We were in the wrong first. Now that the misunderstanding is cleared, let it be." Zhao Yan was still simmering with anger. He snorted coldly and shot a vicious glare at Zhang Yuan. Lu Jiming gave a faint smile and transmitted his voice, "Zhao Yan, don't say I didn't warn you. Do you know who that female cultivator is?" Zhao Yan replied via telepathy, "I do not know. I pray Brother Lu will enlighten me." Lu Jiming spoke with an air of mystery. "Her name is Lu Yihong from the second-rate Lu family of the capital. She was chosen as a marital pawn for the family's upward mobility, betrothed to a direct descendant of the first-rate Xiang family." "Do you know what Lu Yihong did when she learned of this?" Zhao Yan shook his head. Lu Jiming frowned deeply. Lu Yihong used some sinister method to first kill the Xiang family's direct descendant, then in a single night slaughtered every member of the Lu family. Even the celestial head of the family could not escape. The next day, she declared herself the new head of the Lu family, annulled the marriage alliance with the Xiang family, and left the capital. Such a butcher had emerged, killing even a foundation establishment celestial. It had shaken the noble families of the Hung State capital to their core. Even the Hingyang Lu branch in the capital had sent news and portraits to the main family overnight. Zhao Yan's pupils contracted, recalling the conversation he had vaguely overheard between Zhang Yuan and Lu Yihong. While in the pit, cold sweat broke out on his brow. As the saying goes, birds of a feather flock together. Could this man surnamed Li also be a butcher? Thank you, Brother Lu, for informing me. Otherwise, I might have offended those two in ignorance and courted disaster. Recalling the strength Zhang Yuan had displayed and weighing his own abilities, Zhao Yan immediately forced a smile and spoke cordially. "Fellow Daoist Li, we were mistaken earlier. Please do not take it to heart." Zhang Yuan nodded expressionlessly. Zhao Yan breathed a slight sigh of relief, then turned to Colonel Heyong, shifting the topic. "Colonel He, what is the battle that calls for the drum? Do you require our assistance? If not, we shall return to the city." Each military unit was equipped with 5 perfected ones for formation support, though in most cases their intervention was unnecessary. The vast majority of battles began with hundreds of thousands of mortal troops engaging in attrition, followed by the deployment of external path armies from the city walls. Often by the end of a campaign, chi refining perfected ones were not even needed. Of course, perfected ones could also fly out of the city to harvest mortal and external path lives with divine abilities, earning battle merits. However, if a perfected one made such a move, the wind state would naturally respond with corresponding measures, dispatching several perfected ones to encircle and annihilate them, or mobilizing the army's blood Danqi image to strike them down. He Yang's expression turned serious as he addressed the matter at hand. Scouts have reported that each major army of the one state possesses a formation disc. This disc is the medium for executing blood Danqi divine abilities. However, these are merely subformations. There is a main formation within one state's borders. Once the main formation is destroyed, all subformations will become useless. In this battle, we mortals will draw their attention, while the immortal masters from various units will infiltrate one state and destroy the main formation. Zhang Yuan nodded thoughtfully. Zhao Yan, upon hearing of the deep penetration into enemy territory, asked, "What are the battle merits?" He Yang smiled. "This task is difficult. Therefore, whether the main formation is destroyed or not, anyone who successfully enters one state will receive 30,000 battle merits. And if someone can destroy the main formation, the general has promised a reward of 100,000 battle merits." Zhao Yan was astonished. So many. He and Lu Jiming had been in Xianjing City for a month and had only barely accumulated 10,000 battle merits. This time, regardless of success or failure, they would receive 30,000. After all, exchanging for a single earthly fiend required a minimum of 50,000. This was nearly equivalent to the merits for one earthly fiend. Zhang Yuan suddenly asked, "When do we depart? Are there any Foundation establishment celestials stationed there?" 100,000 battle merits was indeed tempting, half the merits needed for the Ascension Heavenly Fiend. However, high merits meant high risk. If one state had a Foundation establishment celestial guarding the area, a group of chi refining perfected ones venturing deep into enemy territory would never return. Even with Xiao Yuanjin's protection by his side, he needed to clarify the specific situation before taking action. Xiao Yuanjun was formidable, capable of obliterating Wang Zhenfeng, a perfected celestial, with overwhelming force. But if one state was shameless enough to deploy two, or even multiple celestials, there would still be a risk to their lives. He Yang said, "Rest assured, Immortal Master. The higher-ups have already agreed that neither side will deploy celestials in this battle. To do so would break the rules and incur consequences." Agreed. Zhang Yuan was puzzled. In war, was there such a thing as prior agreement? He Yang nodded. He had merely received orders from the commander of Xianjing City. The specific details of how the two sides had reached such an agreement were utterly unknown to him. Lu Jiming, as a scion of a great clan with extensive knowledge, said, "Fellow Daoist, you may not know this. Unlike the wars among mortals and external paths, which are rife with schemes and tricks, in the current conflict between the four states, 4 of our 5 surnames and 7 hopes are participating, along with dozens of first-rate families and countless second-rate ones. For this very reason, how the war is to be fought is predetermined by the families." Zhang Yuan frowned, sensing an indescribable strangeness. A war between 4 great nations. Even the way it was fought had to be decided in advance. It felt like playing house. But if it were merely playing house, why would such a grand scale be necessary? Thump, thump. Heavy footsteps echoed as a mortal army of 1,000,000 entered the city from the rear of Xianjing City, passed through the city wall's main gate, and toward the Wind State sounded the war horns, launching a fierce assault. The iron armor surged like a tide, banners blotted out the sky, warhorses galloped, and the clamor shook heaven and earth. Yet in the next moment, an even more thunderous tremor came from the direction of the Wind State. In the distance before the Wind State city, 100,000-strong mortal army, led by a chi refining perfected one, unleashed a dazzling blood-colored streak of light. The bloodlight sped toward them, growing larger and larger, crashing down with a thunderous roar. A blood rainbow pierced the sun, and baleful chi soared to the heavens. In but an instant, a third of the 1,000,000-strong mortal army was instantly vaporized. The bloodlight sped toward them, growing larger and larger, crashing down with a thunderous roar. A blood rainbow pierced the sun, and baleful chi soared to the heavens. In but an instant, a third of the 1,000,000-strong mortal army was instantly vaporized. Blood mist hung thick over the battlefield. Corpses lay strewn across the crimson-stained yellow sands. The remaining 60,000 troops, though deeply shaken by the spectacle, did not halt. They surged forward with spears raised, charging wildly toward the 10,000 soldiers of the Wind State arrayed before them. Owing to the vast numerical disparity and the severe depletion of vital chi inflicted upon their ranks by the preceding bloodlight technique, this contingent of 10,000 Wind State soldiers was almost entirely annihilated, save only for the cultivators who had channeled the technique itself. In a single clash, 30,000 fell for 10,000, a grievous toll. Zhang Yuan watched the carnage unfold, his thoughts turning inward. That bloodlight technique possessed respectable destructive power, capable indeed of harming ninth transformation chi cultivators, but its speed remained insufficient. With even a single aerial evasion technique, most ninth transformation cultivators could evade it entirely. Yet while ninth transformation cultivators might evade it should the technique strike mortal or heterodox armies, the outcome would be wholly different, capable of decimating entire battalions in an instant. As the remaining 60,000 troops began their assault on the city walls, figures rose from the ramparts one by one, soaring skyward and streaking as trails of light toward the Wen State's border fortifications. Almost immediately, cultivators from the Wen State likewise ascended from their citadel to intercept them. Strike when the moment demands it. Zhang Yuan's gaze sharpened. He confirmed no Foundation establishment celestials were engaged in this battle, yet Xiao Yuanjun stood steadfast at his side. Without further hesitation, he rose and shot forth into the sky alongside her. Lu Yihong, Lu Jiming, and Zhao Yan followed closely behind. As celestial cultivators from both sides clashed, thunderous detonations echoed ceaselessly before the Wen State's walls. Countless techniques erupted in dazzling succession, the battle raging with furious intensity. Zhang Yuan made no move to join the melee. Instead, he instructed Xiao Yuanjun to cast upon him the art severing past and present, concealing both his form and aura, and prepared to cross the border fortress of the Wen State. Yet before he drew near the city walls, a piercing alarm blared within his mind. He looked up, just in time to see a beam of bloodlight lock onto him and hurtle down with explosive force. This fortress is protected by an exceptionally high-tier defensive formation, one capable of detection. There is no evading it. Xiao Yuanjun cautioned him, then added, puzzled, strange. I have lived in the Wen State for over a decade, yet never heard mention of a cultivator here versed in formation arts. Though she had only recently ascended to celestial status, and remained but at the initial celestial stage, her technique had been seen through such a formation could only have been crafted by a celestial nearing perfection. Zhang Yuan dodged the bloodlight, just as an elderly Daoist master appeared before him, brandishing a dust whisk and striking downward at his head from afar, with a sharp crack. Dizziness assailed Zhang Yuan instantly, but then his unblemished primordial spirit activated and clarity returned in a flash. He lifted his eyes toward the figure ahead. The elder, delighted at his initial success, broke into a self-satisfied smile, only to freeze in shock when Zhang Yuan regained full awareness in an instant. Realizing he faced a natural predator, he uttered not a word and fled in panic. An old fox, shrewd indeed. Zhang Yuan sneered, his hands already moving, summoning his golden chariot. He lifted Xiao Yuanjun aboard and charged straight after the fleeing Daoist. The elder's eyes bulged wide. He cried out in despair, "Fellow Daoist, let me grant you passage through the gate, and you spare my life." From the speeding chariot, Zhang Yuan's voice rang out, "Once I've crushed you to death, why would I need your permission to enter?" At its initial forging, the golden chariot and phoenix carriage already achieved a speed of 1,000 li per breath, now having advanced to 9th transformation chi cultivation, and further empowered by the 8th transformation art raging wind malevolence, and the profound technique 9 reversals of malevolent heaven. Its velocity had soared beyond measure, easily spanning 30,000 li in a single breath. The golden chariot accelerated once more. Within mere heartbeats, it closed the distance, colliding with a thunderous crash. The elder spat blood as if abandoned by celestial fortune itself. His spiritual imagery fractured his techniques, faltering amid rising terror. "Fellow Daoist, can we reach a truce? I shall fully compensate your losses." Zhang Yuan ignored him utterly. Seizing advantage, he struck again, repeatedly ramming, crushing, and hurling the elder dozens of times, until at last the Daoist lay mangled beyond recognition. His breath extinguished his celestial imagery, dissolving into oblivion. The elder was slain by impact. Zhang Yuan settled cross-legged inside the chariot and murmured to himself. This elder was merely a 7th transformation cultivator, having refined only 2 techniques. Yet his physical body proved astonishingly resilient. Without deploying a lethal art, relying solely on the speed-focused golden chariot and phoenix carriage, true annihilation remains difficult. Beside him, Xiao Yuanjun nibbled a skewer of candied hawthorn and suggested, "Simple. Infuse the surface of your chariot with my art 5 grasp body-crushing chi, or your own 3 calamities primordial radiance, and you'll gain lethal potency as well." This battle's highest tier cultivators reached only 9th transformation chi cultivation. Should she reveal her celestial cultivation level, she risked targeted retaliation. She would wait, intervening only when Zhang Yuan confronted an opponent he could not overcome alone. An excellent idea. Zhang Yuan's eyes gleamed. Three-colored radiance welled from his palms, spiraling outward to envelop the manifested golden chariot in a luminous spherical halo. Was Elder Wu truly crushed to death? Who was this man? Hurry, stop him. Nearby, when state cultivators witnessing the elder's brutal demise recoiled in horror and immediately rallied allies to encircle the golden chariot. But as they drew near, a wave of three-colored radiance, charged with overwhelming destructive force, burst outward. A cultivator who strayed too close had his arm graze the light. In an instant the limb vanished, blood gushing forth. "Ah!" The cultivator screamed, then plummeted like a severed puppet, falling lifelessly without another sound. The assembled cultivators stared, hearts chilled to ice. They recognized the three-colored radiance as a fearsome killing art, and hastily retreated, granting Zhang Yuan unimpeded passage into the Wen State's border stronghold. That severed arm cultivator, like Elder Wu, was a seventh transformation cultivator, and no obscure figure either. Yet even a glancing touch of the three-colored radiance sent him plummeting, fate unknown. Truly terrifying. Among those assigned to garrison the walls, the highest cultivation level was 7th transformation. All 8th and 9th transformation cultivators had been redeployed to guard the central formation at the rear. This man must be 8th or 9th transformation. Even if we fail to stop him, our superiors will hardly hold us at fault. With that thought, the cultivators parted before the golden chariot like a path cleared for a plague spirit, scattering to intercept other cultivators instead. Yet among the wise there were always reckless fools, those who dared block the chariot's path only to be erased utterly, body and soul, by the three calamities' primordial radiance. Barreling straight through, Zhang Yuan crossed the Wen State's frontier fortress unimpeded. Inside the chariot he exhaled slowly, deeming the journey thus far successful, then willed his consciousness to open the heavens gaze interface, scanning for any major future deviations. Finding no imminent mortal peril, he next retrieved his military token to review mission parameters. Xianjing City Military Directive: infiltrate the Wen State and destroy the scorching fire and blood-burning formation. Reward 30001000 merit points. Mission location: Wen State, Sanyang Altar. The scorching fire and blood-burning formation, the very formation empowering the Wen State's martial cultivators to unleash their blood-based techniques. Zhang Yuan murmured the name softly, then glanced at his merit tally. Slaying a common foot soldier earned 1 point. Heterodox soldiers and cultivators, from Qi cultivation to golden core, yielded merits ranging from 100 to 4,000. Cultivators of the Fu Sha Tong Gang Dao sect earned 500 merits per kill for 1st through 5th transformation, 1,000 for 6th through 8th transformation, and 5,000 for each 9th transformation cultivator slain. Having dispatched Elder Wu and several rash cultivators, his merit count had risen from 0 to 3,500.